Chapter 1134 I've got my eyes on a house. Losing money to become the richest man starts with the game. After quickly studying the situation of the nearby community, Pei Qian immediately went out and took a taxi to the place. Since he has decided to buy it, he should do it as soon as possible. It's not that he is worried about the rise and fall of the house price. The rise and fall of hundreds of thousands of yuan is not enough for Pei Qian to worry about. The main reason is that Pei Qian feels that he is a typical single-threaded animal. It's okay to concentrate on thinking about one thing at the same time, and he can often come up with a good solution, but when many things are piled together, it's difficult to deal with them. This may also be a key reason why it is so difficult to lose money. At the beginning, Pei Qian saw that a new project was popular, so he thought about starting another new project, so that the probability of failure would be higher. But he never expected that the more projects he opened, the more he opened, let alone managing them one by one, and he couldn't even remember them. The result is that these departments are making more and more money by robbing Peter to pay Paul. What a sad story. Therefore, for things like this that require constant thinking and are rather troublesome, Pei Qian tends to resolve them as quickly as possible, and after resolving them, he quickly clears his brain's memory. This time, Pei Qian changed all his suits and put on a very ordinary casual outfit. He also changed into a mask to make sure no one could recognize him. What if someone saw Mr. Pei coming here to buy a house? You know, Pei Qian didn't expect the house he bought to appreciate in value. Because the increase in house prices is very impressive for others, but it's actually not that high for him. For a 120 square meter house, even if it increases from an average price of 8,000 to an average price of 10,000 in a year, this is already very high, right? But the total price increase is only 240,000. Even if Pei Qian is taking advantage of the system, it's no problem to get a few 100,000 in a half-year cycle. Didn't he get more than 800,000 in the last cycle? Compared with this income, a house that increases by 240,000 a year is actually not a temptation for him. What's more, Pei Qian bought this house to live in. Even if it appreciates, it's unlikely to be sold for money. It doesn't really matter whether it appreciates or not. The most important thing is that this news will trigger an overall increase in housing prices in the surrounding area. In this way, the shops that Tenda just bought. Wouldn't it take off on the spot? Pei Qian only bought one house, with a total price of more than 1 million. If it increases by 25%, it will only increase by 200,000 or 300,000 at most. And Tenda Group bought shops in the snack street for half a street, with a total value of more than 60 million. If it increases by 25%, that would be 15 million. At that time, the default system funds will increase by 1.5 million yuan for no reason during settlement, which means that Pei Qian's upper limit of converting losses into income will be automatically reduced by 1.5 million yuan. If the increase is greater, it will be even more uneconomical. If the increase is 50%, although the house he bought has made more than 500,000 yuan on paper, the snack street will reduce his loss quota by 3 million yuan. By comparing them, you will find that it is not profitable at all. Therefore, Pei Qian must find ways to prevent others from knowing that he bought a house here, and he does not want the housing prices here to rise wildly. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped. Pei Qian did not go to the snack market, but went north across another street. There is a relatively new community in this area. The land use planning in the old industrial area is relatively tight. No new communities have been launched this year, only second-hand houses, but among the second-hand houses, there are old houses with a house age of 30 to 40 years, and there are also relatively new houses with a house age of 3 to 5 years. The community Pei Qian was looking at was the newest building of this generation. It was built only last year. The overall environment was pretty good. It was a distance away from the snack market, but not too far, and still within an acceptable range. In this area, it was okay to walk over to eat something, but it would be difficult to get some benefits. There happened to be a real estate agency store nearby, so Pei Qian walked straight over. Although he didn't like these agencies, Pei Qian couldn't trouble his employees to help him because he had a lot of things to do and was very busy at work. He could only look for these agencies that he didn't like. Moreover, the stupid ones were mainly the leaders of these companies. Although there were some unreliable agencies that talked nonsense for commissions, most of them were just workers who worked to support their families, so there was no need to be too hostile. "Hello, sir, are you looking for a house?" An agent in the store saw Pei Qian push the door and came up to him immediately. The popularity of the snack market has increased recently, and they, the agents, have also benefited a lot. Recently, many people have come from all over Jingzhou. Some are here to see houses, want to buy second-hand houses or shops, and some people who work nearby plan to rent houses here. He looked at Pei Qian's age. He was quite young, like a college student, and most of them came to rent a house. Pei Qian said, "Buy a house. Is there a house in the Qingshan garden next door?" "About 150 square meters." When the agent heard that he was here to buy a house, he immediately became excited. "Buy a house? Please sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water." Soon, the agent began his performance. "I guess you also heard that the price of houses nearby is going to increase, so you came here to invest in a property? Then I have to tell you that the house in Qingshan Garden is not cost-effective. Houses in this area don't really have any particularly good appreciation properties. It's only recently that the Tenda Group opened a snack market and improved the living conditions nearby that there is a momentum of appreciation. But the fastest appreciating ones are all in the good communities near the snack market, either with school districts or very close to the snack market. Can I recommend a few communities that are appreciating quickly? To be honest, the supply of houses in these communities is very tight, and there are not many homeowners willing to sell. The houses that are put on the market are basically sold out quickly as long as the price is right. You can only get a better return on your investment if you buy a house in this community. Or if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce you to some nearby shops. Although the shops in the best locations have already been bought, the shops that are a little closer can still be bought if you try hard. Of course, I have to be honest. The prices of the places I recommend are relatively high. But the prices are high and they will rise quickly. Please consider it carefully." The agent's words implied one thing: although the environment of this Qingshan garden community looks good, there is actually no room for appreciation. On the contrary, those communities that have been hyped up to 8,000 or 9,000, or tens of thousands, or nearby shops, have greater appreciation potential. Pei Qian said in his heart. He knows too much about shops. The first batch of shops near the snack street had been taken by Tenda. They either bought it or signed a long-term contract. They definitely couldn't buy it. The second batch of shops had also been bought by Mr. Li and his investors. Even if there was a third batch of shops, it might have been bought by other people who heard about it. Now even if Pei Qian paid for it, he would probably buy the fourth or even fifth batch of shops. These shops were almost 1,000,000 miles away from the snack street. What kind of appreciation potential did they have? Moreover, the places introduced by the agent were all very popular, and the prices were all hyped up. In Pei Qian's opinion, they were all bubbles. He bought houses to live in, not for investment or speculation, so there was no need to touch them. Looking at the young appearance of the agent, it was estimated that he didn't understand these things. He just introduced them according to the current market conditions, so Pei Qian was not too angry, but just too lazy to talk to him. "I've already picked one. I want this house in Qingshan Garden." The agent heard that Pei Qian seemed a little impatient, and nodded quickly. Okay, I'm just reminding you." "Then what do you think of this house?" I think it's a relatively suitable one in Qingshan Garden. It's a rough house. According to the owner, he hasn't lived in it since it was delivered last year. The price is still relatively cost-effective, but the owner has a condition that he must pay in full. He's in a hurry to turn over funds. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Oh? The house was delivered last year, but it has never been renovated or lived in. It sounds strange. Normal people buy a house and would prepare for renovation as soon as it is delivered. How come it has been vacant for nearly a year? The agent smiled and said, "Isn't this normal?" He didn't just buy this one house. It seems that this homeowner bought 3 houses in the same community at once. Not only in this community, but also in other communities. I don't know how many there are. At this point, he lowered his voice a little. When the Qingshan Garden community was selling houses, the developer kept promoting that this community was planned to have a school district, and a nearby key primary and middle school would definitely be zoned here. Openly and secretly, they have been hyping up school district houses. In addition, the nearby transportation is good, and it is a new house. It is good in all aspects, so many people come to buy, including some speculators, investment and appreciation. As a result, this is all the routine of the developer. Before selling, they boasted that there was a school district here, but it was impossible to write it into the contract. It was just hinted openly and secretly. When the owner finally found out that there was actually no school district at all, the house had already been bought, and there was no way to appeal. As for the false advertising by the community developer, they also played a trick, just letting the salesperson hint at it, and didn't write it directly into the contract. What can we do about it? When the owners finally found out that it was not a school district house, the price would naturally fall. This seller is in the same situation. He has 3 houses, and is eager to sell them. Hasn't the housing price in Qingshan Garden community finally warmed up recently? He wanted to sell them quickly. The reason why he asked for the full payment is mainly because the loan procedures are too slow. He is afraid that the situation will change before he gets the money. Of course, if you really want to live in it yourself and don't care much about the appreciation potential of the house, then I think you can consider this house. Pei Qian couldn't help but be silent. Good guy, it's all a routine. The developer's false advertising ended up trapping a speculator. At this moment, Jingzhou has no purchase restriction policy. Although there are not as many speculators who buy multiple houses as in other cities, there are still some. For Pei Qian, it was quite appropriate to buy a rough house, so that he would not have to tear it down and rebuild it if the original owner's decoration was not satisfactory or the quality was too poor. Moreover, paying the full amount would allow him to negotiate the price, which was more in line with Pei Qian's needs. Okay, take me to have a look. If I am satisfied, let's arrange a meeting with the seller. Chapter 1134, Where have I heard the name of this gym? Under the guidance of the agent, Pei Qian took a quick look at the house. It was indeed the same as the previous one, still a rough house, not renovated, with an area of about 170 square meters, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, 1 bedroom facing north, and the remaining 2 bedrooms and the living room facing south. The house is good. Pei Qian bought it for his own use, so he paid more attention to the comfort of living. Compared with other nearby districts, the disadvantage of this district is that it is a little far from the food market and Jingji Hotel, and it takes a while to walk there. Moreover, it is not a school district, and the nearby supporting facilities can only be considered average, so the price is low. But these are not the main problems for Pei Qian. Okay, then contact the seller and have a face-to-face meeting as soon as possible. If there is no problem, sign the contract. Pei Qian was very straightforward. After all, as a single-threaded person, finishing a thing as soon as possible will no longer occupy the brain memory, which is conducive to concentrating on other things. Seeing that July was approaching and the settlement was about to begin, Pei Qian had to put in 120% of his energy to find a way to get more out of the system. The agent was of course very happy too. Meeting such a buyer was a blessing that he had never experienced before. Call the seller immediately. After a while, the agent said, the seller can bring the documents now, and will be here in about an hour. How about we wait in the store for a while? Pei Qian nodded, okay. It seems that the seller is also eager to sell. From what the agent said before, it seems that he is in urgent need of money. After returning to the agency's store, Pei Qian played with his phone for a while, drank 2 cups of tea, and then the seller arrived. Hello. My last name is Che Rong, what's your name? The seller smiled. His house has been on the market for a while, and today he heard that there is a buyer, and he wants full payment, and all aspects meet his requirements, and he is very straightforward. Of course, he is overjoyed. The buyer in front of him is wearing casual clothes and looks very young, most likely a college student. It is rare for young people to buy houses in full. Maybe their parents sponsored them. But he is wearing a mask in this hot weather, and he doesn't take it off when he meets someone. I don't know what's going on. However, Che Rong did not ask any more questions. As a businessman, he has some self-awareness and will not ask questions that are not necessary. Pei Qian took a quick look at Che Rong. He was in his 40s. For a man of this age, his figure was well maintained. His chest muscles and biceps supported the polo shirt he was wearing. He looked very energetic. After confirming again and again, he had never seen him. Pei Qian was very worried before. Jingzhou was not a small city, but it was not big either. All the investors in Jingzhou formed a circle around Mr. Li. These investors invested in everything, so it was normal for them to buy several properties. Pei Qian was also afraid that the seller happened to be one of those investors. If he recognized him at a glance, wouldn't it be a pitfall? After seeing Che Rong, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't know him. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It's impossible that in such a big city like Jingzhou, you can bump into acquaintances just by buying a house? That's unscientific. Hello, my last name is Pei. Pei Qian shook hands with him politely. Surname Pei? Che Rong was subconsciously stunned. The surname Pei is not very common. When he heard this surname, he subconsciously thought of President Pei of Tenda. But he quickly put this ridiculous idea behind him. How could it be President Pei? Would President Pei like the house in this place? Besides, even if President Pei liked it, he couldn't come here in person to handle all these procedures. He could just find a subordinate to do it. And it's impossible to buy only one house. If he wants to buy, he has to buy a whole building like Sloth Apartment. So Che Rong stopped this unrealistic fantasy and just regarded Pei Qian as an ordinary home buyer, who probably had nothing to do with Mr. Pei of Tenda Group. The two sat down and briefly talked about the house. Pei Qian asked, "Is there any special reason why you are in a hurry to sell the house?" Che Rong hurriedly said, "Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with the house. The reason why I want to sell it is mainly because of some personal business matters. It's like this. I run a gym. In the past few years, business was pretty good. I had some spare money, so I thought about investing in real estate like everyone else. It just happened that the house in this auspicious garden area was launched. The developer boasted very well and hinted that there was a school district here, and it would definitely appreciate in the future. I didn't know much about this, so I bought 3 houses on impulse. Unexpectedly, this was all a routine. After the house was delivered, it was found that there was no school district at all. Many people went to the developer to make trouble, but there was no result. So the house began to fall, and the price per square meter fell by 700, 800, or 1,000. In the past 2 years, the fitness industry in Qingshan has been getting worse and worse, and my business situation is also worse than before. Fortunately, I have recently had the help of a noble person and have embraced the thigh. The response to the new gym store is good, so I discussed with several investors and partners and decided to increase investment and open more branches. Although investors have contributed money, this is my business after all. I also want to contribute more money, otherwise I will have no say in the future. Besides, if I contribute more money and open more stores, I can develop faster. Just because of the eating market, this area has also been affected. The housing prices have slightly recovered and are higher than the price I bought it at the beginning. I want to sell it as soon as possible and recover the funds so that I can invest this money in my gym. In short, after this lesson, I understand that real estate speculation is not a right way at all. It is best for me to take the money and do my old business honestly. Che Rong briefly introduced his situation to avoid the other party from doubting whether there was any big problem with the house and mistakenly thinking that he was cheating. As for the specific situation of the gym, he did not go into details, but just briefly mentioned it. After all, the other party did not care about these, and there was no need to be too detailed. Pei Qian listened silently, his brows tightened and relaxed from time to time. It turned out that the guy opposite was not a professional real estate speculator, but a follower. As a result, he did not have the vision of a professional real estate speculator, and he followed the trend and got himself involved. Back to the topic, the fitness industry in Qingshan has been going from bad to worse in the past 2 years. Why didn't I notice it? The franchised gyms are doing really well and they keep opening branches. Oh, the managed gyms are doing too well, isn't it getting worse for other gyms? After all, the market is so small, and it has been squeezed out by the managed gyms. It sounds like he is also to blame. This big brother is not easy either, he even bought a house to raise working capital for his own gym. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Shouldn't we lend a hand to gyms that are about to collapse like this? The money from yuan venture capital has been invested all the time, but it doesn't matter where it is invested. In Qingshan, the terrible existence of managed gyms has severely squeezed the business of other gyms. In other words, if you invest in other gyms, won't you lose more or less? At least you won't make a lot of money. Pei Qian asked, "What is the name of your gym?" Che Rong replied, "Starboard Fitness." Starboard Fitness? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. He had an impression of this name and had definitely heard of it. But where exactly did he hear it? I forgot, I can't remember it at all. I seem to have heard of this name, but I can't remember it. Pei Qian said. Che Rong smiled and said, "Oh, although my gym is not big, it is a chain in Qingshan and has several stores. You may have passed by it before and seen the sign, so you have some impression of it." Pei Qian nodded slightly. This made sense. He turned around and said hello to He Dishing of Yuan Venture Capital, asking him to secretly invest some money in Qingshan Fitness. Of course, he still couldn't reveal his identity, let alone reveal that he had bought a house in this area. The two chatted casually for a few more words, and both sides were quite satisfied. Okay, then sign the contract. The two hit it off and happily closed the deal. Although it was a full payment, there were still some procedures in the middle, but since there was an agent, many things were still worry-free and not so troublesome. Online contract signing, tax assessment, submission. The efficiency here is very high. After the whole set of procedures, it was all done in 2 hours. Pei Qian successfully got the property certificate and the money was transferred to Che Rong. The average price of a rough house of more than 170 square meters is about 8,500, and the total price is 1.44 million. Of course, there are taxes and fees. This price is not very high for Pei Qian, and it is completely acceptable. When he has time to find a slightly more reliable whole house customization to decorate it, let the smell dissipate for a few months, and after all the tests meet the standards, he can basically move in. During the weekend, in addition to being busy with the house formalities, Pei Qian also contacted Hu Xiao and asked his trolls to promote Animal Island, taking the first step of suppressing and then promoting. By Monday, the popularity of Animal Island had increased a little, so Tenda immediately issued a statement to distance itself from Qingshan studio, thus starting the first step of reverse publicity. Of course, Pei Qian did not forget to tell He Dishing to pay some attention to Starboard Fitness and invest some money when he has time. But he couldn't invest right away. He had to wait a few days. It would be best to wait until Che Rong had forgotten about the house sale before investing, so as not to attract his attention. Everything went smoothly, and Pei Qian was very happy. After returning home, he lay comfortably on the bed, waiting for the arrival of next Monday. Sunday afternoon. After Che Rong completed the relevant procedures for the house, he rushed back to Starboard Fitness without stopping. In the VIP reception room of Starboard Fitness, Leisure was drinking tea and waiting. It's a sin to keep Mr. Li waiting for so long. I went to sell the house today to handle the procedures, and there was a traffic jam on the way back. I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to a meal to make up for my sin. Chapter 1135 Why Buy Here? Che Rong sat down on the sofa and put aside the various materials he had just prepared. Leisure smiled. It's okay, I just arrived not long ago. But, Mr. Che, what difficulties have you encountered recently? Why do you want to sell the house? We are all friends. If you really need money, you can ask me. I will lend you some money to make ends meet. There is no need to sell the house. Che Rong shook his head. Well, that's not the case. The main reason is that Starboard Fitness is going to open more branches recently. I think it's not a good idea to keep the money in those houses. There is no appreciation potential. I might as well sell them and invest them in Starboard Fitness. Leisure nodded slightly. This is completely understandable. Before, Che Rong didn't sell it because he might lose money if he sold it, and because the situation of Starboard Fitness was not optimistic at the time. Investing money in it would probably be a waste of money and not cost-effective. But now, after Starboard Fitness switched to a new model, it received a warm response and its profitability was higher than expected. Although there were other investors, for Che Rong, the more he invested, the more he earned. This money was better than continuing to be tied up in the house. Leisure asked, casually, where is the house? Che Rong replied, oh, Jixiang Garden District, not far north of Qiji Market. Leisure put down the teacup and thought for a while, north of the food market? Oh, I remember that place. I went there to investigate before. Your sale is not a big problem. After all, this place is a little far from the food market, and you can't get much dividends. Take advantage of it now to sell it early and invest the money in Starboard Fitness for greater returns. You can't just lose or make money. There are only two options with pros and cons. Che Rong drank tea and said casually, but back to the point, there was a very interesting episode when selling the house. The person who bought the house was very young, in his early 20s, and his surname was Pei. At that time I was almost scared when I heard it, and I thought it was Mr. Pei. But then I thought, how could it be Mr. Pei? How could Mr. Pei go there to buy a house in person, haha. Leisure didn't take it too seriously and asked casually, what does he look like? Che Rong shook his head, I don't know, he wore a mask the whole time. Huh? Leisure put down the teacup. He didn't suspect anything at first. After all, there are so many young people with the surname Pei in Jingzhou. It's unlikely that Mr. Pei would buy a house there. This is probably a coincidence. But, Dasha, wearing a mask the whole time? This is very problematic. Leisure still remembers that Mr. Pei really likes to wear a mask, especially when he is going out incognito, In order to avoid being recognized, he will wear a mask. Could it be, although Li Shi thought this possibility was not great, it did exist. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the pile of materials next to Che Rong. Who is this buyer? Wouldn't it be clear if we look at the contract? Boss Che, do you mind showing me the contract? Li Shi asked. Oh, sure. But why are you looking at the contract, Boss Li? Che Rong put down his teacup and handed over the contract. Li Shi flipped it over and fell silent. Che Rong noticed the difference in Li Shi's expression and asked, Boss Li? What's wrong? Li Shi read the materials over and over again. It was obvious that he himself found it difficult to accept this conclusion, but he calmed down and said, the person who bought your house is really Boss Pei himself. Ah? Che Rong was stunned and couldn't accept it for a while. That's Boss Pei? He was still calling him brother when he was selling the house. Fortunately, he didn't talk about his entrepreneurial history just because he was young, otherwise he would be ashamed to find a hole to hide in now. Li Shi handed the materials back. How can this be fake? Can I recognize Mr. Pei's photo incorrectly? Che Rong asked in confusion, but, why would Mr. Pei go there to buy a house? And go there in person? Handle the formalities in person? This is totally unreasonable. Li Shi nodded slightly. Well, it's really totally unreasonable. Logically, why would Mr. Pei go there to buy a house? Jingzhou has so many good areas. If Mr. Pei wants to buy a house, he should have bought several villas, right? Why go to an ordinary area to buy a house of only 170 square meters? Moreover, even if he wants to buy it, can't he just let his subordinates do it? Why do he have to hide his identity and go through the formalities? Unless Mr. Pei doesn't want others to know, and has other purposes? This should be the only possible explanation. Li Shi frowned and fell into deep thought. Che Rong didn't dare to disturb him. Obviously, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Mr. Pei. There must be something hidden behind this matter. It's just that he can't analyze it with his ability. This kind of thing can only rely on Mr. Li. Li Shi stroked his chin and began to analyze. Why did Mr. Pei buy this house? Investment? Definitely not. If it was an investment, he would not just buy this one, but would send his people to buy the whole building. For personal use? There is a certain possibility, but it is not likely. A house of only 170 square meters is very ordinary for Mr. Pei. Even if Mr. Pei wants to live there, he will probably live in a large flat in the city center or a villa in the suburbs. For example, the large flat in Sloth apartment is much larger than this one, and it is closer to the company. So, the only explanation is that this is at most one of Mr. Pei's many properties, and he bought it just to be able to observe the food market and the Sloth apartment up close. Che Rong nodded slightly. Obviously, Mr. Li's analysis was indeed reasonable. But, if you want to observe the food market and the Sloth apartment up close, you should buy a house that is closer, right? Che Rong asked in confusion. There are many houses near the food market, and those that are closer to the food market have been hyped up to over 10,000. But even if it is over 10,000, Mr. Pei will not be able to afford it with his financial resources, let alone think it is too expensive. For Mr. Pei, is there any difference whether the average price of a house is 8,000 or 10,000? Then why buy this house that is a little farther away from the food market? Li Shi took the map and said, the only explanation is, there are factors in this location that we cannot see. Look, this is the Qingshan Garden District. To its southwest is the food market, and to its southeast is the Jingji Hotel, which roughly forms an isosceles triangle shape. If it is just for these two projects, the house should be bought next to the food street. But now it is inexplicably a little further away. Does this mean there will be some projects to the north of the Qingshan Garden District in the future? If new projects are also open to the north of the Qingshan Garden District, then it will make sense. This house can focus on multiple projects at the same time, and the distance to each project is within an acceptable range. As for why Mr. Pei wore a mask and went to handle the formalities in person. Obviously he didn't want to leak the news and attract too much attention. Che Rong was stunned for a moment, then said, "Mr. Li, do you mean that the house in this area will appreciate in value? Then I will lose money by selling it." Li Shi glanced at him, stupid. Selling it to Mr. Pei, can you lose money? Mr. Pei will definitely make up for it in other ways. Think about it carefully, has Mr. Pei told you anything? Che Rong tried to recall, When we were chatting before, Mr. Pei did ask about the name of the gym. But it was just a casual question, nothing else. Li Shi nodded slightly, that's right. Mr. Pei must be planning to invest money in Xingya Fitness privately, otherwise he wouldn't ask, deliberately. Che Rong couldn't help but get excited. Mr. Pei personally invested money? Wouldn't Xingya Fitness take off on the spot? In fact, Xingya Fitness has already taken off after obtaining investment from Mr. Li and others, but it is still separated from Tenda. For example, the purchase of smart fitness clothes drying racks was done through Mr. Li to contact Changyu, but there were still several layers of separation. If the cooperation between the two parties can be affirmed by Mr. Pei, then before it was just hugging a hair of the golden thigh, but now it is equivalent to hugging the golden thigh itself. Che Rong asked, then. Mr. Li, what are you going to do? Pretend not to know? Or buy a large amount of real estate in this area? Obviously, Mr. Pei has bought a house here, which obviously indicates that the housing prices here will definitely soar. Isn't it the best time to buy now? Li Shi nodded and shook his head. I want to buy a house here, but not to make money by speculating in real estate. Che Rong was stunned for a moment. Why is that? Li Shi explained, don't you see that Mr. Pei has always been very resistant to the act of speculating in real estate? Che Rong recalled carefully, well, indeed, when I told Mr. Pei about my experience, especially when I wanted to take out the money from the house to invest in the gym, his eyes were still quite supportive. Moreover, if Mr. Pei wants to speculate in real estate, he will definitely buy a large number of properties here, but as far as I know, he only bought this one. Li Shi nodded, yes, although Tenda Group has bought some houses so far, it is not much compared with the size of the entire company, and all of them are used as sloth apartments and rented out at very low prices. It can be seen that President Pei is very opposed to the act of speculating in real estate. Then, if we buy houses on a large scale and drive up the prices under President Pei's nose, although we can make money, we will lose President Pei's good fortune, which is totally not worth the loss. Che Rong thought for a while, then, should we pretend not to know? Li Shi shook his head again, no way. The reason why Mr. Pei chose to buy a house here must be because of some special reasons, knowing that the price here will rise. Then after a while, these reasons will definitely surface, and other people will still come here to speculate on the house. By then, the house price will still be hyped up, and we can't do anything about it. Che Rong asked in confusion, then what should we do? Li Shi said, in order to prevent others from speculating, we must buy as many houses as possible here. Forget about those who live in them, and take all the houses in the hands of speculators now. After buying them, we can learn from the model of sloth apartment and rent them out in a long-term rental manner, which is more convenient. In this way, speculators cannot make too much profit from here, and those who really want to live here can also live in good houses. Moreover, this behavior should also be recognized by Mr. Pei. Chapter 1136 Clarification Announcement. July 2nd, Monday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian turned off the alarm clock, turned over and sat up in bed, ready to face the challenges of the new week with vigor and energy. Buying the house over the weekend can be regarded as a relief. As for decoration, I can take my time later. Clearing the multi-threaded tasks in my brain, I can focus on the final settlement before the month. While brushing his teeth, Pei Qian opened his mobile phone to check how the online water army was doing. It must be said that the efficiency of Hu Zhao's water army is quite high. Discussions about VR glasses and games can be seen on Weibo, game forums, and many other media. It is said that Tenda's new game is a VR game. It is definitely a groundbreaking work. The game that Mr. Qiao tried was that game. VR game? This type of game should be very immature, right? It doesn't matter. Mr. Pei is in charge of it himself. What is there to worry about? Mr. Pei can handle any type of game. The current VR is not very good. I have tried several foreign VR glasses. The clarity is not very good. It looks very blurry. It is said that Tenda has invested heavily in the development of VR glasses. By then, it should be able to crush the VR glasses on the market. It will definitely be a completely different experience. Is it true? That's so exciting. But such a big thing, there is no news at all? It doesn't make sense, right? It feels more and more outrageous. When did Tenda start working on a VR project? It's impossible to think about it. The Tenda game department over there is still working on the follow-up updates of Mission and Choice, and Eternal Reincarnation is still owed. As for Shangyang Games, they are also continuing to update Fitness Battle, including various new clothes, new characters, and new gameplay. Where is the time to make a groundbreaking VR masterpiece? Oda Technology is also busy with new mobile phones and smart fitness clothes drying racks. It is impossible to spare time to make another VR glasses, right? I think you are crazy about playing Tenda games, and even imagined VR games. I think you are either sick or you take unreliable rumors seriously. That's right. Do you really think there will be new Tenda games for you to play every month? President Pei is so busy, and the Sows and the production team can't be so productive. Seeing these discussions, Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's basically consistent with his expectations. There are two main voices on the internet. The first voice is that the internet trolls are blindly praising the game. They did not mention Qingshan Studio at all, but replaced the subject with Tenda and tried every means to praise the new glasses and new game. The second voice is some sporadic doubts, and the direction of the doubts is also varied. The most convincing doubt is that the two game development departments of Tenda are currently busy with other things, and have no time and manpower to develop such a large-scale VR game. In fact, both voices have some correct content, but also some incorrect content. And if you want to make the public opinion on the internet lean to one side, you just need to emphasize the content that is helpful to your reverse propaganda. Pei Qian thought, the time is almost right. If you keep praising like this, the attention will be too high, and the heat will be unstoppable, which will be unfavorable for the follow-up. Now that there is a little heat, sporadic flames have just been ignited, and there are some doubts, a basin of cold water will be the best effect. Pei Qian immediately logged into the official Weibo account of Tenda and sent out the screenshot of the clarification announcement that he had prepared long ago. Pei Qian had not discussed the specific details of this promotional plan with Lin Wan's Qingshan Studio, but he had already told them not to make a fuss, as these promotional plans had a special purpose. Therefore, after this Weibo post was sent out, there was no need to worry that Qingshan Studio would sabotage it during the entire promotional plan. Qingshan Studio will not say a word and silently endure it all. After the prompt was successfully released, Pei Qian clicked on the picture of this Weibo and read it again. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Clarification announcement. Recently, some false rumors have appeared on the internet. In order to clarify the truth and prevent players from having unrealistic expectations, the following announcement is hereby made. The VR glasses project and game project rumored on the internet do exist, but they are not the work of any department of Tenda Group. The VR glasses project and game project are independently developed by Qingshan Studio. Tenda Group and Qingshan Studio only have a simple investment relationship in the organizational structure, and there is no clear subordinate relationship. Tenda's new stage of game projects are still under consideration for project establishment, and it is expected to officially start development next month. Stay tuned. Below is the signature, time and company seal. This clarification announcement was written in a very formal tone, and it was also stamped with the seal of Tenda Group. It was released on the official account, so its credibility is self-evident. Pei Qian waited patiently for a while, and soon, a large number of player comments appeared below the Weibo. Shit, what does this mean? Cleaning yourself away from the matter? I was looking forward to this game and VR glasses, but I was fooled after all this trouble. Why do you all look so disappointed? Doesn't this prove the existence of the glasses and game projects? So what if it's proven? Look carefully, this is not developed by Tenda at all. What's there to expect from a product made by a small company with no reputation? It was hyped up so much online before, I felt something was going to happen. A small company doesn't want to make a good product, but wants to buy internet users to hype it up. In my opinion, this product will definitely not be good. Didn't they say that Tenda has an investment relationship with it? You know that Tenda invests in everyone, right? Yuan Main Venture Capital is simply a newcomer. No, there are so many companies that have invested in it, and this does not prove whether this company is reliable or not. I think Tenda's attitude is very clear. It obviously does not want to see this small company riding on its popularity, so it issued this statement. And you should carefully taste the wording, in order not to let players have unrealistic expectations, which means that this company's products are not as awesome as they are on the internet, so don't be fooled. It is also to distance itself from the relationship, meaning that what this company does has nothing to do with Tenda, and Tenda just invested in this company casually. And the announcement also said at the end that Tenda does have a new project, but it will not start development until next month. This means that this VR game has nothing to do with Tenda. Then what about Mr. Qiao's previous statement that he was trying out Tenda's game? Most likely he was fooled by this Qingshan Studio? They told Mr. Qiao that this was a game invested by Tenda, and Mr. Qiao foolishly believed it. Indeed, games invested by Tenda and games developed by Tenda are completely different concepts. Watching the discussion of netizens, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Look. The effect is immediate. As soon as this clarification announcement was issued, the relationship between Tenda Group and Qingshan Studio was immediately cleared, and the publicity effect of the previous water army was backfired. Of course, the reason why the effect is so obvious is of course the water army activities. It's just that the rhythm is led by some high-end water army, which is less obvious. Through this simple version of praise before suppressing, the image of Qingshan Studio has been initially established in the minds of players. It loves marketing and likes to take advantage of Tenda's popularity. Tenda has cut ties with it. The first step was a great success. We must strike while the iron is hot and pursue the victory. Pei Qian immediately sent a message to Meng Chong. How are your preparations going? Soon, Meng Chong replied, everything is going according to plan. Post on Weibo tomorrow, and release the promotional video the day after tomorrow. July 3rd, Tuesday. Meng Chong is busy at the filming site of the promotional video. Very good, this feels a bit right, but it needs to be a little more inexplicable. Yes, make a few more meaningless poses. What poses? You think about it yourself, how do I know? You are an actor, you should have a richer imagination. Yes, this one is good, another one. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1137 Meng Chang's Weibo. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The setting of the shooting scene is very simple, just a large green screen. The male actor is on this green screen, wearing a tight suit that looks very high-tech, wearing a specially customized VR glasses prop, and performing some inexplicable actions. It can be seen that this person has a lot of professional ethics, and is trying to make these actions that look very silly not so silly. It's just that the effect is not obvious. Meng Qiang kept comforting him, "It doesn't matter, just let go of the performance, anyway, there will be various special effects added at that time, and it will be better immediately after adding special effects, and the finished film will definitely not be as awkward as it is now. Okay, this one is passed, let's add 2 more randomly, and then officially start editing and put together the special effects made in advance. It must be released before tomorrow night." For Meng Qiang, what does it matter if it's awkward or not? Anyway, this promotional video is called Concept Promotional Video of the VR Era. The VR glasses in the promotional video are not the real product of Doubt VR glasses, but a very technological and very thin fake sample. This is not false advertising. After all, my promotional video is not called Doubt VR Glasses Promotional Video, but VR Era Concept Promotional Video. Concept, understand? My film is to show everyone a possibility of the future. It is a concept flow and is not true. Although Meng Qiang has almost finished shooting this film, he still feels that Mr. Pei, who came up with this idea, is really shameless. This brain circuit is simply strange. According to Mr. Pei's plan, this film is to raise the expectations of players and further deepen the impression that Qingshan Studio is not reliable. Now the film is almost finished. Today and tomorrow, we will rush to edit and add special effects, and release the promotional video tomorrow night. It doesn't matter if time is tight, anyway, no one really cares about its effect. Seeing that the shooting is almost done, Meng Qiang found a place on the set to sit down, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to post on Weibo. After logging on to Weibo again, Meng Qiang was a little emotional. Back then, when he founded Cold Face Girl, he was full of vigor and ambition on Weibo. The millions of fans he has now were basically gained through his high-intensity marketing at that time. Although there are some purchased zombie fans, most of them are real people, which is enough to show his influence on the internet at that time. But after the failure of Cold-Faced Girl, Meng Qiang has not logged into Weibo for a long time. The last Weibo post also stayed forever half a year ago. At that time, Meng Qiang still scolded those who spread rumors that Cold-Faced Girl was about to go bankrupt on Weibo, and assured everyone that Cold-Faced Girl is alive and well. As a result, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Cold-Faced Girl has already gone bankrupt once, and it has been reborn again in the hands of President Pei. I can't help but feel that things have changed. Opening the private message, it is full of unread messages. Scrolling forward, there are many people scolding him as a liar, and scrolling down, can't turn to the end. But later no one scolded him. Obviously, the attention on the internet comes and goes quickly. After Meng Qiang disappeared from everyone's sight for 6 months, most people have forgotten him. But today, this Weibo is about to be fully revived and play its due role. Meng Qiang is still looking forward to it. If President Pei's method is feasible, it proves that his bad reputation is also useful. If President Pei can use it, then I can definitely use it too. Meng Qiang couldn't wait to verify how powerful his bad reputation was, so he immediately edited a Weibo post, checked it and made sure there were no mistakes, then published it. Life restarts, dreams remain. Since the failure of the Cold-Faced Girl's business, I have not found a suitable opportunity to communicate with everyone frankly. This time, I want to share with you my inner apology and gratitude, as well as my commitment to the future. Although my entrepreneurial experience is short, it can also be called heroic. An unavoidable responsibility is that I am the first person responsible for the failure of the Cold-Faced Girl's business. I know that the failure of the Cold-Faced Girl has caused many people to suffer losses. Here, I express my most sincere apologies to everyone. Entrepreneurship is a high-risk activity. Some people succeed, and naturally some people fail. I have no intention of shirking the failure to the influence of many external factors. I will bear all the losses. In the future, I will provide marketing and promotion plans for various companies, work to repay debts in this way, and shoulder my responsibilities. I will cooperate with Qingshan Studio. I am very honored to be able to promote and market their new product VR glasses. I hope we can achieve mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. I also hope that everyone will support this epic-making VR product and embrace the future with me. After reading his Weibo again, Meng Qiang nodded with satisfaction. This Weibo post seems very sincere on the surface, but it is actually full of nonsense, which will definitely arouse everyone's disgust. Although the purpose of this Weibo post is to arouse everyone's disgust towards him, Meng Qiang should not write it too deliberately. For example, he directly posted on Weibo, "I just don't want to pay back the money, what can you do to me?" Although the mockery effect is good, it is inconsistent with Meng Qiang's hypocritical personality. This inexplicable behavior can easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, this Weibo must express true feelings and combine the real and the fake to be more confusing. Just like now, he apologized sincerely and said that he would take responsibility, but at the end he changed the subject and advertised Qingshan Studio. Do you think Meng Qiang is truly repentant? Of course not. On the contrary, it is more likely to arouse people's disgust, and it is done very naturally without leaving any traces. After all, Meng Qiang's Weibo has millions of fans. Not long after this Weibo was posted, a large number of netizens responded immediately. "Are you dead? Damn, you liar, you still have the nerve to speak? Seeing that the cold-faced girl is getting better under the hands of Tenda Group, you dare to come out and show your presence again? What you wrote on Weibo can be summed up in 4 words, shameless." That's right, the whole post is full of clichés, and there is no sign of remorse at all. On the surface, it's an apology, but in fact it's promoting its new project. It wants to use this Weibo account with millions of fans to continue to make money. Qingshan Studio actually asked Meng Qiang to do publicity? Is your brain out? Haha, I'm not stupid. In the internet age, a bad reputation is better than no reputation. The previous incident of riding on the popularity of Tenda can be seen. This Qingshan Studio will do anything to gain popularity, which is very suitable for Meng Qiang. Forget it, this VR glasses can be sentenced to death now. If it is related to Meng Qiang, it is definitely not a good product. It's over. Looking at the comments of the crowd, Meng Qiang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Although many of the comments were scolding him, Meng Qiang was not angry at all, but very happy. Because this shows that his bad reputation is indeed useful, and the effect is immediate. A Weibo post can make everyone scold Qingshan Studio. This kind of joint smearing effect is unparalleled. Mr. Pei's plan has succeeded another step. Seeing that the comments on the Weibo were all scolding him, Meng Qiang finally felt relieved. The next step is to cut out the promotional video and post it online to further exacerbate the players' disgust. Of course, there will be someone in charge of editing the video, so Meng Qiang doesn't have to do it himself. He has more important things to arrange now. For this promotion plan, President Pei has already informed Qingshan Studio and asked them to fully cooperate. So according to the previous plan, Qingshan Studio has sent 100 mass-produced versions of Doubt VR glasses to the advertising and marketing department. In fact, Doubt VR has entered the mass production stage, and the production capacity is definitely not limited to this. But Mr. Pei only asked for 100 units. The reason is that they want to deliberately create a hunger marketing effect in the early stage to arouse the disgust of players. Moreover, these VR glasses are not for sale, but for free to sum up hosts with a bad record of eating in the digital area and game area, and give them some marketing funds, by the way, so that they can blow up the VR glasses desperately. If these 100 glasses are sold, it is indeed not much, not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. But if they are given to up hosts, it is definitely enough, and there is still surplus. Even those small up hosts with a few thousand fans may be able to get one. Chapter 1138 VR Era Concept Promotional Video, Update. Meng Qiang has sent people to investigate the Ellie Island website and other video websites, specifically looking for up hosts with many fans and a bad history of cheating, or up hosts with fewer fans and little influence. This VR glasses does not have the game Animal Island, but only a few ordinary VR games currently on the market. Because this promotion plan is to promote the VR glasses themselves, and it does not say that it will promote the game. For various reasons, the game is delayed for a week or two, or even half a month. Isn't it normal and reasonable? It's only delayed for half a month, can it be called a delay? I don't like your inexperienced look. At that time, these up hosts will definitely brag about this pair of glasses, but players don't have the glasses in their hands. These up hosts can't prove that these glasses are as awesome as they say. Moreover, Tenda will sign a confidentiality agreement with them, that is, they cannot mention the specific parameters of the glasses before the glasses are officially released. In name, it is to prevent leaks, but in reality it is to avoid attracting too much unnecessary attention due to the excessively high parameters of the glasses. These up hosts are either not famous or have a history of maliciously making money. Coupled with the bad reputation of Qingshan Studio and Meng Qiang, everyone must suspect that they are paid to do things. Even if they start live broadcasting, it is useless, because the unique immersion of VR is completely lost when the VR picture is projected onto the screen, and there is no Animal Island game on the glasses at all. They can only broadcast some existing VR games, which will not have any effect at all. Coupled with the promotional video and the previous foreshadowing, the expectations of players are infinitely raised. When the true face of this pair of glasses is revealed, it will definitely disappoint the players. In this way, after a while, the glasses can be officially released. Because the popularity has been suppressed almost, the sales will definitely not be good. Isn't this a reverse publicity? The plan is very perfect, and the key is whether there will be any problems during the execution. Meng Qiang hurriedly contacted the 100 carefully selected up hosts, signed an electronic agreement with them, and then packed and delivered the Doubt VR glasses. The effect he wants is that after the VR glasses promotional video is released tomorrow night, a batch of experience videos and live broadcasts about the glasses will appear online immediately. Although the various preparations before have made players full of doubts about this VR glasses, there are still some people looking forward to it. If we allow this expectation to continue to ferment and do not release the real thing, the popularity may get higher and higher. Therefore, we must let players see the real thing as soon as possible, and feel this huge psychological gap in a short time. This sense of expectation will turn into a feeling of being deceived, and love for this pair of glasses will turn into hatred. July 4th, Wednesday. Today, Qiao Liang did not go to Qingshan Studio, but rested at home. Because his work on Animal Island has been completed. So far, the main work of Animal Island is to make changes to the novice guide of this game according to the requirements of President Pei. The core content and general gameplay of the game have been completed. Although this game has invested a lot of money, it is not a game with a lot of volume and levels. It is a casual game. All the plots take place on an island, and the daily gameplay is also composed of various small games. The volume is not that large, so the development progress is relatively fast. Next, we can almost wait for the official version of this game to be released. Although Qiao Liang has a lot of things to say to fans, he still holds back. When Meng Qiang asked him to find Qingshan Studio to try out the game, he once said that he hoped he would keep the project confidential and not let any news leak onto the internet, otherwise it might affect the publicity plan. At that time, Qiao Liang agreed immediately. Although Qiao Liang was lured in the fan group later and caused the eternal reincarnation blunder, he has always kept this in mind since then and has not revealed any new information about Animal Island in the fan group. Including the online speculation about the relationship between Qingshan Studio and Tenda Group a few days ago, Qiao Liang has not said anything. Because he thinks that after the game comes out, everything will naturally come to light and the truth will be revealed. Although Tenda and Qingshan Studio are indeed investment relationships, the idea of this game was given by President Pei, and Lin Yuan, who is in charge of the operation, is the original person in charge of Shengyang Games. This is the original Tenda game. But why did Tenda specifically post a Weibo to distance itself from the relationship? Maybe it was to avoid putting so much pressure on Lin Yuan. After all, the title of Tenda's orthodox sequel is too heavy, and not everyone can afford it. If the players' expectations are too high at the beginning, and the game does not meet their expectations after it comes out, it will not be a good thing for Lin Yuan, who has just founded Qingshan Studio. Therefore, Qiao Liang did not pay too much attention to the online discussions, but waited patiently for the promotional video, because once the promotional video is released, it means that Tenda's publicity offensive will be officially launched, and everything will naturally be on track. Someone knocked on the door outside. It was the fixed delivery time of Moyu takeaway. Qiao Liang took his dinner from the takeaway boy and sat in front of the computer. While eating, he opened the Ellie Island website and prepared to watch a video with his meal. Just then, he saw a new dynamic that had just been released. Huh? The promotional video of VR glasses is finally out. I wonder how this film is shot. I'm so looking forward to it. Qiao Liang immediately clicked on the video to check it out. Others knew nothing about this VR glasses, but Qiao Liang knew very well that this VR glasses was awesome. Compared with the VR glasses currently on the market, even compared with the mainstream VR glasses that have been commercially used and mass-produced abroad, Doubt VR is not inferior, and even surpasses them in many details. Whether it is in terms of configuration stacking, handle functions and overall design, or system software adaptation, it has done very well. Qiao Liang can imagine how to shoot this promotional video perfectly. First of all, we must put up a real rendering of the Doubt VR glasses, especially a big close-up of the two unique handles, and introduce the functions of each part in detail to let the audience form a deep first impression. Secondly, the detailed parameters of this VR glasses should be listed, including the resolution of the two lenses, the refresh rate, the chip configuration of the machine, and the features such as wired or wireless streaming. Finally, we have to mention the new game, right? Animal Island VR is a game developed in full cooperation with Doubt VR. Many features of VR glasses can only be fully utilized in the game Animal Island. Find a beautiful girl with a sunny image, let her wear VR glasses to do some archery or shooting, and then match it with the pictures of cute animal characters in the game Animal Island shooting arrows or shooting. Isn't that enough? For this kind of promotional plan, Qiao Liang thinks I can do it. How simple. The key is that the product itself is awesome enough. As long as the promotional plan is done step by step, there will be no problems. For the promotional plan of this product, do you want to mess it up? That is also a very challenging and skillful thing. Qiao Liang also noticed that the name of this promotional video is not VR glasses promotional video, but VR era concept promotional video. But he didn't care too much, maybe he just thought it was more high-end, and the product should still be the same. When Qiao Liang was letting his imagination run wild and filling in the content of the promotional video had already started playing. In the pure white void, a otaku with slightly messy hair was staring at two buttons on the pure white platform in front of him. One of the two buttons was blue with virtual written below, and the other button was red with real written below. After a brief struggle, the otaku reached out and pressed the blue virtual button. Then, a very small VR glasses that looked like a pair of sunglasses appeared on the pure white platform. the otaku picked up the glasses and put them on his head. At this moment, he suddenly crossed into a snowy forest. The camera quickly pulled up and shot down, and the otaku was running on a long and empty road in the forest. The towering coniferous forests on both sides were covered with white snow and were also retreating quickly with the camera. The camera turned, and the otaku, who had changed into a full set of high-tech clothes, came to a place similar to a high-tech temple. It was surrounded by dark gray, cold, angular metal pillars, and the empty temple hall was endless. The otaku ran wildly in this cold hall. As he ran, the scenery on both sides changed rapidly, sometimes turning into a vast desert, sometimes turning into a turbulent sea. There is also a scene in which the protagonist is running wildly in a starship in the vast interstellar universe, and a swarm of insects has torn the shell of the starship and is chasing him. The otaku's body gradually became stiff while running. His body seemed to solidify and turned into a slide. He could only pose in fixed positions, and his face was full of fear. Suddenly, the pure white platform appeared in front of him again. This time, he rushed over with all his strength and pressed the red button with real written on it. The moment he pressed it, everything around him collapsed. The high-tech clothes on his body also disappeared without a trace, turning into the daily clothes he was originally wearing. Finally, the otaku took off the VR glasses he had been wearing with lingering fear and threw them far away. The fragile VR glasses hit a wall, flew far away, bounced and fell on the ground, rolled continuously, and finally broke into pieces. The otaku looked around and found that he had returned to the real world, the familiar bedroom, desk and computer, but there was a special logo and a line of small words on the computer screen. This special logo is the logo of Qingshan Studio, with a horizontal line through the center, and the small words are "The era of virtual reality is coming." The otaku let out a long sigh. It was obvious that the scene he saw at that time was all his hallucination. He might have fallen asleep and had a nightmare. He picked up the water cup on the table, stood up and went out to get some water to drink, but just as he turned and left, a pot of flowers in an inconspicuous corner of the room suddenly became disordered, and different color blocks were mixed into a mosaic. It was like a bug in the game. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1139, Didn't They Find Mr. Qiao? Update. The promotional video ends here. Qiao Liang rubbed his eyes, a little bit unbelievable what he saw. That's it? That's it? What the hell is this? Qiao Liang was completely speechless. The 3 points he had imagined before were not filmed in this promotional video. There were no real pictures of Doubt VR glasses in the film. The only VR glasses that appeared were high-tech products similar to sunglasses, which were completely beyond the level of what can be made in this era. There was no introduction to Doubt VR parameters in the film, and the game of Animal Island was not even mentioned. Even the protagonist didn't find a good-looking sister, but found a very ordinary-looking male actor to play a home model. It's outrageous. On the surface, this film seems to be filmed well, expressing the concept that future VR technology will make it difficult for us to distinguish between virtual and reality, but it only expresses such a concept. It has a high level, but it has no effect of promoting the product at all. There is no big problem with the film itself, but the key point is that not everyone is qualified to shoot such a high-end concept promotional film. This brand must have a high degree of brand recognition. If Pineapple or Shenhua shoots a similar promotional video for their high-end flagship, then there is no problem. Everyone really believes that you will come up with something awesome enough to shock the entire market. But if an unknown company shoots a similar promotional video, then everyone will just think you are bragging and cheating investors. And judging from the public opinion on the internet some time ago, most people on the internet obviously think that Qingshan Studio is the latter. Qiao Liang hurriedly checked the comments below the video. It's okay, but it's a little short. It's pretty cool, It would be great if there were such awesome VR products in reality. This was shot by Meng Chong, right? He just announced his cooperation with Chixing Studio. Meng Chong is indeed capable, but it's a pity that he doesn't do his job. Hey, what's the point of such a fancy promotional video? What about your product? I'm afraid it's not the same as many companies that cheat on investment, making a high-sounding concept promotional video to deceive players into crowdfunding or investment. Indeed, electric car manufacturers, VR developers, and various internet projects all like to make such vague promotional videos. The videos are indeed well shot, but the product can't be mass-produced. Considering Meng Chang's past record, I seriously suspect that this film is using the same old marketing tactics again. It's definitely a sales show. Otherwise, why don't they dare to release the real image of the product? And there is a scene in the promotional video that is still copying mission, responsibility. Even if Tenda invested, it wouldn't do that. At the beginning, there were a few positive comments, but they were soon overwhelmed by negative comments. This promotional video is indeed good at first glance. Although many details and character actions in it are a bit unclear, you can still vaguely feel what it wants to express. But the problem is that once it is related to Meng Chong, it becomes different. Because when Meng Chong was a cold-faced girl before, he was always talking nonsense, throwing out all kinds of false and empty concepts as if they were free, and everyone was very disgusted with his bragging. And this promotional video is shot especially like bragging. Otherwise, why don't they dare to release the real product? The virtual glasses in the video that look like sunglasses do look cool, but everyone knows that it is absolutely impossible to mass-produce technology at this stage. Even in 3 to 5 years, it is unlikely to work. Even if it is made, the effect will not be good. In other words, this promotional video is really a pure concept. When the 3 words pure concept are associated with Meng Chong, people think of scam. Therefore, the popularity of this promotional video is not high. Although some people are discussing it, a purely conceptual promotional video that does not rely on the product cannot have a wide influence. The interstellar scene that flashed in the promotional video caused dissatisfaction among many players. Now everyone knows that Tenda has officially issued an announcement to clarify its relationship with Chixing Studio. But Chixing Studio still used material similar to Mission and Choice in the promotional video. Although it did not directly use the pictures in the game, but did some processing, it looks more like a copycat. Of course, anyone can use elements such as Star Ocean and Zerg, but using them at this time obviously has a great suspicion of riding on the popularity. This also further aroused the dissatisfaction of some players. Xiao Liang was a little anxious. What the hell is this Meng Chong doing? The film is okay, but why do you want to cooperate with Chixing Studio on Weibo? Isn't this dragging Chixing Studio into the water? Too pity. Xiao Liang couldn't help but worry. Look at what this has caused. Chixing Studio and Tenda Group are obviously one family, so why are they becoming more and more antagonistic? Seeing that Meng Chang's remarks on Weibo had produced a wonderful chemical reaction, the image of Chixing Studio was dragged down, and the promotional video and all the previous publicity work were all sliding in a completely unpredictable and extremely pessimistic direction. This made Xiao Liang very anxious. While eating, he tried to think whether he could do something to change the current situation. However, before he could come up with a good idea, he saw someone in the group at him. Mr. Chiao. Have you got the VR glasses? Start a live review. Yes, why are you still hiding it? You were trying out new games before, so you should be using these glasses, right? What do these glasses look like? Take a picture for us to see. Looking at this series of Xiao Liang felt a little confused. What does it mean? Why do people think I have got the VR glasses? He immediately replied, I haven't got the VR glasses yet. I did try them out before, but I tried them out at work and didn't take them home. The fans didn't believe it at all. How is it possible? I've tried them out at work, but I don't give you one? There are so many hosts online who have got the prototypes for review, but I didn't give you one? That's right, I've seen 2 or 3 hosts with thousands of fans post unboxing videos. Xiao Liang looked at the discussion in the fan group, and question marks kept floating above his head. What's going on? He immediately opened the Ellie Island website and did a random search. Sure enough, after the release of the VR-era concept promotional video by Qingshan Studio, many hosts released unboxing videos of VR glasses as if they had discussed it beforehand. Some anchors were also broadcasting the unboxing experience. Xiao Liang didn't believe it at first, and he clicked in to take a look. I saw that an anchor with only more than 7,000 followers was indeed unboxing VR glasses, and he praised the glasses highly, which made Xiao Liang's goosebumps all over the floor. Dear audience friends, this is definitely the most high-end, most cost-effective, most complete VR glasses you can buy now, tailored for domestic players. This pair of glasses will allow you to blur the virtual and the real, and enter the virtual era in advance. Look at this cool appearance. After wearing it, it's like you just came out of a science fiction movie. What? Clarity? This is not easy to explain in detail, but I can assure you that its clarity is definitely not low, and you can rest assured about this. What's the use of this handle? I'm not very good at this either. Judging from the current games, it just has a few more keys. But I think it will be more convenient to play more complicated games in the future with more keys, right? Xiao Liang couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Although he mainly praised Tenda's products, he should also pay attention to the basics and have technical content. Don't praise awkwardly, but Xiao Liang casually clicked into the live broadcast rooms of several anchors and the unboxing videos of several hosts, and basically they were all very stiff and awkward, not natural at all. The key is that such boasting does not have a good publicity effect. Many of these anchors and hosts have a history of making a lot of money, and this time they are making a lot of money again. Even their own fans think they are making money. Moreover, these people only care about boasting, and do not mention the most critical parameters of VR glasses, and even avoid answering the resolution, which makes fans more determined to think so. Chapter 1140 count separately, one is discounted and the other is not. Update. Some anchors started live streaming after getting VR glasses, but there is no Animal Island on the glasses at present, and there is not even a demo of this game, only some VR games currently on the market. Although these anchors can feel that the effect of these VR games on VR glasses is smoother than other glasses, because the clarity of these games is not high, there is no way to open the gap visibly with the naked eye. And the effect of VR live streaming is really hard to describe. Whether it is a computer or mobile game, the game screen and the live screen are the same during the live broadcast, and the audience sees the screen that the anchor is playing. But VR games are completely different. The anchor's perspective is a free perspective, and he swings his head to look around, and the immersion is very strong. But from the audience's point of view, there is only one feeling, that is, dizziness. After watching for a while, I couldn't stand the dizziness, and the immersion of VR games was completely unexperienced. Therefore, even if some hosts and anchors released the in-game pictures of the VR experience, it is useless because it is impossible to convey to the audience in front of the screen what the specific feeling is. Even the audience can't tell the difference between this VR glasses and other VR glasses on the screen. Xiao Liang couldn't help but wonder, this anchor with thousands of fans has arranged a VR glasses experience, why didn't he? Am I, Qiao Laosher, so shameless? And I am so close to the official, whether it is with Mr. Pei or Mr. Lin of Qingshan Studio, how come I was forgotten when it came to the review? This is really outrageous. This makes me want to help, but I can't help at all. This made Xiao Liang a little anxious. The promotion plan of VR glasses suffered a huge setback in the early stage, and it seemed to be a state of one wrong step and one wrong step. After Meng Chang announced the news of his cooperation with Qingshan Studio on Weibo, every step afterwards seemed to be exactly on the point that players hated, dragging the entire project down step by step. Xiao Liang couldn't help but be very anxious, and hurriedly found the phone number of Cai Jiadong, the chief designer of Qingshan Studio, and called him. After this period of cooperation, the two of them have become more familiar with each other, so Xiao Liang can speak more directly. Old Cai. You have seen the promotional video of VR glasses a long time ago, right? What's going on? The response is very bad. Cai Jiadong's confused voice came from the other end of the phone. I saw it, but this promotional video was not made by us at all. Listen to Mr. Lin, the promotional plan this time is all in the charge of the advertising and marketing department, and all the plans are from them. Xiao Liang asked, in other words, all of it is in the charge of Meng Chang? Didn't you ask for your opinions? Cai Jiadong, yes. I don't know the specific situation, but the advertising and marketing department is full of professionals, they should know better than us. Xiao Liang was a little anxious. Then you don't pay attention at all? Meng Chang has a criminal record, how can you leave everything to him with confidence? Cai Jiadong was a little helpless, how can we have time to pay attention? Now Animal Island has to make the final revisions to the novice guide according to Mr. Pei's previous requirements, and we can't work overtime, our schedule is very tight. But I really want to hear Mr. Lin accidentally mention that this time's promotional plan seems to be checked by Mr. Pei. So, there shouldn't be any big problems. Xiao Liang was silent for a moment. Okay, I know, thank you, Mr. Cai. After hanging up, Xiao Liang's heart suddenly calmed down. Seeing that the initial promotion of VR glasses was so rubbish, it had a completely counterproductive effect. Combined with Meng Chang's past record of not doing anything when she was a cold-faced girl, Xiao Liang was very worried. Who knows if Meng Chang will suddenly lose his mind and do something destructive. But when he heard that this promotion plan was approved by President Pei, Xiao Liang suddenly felt relieved. With President Pei checking, can Meng Chang still turn over? That's absolutely impossible. No matter how much Meng Chang jumps, he will never jump out of President Pei's Five Fingers Mountain. Moreover, once he accepted the setting that all publicity plans are actually checked by President Pei, Xiao Liang suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. What exactly is déjà vu? Especially this feeling of many anchors and up-hosts bragging about their own games together, which made Xiao Liang recall the feeling when Game Producer was just launched a long time ago. Could it be that President Pei's arrangement this time has some deep meaning? Xiao Liang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, Pei Qian had just finished dinner and returned to his residence, and contacted Hu Xiao again on the internet. How is it, my brothers have completed the task well? Hu Xiao couldn't help but feel complacent, because everything was proceeding according to the instructions in advance. Pei Qian replied, well, it's a good job. Let me see the bill. According to the previous agreement, this time it is divided into 2 categories and multiple transactions, and each transaction is calculated separately. Hu Xiao, okay, please wait. Although it is not clear why the big boss on the other side wants to divide it into many transactions and calculate them separately, since the customer has made this request, it must be met. The activities of the water army this time were divided into several times, but generally they can be divided into 2 categories. One category is the awkward praise, that is, pretending to be a passerby to praise how useful and awesome this pair of glasses from Qingshan Studio is. The more awkward the praise, the better, and there is no need to worry about being recognized as a water army. The other category is the rhythm, that is, questioning Qingshan Studio and Meng Chang's unreliability, questioning that this pair of glasses is just hype, and the product must be good. The first category of the awkward praise uses some low-end water army, although the number is relatively large, but there is no technical content. The second category uses high-end water army, the information is real, and it is better hidden. The number is not large, but the impact is not large. In the end, the first category is definitely more expensive because of the large quantity, but the second category is not cheap either. Hu Xiao is not sure what the other party is playing. Others buy water army either to praise, or to black, or high-end black. How can there be such a thing as hiring two groups of people, one group to praise and the other to black? Are they playing a left-right fight here? But since the old customer is willing to play this way, then let's play it. It's so easy to get things done with money, why think so much? Moreover, Hu Xiao had long suspected that the person on the other side had some relationship with Tenda, and had some special purpose in buying the navy. However, the other party was too mysterious, and seemed to change people frequently. Sometimes he was very generous and did not bargain, and sometimes he seemed to be a little bit calculative, rounding off and giving discounts, which made Hu Xiao completely unable to figure out the other party's details. He did not dare to ask more. In case he offended such an old customer by accident, it would be more trouble than gain. Soon, Hu Xiao sorted out the quotation this time. Because they were all old customers and they trusted each other very much, this time they paid a part of the deposit first, and then paid the full amount after the deal was done. This is the bill, please take a look. Pei Qian received the bill and glanced at it. So expensive. He could not help but complain secretly. The water army hired this time was basically divided into two groups. One group of low-end water army was responsible for bragging, and the standard was basically 50-80 per person. 200 people kept changing their accounts to post and set the pace. In addition to the account expenses, more than 80,000 were spent in 5 days. This is all good, because the system allows reimbursement for the money spent on positively promoting their own products. The other group is high-end water army, responsible for leading the rhythm and questioning, and basically they are paid 200 yuan each. After all, this is a technical job, and only experienced water army can do it. 50 people were hired, and a total of more than 50,000 yuan was spent in 5 days. Because the entire water army activity has been running since before Tenda released the news to clarify its relationship with Qingshan Studio, and has been running until now, so these two groups of people are non-stop, and there is no need to divide them more finely. The total is more than 130,000, of course, this is the original price. Hu Xiao asked tentatively, it's all based on the price we agreed on before, are you satisfied? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then replied, last time, the discount for buying water army accumulated to this time, do you remember it? Hu Xiao immediately replied, of course I remember. Then I will give you a discount. Pei Qian hurriedly said, wait. Don't count the discounts together. The one that is more than 80,000 is quoted according to the original price, and the one that is more than 50,000 is discounted. Hu Xiao was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? The same batch of orders, but some are discounted and some are not. What kind of operation is this? Suddenly, Hu Xiao understood, oh. I see. The two groups of water army are not hired by the same department, right? Both departments asked you to be the middleman, but the amount of funds they can mobilize is different? Pei Qian. He didn't know how to reply, so he could only say ambiguously, it's about the same. Hu Xiao quickly replied, no problem. Don't worry, these details can be discussed. In this way, the first payment will not be discounted, and it will still be based on the original price. The second payment will be 30% off. The total is, and I will round off the zero for you, 38,000, how about it? Pei Qian felt a little painful. Meng Chong, I've spent a lot of money to keep you in the advertising department. 38,000, that's enough for you to get a year's basic salary. Oh, yes, now the basic salary has increased, you can get it in 9 months. If the situation is more optimistic, you can get a guaranteed commission, then it only takes 6 months or half a year. Pei Qian thought about it halfway and couldn't help shaking his head. why do I have nothing to do? For Pei Qian, the 38,000 was really a bit painful. But there is no way, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If this 30,000 Australian dollars investment can make Meng Chang continue to work hard for him, and the VR glasses project does not make money, then it is still a good deal. Chapter 1141, Investing in Starboard Fitness, Naturally. July 5, Thursday. Dream Venture Capital. He Dishing, as usual, handles the daily affairs of the investment company. He feels that his recent work is a little boring and uninteresting. Because the current Dream Venture Capital is no longer the Dream Venture Capital of the past. The previous Dream Venture Capital was personally handled by President Pei, and the projects invested were shared telephone booths and fully automatic bar lifts. How interesting. He Dishing has been in the investment industry for so long, and that period of time was the most eye-opening and happiest time for him. Seeing these projects that seemed to be absolutely worthless, but became popular in President Pei's magical operation, He Dishing felt that he was witnessing an investment miracle. However, as the work of Tenda Group increased, President Pei's personal investment became less and less. President Pei is no longer responsible for the specific affairs of investment, leaving only a living investment myth in Qingshan. It has to be said that this is really a pity. For He Dishing, being able to see Mr. Pei's investment operations up close is the happiest thing, but now he no longer has this blessing. After Mr. Pei was no longer in charge of investment, he left a few magic tricks for Dream Ventures. First, let He Dishing invest in the order of priority, with the same initial investment amount. If the investment loses, continue to invest, and if the investment makes money, withdraw the investment. Originally, He Dishing thought this investment method was outrageous, but after running it for a while, he found that it had magically formed a screening mechanism. Those who want to cheat money with super high valuations can't cheat Dream Ventures at all, because Dream Ventures has already run away as soon as they make a little profit. For those companies that really need money, Dream Ventures will continue to invest until they turn losses into profits and get returns. In addition, the mechanism of sending financial officers to relevant companies for supervision eliminates the possibility of these companies cheating money and transferring assets. Dream Ventures can actually make stable profits with such formulaic investment. Finally, there is Mr. Pei's biggest killer, cold-faced girl. Although Mr. Pei is no longer in charge of the specific affairs of Yuan Meng Venture Capital, after realizing that Meng Chang was trying to defraud money, he took time out of his busy schedule to kill one person to warn the rest. Through Meng Chang's experience, those entrepreneurs who wanted to come to Tenda to defraud money stayed away. With Meng Chang's intelligence and talent, who dared to come to Tenda to defraud money? I'm afraid that even if the deception succeeded for a while, it would not be possible to escape Mr. Pei's sharp eyes, and he would still have to bear the consequences in the future. Of course, there are still some entrepreneurs who are sincere in starting a business and have lost money sincerely. Because starting a business is a high-risk thing, failure is the norm. But for these projects, Yuan Meng Venture Capital will still invest. This is a trial and error. If you invest in 10 projects, 9 will lose money, but if you make money in one, you can make back all the losses. Other investment companies basically operate in this way, but the success rate is different. This makes He Dishing, the person in charge, a little idle. Of course, he is not completely a hands-off boss. He will look at many investment projects. Just like many automatically running software, someone needs to watch and correct errors. Although this fully automatic investment mechanism is very easy and makes people very happy, after a long time, you will still feel a little bored. It makes him miss the days when he followed Mr. Pei to invest. Suddenly, He Dishing's mobile phone on the table rang, and a calendar reminder popped up: invest in Starboard Fitness. He Dishing quickly remembered what was going on. By the way, Mr. Pei called me on Monday morning and asked me to find a time in a few days to invest in Starboard Fitness, naturally. It's Thursday now, so the time should be about right. But Mr. Pei, how to be natural, specifically, he dishing thought for a moment and soon came up with an idea. It would definitely be unnatural to call the boss of Starboard Fitness directly to ask for investment. Because all the local bosses in Qingshan know that the money from Dream Ventures is the easiest to get, but also the hardest to get. It is easy to get because Dream Ventures has the lowest threshold. It will invest in any decent project, and then it will send financial personnel and follow the procedures. Unlike other investment companies, it has to do everything it can to convince investors and let them see the potential of its projects. It is not easy to get because there are too many companies that want to get investment from Dream Ventures. They are waiting in line for years and months. If they follow the procedures of Dream Ventures, they don't know when it will be their turn. If Dream Ventures takes the initiative to come to the door to ask for investment, it is obviously unconventional. It naturally does not meet Mr. Pei's requirement of more natural. But he dishing has a way. He searched through the investment plans received by Dream Ventures in recent months, and indeed found the investment plan of Starboard Fitness. Apparently, Chai Rong, the owner of Starboard Fitness, had sought investment from Dream Ventures a long time ago, but the waiting time was too long and he simply couldn't wait. He dishing took a look and found that according to the normal waiting process, it would take another 3 or 4 months for Starboard Fitness to get a chance to invest. This is even when Starboard Fitness, as a local company in Qingshan, submitted its investment plan relatively early and had a high priority in internal investment at Dream Ventures. However, Dream Ventures' specific investment schedule is never announced to the public. The outside world has no idea when and which company will be the next. So, naturally, some articles can be written around this point. He dishing thought that as long as the investment schedule of Starboard Fitness is advanced a little bit, it will be fine. The boss of Starboard Fitness will not know where the process is, so isn't this the natural requirement of Mr. Pei? Thinking of this, he dishing directly operated in secret and added a plug to Xingya Fitness in the internal system. Zheng, the project that was invested in this batch in advance, said, the company that President Pei named to invest in is definitely not an ordinary company. There must be something special. What's more, this is a gym. When Tenda Group already has its own managed fitness, why did President Pei invest in a gym? This task must be much more important than imagined. Although President Pei repeatedly emphasized that this is just one thing, he dishing knew that it was nothing that President Pei personally instructed. The so-called thing is only a thing compared to President Pei's other work. Specifically for a certain department, it is the most important thing for this department. He dishing prepared a little, looked up the information of Starboard Fitness, and then called Chai Rong according to the number on the investment plan, ready to naturally discuss the details of the investment with him. Okay, let's do this for now. Mr. He, thank you so much. This investment is really important to Starboard Fitness. During Starboard Fitness, Chai Rong hung up the phone with many thanks. Leisure asked with concern, has Dream Ventures decided to invest in Starboard Fitness? Chai Rong was very happy, yes. And it was given the highest internal rating. Although Mr. He of Dream Ventures did not make it clear, everything seemed to be going through the normal process, but it was obviously informed by Mr. Pei in advance. Leisure was also happy, great, it's exactly what I expected. Mr. Pei and he dishing originally thought that this matter would be done secretly. After all, the things he dishing did were apparently in accordance with the process of Dream Ventures. According to common sense, how could Chai Rong connect the two events of I met a young man named Pei when I bought a house last weekend and I received investment from Yuan Ventures this Thursday? It seems that these two things are completely unrelated. But Pei Qian missed one point. Chai Rong has Mr. Li's guidance behind him. In fact, the reason why Pei Qian felt that the name of Starboard Fitness was a little familiar was because Li Shi had mentioned it when he was having dinner with Pei Qian and Bao Su at the nameless restaurant. However, Pei Qian had no idea what Starboard Fitness was at that time, and he was thinking about the interview of Jingzhou TV station about eating at the market, so he didn't pay attention to it. Therefore, Pei Qian thought that this matter would be done secretly, but in fact, Che Rong and Li Shi had been waiting for this call for a long time. Che Rong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Li, you have a good grasp of Mr. Pei's mentality. Li Shi laughed. It's just one thing, not worth mentioning. The money from Yuan venture capital can allow Starboard Fitness to open more branches, purchase more equipment, and expand faster, which is of course not necessary. Although other investors have also contributed money, and Che Rong himself has also put in money, but in this period of rapid expansion, money is definitely not too much. The faster this model of Starboard Fitness is rolled out, the more commercial space it can seize in Jingzhou and even Handong province, besides hosting gyms. But this is not the most critical thing. Li Shi has already analyzed it for Che Rong. The most important points of Mr. Pei's investment are the other two. First, it means that Mr. Pei has accepted Starboard Fitness and allowed it to integrate into the system of Tenda Group. This official recognition is like holding on to the thigh firmly, and there is no fear of falling down in the future. Secondly, it is clear that President Pei recognizes the business model of Starboard Fitness, which undoubtedly indicates that Starboard Fitness has a very high chance of success. Why did so many companies get ecstatic after getting investment from Yuan venture capital? But they were not so happy when they got investment from other companies? It's not all about money. The key is that everyone knows that getting investment from Yuan venture capital, especially from President Pei himself, is almost equivalent to inevitable success. This is not because of superstition or metaphysics, but because of President Pei's 100% investment success rate. Jingzhou's investment god, is he messing with you? So, Li Shi and Che Rong were all very happy after they really got the investment. The next step is to open branches as soon as possible and quickly roll out the business model of Starboard Fitness. Of course, we must also pay attention to personnel training and details. But these should not be difficult. Chapter 1142. An old friend has come to Jingzhou. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. It is very troublesome to open a traditional gym. The key is sales and personal training talents, which are not easy to find. If the sales of the gym are not strong, it is difficult to attract customers to sign up for memberships, and the coaches do not have much muscle, leaving customers with an unreliable first impression. Then even if the gym is opened, it will probably lose money. But Xingya Fitness is different. It takes a different route. The gym is full of smart fitness clothes, drying racks, and aerobic equipment. The daily training schedule is arranged by fitness battle, and sales and personal training can all be cut. You only need to keep positions similar to network management and front desk, and at most hire 3 or 4 professional fitness coaches to answer questions on the spot. This kind of personnel training is much simpler than the traditional model. In addition, after cutting these personnel costs, the gym's expenses have also been reduced a lot. Various charging models, such as time-based charging and monthly charging, are very flexible. There is no such great revenue pressure as traditional gyms, and the charges can be slightly reduced. This lightweight fitness model is actually very popular with some young people and office workers. In the past few days, Li Shi and other investors have been purchasing a large number of properties in and around the Qingshan garden community in the name of the company. Che Rong is busy with the expansion of Starboard Fitness and the opening of branches. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. July 6, Friday. Pei Qian is checking the reports of various departments in his office. Yuan Venture Capital has completed its investment in Starboard Fitness. Heedishing is still reliable. Well, Heedishing is quite covert in this matter, which is good. As a gym, Starboard Fitness should be able to grab some of the market for managed gyms if it develops. On the contrary, GOG. This summer promotion has been going on for so long, what about the response of the finger company? Pei Qian flipped through the reports from the Tenda game department for a long time, and even the reports from the Shangyang game department, but he couldn't find any information about the summer promotion. This shows that there have been no problems with the summer promotion so far, and everything is being carried out smoothly according to the original plan. But no problems is the biggest problem. Finger company just stood there and watched. Pei Qian had made careful preparations for this summer promotion, bargaining with the system and considering the psychological bottom line of finger company. He finally came up with a promotion plan that was friendly to everyone. As a result, when the summer promotion of finger company started on June 26, they actually managed to offer a 40% discount, which was 30% to 50% off of Tenda. Disappointed, Pei Qian planned to wait a little longer. What if finger company did not reach a consensus and needed to discuss it again? As a result, he waited and waited until today. Seeing that the summer promotion had been over for more than a week and was supposed to end next Wednesday, Pei Qian could not sit still. When will finger company come to burn money with me? I can't wait any longer. Hey, looking at the situation of finger company, I'm afraid there will be no money to be squeezed out in the short term. Forget it, let them take care of it. Forget it this time. Let's burn money from them next cycle. Seeing that there was no movement from finger company, Pei Qian felt that this could not go on. Even if finger company did not respond, GOG's summer promotion would have to enter the next stage. Although the finger company is now like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water and will not react no matter how much stimulation, Pei Qian still has to continue spending money to settle the bill. In order to take care of the fragile heart of the finger company, Pei Qian did not set too much for the first phase of the summer promotion, leaving some room. Now the activities can be fully extended. If the finger company does not want to follow this time, then it does not have to follow. Anyway, we have a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Pei Qian quickly decided on the promotion plan for the second half of the summer promotion. Looking at this plan, Pei Qian sighed silently. Alas, it looked so hopeless. It was like he had made an appointment with someone to fight, but was stood up by the other party. He could only helplessly and furiously throw all his 3-day praise on the sandbag. It is hard to find a soulmate in the mountains and rivers. July 8, Sunday. Shanghai High-Speed Railway Station. Mr. Zhao, you don't have to see me off. Let's go back. This is not my first time to Jingzhou. Eric said goodbye to Zhao Shuming while carrying a suitcase. Zhao Shuming was still a little sad, but when you come back, you will have to stay in Shanghai and fly directly to Europe, so we won't have a chance to meet. Although what you said is serious, but I think this is probably just a routine job report, you may be worrying too much. Eric shook his head. I have a hunch, and I know what the senior executives think. It's definitely not good to let me go back before the summer promotion is over. Zhao Shuming said angrily, if you ask me, the second phase of the summer promotion that President Pei updated on Friday was definitely premeditated. This is a psychological attack. It's like firing all the shells as fireworks after winning and showing off your power. Eric sighed, what can I do? Eric was powerless to do anything about this summer promotion. Although he also wanted to spend money with President Pei, it was easy for the finger company to talk, but the Dayak Group could no longer accept it. This time, Eric did not fly to Los Angeles to meet the senior executives of the finger company, but flew to Europe to meet the senior executives of the Dayak Group. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Although it did not say what the specific matter was, it was not a very positive signal to hastily bypass other senior executives of the finger company to summon Eric during the summer promotion. As the head of the Greater China region, Eric and Cretin are fundamentally different. Cretin was originally one of the core designers of the finger company, but Eric was originally a senior executive of the media business of the Dayak Group. When Eric first came to be the head of the Greater China region, it was the Dayak Group that rejected the head of the Greater China region originally selected by the Finger Company and directly parachuted in. Although Eric needs to report to the senior executives of the Finger Company in his daily work, he obviously should work for the Dayak Group. Eric had a feeling that maybe he would have a chance to return to the Magic City, but even if he did, it might not be the same as it is now. So he planned to go to Jingzhou again before leaving. It would be best if he could meet Mr. Pei, but if not, at least he could see what Jingzhou looked like now. Judging from the online discussions, Tenda's various industries are rapidly expanding outward. Now they are no longer satisfied with Jingzhou or even Handong province. Various physical industries have begun to take root in super first-tier cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic City. Even the Magic City has opened some branches of Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, and Managed Fitness. So, what will the scene be like in Jingzhou, where Tenda's headquarters is located? After waving goodbye to Zhao Shuming, Eric walked into the high-speed rail station. Zhao Shuming got on the train with a melancholy face. Hey, it's actually quite good to cooperate with Eric. At least he will rush to take the blame for any blame. I hope the person in charge will not be changed. Although IOI's current revenue is far from expected, it is still making money. Zhao Shuming sighed. He also knew that he had no say in this matter. God knows what the senior executives of Dayak Group are thinking. July 9th, Monday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian was still asleep when his cell phone rang. He took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and the location was Shanghai. Pei Qian picked up the phone. Hello? A foreigner's voice with a slight accent came from the phone. Mr. Pei, it's really not easy to get your phone number. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, but then he recalled the voice. Eric, his voice wasn't very recognizable, but he was a foreigner with an accent after all. And Pei Qian knew very few foreigners who could speak Chinese, so he remembered it immediately. Pei Qian instinctively got a little excited when he heard Eric's voice. Could it be that he was going to burn money with me? Are you here to challenge me? I looked at the date. It was only July 9th, and there were still 3 days until the summer sale ended on July 11th. Although there was only a tail left, I still welcome you to burn money with me. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. It's you, brother AI. Why did you think of calling me today? Eric corrected him speechlessly. It's not that I thought of it today. I arrived in Jingzhou yesterday and have been wanting to call you. As a result, I asked several Tenda employees, and they all said that they didn't work on weekends and couldn't disturb your rest, and they refused to give me your phone number. I waited until the morning working hours to get your phone number. Fortunately, the flight I booked was originally after 8 o'clock tonight, otherwise I would have to change the flight to see you. I have to take the high-speed train back to Shanghai at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still a few hours. Mr. Pei, can we meet? Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Look at what happened. If I had known that you were coming yesterday, I would have given up the time to play games at home to meet you yesterday. Now there are only a few hours left. It's too late to have a good meal. Okay, let's go to Ming Mansion Family Banquet. I'll treat you to lunch. What a pity, if it was Sunday, we could have eaten at Wuming Restaurant. Although Eric doesn't eat much, he should be able to finish a few big lobsters. But there are no reservations today, Monday, so we can only eat at Mr. Lee's restaurant. Although he was still a little sleepy, he was going to meet an old friend who helped him burn money. Pei Qian still got up from the bed tenaciously and washed up. His hair was a little messy, and Pei Qian was hesitant about whether to wash his hair or not, but he thought that he was going to meet Eric anyway, so what did it matter whether he washed his hair or not? People have been waiting for a whole day, so it's better to go there early. Chapter 1143 Eric's shocking bad news, asking for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. More than half an hour later, Pei Qian took a car to the Ming Mansion family banquet. Because he had called in advance, he was arranged in a relatively quiet private room at the back, and the waiter had already brewed a pot of good tea. Pei Qian sat down on the seat and looked Eric up and down. "Brother AI, I feel that you seem to be much more haggard. We have an old saying that the body is the capital of revolution. Work should be combined with work and rest, and you can't tire yourself out." In fact, Pei Qian meant that if you are exhausted, who will accompany me to burn money? Eric also looked up at President Pei. Although President Pei's hair was a little messy, it didn't make people feel depressed at all, but gave people a relaxed and comfortable feeling. It was like two armies in front of each other. Everyone was in armor and ready for battle, but there was only one military advisor who was waving a feather fan, yawning, and disheveled, looking like he had just woken up. Anyone can see that this military advisor is either out of his mind or really awesome. And President Pei is obviously the latter. Eric sighed, "I am ashamed of myself for President Pei's mentality." After he took on the role of the Greater China Region Director of IOI again, he could be said to be working hard and working late into the night. He worked overtime with Zhao Shuming and his subordinates until the early morning, many times on weekends. Of course, it's not that Eric is very hardworking, but mainly because he is under a lot of pressure and can't rest easily. But on the other hand, President Pei rests as usual on weekends, without any psychological pressure at all, just like a normal person. This spiritual realm is much worse. Although President Pei's words of persuading him to rest more were sarcastic, after all, the many encounters between the two ended with Eric's complete failure, so Eric naturally had no desire to refute. Eric poured tea for the two people. "Boss Pei, although I didn't see you yesterday, I just took this opportunity to go to Jingzhou. I didn't expect that there would be such a big change since the last time I came. Tenda Group is not just a game company, it deserves respect both inside and outside the game field. Although it is a competitor, I have to admit this." Pei Qian drank tea and felt that Eric had something to say. Why does it feel like he is making a veiled complaint? It sounds like Eric has something against his old client, Tenda Group. On second thought, it is normal as an internal employee of Tenda Group, Eric must have been exposed to more than what the outside world can see. Tenda Group has such a bad reputation in the outside world, and has done many inhumane things. These internal employees probably saw it. Compared with Tenda, the contrast may indeed be obvious. Pei Qian doesn't care what Eric thinks, but the key is. Eric looks a little depressed, which is not right. "Eric, you have to cheer up. If you are depressed, who can I spend money happily with?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "Brother AI, I think you may be under a lot of pressure recently and need to rest." Eric shook his head, "No need to rest. Boss Pei, there is nothing to hide now. Although there is no accurate news, based on my understanding of the group company, I think I can congratulate you in advance. GOG and IOI have been fighting for MOBA games since the end of 2010. After a long battle of 1.5 years, the winner is finally determined. Boss Pei, you win." Eric said it very seriously, but Pei Qian was almost scared to drop the teacup in his hand. "Don't say such terrible words seriously. Do you know what you are talking about?" Obviously, Eric has no idea what these simple words "GOG wins" mean to Boss Pei. If this really happens, then Pei Qian's money-burning quota with the help of IOI will be gone. In the future, if we want to organize promotional activities for GOG, we won't be able to spend as much as we do now. After reaching a certain market share, GOG will continue to expand to other player groups, and its influence and income will only grow. By then, for Pei Qian, the difficulty of losing money will rise by more than one level. Thinking about that situation makes people despair. Of course, if it really comes to that, Pei Qian believes that he can always come up with a solution. But even if he comes up with a solution, it means that there is no way to spend money without thinking. How many brain cells will it take to think of other ways to spend money to fill this spending gap? This is simply bad news. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently, calmed down, and then said, I think it's a bit too early to say this, and it's too absolute. That's just the beginning. Although the gap between GOG and IOI in domestic market share is a bit large, in other overseas regions, IOI's situation is still good. Although Pei Qian has been very careful to maintain restraint and prevent overseas regions from squeezing out IOI's market too much, after all, GOG's model is a cooperation between Tenda and local companies, and it is not entirely up to Tenda itself. These local companies want to make money, expand their market share, and enhance their influence, so they will naturally launch various promotion plans at all costs to seize IOI's market share. Therefore, since opening up the overseas market, GOG has been constantly eroding IOI's market share, but it has not yet reached the exaggerated level of the national server. But Pei Qian felt that IOI still had money to make, and Dayak Group would never give up, right? Eric shook his head slightly. He felt that with President Pei's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to see through this. It's just that the traditional virtue of China is humility. Even if you have one, you have to say, thank you for giving in. Just like President Pei now, although he has already won, he still has to be polite and say, you still have a chance. Eric drank tea and was too lazy to care about these things. He just said what he wanted to say. Boss Pei, I was already surprised by your previous methods, but I didn't expect that these methods during the summer promotion would reach a new level. At the beginning of the summer promotion, you first released a plan that didn't seem particularly outrageous to induce us to follow. If we bite the bullet and follow, then you will immediately release a plan with greater discounts to force us to continue to follow. I thought I had seen through your thoughts and decided not to follow after discussing with the senior management of the group company, but I didn't expect that this is not the end yet. I didn't expect that the previous communication would have such a profound impact. You used this summer promotion to plant a nail in the hearts of the group company's senior management. Although the summer promotion did not burn more money, Tenda launched various offensives throughout the summer promotion with ease, which left a deep impression on the group company's senior management and made them realize the huge gap between GOG and IOI now. There is also a huge gap between the group company and Tenda's determination. I said before that the group company burns money to see a clear return. If a lot of resources are invested but there is no effect, and the market share grows slowly or even stagnates, it is not impossible to give up. After all, for the group company, although there is a lot of money, there are many other places to invest money. There is no need to go all the way in such a place with no cost-effectiveness. I estimated that the group company should burn about $100 million, and the money directly spent and indirectly given up in promoting IOI in more than a year has far exceeded this number. Hearing this, Pei Qian felt a little dazed. Already, burned so much money? Why don't I feel it at all? But think about it, since GOG and IOI started the money-burning war, whether it is organizing competitions or doing activities, the open and secret struggles have never stopped, and the money burned is indeed difficult to calculate. And Pei Qian noticed Eric's wording. Dayak Group obviously also included the indirect money given up. For example, a skin can be sold for 50, but it is discounted to 20. Although the sales volume has increased, the actual expected profit may be reduced. There are two types of discounts. One is small profits but quick turnover, which makes more money despite the discount. The other is losing money to gain publicity, which makes less money but can be exchanged for other things such as reputation, market share, and player stickiness. In the money-burning war between GOG and IOI, the latter is obviously the majority of the cases. Because once the money-burning war starts, the specific price reduction is decided by the party with the lower price. Even if Dayak Group and Finger Company know that such discounts will reduce income, they can only follow up helplessly. Originally, the price of IOI's skins was very high, selling for dozens of yuan or more than 100 yuan in China, but GOG repeatedly reduced the price to a bargain price of only a dozen yuan during discounts, and the revenue must have plummeted. If Dayak Group also counted this part of the money, the calculated number would be out of bounds. For Pei Qian, he never considered this part of the profit or the money he gave up, but only considered what he actually spent, so he felt that he didn't spend much. But for the Dayak Group, the money that could have been earned but was not earned is naturally a loss. Eric continued, the most important thing is that the top management of the group company clearly recognizes a fact. That is, for a long time in the future, perhaps 3, 5 or even longer, it is almost impossible for IOI to defeat GOG and unify the global MOBA game market. And as long as Tenda continues to exist, the money-burning war will not stop, and such income losses will continue. This is unbearable. As for defeating Tenda by burning money, the previous attempt has failed, and the top management of the group company has no determination and confidence to make more investment and gamble on something with a slim chance of success. Pei Qian. He understood and realized his current dangerous situation. The Dayak Group did not want to give up the finger company, and there was no reason to give up. After all, the finger company can still make money. But the Dayak Group did not want to continue to burn money for the finger company, because it was meaningless. It is foreseeable that there will be no results in the next few years. How can the Dayak Group have such patience? A well-known company in the industry was squeezed dry and dismembered 9 months after being acquired by Dayak Group, while Dayak Group only had such an idea a year and a half after acquiring Finger Company. It was already tolerant enough and a miracle. Dayak Group did not want to give up Finger Company, but to get back the money it should have gotten. In other words, Dayak Group will no longer engage in any money-burning activities with Tenda to seize the market, but will use the little market share now to launch various Krypton gold consumption activities, squeeze the potential of the IOI game at all costs, and get back the money invested as soon as possible. Otherwise, when IOI's market share really drops to a very low level, it will be impossible to squeeze it dry and make money. As for whether the senior management of Finger Company agrees, that is not important. Finger Company is now a wholly owned subsidiary of Dayak Group and has no say. If the senior management disagrees, the only choice is to resign. Pei Qian was a little impatient. It's over. Before coming, he was quite optimistic, thinking that Eric might just want to come and reminisce with him, and even if he encountered a little setback, he could quickly overcome it, and then everyone would happily spend money together. However, after listening to Eric's words, Pei Qian realized the seriousness of the problem. His good brother couldn't play with him at all. Chapter 1144, Jingzhou Subway Line 7. Brother AI, take care on your journey. After lunch, at the entrance of the Ming Mansion family banquet, Pei Qian reluctantly sent Eric away with a look of melancholy on his face. The main reason was that after Eric left, who else could spend money with him so happily? When Pei Qian thought that the Dayak Group might not play with him at all in the future, he felt a sense of melancholy. But this melancholy in Eric's view inexplicably had another meaning. At this time Eric had already taken a taxi to the high-speed rail station. Seeing President Pei's expression, he couldn't help but roll down the window like an old friend and waved goodbye to President Pei. Sure enough, President Pei and I still appreciate each other. This shows that as an opponent, I have won his respect. Eric felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart, which was a kind of pride recognized by his competitors. He knew very well that in the future, he would probably have to shoulder the blame for the failure of IOI with the Dayak Group. When everyone talks about this past, they may say this: Dayak Group was short-sighted and bought the promising Finger Company, but they exploited it in an extremely short-sighted way, and finally a company that was expected to become a global giant suddenly died, and Eric, who was parachuted into Dayak Group to be the head of the Greater China region, was the #1 war criminal. A series of stupid moves and divine assists dragged down the finger company and handed over the victory. This is almost a foregone conclusion and inevitable. After all, if you are not in it, you can't know the intricacies of the business world at all, and you will simply attribute the failure to the ability of a certain person in charge. Eric has already predicted the infamy he will bear, but so what? My biggest opponent, President Pei, will understand my value, and maybe that's enough. With this feeling, Eric watched President Pei gradually go away outside the car window, then rolled up the car window, ready to embark on the return journey to Tenda Group headquarters to meet the final fate of himself and IOI. Watching Eric go away, Pei Qian became more melancholy. According to the plot, it would be more appropriate to light a cigarette at this time, but Pei Qian doesn't smoke, so forget it. From then on, there was one less true friend and brother. For Pei Qian, the true brothers were all outside the company, at the competitors. But in recent years, there are fewer and fewer competitors, and naturally fewer and fewer good brothers. What a sad story. Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was about time to go back for a nap. Just as I got in the car, my cell phone rang. Huh? Why is someone calling me again? Who loves work so much, Monday? I just sent my good brother away, and I'm grieving. Oh, my mom, that's fine. Pei Qian answered the phone silently. Mom, what's wrong? The slightly anxious voice of his mother came from the phone. I called you a few days ago and asked you to buy a house in the old industrial area. Did you buy it? Pei Qian was a little speechless. Mom, why are you so anxious? It's only been a week and you're urging me again. Mom, just asking if you bought it or not. Didn't buy it? Pei Qian, I bought it. I bought a 17 square meters. My mother's voice rose an octave. Qingshan garden community? Then did you pay in full or with a loan for this house? How far have you gone with the formalities? Pei Qian answered truthfully, full payment, all formalities have been completed, the house title has been obtained, and the only thing left is to find time to decorate it. No, Mom, why are you asking so much detail? My mother seemed to take the phone aside and said to the person next to her, I bought it. I bought it. It happened to be a house in Qingshan garden community, 170 square meters, full payment, and the house title has been obtained. Pei Qian, Mom? It feels like something is wrong. After a while, my mother spoke to the phone again. Of course I'm afraid that the seller will change his mind halfway through the formalities. You're busy with work, so you don't know yet? The new subway plan for Jingzhou has been released. Mom has always told you that you should listen to professionals like Mr. Li about investment. They must know many ways that ordinary people don't know. If they didn't know in advance where the subway line would be built, would they buy buildings and shops there with great fanfare? Pei Qian's hand holding the phone froze. Subway? Mom said, yes. The new subway plan has just been announced online, and there is a station right next to the Qingshan garden community. Now this house can be considered a subway house, and it is estimated that it will rise soon. Tell me, if it weren't for your mom's news, you could have gotten such a good thing? Just be happy. The words were full of pride. Pei Qian felt that the situation was not good, and hurriedly said, Okay, Mom, I have to go see what's going on, hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian hurried to check the internet. Sure enough, he found an official document, Public Participation in the Social Stability Risk Assessment of the Second Phase Construction Plan of Jingzhou Urban Rail Transit. It says the construction period is from 2012 to 2017, which means it will be opened in 5 years at the earliest. The specific route planning is also written. There are a total of 7 projects in this subway project, some of which have little to do with Tenda's current industries, but there are also several lines that are closely related to Tenda's current industries. Pei Qian saw the plan for Metro Line 7 in the upper right corner of the map. The terminal station was right near the Jingji hostel. Metro Line 7 is a right-angled line, a bit like a mirror-reversed 7. The easternmost end goes directly to the Jingji hostel, and then extends westward. It does not have a station directly at the snack market, but a station is set up at the intersection a little south of the Qingshan Garden community. This station is a little bit away from the snack market and the snack street, and it takes about 3 minutes to walk. The reason why the station is set here instead of directly at the snack market or the snack street may be due to construction issues. The construction of the subway takes a long time, and it takes 5 years to build it. If the station is directly set up at the snack street, it may affect normal business, and the shops there are densely packed, which may not be convenient to build. It was moved slightly to the north to facilitate construction, and it was moved to the intersection near the south gate of the Qingshan Garden community. Then Metro Line 7 went west and then south, connecting to the original station of Yuan Tiandi Shopping Mall, but an additional subway station exit was opened at Qingshan Plaza. Yuan Tiandi is already connected to the high-speed rail station via Metro Line 2, so it is equivalent to taking the high-speed rail south station and transferring within the station to directly reach the snack market and Jingji Hotel. Of course, it can also be connected to the airport express through other lines. In addition, in the new route planning, the subway line 4 in the south has an extension project, and a new station has been built near the Mingyun Villa community. Line 4 is also connected to Line 2 and can reach the high-speed rail south station. In the future, in addition to taking the bus, there will be another option to take the subway to the high-speed rail station from various esports clubs. These two lines are directly related to Tenda industry, but there are also indirect ones. When Pei Qian was selecting locations for various physical stores before, he more or less deliberately avoided existing subway lines. And the new subway plan will naturally be built in places where there are no subways, so it is inevitable to collide with them. Many branches of physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Sloth Apartment, and Managed Gym have appeared along the new subway line. There are so many that I can't count them. Fuck. Pei Qian fell into a daze, and it was like a bolt from the blue. Although this subway will take 5 years to build, 5 years is not a particularly long time. Moreover, the subway is connected to Jingji Hotel and the snack market, making transportation more convenient. The shops in the snack market and several buildings of Sloth Apartment are affected by the subway line, and the housing prices are expected to rise. I am afraid that the fixed assets will soar in this settlement period. Of course, it is still uncertain how much it will rise, and we will know it when the settlement is made. But the surge in fixed assets means that the upper limit of the loss has become lower, and it will be a big loss, if I have to say good news. The house in Qingshan Garden should increase in price. But there is only one house, how much can it increase? Moreover, Pei Qian planned to live in it himself and had no intention of selling it. Then again, if it weren't for the phone call from his mother, he really wouldn't have bought this house. What is this? Pei Qian sorted out this closed loop a little. Leisure judged that the land price would increase because Tenda's snack market and Jingji Hotel were built near the old industrial area, and he bought shops near the snack street, so he also bought shops crazily. Mom got the inside information from the employees of Fuhui Capital, and thought it was right to follow Mr. Li, so she called Pei Qian and asked him to buy a house there for investment. Pei Qian didn't think about investing, but thought that buying a house near the snack market for his parents would be more livable, so he bought it. Then it seems that Pei Qian himself is the source of all this. The problem is that Pei Qian never thought that this place would appreciate in value, and he never thought about the subway. So how do we deal with this? In short, this is double bad news. As soon as my good brother Eric left, the subway was about to be built. It is conceivable that GOG's revenue will explode again in the future, and Jingzhou's various physical industries are also in danger. Pei Qian couldn't help but choke up, and even a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have bought an extra house. The snack market and other projects were planned several months in advance, and it was too late to change them, but the house was only bought a week ago. Moreover, Pei Qian now has more than 3 million, so he can buy 2 houses in full and sell one. In that case, the money earned can probably catch up with the money converted from losses in a settlement cycle. Investment genius Pei leaned back in his seat, somewhat powerlessly, silent. It's uncomfortable. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1145, What should I do if the movie star insists on playing a minor role for me? July 13, Friday. Pei Qian was in his office, sighing while looking at the work summaries sent by various departments. It's so difficult. This week was really difficult. Not to mention the news about the subway on Monday, it was a heavy blow to Pei Qian, and he stayed at home for 2 days before he recovered. Then, it was the summer promotion that ended on Wednesday. Pei Qian could only describe this summer promotion in 4 words, that is, boring. Originally, he should have fought with the finger company, but he never expected that the other party would not accept it at all. This made Tenda seem quite wishful. Not only that, there was a series of bad news from the other side. Eric came over to say goodbye specially. He should have returned to the headquarters of Dayak Group now, and his future is uncertain. Pei Qian couldn't help feeling a sense of grief for the dead. The saddest thing is that Pei Qian still has the mysterious reward given by the system that he hasn't used. During the last settlement, the system gave a reward, allowing Pei Qian to consume up to 100,000 of his personal property and convert it into a 100-fold profit margin. This was a permanent option that could be used once every cycle. In other words, at a critical moment, Pei Qian could directly pay 100,000 yuan out of his own pocket and give 10 million yuan to users unconditionally. Pei Qian originally wanted to use this reward at the critical moment of the money-burning war with the finger company. Imagine that the finger company is coming with great momentum, and both sides are desperately reducing discounts, and the fight is hard to resolve. At this moment, Tenda suddenly spends tens of millions of yuan, completely for free. How impressive it will be. It will definitely scare the finger company. However, there is no chance now. The opponent has made up his mind to withdraw from the battlefield. Who should this amount be given to? Of course, it cannot be wasted. In the end, if you really can't find a way to spend money, you can also use this method to force the last 10 million. But it's a little bit unsatisfactory after all. Then, bad news came from the Chinese website. Since the development plan of eternal reincarnation was announced, the copyright development plan of the inspiration class has inevitably spread. During this period, a large number of authors have joined the Chinese website, and a large number of new authors have emerged. Even many authors who have written well on other novel websites have also jumped here. Because of this copyright development plan, it has inadvertently played the role of buying horse bones with a lot of money. For authors, what is the most important thing? The first priority is of course readers, subscriptions, and royalties. You have to be able to support your family so that you can continue to write books. But there is one thing that should not be underestimated, that is the higher, seemingly illusory, copyright development. For a book, copyright development is beyond subscription data, because it is equivalent to transforming a story from text to images. Whether it is a web drama, anime, movie, or game, the expressiveness and popularity will be much higher than pure text. For an author, if his work can be adapted for copyright, regardless of whether it is successful or not, this opportunity is extremely rare. Although many classic works are excellent, they have not been given the opportunity to develop copyrights, which is a pity. And seeing that a work of the level of eternal reincarnation can be officially developed by Tenda and become the DLC of the classic game, Turning Back to the Shore, many authors are jealous. Fan fiction is written into an official orthodox sequel, which is too happy. Many authors are thinking, at this level, I seem to be able to do it. Moreover, even if it fails, the buyout fee given by the inspiration class of endpoint Chinese network is not low, and life is absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, the status of endpoint Chinese network in the online literature circle has been further improved. Pei Qian was worried again. It seems that in the next cycle, we must find a way to mess up the 3 works that have been adapted from copyright. On the one hand, it is to lose money, and on the other hand, it is also to persuade these authors from other sites to quit. Otherwise, all the authors will come here, and there will be more and more good works, and readers will naturally come here. This is self-evident. In addition, there is the VR glasses from Qingshan Studio. On Thursday, that is, yesterday, Pei Qian looked at the public opinion on the internet again and felt that the time was almost ripe. So, he said hello to Qingshan Studio and officially started selling Doubt VR glasses. But there was a strict limit on the number of sales, selling twice a week, and only 1,000 units each time. Although VR is a niche product, there are not many players who are really willing to pay for it, but this number is obviously far from meeting market demand. And this is exactly the effect Pei Qian wants to achieve. Because the mainstream public opinion on the Doubt VR glasses on the internet is very pessimistic. Regardless of the specific quality of this pair of glasses, most people's negative comments on it are mainly focused on marketing, hype and buying water army. Moreover, due to the special circumstances of VR glasses, the game Animal Island was not available, and the anchors were unable to let the audience know the awesomeness of this pair of glasses through live broadcasts. Many anchors were considered to have received money when they were praising this VR glasses because of their criminal records. The quantity of the glasses sold this time is still strictly limited, so that only a small number of netizens who are interested in this pair of glasses can buy the real thing. In this way, even if many netizens who bought the real thing change their views on this pair of glasses and say that this pair of glasses is very good, others will still not believe it. In this way, the time of this negative public opinion can be maximized, and at the same time, the hunger marketing method can be used to further stimulate the disgust of netizens, so that the reverse publicity effect is better. Of course, it can't be delayed forever. The settlement will be settled at the end of this month, and these products must be officially released 1 month in advance, and Animal Island VR must also be launched. After all, Qingshan Studio has already completed the development of the game. If it is delayed for a week before it is launched, Pei Qian can explain that he hopes they will test it more and fix bugs. It will be inappropriate to delay it for any longer. In short, Pei Qian's goal is to delay it until the 18th, which is next Wednesday, to get the guaranteed commission for Meng Chong. Life, why is it so difficult? Pei Qian leaned back in his chair, his mind was empty, and he didn't know what to say. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Pei Qian looked up and was stunned. The person who came was Lu Zhiyao. Although Lu Zhiyao was wearing a cap and a mask, completely covering his face, Pei Qian still recognized him at first sight after all they had worked together many times. Lu Zhiyao took off his cap and glasses, and said with a smile, "Boss Pei." Pei Qian was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" Lu Zhiyao smiled. "Oh, it's just that I have a free schedule recently, nothing to do. I was thinking that the movie Mission and Choice will be released tomorrow, and it happens to be Saturday, and next Friday is the 20th. It's just right to invite Uncle Zhang and a few old friends to come to Jingzhou to play, and by the way, have a meal. I heard that Jingzhou has added a snack market and Tingda experience store during this period, and the subway is also going to be built there. Boss Pei, congratulations." Pei Qian. It's so righteous to come to eat, it's simply shameless. After all, they have worked together for so long, and Lu Zhiyao has already figured out the process. He found that every time a movie was finished, Boss Pei would treat him to a meal. When they got together after the movie was released, Boss Pei would also treat them to a meal. Moreover, every month, Mr. Pei usually arranges a private room on Saturday and Sunday, and arranges a private dinner on the 20th. Calculating with fingers, this time is just right. The movie is released on the weekend, so I can have a meal, play in Jingzhou for a week, and then have another meal on the 20th. Perfect, Lu Jiao couldn't help drooling when he thought of the food in the nameless restaurant. And there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Jiao felt that he was the lead actor of Mission and Choice, and the box office of this movie was squeezed to 1.6 billion at the last minute, breaking the record. President Pei must have made at least more than 500 million, right? What's wrong with eating with President Pei? Isn't that justified? When he heard the 5 words Mission and Choice, Pei Qian felt a little headache again. It's off the screen, it's finally over. Although the key extension for 2 months has increased the box office a little bit, for Pei Qian, the key extension is a last resort. Because after the extension, the box office share of the movie will definitely be recovered in the next cycle. If it is not extended, with the extremely fast collection speed in this world, what if there is suddenly an extra 500 million funds before the settlement? What should I do? At that time, I am afraid that I can only accept the profit conversion of 500,000 with tears. Not only is the amount of money 400,000 less than the 800,000 or 900,000 converted from losses, but most importantly, the mysterious reward with a significant impact that can be obtained when the wealth conversion value reaches more than 800,000 is gone. That's a huge loss. Anyway, that's it. This nightmare is finally over. Liu Jiao sat on the sofa very familiarly and poured himself a cup of tea. Boss Pei, what's the next movie? I can't wait. Pei Qian almost rolled his eyes in anger. What the hell? You're addicted, right? You make me a lot of money, but you also cause me a lot of trouble. Lu Jiao is indeed addicted. Where can you find such a good thing that every movie you make will be a hit? If you know before making a movie that it will definitely be a hit, then everyone in the crew will probably be excited to start working immediately. Who can be patient? And making a movie with Boss Pei is like this. No matter how it is made, it will be a double harvest of box office and word of mouth. Pei Qian said, not in the short term. Fei Huang Studios' next work is a web drama, and it will be filmed overseas. There is no role suitable for you. Lu Jiao was unhappy at the time and put down his teacup. How can there be no role suitable for me? I am also very good at foreign languages. Can't you just assign me a Chinese role? Pei Qian patiently advised, the protagonists have been confirmed, and they are all foreigners. Even if you are assigned a Chinese role, it can only be a minor supporting role, a bit part. Pei Qian felt that Lu Jiao was only one important award away from the best actor. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the most popular actor in the country now. There should be a long queue of crews inviting you to be the protagonist, right? You have so many movies to shoot, but you are not shooting online dramas with Fei Huang Studio? And you are only playing a minor role? If you want to do this, you must be crazy, right? However, Lu Jiao said seriously, what's wrong with a supporting role? I have never looked down on supporting roles. No more words, no matter what the theme of this online drama is, no matter what kind of supporting role it is, I will play it. President Pei, please don't be embarrassed to speak up, I am not the kind of ungrateful person. Lu Jiao obviously misunderstood. He thought that President Pei didn't speak up because he must think that he is too famous, and it would be embarrassing for him to play a supporting role in an online drama. So Lu Jiao must make it clear. With his relationship with Fei Huang Studio, what's wrong with a supporting role? This favor must be done. It is my duty. Pei Qian looked at Lu Jiao, speechless. What a mess. He really wants to post something online now. The movie star insisted on playing a minor role for me, and he couldn't be driven away. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1146 Summary of Pei's Promotion Method. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. July 18, Wednesday. Advertising Department. Meng Chong looked at his computer screen, thinking. This is his own summary of President Pei's entire promotion plan and the effect of this plan. As the saying goes, live and learn. Meng Chong originally thought that he was already a master in playing with popularity and promoting products, but after meeting President Pei, he realized that he was still far from it. This time I have the opportunity to observe President Pei's promotion operation up close. Of course I have to watch it carefully. While he was thinking, the phone rang with a beep reminder sound. Meng Chong picked it up and looked at it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his face was full of joy. Bank card arrival notification, 2,000 yuan. These 2,000 yuan are obviously the minimum commission for this month. Because the promotion plan has been released for 2 weeks, even Meng Chong can see that the promotion effect is indeed not good. This time, Mr. Pei's promotional plan is for VR glasses. So far, the reputation of this VR glasses online is still very average. Although those who have bought it have given good reviews, the problem is, how can those players who haven't bought it distinguish whether these are real good reviews or fake ones hired by the manufacturer? In addition, Animal Island has not been released yet, and this pair of glasses does not carry any particularly awesome VR game masterpieces, so although a lot of publicity has been carried out, the results are minimal. Tengda's efficiency is so fast that the guaranteed commission has been paid in just 2 weeks. Considering that there is still a basic salary of 4,000 yuan at the end of the month, this means that Meng Chang's income this month has been raised to 6,000. Of course, 6,000 is not much, but for Meng Chong, this is already a historic breakthrough. I didn't expect that President Pei really did something that I couldn't do easily. This VR glasses project is a dead project, no matter how you look at it. I didn't expect that President Pei could successfully promote it in reverse under such difficult circumstances. I have to say that a genius is a genius, no matter what he does, he is a genius. Meng Chong was completely convinced. He watched President Pei's publicity plan throughout the whole process. He was originally worried that President Pei would do some shady operations to make the publicity plan of the VR glasses project an unreasonable success. If that were the case, Meng Chong would definitely not agree. But Mr. Pei's series of methods completely opened Meng Chang's eyes, and it seemed that there was no shady operation at all, and it was completely completed by hard power. Therefore, Meng Chong carefully summarized and studied, hoping to use these skills demonstrated by Mr. Pei in future publicity plans. This feeling is like in many cartoons or movies, the master reluctantly said to the apprentice who was stuck in a bottleneck, "I will only do it once, you watch carefully." Such a demonstration is so precious. If you can learn this method of Mr. Pei, how difficult is it to work hard to get a commission of 200,000 every month? Now Meng Chong has summarized all the methods used by Mr. Pei and listed them in a table. But he still has only one question. What is the benefit of Mr. Pei doing this for Tenda Group? For Meng Chong, he made a reverse publicity plan entirely for his own commission, but for Mr. Pei, wouldn't it reduce Tengda's income if he let Meng Chong do reverse publicity and reduce the popularity of the project? This problem has been bothering Meng Chong. Before, Meng Chong was thinking about the commission, so he didn't go into it. But now, in order to keep him, Mr. Pei even demonstrated the method of reverse publicity in person, which made Meng Chong more suspicious. Is it necessary for Mr. Pei to do this? What purpose and motivation are driving him? This is extremely puzzling to Meng Chong. However, after sorting out and listing all of Mr. Pei's counter-propaganda plans, Meng Chong suddenly felt that he seemed to have grasped a little direction. It seemed that as long as he carefully studied Mr. Pei's counter-propaganda plan and carefully pondered its deep meaning, he could find out Mr. Pei's true motives. Thinking of this, Meng Qiang once again cast his eyes on the computer screen to check the Pei's promotion method he had summarized after careful observation. The first rule of Pei's promotion method: select projects and make detailed cuts. Looking back at his previous failures, one very important reason was that he did not separate different projects. Although Meng Qiang could choose the promotion projects himself, he had not realized this, which made the promotion more difficult. On the other hand, after being designated by Meng Qiang to promote the VR glasses project, Mr. Pei immediately separated the VR glasses project from the game Animal Island. Only promote glasses, absolutely not Animal Island. You must know that Tengda's projects are highly related, and there are natural linkages between many departments. If these related projects cannot be separated, the probability of failure of reverse promotion will naturally increase. On the contrary, as long as the segmentation is completed, the reverse promotion of a single product will be more likely to succeed. Of course, this segmentation cannot be completed casually, and the second point must be achieved. The second rule of Pei's promotion method: in-depth understanding and comprehensive control. Before, Meng Qiang only understood these projects, but did not control them. In order to promote the VR glasses project, President Pei forcibly postponed the launch time of Animal Island, which obviously provided a guarantee for the first point of division. This means that if Meng Qiang wants to succeed, he can no longer just promote and ignore other things like before. He must deeply participate in projects related to the plan, and even ask to postpone the time of the project launch, so that the success rate will be higher. Article 3 of Pei's propaganda law: word-of-mouth cuts and severance. Tengda's reputation is so good that after a single project is covered with Tengda's halo, netizens naturally have a good impression, and reverse propaganda is naturally not successful. Therefore, we must find a way to separate the reputation of this project from the reputation of the entire Tenda Group, so that netizens can examine it objectively and impartially, rather than subconsciously thinking that this must be a good product. Article 4 of Pei's propaganda law: praise before suppressing, and raise expectations. Raise the expectations of netizens, so that when the real thing comes out, netizens will feel disappointed and think that this thing is not worthy of the name. Even if it is a good product in itself, the response will not be good in the short term, and reverse propaganda will naturally be completed. Article 5 of Pei's propaganda law: limited quantity and purchase, guide word of mouth. In order to keep this bad reputation going, it is necessary to limit the quantity and purchase in the early stage, and then use the internet trolls to guide public opinion. Most netizens cannot buy the product, and are anxious because of the purchase limit. They cannot judge whether those who say good things online are agents or not, so this bad reputation will naturally continue. Article 6 of Pei's propaganda law: segment time and plan accurately. No matter how much you try to conceal something, you can't keep it secret forever, so you must plan your time accurately. Let this state last for 2 weeks, and then until the end of the month. The reaction of each time node is accurately calculated to ensure the ultimate success of the plan. Meng Qiang found that as long as he did these 6 points like President Pei, he could indeed complete the reverse publicity stably. Even if the last point was not so perfect and there were some problems with time control, it would not be a big problem to insist on getting the guaranteed commission for 2 weeks, and he would not get nothing like before. In other words, President Pei made this publicity plan to show him an efficient and feasible reverse publicity method. As long as he did it seriously, practiced more, and imitated it constantly, Meng Qiang could also get a stable commission, and even have the hope of hitting a high commission after being proficient. Then the most critical question is, why did President Pei do this? If Meng Qiang learned it, and every plan was reversely promoted in the future, the project was not popular, and Tengda did not make money, then what good would it be for President Pei himself? This made Meng Qiang very confused. He vaguely felt something, but the feeling was still a little vague and uncertain. After these 6 points of Pei's propaganda method, there seemed to be something else that he had not summarized. This thing is very important, and can even be said to be the core and essence of the entire Pei's propaganda method, and it is also the ultimate answer to all Meng Chang's questions. What exactly is it? Meng Chang frowned and fell into deep thought. At the same time, Pei Qian also breathed a sigh of relief in the office. After confirming that the guaranteed commission had been transferred to Meng Chang, he could rest assured. After trying his best, the reverse publicity was finally a great success. Although it seemed easy and comfortable, Pei Qian himself was actually a little unsure. He had to work hard to make the reverse publicity plan last for 2 weeks. He even paid for the water army out of his own pocket, which can be said to be a waste of money. Fortunately, all the efforts were rewarded. The 2 weeks have come, and according to the previous agreement, Meng Chang will definitely not leave. As for what Meng Chang will understand from this demonstration, that is not something Pei Qian can predict or control. In any case, a good brother Eric has left, and he cannot lose another good brother Meng Chang. After understanding this matter, the big stone that has been hanging in Pei Qian's heart has finally landed. Okay, the game can be released. Pei Qian sent a message to Qingshan Studio using the internal chat software to tell them that Animal Island can be officially launched. In order to ensure that the reverse publicity plan was foolproof, Pei Qian deliberately found many reasons, such as testing Animal Island for a while longer and fixing some bugs before launching it online. It took more than a week. Now the guaranteed commission promised to Meng Chang has been received, and there are less than 2 weeks left before the settlement, so the game can be released and the purchase limit of VR glasses can be lifted. In just 2 weeks, I think not many copies will be sold, and it is absolutely impossible to recover the cost. Of course, the pressure of profitability will continue to the next cycle. But the next cycle is so long, we will talk about it when the time comes. Chapter 1147. After 28 months, another performance art promotion. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. July 19, Thursday. At 8:55 a.m., Xiao Liang was awakened by the alarm on his mobile phone. He has 2 mobile phones, one is the G1 mobile phone of O2, and the other is the Pineapple mobile phone. And this time, the alarm on the mobile phone was specially set with the Pineapple mobile phone. The alarm sound of the Pineapple mobile phone is like a soul-seeking spell. As long as it rings, it can cause a heart arrest in a sleeping person in a minute. Therefore, the wake-up effect is outstanding. Every time he heard this ringtone, Xiao Liang felt like he was sitting up from the bed like a corpse, and he was still scared. As a freelancer, he didn't need an alarm clock. But this time the situation was special, because there were 3 big words written on the alarm note: grab the glasses. Seeing these 3 words, Xiao Liang immediately turned off the alarm clock, and then opened the Doubt VR glasses rush purchase interface at the speed of light. He had grabbed it twice before, but failed both times. Although Xiao Liang thought that his hand speed was fast enough, the facts proved that as long as the manufacturer released few products, it would be useless to have a fast hand speed, because there would always be someone faster than you. The glasses were sold out in seconds after they were released. Xiao Liang highly doubted that there could be 2,000 of them released. Shouldn't it be? When he was helping to test the game at Qingshan Studio, he also met Lao Song, the product manager in charge of developing the glasses. With the financial resources of Shenhua Group and Tenda Group, the stock of VR glasses should be very sufficient this time. There is no reason why there are only so few. But Xiao Liang had no choice but to continue to grab them. He could have said hello to Lin Wan and tried to get one for free, but he didn't do it in the end. Because he was worried that it would disrupt Mr. Pei's plan. It is known that the promotion plan for VR glasses this time was approved by Mr. Pei. It is also known that at least dozens of VR glasses were given out this time to various up hosts and anchors, including many small anchors with thousands of fans, but not to Xiao Liang. Could it be that Mr. Pei forgot? Xiao Liang thought it was impossible. Most likely, Mr. Pei didn't give them away on purpose, for various reasons. Therefore, if Qiao Liang took the initiative to find Lin Wan and wanted to try to get a VR glasses for free, it would be inconsistent with Mr. Pei's idea and might disrupt the entire promotion plan. So Qiao Liang decided to buy it with his own strength. Although he failed to get it twice in a row, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. He firmly believed that with his hand speed, he would be able to buy it sooner or later. He counted down in his mind, and clicked the button frantically when there was less than a second left. After the payment interface popped up, he paid at the speed of light. After seeing the payment was successful, Qiao Liang jumped up from the bed excitedly. Success! Qiao Liang also successfully reached the payment interface twice before, but when he paid, he was prompted that it failed and the product was sold out. This shows that he was only one step away from success at that time, and he might be just a few tenths of a second away from the last lucky person. This time, Qiao Liang's hand speed exploded and he finally succeeded. Seeing that the order was completed and the product would be delivered to his home by the guy from Nifeng Logistics in a few hours, Qiao Liang was very satisfied. He returned to the product details interface and wanted to see the pleasant, sold out button. The human mind is so strange. When you don't buy it, you hope that it must be available so that you can get a bargain. After buying it, you hope that it will be sold out immediately so that others can't buy it. It's like queuing up to buy a limited edition item, and you happen to buy the last one. At this time, you see the long queue behind you sighing and dispersing, and you will feel an inexplicable comfort. At this time, Qiao Liang returned to the product details page with this mentality. However, the gray sold out did not appear, and the page showed that it was still in stock. This made Qiao Liang a little disappointed. Why is there still stock? Oh, maybe there are a little more goods released this time. Or maybe those who were quick before have already grabbed them, and those who came to grab them this time are slower. Anyway, it will probably be sold out in a few seconds. Qiao Liang got up, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and took a loaf of bread from the refrigerator. However, when he opened his phone again, the page still showed that it was in stock. This? Qiao Liang was speechless. This is a rip-off. If I had known that there would be so much stock for this sale, why would I have set the alarm to get up so early? I want to see when it will be sold out. Qiao Liang was not convinced and continued to stare at his phone. After 5 minutes, he was tired of staring, so he put his phone aside and continued to play the game he had not finished before, checking it every few minutes. In stock. In stock. Still in stock. Watching his order status change from out of warehouse to in transit, and then from in transit to delivery, even when lunchtime was approaching, the word sold out still did not appear on this page. Qiao Liang was completely speechless. What a rip-off. I thought I was lucky enough to get one, but there are so many available this time. Everyone gets one. He checked the fan group and the internet again, and sure enough, there were too many people who got Doubt VR glasses. Not only that, many old players who had already grabbed the game said that there was a promotional page on the homepage of Doubt VR, and a new game called Animal Island was released. Seeing this, Qiao Liang suddenly understood. I understand. It seems that now is the final stage of the promotion work. When Qiao Liang heard that this unreasonable promotion plan was checked by President Pei, he had doubts. After so many days of hard thinking, combined with the previous promotion method of game producer, Qiao Liang has already had a rough guess. But this guess is not particularly perfect. Qiao Liang wants to wait until he gets the VR glasses, find a suitable time, and then make a video to talk about this matter properly. But he has not grabbed it, so this matter has been delayed. Now, the time has finally come. Qiao Liang immediately started to prepare the video. First, write the copy, record part of the content, and then add the rest of the content after the VR glasses arrive, and try to release it as quickly as possible. Of course, it is too late to introduce the game Animal Island in detail in such a rushed video. Although Qiao Liang had already tried the game in advance and was very familiar with it, it would still take a long time to record the material and analyze and explain it in an organized manner. Therefore, Qiao Liang planned to split it into two videos. The first short video will talk about Doubt VR itself, the promotional plan used by this pair of glasses, and the true relationship between Qingshan Studio and Tenda Group. The second video will talk about the excellent VR game Animal Island in detail. One before and one after, the truth will definitely be revealed to the world. At night. In his rental house, Meng Chang was still worried about what the last step of Pei's propaganda method was. If he didn't want to understand this, he would not be able to sleep peacefully. Meng Chang had a vague feeling that once he fully understood the Pei's propaganda method, he would definitely get a lot of commissions in the future, and he would have an infinitely bright future waiting for him. But it was precisely stuck at this last step, which was very uncomfortable. Why did President Pei let him do reverse propaganda and teach himself tirelessly? What purpose did President Pei want to achieve? What benefits did this bring to him? Meng Chang couldn't figure it out anyway. He flipped through the latest comments on the internet. Today, during the day, Doubt VR glasses have completely lifted the purchase restrictions, and Animal Island VR has also been officially released. The evaluation of this pair of glasses is recovering. Meng Chang is not surprised about this. After all, what Mr. Pei promised at the beginning was to keep it for 2 weeks and get the guaranteed commission. Now that the guaranteed commission has been received, President Pei no longer needs to suppress the sales of VR glasses, and can sell them openly. VR glasses were not well received before, mainly because they were sold in small quantities, and people who wanted to buy them were resentful, so public opinion was easy to control. Now that they are sold openly, most people who want them have received the real thing, and naturally they find that the glasses are really good, and the reputation will naturally pick up slowly. This also means that high commissions can be forgotten. However, Meng Chang did not care, because President Pei had fully demonstrated the Pei's propaganda method. As long as Meng Chang learned it, he would work hard to extend the time. Extending from 2 weeks to 1 month, wouldn't that be a full commission? President Pei has done his best, and Meng Chang feels that there is nothing to be greedy for. The current priority is to solve the last mystery and make his Pei's propaganda method perfect. At that time, you can get as much commission as you want, you can get as many months as you want. Isn't it beautiful? Seeing the sporadic comments from the players, Meng Chang vaguely had a feeling, but it was still not clear enough. After all, the sale of glasses has just been released, and Animal Island has just been released. Most people are still experiencing it, and the feedback from the player group cannot be reflected online so quickly. At this moment, Meng Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Laosher updated the video. The title of the video is, After 28 Months, Another Performance Art Promotion. Meng Chang clicked in immediately without any hesitation. It is indeed a video about VR glasses. As an old acquaintance of Tenda Group, Mr. Qiao can always make unique interpretations from some special angles. Before, Meng Chang could be said to be keeping a close eye on Mr. Qiao, fearing that he would ruin his own business. But now his mood is completely different. Mr. Qiao's unique perspective may inspire him and answer the questions that have been confusing him. Hello everyone, I am still your Mr. Qiao. This video is not long. I believe that everyone has roughly guessed what I am going to talk about after seeing the title. To be frank, the reputation of Doubt VR glasses is not good this time, but this is actually the same promotion method as Game Producer more than 2 years ago, that is, performance art style promotion. Maybe many people don't agree. After all, many people haven't received Doubt VR glasses yet. Influenced by online public opinion, they think this is a sensational, hyped product with no real substance. Then, please allow me to remind everyone, have you noticed the name of this pair of glasses? doubt, which means doubt, question, uncertainty, and disbelief. Isn't everyone in this state now? After hearing this opening speech, Meng Qiang couldn't help but be stunned. Performance art style publicity? Obviously, in the eyes of Mr. Chiao, Mr. Pei was not doing reverse publicity at all, but positive publicity. It's just that Mr. Pei used a certain method. Before the reversal, most people didn't understand or accept it, so the publicity plan seemed to be ineffective. And now, Mr. Chiao obviously wants to unravel the mystery and explain the specific publicity method to everyone. Meng Qiang's first reaction was that it was outrageous. Isn't it unlikely? Isn't Mr. Pei's first goal to do reverse publicity and keep me with commission? And how can this publicity plan be related to performance art? With doubts, Meng Qiang continued to read on. Chapter 1148 Meng Qiang and President Pei's Win-Win, Monthly Votes Requested. The original meaning of the name Doubt VR glasses is not difficult to understand, and it has been well demonstrated in the promotional video of the glasses. Its implication is that this VR glasses will make users blur virtuality and reality, making people wonder whether they are in the virtual world or in reality. Just like the promotional video, the protagonist presses the reality button and escapes from the virtual world. He thinks he has come to reality, but in fact he has only come to another virtual world. What he sees is exactly the same world as reality, but it is actually another illusion. I have to say, this is a very wonderful name, which perfectly highlights the characteristics of VR equipment. But obviously, this alone is not impressive enough. So, President Pei, like before, adopted performance art style publicity to make this concept more popular. Some people may ask, why is there President Pei here? Isn't it related to Tenda? If you think so, then, you've been fooled. I have helped Qingshan Studio for a long time, and I can assure you that the relationship between Qingshan Studio and Tenda is not as simple as it seems on the internet. Qingshan Studio was jointly funded by Xinhua Group and Tenda Group. The head of the studio is the original head of Shangyang Games, and is also the producer of most of Shangyang Games' successful games to date. The Doubt VR Glasses project is led by a senior project manager in Xinhua's mobile phone department, who has led the development of many flagship mobile phones for Xinhua. The game Animal Island was designed by Qingshan Studio with the idea provided by President Pei, and during the design process, the core members of Shangyang Games also provided a lot of help. In this case, do you still think that Tenda and Qingshan Studio are just investment relationships? Maybe many people will ask, what about the news on the internet? What about Tenda's official statement? Obviously, this is all carefully prepared and released fake news. Of course, it is fake news, and it is not quite accurate. It should be partially true news. Tenda's announcement deliberately emphasized the investment relationship between Tenda and Qingshan Studio, but there was no specific person in charge of Qingshan Studio, and there was no friendly help from Shangyang Games. Sure enough, this news easily guided the direction of public opinion online. It reminds us, seeing is not necessarily true, and hearing is not necessarily true. What you question may be true, and what you think is true may be false. Does it perfectly fit the word doubt? Only when you are in a state where you can't distinguish between true and false, and feel confused and lost, it is more like being trapped between reality and illusion. Seeing this, Meng Qiang was shocked. There is such a thing? Mr. Pei's publicity plan actually has such a deep meaning? Isn't it right? Then, what about the publicity video? I shot this video. Meng Qiang is very sure that he didn't think so much when he shot the publicity video. But he carefully recalled the things before and after the video shooting, and felt a little doubtful again. Mr. Pei asked me to not show the real image of Doubt VR glasses in the promotional video, but to replace it with an exaggerated and technological virtual image. At the same time, it should be shot in a stream of consciousness way, even making people feel confused and puzzled when watching it. And I just shot this promotional video according to my own understanding. What if I change my understanding? It still seems to be in line with Mr. Chiao's prediction. Meng Chang suddenly realized that the core of this promotional video actually lies in the 3 words stream of consciousness. Mr. Pei, you want people to feel puzzled and confused. Isn't this exactly in line with Mr. Chiao's spiritual core? Meng Chang filmed it completely according to Mr. Pei's requirements, so even if it changes the form of expression, its core is still confusion, and it still meets the requirements of performance art style publicity, and Mr. Chiao's analysis is still valid. Meng Chang was shocked. Could it be that Mr. Pei just casually gave me a very broad requirement, and it has already determined the fate of this promotional video? Meng Chang hurriedly continued to read on. In fact, for a long time in the past, there have always been clues about the truth. It's just that most people who are confused by the illusion didn't notice it and were unwilling to believe it. Dao VR first released 100 machines to sum up hosts and anchors, but deliberately chose some anchors with criminal records. These anchors actually spoke of the advantages of this pair of glasses in a very realistic way, but everyone was questioning it and no one believed it. After the VR glasses were officially released, the players who bought them also spoke of the advantages of this pair of glasses in a realistic way, but most people still questioned it and were unwilling to believe it. Until now, many people still insist that Qingshan Studio cooperated with Meng Chang just to hype and not to make a good product, and Dao VR glasses are engaged in hunger marketing and the product is very poor. But please follow me and take a closer look at the parameters of this pair of glasses. High-quality lenses with the highest resolution and refresh rate to date, Shenhua Group's most mature projection transmission technology, and a major innovative game controller. After I finished introducing it, did everyone suddenly think that this is actually a very good product? Then why did everyone think it was bad before? Is it because of Tenda's announcement? Is it because of Meng Chang's image? Or is it because of the stereotype caused by public opinion on the internet? After this incident, did everyone suddenly realize that the boundary between reality and illusion is actually very vague? Understand that our eyes, ears, and brains are very easy to be deceived, and we need to use suspicion to approach the truth, but many times suspicion will lead us further away from the truth. If everyone remembers it, then naturally remember the name of this glasses, Dao VR. Just like the logo on the forehead of this pair of glasses, a horizontal line runs through the logo of Qingshan Studio. This is actually a hint. On the surface, it is true that this pair of glasses and the game were developed by Qingshan Studio. But this horizontal line crosses out the logo of Qingshan Studio, which means that this is not the whole truth. This pair of glasses should be jointly developed by Qingshan Studio and Tenda. At the same time, this line also represents the subversion and breaking of tradition, represents the boundary between illusion and reality, and has extremely profound symbolic meaning. Therefore, I hope everyone can put aside the stereotype of this pair of glasses and re-examine it carefully. You will find that this pair of VR glasses is completely worthy of its slogan of epic-making VR product. In the next video, I will combine the game Animal Island to talk about what kind of epic-making breakthrough this pair of VR glasses has compared to previous VR glasses. Stay tuned. After watching the video, Meng Chang fell into silence. This old man Chiao is really amazing. How can he interpret it like this? Sure enough, I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, just because I am in this mountain. Meng Chang understands why he couldn't think of the last one of Pei's propaganda method. Because he went off track from the beginning. Obviously, the impression that Mr. Pei left on Meng Chang was that he was seriously working on a reverse publicity plan. This made Meng Chang, who was in this situation, firmly believe that Mr. Pei was just doing a reverse publicity plan, getting some commissions, and keeping himself in the advertising department. But this obviously conflicted with Mr. Pei's image. Mr. Pei is a man who is good at planning and taking the overall situation into consideration. How could he sacrifice a project with tens of millions of dollars invested just for Meng Chong? So, Meng Chong couldn't figure this out. But Mr. Chiao was an outsider and easily saw through what Meng Chong couldn't see through. Mr. Pei was only doing reverse publicity on the surface, but in fact he was still doing positive publicity. Meng Chong had previously mistakenly thought that Mr. Pei's publicity method was to suppress first and then praise, but Mr. Pei's real process should be, praise first, then suppress, then praise again. In the end, the project still needs to be popular. The last item of Pei's publicity method is finally clear: planning and ultimate reversal. Everything that was done before, on the surface, wasted all the heat of the publicity plan and had a counter effect. But after the last move is revealed, all the foreshadowing will be revealed, and all the heat that seems to have been wasted will be gathered together, so that the entire publicity plan will produce an excellent publicity effect. So that's it, I finally understand. Meng Chong stood up suddenly, and a question that had been bothering him for a long time was finally answered. Why did Mr. Pei ask me to do reverse publicity? If my reverse publicity is successful and the project loses money, won't he suffer a huge loss? I thought Mr. Pei was playing tricks on me before, so that I would fail at the last minute. But this is obviously a misunderstanding of Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei is not such a boring person. Boss Pei saw that I was still not fully understanding it, so he demonstrated it himself. Reverse publicity within a month, ostensibly to reduce the popularity, but actually to accumulate popularity, and then let the previously accumulated popularity explode in full after a month to achieve better publicity effect. In this way, Boss Pei and I will win. I will do reverse publicity, lower the popularity, and persist for a month to get a high commission. By the next month, the publicity effect will explode, the project will be a great success, and Boss Pei will make money. Moreover, after such a reversal, it can achieve better publicity effect than positive publicity. That is, Boss Pei has actually been hinting at me, but I am too stupid to understand the deep meaning, and instead speculate on Boss Pei's intentions. Meng Chong suddenly realized. It turns out that this is the correct way for him as the person in charge of the advertising and marketing department. Chapter 1149. It seems that Meng Chong has indeed reformed. July 20th, Friday morning. Qingshan Studio. Not long after officially starting work, Kai Jiadong saw Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou hurriedly walked in from outside. Where is Mr. Lin? Wang Xiaobin asked. Kai Jiadong stood up and replied, Mr. Lin hasn't come today, what's wrong? Yi Zhizhou shook the mobile hard drive in his hand. The VR version of Fitness Battle has been fully tested and packaged. I'll give it to you for the last pass, and then it can be officially released. Kai Jiadong said, then just release it directly, there will be no problem. Shangyang Games is responsible, so it must be foolproof. What's more, the game Fitness Battle has been operating stably for a long time, and there are no major problems. Now it's just changing the original mobile version to VR version and changing the display method of the game. This change will not induce any major malicious bugs. However, Kai Jiadong hesitated again. Is it the right time to release it now? Should we wait until the popularity of VR glasses and Animal Island rises a little bit? Since the release of VR glasses, Kai Jiadong has been paying attention to the market feedback of this pair of glasses, but what surprised and even disappointed him was that the feedback was not good. Meng Chong was in charge of the promotion of this pair of glasses. President Pei specifically told Qingshan Studio not to worry about the promotion, and just to focus on optimizing the game. As a result, after the promotion plan came out, netizens did not buy it. This surprised Kai Jiadong and made him feel unacceptable. It was such a good product, but it started like this? A good hand of cards, played badly. This inevitably made Kai Jiadong have some prejudices against Meng Chong. Now, the popularity of VR glasses has not yet risen, and it is probably difficult to achieve the best results by launching Fitness Battle, which is a bit wasteful. It is safer to wait until the popularity of VR glasses is on fire before launching this game. Yi Zhizhou smiled and said, "You see, this is because you are not proficient in the business, right?" Kai Jiadong was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Yi Zhizhou meant by this. "Why are you not proficient in the business?" Wang Xiaoban explained, "As early as when this publicity plan came out, we have been paying attention to the changes in online public opinion. The moment Xiao Laosher's video was released, we knew that the time was ripe. Release Fitness War now, and directly make the content of Doubt VR glasses reach the point in one step, which can achieve the best publicity effect. This is the rule summarized from countless previous experiences." Kai Jiadong suddenly realized, "Did Mr. Qiao post a video? I went to bed early last night and didn't pay attention. I'll go and see it now." Kai Jiadong immediately opened the Eli Island website to check the video posted by Mr. Qiao last night. Qiao Liang has been helping Qingshan Studio for so long, and Kai Jiadong is familiar with him. It can be seen that Qiao Liang is indeed a very smart host and has a deep understanding of the game. Otherwise, how could he interpret Mr. Pei's true intentions in the game many times and be regarded as Mr. Pei's confidant by everyone? This video will definitely have a huge impact on the current situation of VR glasses. The video is not long and it was quickly watched. Kai Jiadong put down his mobile phone with a look of icy on his face. "That's what happened. It seems that I misunderstood Meng Chong. He is not secretly doing anything, but is strictly following the instructions of President Pei to carry out this performance art plan." Yi Zhizhou nodded, "Yes. Meng Chong not only planned the entire publicity plan and filmed the publicity video according to President Pei's intention, but also made full use of his previous negative reputation. He himself became an important part of the entire performance art publicity. Before, we all didn't trust Meng Chong very much. We thought he would not work honestly in Tenda. But now it seems that after such a long time of influence, especially after being disciplined by President Pei, he has changed his ways. Now he should have completely given up the cleverness he was proud of before, and got back on track, humbly asking and learning from President Pei." Wang Xiaoban added, "Thinking about it this way, it was Meng Chong who made the connection for Qiao Liang to come to us to try out the game. Did you prepare this publicity plan in advance at that time?" This credit is indeed partly Meng Chang's, there is no doubt about it. Everyone nodded. Obviously, this is another strong evidence that Meng Chong turned over a new leaf and was changed by President Pei. If it wasn't for the purpose of laying the groundwork for the promotional plan, how could Meng Chong suddenly decide to let Xiao Laosher come here to try it out? Thinking of this, everyone's impression of Meng Chong changed a lot. Kai Jiadong said with emotion, "Speaking of which, Xiao Liang is really amazing. For example, this line on the VR glasses. Although we all interpreted this line added by Mr. Pei from the perspective of aesthetics and design, we thought we had interpreted most of the meaning. I didn't expect Xiao Liang to interpret the meaning of it symbolizes the boundary between fantasy and reality, which invisibly made the connotation of Doubt VR glasses more profound. Sure enough, he is the host who knows Mr. Pei best. In this way, the public opinion on the internet has completely reversed." Kai Jiadong casually flipped through the comments and messages of players under the video, and knew that this video of Mr. Qiao, as usual, played a role in turning the tide again. Many people had some stereotypes about Doubt VR glasses before, and the anger accumulated by being fooled by the purchase restrictions several times led to the bad reputation of this pair of glasses after its release. But now, with the elimination of many misunderstandings, netizens know that this pair of glasses was jointly developed by Tenda Group, Shenhua Group and Qingshan Studio with huge investment, and they will naturally re-examine this product objectively. At this time, the excellent parameters and unique design of the glasses will come back to the player's field of vision. Numbers will not lie. Lenses with high resolution and high refresh rate will inevitably mean a better visual experience. As players gain deeper experience and exploration, the reputation of Doubt VR glasses will surely soar in the future. At this critical juncture, launching another blockbuster game, Fitness Battle VR Edition, can add fuel to the fire. Although both Animal Island VR and Fitness Battle VR are very important, and releasing them separately is more conducive to maintaining the popularity of VR glasses for a longer time, it would be better to release them together. As a new thing, most ordinary consumers are still on the sidelines. Just an excellent VR game is hard to convince them to bite their teeth and buy VR equipment. What if they buy it and it's covered in dust? If they don't buy VR glasses, they won't experience the advantages of VR, the super sense of reality and immersion, and if they don't experience how fun VR is, they can't make up their minds to buy it. In this way, a cycle is formed, and it will be very difficult to break through. Therefore, it is necessary to show players as much content as possible on VR glasses in the early stage. The more content there is, the stronger the player's willingness to buy will be. Everyone hit it off and soon decided to put Fitness Battle VR on the shelves immediately. This game will have several entrances at the same time. There will be an entrance in the original Fitness Battle game, the official website of Qingshan Studio, and the built-in app store of VR glasses. Strive to let all players know this news first. At this time, Xiao Liang had just woken up. In order to make the last video yesterday, he lost a lot of brain cells. Fortunately, the video was successfully released in the evening. After getting up in the morning, Xiao Liang opened this video first and checked the comments and messages from netizens. Then, a smile appeared on his face. It's done. As expected, netizens are very smart and very reasonable. With a little guidance, everyone will understand the truth and understand Mr. Pei's good intentions. Mr. Pei is not a businessman, he is a real artist. If an artist is not understood, it will be a very sad thing. Fortunately, our netizens have a high level of appreciation and strong understanding ability. Such players can have such a talented designer as Mr. Pei, and Mr. Pei can have such a group of players. It is a very lucky and happy thing for both of them. Okay, continue to work hard today and get the next video out as soon as possible. In the previous video, Xiao Liang just explained the performance art promotion, this time to eliminate the players' misunderstandings and prejudices about this pair of glasses. As for the advantages of this pair of glasses, he only briefly mentioned its various parameters. But Xiao Liang knew that this pair of glasses was by no means a product with nothing to offer except for the heaping of materials. Its parameters are indeed higher than those of the VR glasses currently on the market, but its real excellence is definitely not limited to this. The most amazing thing about Doubt VR glasses is that it redefines the operating specifications of VR games through the design of the handle, and uses the game Animal Island VR to guide players to adapt to the operating specifications of VR, showing the infinite possibilities of VR games in the future. And these, it seems that no one has boasted about them yet. After all, the game has just been launched for a few days, and most people are still experiencing the content in the game, which is not enough to make such an analysis. Animal Island VR is a casual game with a relatively long game process. At the same time, considering that VR glasses should not be used for too long and avoid heavy play by players, this game will split the rich game content and unlock it in the first few. This makes most hosts and anchors unable to see the true appearance of this game in the short term, and can only play some fur. But Xiao Liang is different. When he was helping in Qingshan Studio, he had already deeply experienced all the gameplay of this game and had a very deep understanding of the game itself. All these contents are easy to come by. Chapter 1150 Live Broadcast of Animal Island VR. But the problem is that he didn't leave any video footage when he experienced it before, so if he wants the material, he still has to experience and record it in the game. Xiao Liang remembered that he hadn't broadcast live for a long time recently. It just so happens that he can start broadcasting and play Animal Island, explain it to fans, and record the material by the way. Then he will work hard and try to make the video this weekend. Before broadcasting, make preparations first. In this regard, Qiao Liang also learned from the lessons of many anchors when broadcasting VR games. For conventional consoles, computers and mobile games, as long as the picture is transmitted to the audience in real time through capture cards or screen recording software, VR games are not correct. Although the video screen of VR games can be turned into a plane, the picture seen by the audience will still swing around with the anchor's perspective. For the anchor, frequent shaking of the perspective will not feel any discomfort, but for the audience, it will be very dizzy. In addition, many actions of the anchor cannot be seen by the audience at all. These will undoubtedly greatly weaken the live broadcast effect of VR games. In the previous performance art promotion process, many anchors had no experience, so although they did live broadcasts, the response was not good. Qiao Liang thought about it for a long time. These problems are difficult to solve completely, but they can be improved through certain means. First, keep your neck steady as much as possible and shake less. Although this method seems simple and crude, it is indeed very effective. Many people usually have small movements and habitually shake their heads, but they don't feel it. When playing VR games, this habit will also be brought into the game. Shake your neck as little as possible and stabilize the camera, and the audience's dizziness will be greatly reduced. Moreover, in order to facilitate players, Animal Island VR provides a function to grab items. In this way, players do not need to bend down frequently to pick up things, and they can keep their eyes level most of the time, which is also an advantage. Secondly, prepare an extra camera to shoot your actions in reality, then use a simple software to detect the button pressing status of the handle and display it on the screen. Through the real screen, the audience can better understand how VR games are operated. Many people who have never played VR games may mistakenly believe that VR games are also controlled by buttons, and that there is not much essential difference from computer games. Through this lens, they can realize that their ideas are very wrong. Software that detects button pressing is also very common, and many anchors have used it. Some are to let the audience know their operations better, and some are to prove that they are not cheating. This button detection function, combined with the real picture, can better show the excellent characteristics of VR to the audience. After everything is ready, Qiao Liang merged all these contents into the live broadcast screen. Unlike computer games, the interface UI of VR games is very simple, because many contents do not need to be placed in the field of vision. For example, the player's status, number of bullets and other data can be placed on the back of the player's hand, and will only be displayed when the player looks at the back of the hand. Animal Island VR has taken this to the extreme, with almost no UI on the entire interface, further enhancing the immersion. Qiao Liang put the real lens picture in the upper left corner of the entire picture, and put the interface for detecting the handle button in the upper right corner of the picture. The content of these two parts of the picture is not particularly important and can be covered. The lower left and lower right positions must also display the movements of the two hands, and various UI information on the arms. After everything was done, Qiao Liang started live streaming and prepared to enter the game Animal Island VR. Not long after the live streaming started, many fans flocked to the live streaming room. Oh my God! The Pigeon Spirit actually broadcast live. Didn't he post a video yesterday? I thought Lao Qiao would take a 3-month vacation next. Wow, today, is he going to broadcast Animal Island live? As soon as they saw the screen in the live broadcast room, many viewers already understood what Lao Qiao was going to do. However, judging from the content of the barrage, many viewers did not feel too much expectation or excitement. Lao Qiao should not broadcast Animal Island. VR game live broadcast is meaningless. It is better to broadcast turning back to the shore and suffer. You can also warm up eternal reincarnation in advance. I will slip away if I broadcast VR games. I will feel dizzy. Casual games are just so no matter how they are played. I saw other anchors play the beginning, but it is not my cup of tea. Obviously, many players are not very interested in Xiao Liang's current live broadcast content. On the one hand, it is because VR live broadcast is indeed not very enjoyable to watch. On the other hand, it is also because other anchors have tried to broadcast a section of Animal Island, but the effect is not very good, so Xiao Liang's fans don't want to watch it. Seeing these barrages, Xiao Liang did not panic, but smiled slightly. Everyone, please watch patiently for a while. I have made sufficient preparations before the live broadcast. Of course, I am different from other anchors. Xiao Liang did not explain anything more and went straight into the game. Although some people quit, most of the audience are old fans and stayed, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is still growing. The way and process of entering the game are somewhat different from other games. When entering other games, they all have fixed processes such as clicking buttons, black screens, pop-up logos, and walking animations, but Animal Island VR is different. Its entrance is in the scene of VR glasses. DAO VR glasses initially come with 3 scenes. The default scene is a sunny island with the sea in front and the forest on the back. In this scene, turn back and click with the handle to open Animal Island. Of course, the premise is that the game program must be downloaded on the computer in advance, and the wireless projection connection between the computer and VR glasses has been completed. After entering the game, the scene will switch seamlessly and come to the beach of the island landing site. The surrounding scene remains unchanged. The game logo and animation will appear above the player's field of vision. Many birds fly from the forest and fish begin to jump in the waves. This is actually the loading process of the game. Before the players realized this, they had already changed from the initial interface of the VR glasses to the scene of the game. Then, the handle vibrated slightly, and Xiao Liang saw a slightly raised part on the ground moving towards him, like a tunnel. 2 seconds later, the tunnel hit a big rock next to it, making a bang sound. Ouch! An anthropomorphic groundhog emerged from the ground. It was round, fat, and cute, carrying a pocket hoe with some steam parts and the logo of Steam Technology on it. A big bump appeared on the groundhog's head, obviously from hitting the rock just now. I'm so stupid, I forgot to wear a hat again. The groundhog took out a miner's hat from the backpack behind him and put it on his head. Just as it was about to go back into the hole, to continue digging, it happened to see Xiao Liang and hurriedly said, "Ah. Hello. I heard that someone has contracted this island. Looking at the description and the information, it should be you, right? Please rest assured, the island has been initially developed by our Steam Technology company. Although it is still far from the perfect island in our imagination, it is already suitable for living. How to develop this island is your freedom. I will take you to the Steam Technology Service office to register first. This is the Steam Technology balance car prepared for you. Please get on board." The groundhog said, clumsily pressing on his wrist, and a strangely shaped balance car drove over from not far away and stopped not far in front of Xiao Liang. At the same time, the groundhog continued the lines and gave instructions to the players on how to move. The prompts are very simple, which are to use the joystick to move and change the perspective, and to use the jump key to teleport. The first 2 prompts mainly guide the player to move to the balance car. After getting on the balance car, there will be new guidance, content. According to Mr. Pei's requirements, the game Animal Island should make the game guidance as simple and natural as possible, so there is no separate interface introduction. Instead, when the groundhog speaks, it uses the interface to guide in the form of "Next, please move to the side of the balance car." After standing on the balance car, the groundhog began to introduce its driving method. The driving method of the balance car is very simple. Do you see the button on your left index finger? Press it to brake and reverse. The joystick on the left thumb controls the direction, and the button on the right index finger is to accelerate. After the character gets on the balance car, both hands automatically grab the two joysticks on the balance car. And this control layout structure is highly similar to the handle held by the player. Therefore, when the groundhog introduces the function of the button on the balance car joystick, it is equivalent to introducing the use of the handle. During the introduction, the corresponding button on the balance car will be highlighted, so that players can more clearly confirm which button the groundhog is introducing. Okay, now try to drive it and go to the service station on the island with me. After the introduction, the marmot went back to Linli again, quickly dug a hole and led the way, while Qiao Liang followed behind in the balance car. Arriving at the door of the Steam Technology Service office on the island, the marmot was waiting outside, teaching the player to put away the Steam balance car and go into the service office to go through the formalities. According to the settings in the game, Steam Technology tailors the Liangyu development plan for the animals. As long as the animals spend some money, they can become the owner of an island, cooperate with Steam Technology to develop the island, and turn it into what they want. The service office is a place for Steam Technology Company to communicate with the contractors of the island and provide services. Chapter 1151. This game is interesting only when you savor it carefully. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. When you come to the counter, the mobile function is automatically locked, and you can only look around. Under the guidance of the Steam Technology waiter at the service desk, enter the formal registration process. In this process, you need to determine the name of the character and the island, choose the development direction of the island, and you can also make preliminary customization of the appearance of the character. Each island is generated according to certain rules, and each player's initial island is completely different. But the needs of each player will be different after all, so players are allowed to choose the development direction of the island. For example, if the player likes fishing, then the island can be transformed into an island with more water and rich fish resources. If the player likes hunting, the island can be transformed into an island with lush forests and more animals. If the player likes farming, then the island can be transformed into a state with more flat land and more crop types. Of course, players can also choose a balanced island, so that each area of the island is used for fishing, hunting and farming, etc. After selecting this need, Steam Technology will develop and transform the island in the corresponding direction, but this transformation is not completed all at once. When you just choose it, the island will not change at all, but will continue to change for a period of time in the future. Of course, if you change your mind later, you can come to the service center to modify it. But you can't modify it too frequently. In addition to this long-term modification plan, there is also a short-term modification plan, the relocation service provided by Steam Technology. Players can move the initial buildings on the island to their favorite locations. This time it is free, and it will be charged later. As for the appearance of the characters, they are all very cute little animals. These little animals are all kinds of strange, including ducks, penguins, dogs, crocodiles, rabbits, rhinos, cats, etc. After choosing a little animal, you can also change its fur color, shape and clothes. The clothes on the little animal can also be changed at will in the future, and other decorations such as bows, quivers, gun bags, mechanical watches, etc. will be added. After registration is completed, you can officially explore the island freely. The content of the first day is mainly to help players familiarize themselves with the operation, including the most basic movement, as well as basic gameplay such as hunting, farming, and mining. After that, the game will gradually guide players to carry out more complex activities, such as fishing for high-level fish, hunting for high-level animal materials, farming and hybridization to produce high-level crops, etc. When carrying out these activities, the corresponding NPC will provide guidance. For example, the one who teaches hunting is a puppy, the one who teaches fishing is a kitten, the one who teaches farming is an old cow, and the one who teaches mining is the groundhog. Of course, they are all anthropomorphic animal images. During the teaching process, these small animals will use very slow movements to show the players some specific operations. For example, the puppy will show the series of processes of taking arrows from the quiver, putting on the bow, drawing the bow, and shooting arrows, and at the same time give specific instructions on how to play the game. While listening to the instructions, the players explore these gameplays, and when they successfully shoot an arrow, they can't help but exclaim, "Wow, awesome." For Qiao Liang, these operations are already very proficient, and he can even use the bow and arrow to shoot quickly, which makes the puppy who teaches him archery and hunting constantly exclaim. But for the audience, it feels very amazing. Through the small screen in the upper left corner, the audience can clearly see Qiao Liang's actions. Although the actions in reality are a bit vulgar, he is indeed seriously putting on the bow and shooting arrows. Combined with the graphics in the game, many people have come to realize that VR games are so different from ordinary computer games. In ordinary computer games, archery is just a matter of moving the mouse and clicking a button. There is no need to make it complicated, but in VR games, although the steps of archery are more complicated and the operation is more difficult, because of the highly realistic characteristics, people will not feel bored or troublesome, but will enjoy it and be unable to extricate themselves. Many people used to think that it was a waste for Doubt VR to have so many buttons on the handle. Because other VR games only need 1 or 2 buttons to play, which is nothing more than using one button to teleport and another button to interact with the props in the game. Therefore, Doubt VR's many buttons are not used in other games at all. But after watching the specific gameplay of Animal Island VR, these people realized that although there are many buttons, none of them is redundant, and they are all very useful. Other VR games do not use so many buttons, which can only mean that the content of these games is not rich enough and the gameplay is not interesting enough. The handle of Doubt VR glasses takes into account the interaction of the player's 5 fingers, and there are buttons such as changing magazines and hammering on it, which simulates the structure of firearms, making the simulated shotgun shooting in the game particularly exciting. This feeling is particularly obvious when holding something in your hand. The handles of other VR glasses only need to hold the trigger button to hold things in your hand, but the player's operation is different from the actions of the characters in the game, so it will have a little impact on the sense of immersion. But Doubt VR's handle needs to be held with 5 fingers, which makes people feel that they are really grabbing something, rather than simply hooking something with one index finger, and the sense of substitution will be stronger. After playing for more than 2 hours, Qiao Liang reluctantly quit the game until the VR glasses prompted that the battery was low. It must be said that the officially released version of the game has made great progress compared with the version he tried before. The main reason is that the entire game process has been straightened out, the early game guidance and transitions have been done well, and there is no obvious sense of separation between the various gameplay sections. Everything is as smooth as silk. The reason for stopping is that the glasses are out of power and Qiao Liang's neck can't stand it. In order to bring a better viewing experience to the live audience, he always reminds himself not to shake his head and look around. Even if he changes the perspective, he should be as smooth as possible. In this way, the experience of the audience is guaranteed, but Qiao Liang's neck is in trouble and needs a break. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Qiao Liang couldn't help but smile slightly. Obviously, his efforts paid off. The comments of the audience on the barrage about the controller and the game are completely different. I never thought that such a simple content would be so interesting on the VR platform. This fishing is so fun, I want to buy this glasses. Apart from anything else, it's enough to be a fishing simulator. This game comes with hunting, fishing, farming, and other games. It's a great deal. I thought this controller was flashy before, but now it seems to be invincible. If you buy Doubt VR, at least in terms of the operation of the controller, it will be perfectly compatible with new VR games in the next few years, and you don't have to worry about not having enough buttons. But if you want to play Animal Island, you can only use Doubt VR, other VR glasses are not very good. Of course I have to buy Doubt VR. Are there other glasses on the market that can play now? Seeing these comments, Qiao Liang couldn't help but feel proud. Look. I am still worthy of being the first salesperson of Tenda. That is to say, I am indifferent to fame and fortune, otherwise President Pei would have hired me to be the head of the sales department. In fact, even if Qiao Liang didn't do this live broadcast, these excellent contents of Animal Island VR would sooner or later be introduced to players by other anchors or up hosts. The quality of the VR glasses and the game itself is really good, so even if there are some small misunderstandings in the early stage, it doesn't matter at all. As time goes by, players will always realize its value. But Qiao Liang's existence undoubtedly greatly accelerated this process and expanded the final influence. Okay, today's live broadcast is almost over here. I have to continue editing the materials and work hard to make videos. If you feel that you are still not satisfied, I suggest you buy a Doubt VR glasses and try it yourself. After all, you have to experience VR games yourself to feel them. Watching live broadcasts and cloud experiences are too different from playing them yourself. Qiao Liang was ready to take off his VR glasses to rest. For a pigeon-like anchor, broadcasting for more than 2 hours is already considered overtime. However, after exiting the homepage of the VR glasses, he suddenly found that there was an additional promotional page on the homepage. Obviously, when he was experiencing the game, the content of the homepage had quietly changed. The promotional page was a huge game promotional poster, which showed several game characters in Fitness Battle and a huge title, Fitness Battle VR Edition is now available for download. Huh? Qiao Liang was shocked instantly. There is such a surprise? The VR version of Fitness Battle was developed by Shengyang Games. Since it did not involve changes in gameplay and operation, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin did not mention it to Qixing Studio, and they still focused their main energy on the development of Animal Island. Therefore, Qiao Liang did not know the existence of this project. Seeing this title now, I was overjoyed. I quickly clicked in to check it out. On the details page of Fitness Battle VR Edition, there is a brief introduction, among which several points are particularly important. Data is interoperable across all platforms, it can be used with smart fitness clothes drying racks, and the VR glasses themselves do not require a computer or mobile phone to cast the screen. Upon hearing this, Qiao Liang was no longer sleepy. Doesn't this mean that you can break the dimensional wall and get close to the girls in Fitness Battle? Although Animal Island is also very fun, after all, it is full of cute animals, and the main purpose is to hunt and farm. Could anyone have any improper thoughts about the fox girl and rabbit sister in Animal Island? But Fitness Battle is different, it is full of ready-made, well-dressed girls. Qiao Liang had been playing Fitness Battle for so long before, and he got a full set of uniforms and skirts for the girls, all of which can be seen in VR. This is simply irresistible. Qiao Liang immediately chose to download it. Fitness Battle VR Edition can be downloaded and run on VR glasses. Because its configuration requirements and game capacity are lower than Animal Island, there is no need to use a computer to cast the screen. After all, Fitness Battle is originally a mobile game. If players already have a smart fitness clothes rack, they only need to buy VR glasses to experience Fitness Battle VR Edition without the need for a computer. This undoubtedly greatly lowers the threshold for the experience. Chapter 1152 A Little Help, a Boiler in the Snow. In the afternoon, in a new store of Xingya Fitness, near Yuan Tiandi, Che Rong was directing several employees to arrange it. Move this row of machines to the side, closer to the floor-to-ceiling window, for a better view. Everyone, please note that the new machines are equipped with a call system. Click on your location to see which location is calling. You must come to answer the call as soon as possible, and don't let the customers wait for a long time. Do you understand? Che Rong repeatedly reminded him of everything. Of course, he had already known about the planning of the new phase of Jingzhou subway. Although he sold a house on the eve of the opening of the subway, which sounded like a huge loss, Che Rong didn't feel that he had lost money at all, but felt that he had made a lot of money. Obviously, President Pei probably knew that the subway would be built here, so he bought the property here in advance to better observe Tengda's industry in the old industrial area. But President Pei is obviously a person who doesn't take advantage of others. A drop of water is returned with a spring of gratitude. When Che Rong bought this house, he had the intention of speculating in real estate, but he soon regretted it and decided to sell the house and use the money to invest in his own gym. This view was obviously recognized by Mr. Pei, so Mr. Pei asked Yuan Meng Venture Capital to invest in Qingshan Fitness. Selling a house can get investment, and also gain Mr. Pei's friendship. Where can you find such a good thing? Not to mention selling it, it's okay to give it to Mr. Pei for free. However, Che Rong felt that giving it away for free was still inappropriate. Mr. Pei is not short of money, so what's the matter with giving him a house for free? Not only is it self-righteous, but it will also appear shameful and not open and aboveboard. So, it's good now. After receiving a large amount of investment, Che Rong also became bolder. He discussed with Mr. Li and felt that if Qingshan Fitness wanted to continue to develop, it must gradually establish a high-end image and can no longer stay in the original corners. Therefore, the location of the new store was more bold, and this flagship store was opened near Yuan, the most prosperous business district in Jingzhou. The location is good and very impressive, so the rent will naturally not be low. With the current business model of Qingshan Fitness, it is difficult for this store to make a profit. But Che Rong and Leisure think that this store will help establish the high-end image of Starboard Fitness and increase brand awareness. This store is like a huge billboard. Although it may be difficult to make a profit due to the high rent of the store, it can increase brand awareness and make other stores profitable. Moreover, it may be able to gain the favor of more investors and get more investment. No matter how you think about it, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. In terms of site selection, it is deliberately separated from the two large shopping malls, Yuan and Jinxing Plaza, in order to avoid competing with Tengda's managed gym business. The decoration and layout of the store have also been worked on, especially absorbing a lot of advanced experience from Tengda Experience Store. As we all know, the transparent service of Tengda Experience Store has been well received, and this service method is also very suitable for Starboard Fitness stores. Set up a call button next to all smart fitness clothes drying racks. Press it to directly notify the service staff to come and answer questions, which has a huge improvement on the environment and atmosphere of the entire store. Che Rong has been watching here for a few days, and now it has finally been arranged and can be prepared to officially start business. The other several stores are also almost ready. On the opening day, there will definitely be an opening reward event, and some people will be arranged to go to the nearby area to distribute flyers and advertise. Tengda's industry never distributes flyers, but that's because they are awesome enough. Che Rong didn't think he could reach the level of marketing that Mr. Pei had, so it was safest to promote it in the conventional way. Just as he sat down and prepared to drink a sip of water, Che Rong saw Li Shi walk into the store quickly. Mr. Li. Che Rong stood up and said, "The stores here have been arranged and will open this weekend." Li Shi nodded slightly and asked, "Have you encountered any problems that are difficult to solve? By the way, you can get cash red envelopes by following the WeChat public account now. It's a waste not to grab the wool that has just been discovered." Che Rong thought for a while. It's not a big problem. But the only thing I'm worried about is that the popularity on the opening day is not enough and people won't buy it. After all, the popularity of smart fitness clothes racks and fitness battle has passed, and the model of Starboard Fitness has been operating stably for some time. It's hard to say whether the opening of a new store can still cause a sensation like when Starboard Fitness just transformed. Che Rong's worries are obviously not unreasonable. When Starboard Fitness just transformed into a business model based on smart fitness clothes racks, Fitness Battle and smart fitness clothes racks were very popular, and there were a lot of discussions on the internet. And because the production capacity of smart fitness clothes racks is insufficient, and the price is high and the area is large, many people want to experience it but can't. This provides Starboard Fitness with an excellent business opportunity, and it can use this to stand out. But now, the popularity of Fitness Battle and the smart fitness clothes drying rack has gone down. Those people who wanted to experience the smart fitness clothes drying rack have also experienced it and no longer have the strong demand as before. In this case, can a new store still be as popular as before? Will it lose money because there are not enough customers? This is the problem that Che Rong is most worried about now. Li Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. You don't need to worry about this at all. Che Rong was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Mr. Li has already thought of a solution? Li Shi shook his head. How can I be so capable? It's Mr. Pei. Do you think that Mr. Pei can't think of the problem you can think of? Look at this. Li Shi said, and handed over the phone. Che Rong took it and saw that there was a very simple message on it. Fitness Battle has a VR version. This. Che Rong widened his eyes and looked incredible. Although he didn't play this game or even see the game screen, he could imagine what kind of state it would be just by thinking about it. Fitness Battle was originally a very successful game. After changing to the VR version, the basic gameplay remains unchanged, only the presentation method has changed. It must still be a successful game. The only thing that puzzled Che Rong was when this happened. There was no news at all, not even Mr. Li knew about it. This is really a pleasant surprise. Li Shi smiled slightly. Actually, there is no need to be too surprised. I have said it before, if you cooperate with Mr. Pei, as long as you show a little kindness, Mr. Pei will naturally give you more benefits. You will never suffer any loss if you cooperate with Mr. Pei. You don't think that Mr. Pei wants to help you, just give a little investment and that's it? Also, look at this. Li Shi opened the Iladeo website on his mobile phone and found Lin Jiaqiang's video. In the video, Lin Jiaqiang still insists on using the smart fitness clothes drying rack to exercise and punch in every day. And his figure has undergone earth-shaking changes. Before, Lin Jiaqiang only used it for 2 weeks and lost 4 kilograms. Now it has been 2 months since he started using the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Although the speed of weight loss has slowed down, his body shape has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original fat man with big ears is gone, and the original clothes can no longer be worn because of being too fat. After changing his dressing style, he looks like a middle-aged uncle who has benefited from maintenance. Although his figure is not yet at the level of six-pack abs, the changes in his figure are indeed obvious to all. Obviously, Lin Jiaqiang is a living advertisement for the smart fitness clothes drying rack, putting the 2 photos of him before and after losing weight together. Those who don't know would think it's false advertising. The change is too big. Obviously, with the launch of Fitness Battle VR Edition, Lin Jiaqiang's fitness video is expected to set off a wave of discussion. This will undoubtedly add fuel to the upcoming Starboard Fitness branch. I was worried about the lack of popularity before, but now, isn't the popularity coming? Che Rong was so moved that he couldn't say anything more. Mr. Pei is so kind. This is simply a timely help, no, a whole boiler in the snow. Even Che Rong felt that his worries were too unnecessary. It's like playing a game and going to a dungeon. The tank in the team is still worried that his equipment is not good enough and he can't stand the monsters. As a result, he saw the big boss mage in the team rush up alone to pull the monsters together and attack. It was so surprising that Che Rong even doubted the authenticity of this matter. Boss Pei is so kind, I don't know what to say. Could it be that Boss Pei thought of this in advance and made a game specifically to help? Li Shi smiled slightly. What is he thinking? How is that possible? The VR version of Fitness Battle must have been in the development plan early on. After all, this game has been a great success, and the smart fitness clothes drying rack has also sold well. Now the Qingshan studio invested by Tenda has made a very successful VR glasses. Changing Fitness Battle into a VR version can form a linkage for many industries. Including Lin Jiaqiang's video, it must have been planned from the beginning. It is a long-term promotion method. Boss Pei has planned these a long time ago, but it is definitely for the industries related to Tenda Fitness. As for the benefit of starboard fitness, it is just a byproduct. Leisure paused and said, but this is where Boss Pei is most powerful. Other people help, and they try their best to solve the problem. They run around and let you know that he has put a lot of effort to help you. But Boss Pei is not like this. He has arranged everything a long time ago. It looks easy and natural, as if it is just a piece of cake. But the help he gives is much more than the help that others can give with all their efforts. Che Rong nodded. This time he has completely experienced what it feels like to drink soup. It's so delicious, no wonder Mr. Li is addicted to soup and can't stop. Then, Mr. Li, should we buy a lot of VR glasses next? Li Shi nodded, of course. I have already informed Qingshan Studio and will buy in large quantities, and equip every smart fitness clothes drying rack of Xingnia Fitness with VR glasses. Whether the customers use it or not is their business, but we must have it. After experiencing a lot, you will naturally be more open-minded about many things. Although he was still shocked that Mr. Chiao could misinterpret his intentions like this, and shocked that netizens were once again deceived and fooled by Mr. Chiao's sweet words, Pei Qian felt that he could fully bear it, because the investment in VR glasses and Animal Island VR is too huge. Even if it becomes popular and sells out within a week, what does it matter? It is impossible to recover the development cost. Even if it makes money, it is unknown how many cycles it will take. Moreover, the pricing of these VR glasses does not make a high profit. It is true that Tenda invested in Qingshan Studio, but this part of the money will be divided after Qingshan Studio earns it, and the distribution will definitely be small and slow. Therefore, simply selling VR glasses is not a big threat to Pei Qian. This fire, as long as it does not burn to other places, it will be fine. After getting up, Pei Qian strolled and thought of going to Moyu Internet Cafe for breakfast. However, as soon as he walked to the door of Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian felt something was wrong. Why are there so many people? Pei Qian does not come to Moyu Internet Cafe to eat every day, it depends on what time he gets up. But in the past week, he has come at least 3 times, and each time he came, it was not as lively as today. Moreover, there are many new faces. Moyu Internet Cafe has opened many branches, so the regular customers must live nearby, and they will feel familiar after coming here many times. There are so many new faces, which is a very strange thing in itself. Fortunately, it is still early, not even 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are still seats in the coffee area. Pei Qian found an empty table and sat down, called the waiter over, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on today? Why are there so many people?" The waiter whispered, "Mr. Pei, don't you know yet? The VR experience area on the 2nd floor is officially open today." Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then he remembered. He almost forgot about this. He had previously told Xiaopeng to renovate the Moyu Internet Cafe in batches, allocating half of the space from the internet area to make it a VR experience area. Later, he didn't keep an eye on this matter. Some time ago, the Moyu Internet Cafe began to be renovated in batches, and the entire 2nd floor of this internet cafe was also closed for decoration and layout. Now with the hot listing of Doubt VR, the VR experience area of the Moyu Internet Cafe has also been officially renovated. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1153, There is something wrong with starboard fitness. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian was a little flustered, but soon calmed down. Calm down, calm down. The VR experience area has just opened, and it's quite a gimmick. It's normal and reasonable for everyone to come and play. After this wave of enthusiasm is over, there will definitely be few people in the VR experience area, and Moyu Internet Cafe will lose money. It's still worthwhile to suffer long-term losses due to temporary popularity. After comforting himself in this way, Pei Qian stood up and planned to sneak to the second floor to take a look. Although he knew that the second floor was mostly full now, it was also important to see the feedback from customers. What if the occupancy rate is high, but the customers are not satisfied? He greeted the waiter and asked him to help him save a seat, because he had to come down to eat later. It was only morning, and the internet cafe was almost full. This kind of grand occasion had not been seen for at least several months. If Pei Qian went to the second floor, his seat would probably be taken by someone else soon, so he had to ask the waiter to help keep an eye on it. Following the crowd to the second floor, Pei Qian was shocked by the grand occasion in front of him, sending red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on WeChat official account now. So many people. Although Pei Qian had expected that there would be a lot of people and all the seats would be occupied before coming, he found that he was still too young after coming. Not only were all the seats occupied, but there were also 2 people queuing behind. In order to facilitate players to move freely within the VR range, each empty seat in the VR experience area is relatively spacious, and there are partitions to separate the players and the people on both sides. There is an aisle behind, which is also relatively spacious. Now, there are quite a few people standing in the original aisle, obviously all waiting in line. Now Pei Qian knows why there are so many unfamiliar faces downstairs. Because the familiar faces have already come to the second floor to play, or have lined up. The queuing mechanism of Moyu Internet Cafe is similar to the queuing mechanism of other industries such as snack markets and Jingji Hostel. If it is full, you can go to the bar to queue up. The bar will make overall arrangements based on the priority of the number and the time when each device is off the machine, so that there will be no situation where you can pick up the leak later. This is also to take care of the experience of as many people as possible, so that there will not be a situation where someone arrives early but is preempted by others. Normally, these people should just wait for the call in the internet cafe area downstairs, but it is obvious that they are too enthusiastic about VR, so they would rather stand upstairs and watch. The equipment in the VR experience area includes keyboard, mouse, headphones, monitor, and a full set of Doubt VR head-mounted display. The keyboard and mouse are fixed on a foldable table board, unfolded when in use, and hung on the wall when not in use. The monitor will display the picture in the VR glasses. Of course, if the player does not want others to see it, he can also choose to turn off the monitor screen. But Animal Island VR is a cute casual game, and there is nothing shameful, so there is no need to turn off the monitor screen. So, there is a situation where one person plays and 2 people watch behind, and the people who watch are still enjoying it. VR glasses are all-in-one machines with batteries, which can be played wirelessly, but can only last for more than 2 hours. In fact, the original intention of the design is to let everyone take a break after playing for more than 2 hours, charge the glasses, and don't play too immersed, which is too tiring. For players at home, this is the case. After all, the VR glasses are their own, so just find some fragmented time to play. But it's not the same in Moyu Internet Cafe. Many people come here specially. How can they leave after 2 hours? Of course they have to work hard. However, Xiaopeng obviously took this into consideration. When designing, he fixed the charging and data cables of the VR glasses on the right wall in a hanging manner. This cable is suspended above the head, so even if you play with a cable, players don't have to worry about being entangled by the cable, and the experience is not much different from the wireless mode. The customers watching from the back chatted while watching. Looking closer, it's clearer than what's shown in Mr. Chiao's video. This game is so awesome, and it can simulate all the archery movements. I can't wait to try it. Hey, I knew the VR experience area was open today, so I rushed here as soon as the internet cafe opened, but I didn't expect to be late. Many people were queuing before the door opened. I don't know how long I have to wait in line, it's uncomfortable. It's okay, buddy, I can only play for an hour at most. If the experience is good, I will go back and directly order a VR glasses to play at home. There are too many people, why don't we go to the Moyu Internet Cafe, farther away? Don't go, there must be a queue there, don't think about it, just wait here honestly. It seems that only Animal Island can be played here, what about Fitness Battle? There is no smart fitness clothes drying rack here, how can I play it? If you want to play Fitness Battle, you can go to the nearby Starbird Fitness, which is equipped with a full set of clothes drying racks and VR glasses. Really? How much does it cost? We have everything. You can subscribe monthly, annually, or experience it on a per-use basis. And there's a new store nearby, so I don't think there will be many people. Then I won't queue here. There are more than a dozen people in front of me. How long will it take? Let's go over there to experience it first. People come and go in the VR experience area. New customers keep coming up from downstairs to see what the VR experience area looks like, and people keep leaving from the second floor. Pei Qian was squeezed by the crowd near the stairs, feeling a little depressed. If he came here normally, he would often meet someone asking him for an autograph, which Pei Qian would find annoying. But today, no one asked him for an autograph. They were all staring at the VR glasses, which made Pei Qian even more uncomfortable. What a sad story. And, Pei Qian suddenly felt something was wrong while listening to these people's discussion. Starbird Fitness? Why does this name sound so familiar? Pei Qian was very sure that he had heard of this name. After he went downstairs, he thought about it while eating breakfast, and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the gym that he asked He Dishing to invest in before? When Pei Qian was buying a house before, he happened to meet Che Rong. Che Rong said that he opened a gym, and the situation has been bad in recent years. Recently, he finally met a noble person who helped him and the situation has improved. So he took out the money from the house and invested it in the gym. Pei Qian heard that the gym was in a bad situation and even the owner had to sell the house to make money. Wouldn't it be a loss to invest this money? Moreover, it was in direct competition with the managed gym. It was perfect for them to fight each other. So Pei Qian told He Dishing to invest some money in this gym without anyone noticing, following the normal investment process of yuan venture capital. As a result, how could Starbird Fitness be related to Fitness Wars? What's the matter with the full set of clothes drying racks and VR glasses? Pei Qian thought about it while eating breakfast, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. There seemed to be some hidden secrets that he had not noticed or ignored. Seeing that more and more people were coming to the internet cafe, Pei Qian felt that he would not be able to keep a low profile if he didn't leave. So he got up and left immediately after breakfast. Then, he took out a mask from his pocket and put it on, and searched for nearby Starbird Fitness on the map. It was about 2 kilometers from here, and nearly 3 kilometers from the nearest managed gym. Pei Qian was a little dissatisfied when he saw this location. Why is it so far from the managed gym? It should be closer. It would be better if it was face to face. The area covered by a gym is generally more than 3 kilometers. If the competition is fierce, it may only cover a range of 2 kilometers. After all, for customers, distance is a core factor to consider when choosing a gym. If it is too far away, you will be exhausted before you even get there, carrying a lot of luggage. You will not be in the mood to exercise, and you will not be able to stick to it. This store of Starbird Fitness is 5 kilometers away from the managed gym. It can be said that the customers are basically not overlapping, and it cannot compete with the managed gym. Naturally, it is impossible to steal customers and reduce the profitability of the managed gym. Moreover, Pei Qian looked at the map and found that the location of Starboard Fitness seemed to be intentional. Most of the branches are all 3 to 4 kilometers away from the managed gym. If you say it is close, this distance is not close, and the customers of the gym are basically not overlapping. If you say it is far, it is not too far. Jingzhou is so big, and the managed gym cannot cover the whole Jingzhou. The new store of Starboard Fitness is just not far away from the managed gym. If it is explained by coincidence, it seems a bit wrong. According to the search results on the map, the largest flagship store of Starboard Fitness is near Yuan, but like other branches, it is also some distance away from places like Yuan and Jinxing Plaza, where Tenda Industries is located. Pei Qian suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this Starboard Fitness. I used to think that this was just an ordinary gym that was about to collapse, so I invested some money in it out of humanitarianism. But now it seems that the situation is definitely not as simple as I thought. There is no need to look at the Moyu Internet Cafe. The VR experience area must have been very popular during the period when it was just opened. Judging from the current popularity, even if it becomes deserted in the future, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. I won't dwell on this place that has already fallen, but what is the situation of Xingya Fitness? Pei Qian called Xiao Sun to drive over and decided to go to the largest flagship store of Xingya Fitness. The situation of this Xingya Fitness must be understood. At the same time, the flagship store of Xingya Fitness has also officially opened. Che Rong is very efficient. After getting the news from Mr. Li, he immediately arranged to purchase a large number of VR glasses and deployed them to various branches as quickly as possible. Because Dao VR glasses and smart fitness clothes drying racks have been adapted for a long time, installation is also relatively easy, and wired or wireless connections are possible. This was planned in advance when Shangyang Games was developing Fitness Battle VR Edition. A wire can be directly hung near the smart module on the smart fitness clothes drying rack, which has the functions of data transmission and charging, and will not affect fitness movements when not in use, just hang it aside. They are all matching and easy to install. The staff of each branch of Starboard Fitness rushed to work after the arrival of the goods, and finally completed the installation smoothly. Chapter 1154, You Call This a Gym? In order to match the new equipment, the flyers and promotional materials of Starboard Fitness have of course been adjusted, with Doubt VR glasses and Fitness Battle VR Edition as the main gimmicks to attract nearby customers. At the same time, it is only natural to have a big discount for the opening of a new store. All Starboard Fitness stores will offer free 2-hour experience to new customers within a week, and discounts will be given to old customers who experience the VR version in the store or bring friends to come. Although today is Saturday, it is the first day of opening after all, and Che Rong did not expect a large number of customers to come. After all, fame still needs to be accumulated slowly. Che Rong thought that in the first few days of the opening, the popularity would still be gathered by handing out flyers and big discounts. After this week, the popularity would be almost the same, and the popularity of the gym would slowly rise. What he didn't expect was that before noon, the number of customers who came was actually increasing one after another. And most of the customers had never been to Starboard Fitness before. Che Rong was very puzzled at first. Why was the effect of this flyer so strong? It's not scientific at all. He had distributed flyers before, but his efficiency was very low. After all, most people just pick up a flyer out of embarrassment. If you can attract 1 or 2 customers to the store after sending out 100 flyers, it's great. But now, the guy who sent out the flyers hasn't come back yet, and so many people have come to the store? After Che Rong asked carefully, he found out that it was not because of the flyers at all. These people all came from the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe. Although a batch of Moyu Internet cafes have completed the transformation, and half of the seats have been replaced with VR glasses. After all, this transformation must be carried out in stages and batches, and only Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 can be transformed. The eSports life halls of Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 and 3.0 are not suitable for such transformation for the time being, so this VR equipment is still in short supply. Many VR experience areas of Moyu Internet cafes have serious queues. At this time, the name of Starboard Fitness has spread among these player groups. Moyu Internet Cafe can only experience Animal Island. Although the playability of this game is better than Fitness Battle, the key is that there is no seat. So, as a second choice, go to Starboard Fitness to try out the Doubt VR glasses, see the resolution of the glasses, and then use the VR perspective to look at the girls in Fitness Battle. Fitness Battle is a mobile game. Although only a few people can stick to it and keep exercising, most people have downloaded it, have an account, and have won a few beautiful clothes. Therefore, it is a normal idea to try the VR version. Che Rong was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Before, he thought that Mr. Pei had helped enough, and it was like sending a boiler in the snow, and he could not repay it. As a result, he found out now that Mr. Pei's gift was not over yet. He even used the Moyu Internet Cafe to divert the customers that Moyu Internet Cafe could not eat to Xingya Fitness, so that Xingya Fitness had a large number of customers not long after it opened. Of course, it is impossible for all these customers to stay. Many of them just come to try it out, and most of them will not come again in the future. But anyway, even if only a small number of these people stay, it is enough. Che Rong and several staff members were busy helping customers debug the equipment and guiding them to better experience the Fitness Battle VR edition. Some customers didn't want to play VR after playing for a while, and felt a little stuffy, so they switched to normal mode to continue playing. Xingya Fitness has equipped each smart fitness clothes drying rack with a large TV, which can also provide a good experience. To put it bluntly, the VR version just provides customers with an additional experience. Although this experience is not particularly perfect, it is indispensable. Che Rong is very busy, but it is a happy busyness. Before, Starboard Fitness was just an ordinary gym model. No matter how hard they tried, the business was just like that. Even if Che Rong wanted to be busy, he couldn't get excited. But now it's completely different. Starboard Fitness has changed to a new business model, which makes Che Rong feel that the future is bright, and even work is full of energy. Sure enough, many times walking in the right direction is more important than anything else. While busy, Che Rong suddenly saw a familiar figure. Although wearing a mask, but... Isn't this Mr. Pei? Che Rong didn't know Mr. Pei when they met last time, but there is no reason not to recognize him this time. Although he looks like an ordinary young man on the surface, he can easily do things that others can't do and create business miracles, which makes the whole back look extremely tall. Mr. Pei is worried about the situation here, so he came to see it specially? I'm so sorry. You are so kind, I really can't repay you. How should I greet Mr. Pei? Che Rong was very moved. It stands to reason that President Pei had arranged at least 3 layers of layout in advance, which was enough to ensure the popularity of the new Starboard Fitness store when it opened. But even so, President Pei still came here to take a look, which was enough to show how much President Pei valued Starboard Fitness. But how should he go up to say hello? Che Rong was in a dilemma. Although Che Rong felt that Mr. Pei had known his identity for a long time, the two had not met on a business level. They only met privately as the buyer and seller of the house. It seems a bit inappropriate to go up and call Mr. Pei now. But calling Brother Pei? That's even more inappropriate. It's definitely not okay to be too serious, but it's also not okay to be too casual. If you don't handle it well and make Mr. Pei angry, it will definitely be unforgivable. The degree of this is really hard to grasp. Just when Che Rong was struggling, he saw Mr. Pei came to Xingya Fitness and took a small circle, casually, and immediately turned around and left. This? Che Rong was stunned. Just when he was about to raise his hand to call Mr. Pei, the word Pei was taken back at the edge. Mr. Pei came over wearing a mask, and he must want to keep a low profile. It was really inappropriate for me to call him. But after hesitating like this, Mr. Pei had already walked away. This made Che Rong feel very sorry. He really shouldn't have hesitated. If he went up earlier, maybe he could have said a few words to Mr. Pei. But then I thought again, maybe it's not necessary. According to what Mr. Li said, Mr. Pei is very neat and tidy, never does unnecessary things, and has a very strict time plan, never wastes time. Mr. Pei came this time, probably just to confirm the status of Starboard Fitness, to see if his arrangement has worked. Since you have seen it, you can leave, no need to stay any longer. Therefore, Che Rong did not need to go up and say hello. Mr. Pei did not like this meaningless greeting. Thinking of this, Che Rong was somewhat fortunate. It might be a good thing that he hesitated just now. When dealing with Mr. Pei, you must not use the rules of interpersonal communication in reality to apply rigidly. You still have to be like Mr. Li, understand Mr. Pei's temper and personality, and get along with him in the way Mr. Pei likes. There is no need to go up and say hello this time. It's okay if we both know each other tacitly. I will do a good job in Qingshan Fitness, and Tenda's investment can also make money. This is a win-win situation. Mr. Pei's arrival gave Che Rong a lot of confidence, and he continued to devote himself to work with enthusiasm. Coming out of Qingshan Fitness, Pei Qian was silent. Is this a gym? It's just a large internet cafe. Even the charging model is very similar to that of an internet cafe. It's just that other internet cafes use computers, while the equipment used here is smart fitness clothes drying racks, large TVs, and VR glasses. The business is actually quite good, which is the most outrageous. Pei Qian left quickly because he realized he had been fooled after just a quick glance. Che Rong had never said before that this gym was equipped with a full set of Tenda equipment. Che Rong just said that his gym had been in a downturn in the past 2 years, but fortunately, with the help of a noble person, the situation had improved slightly. Now thinking back, it is very questionable who this noble man is. If Che Rong had said earlier that he had bought a full set of Tenda equipment, it would be hard to say whether Pei Qian would let Yuan Venture Capital invest in him. So, Pei Qian said he was fooled. In this situation, a gym is equipped with smart fitness clothes drying racks and VR glasses, which means dozens of products at once. If Qingshan Fitness opens many branches, the purchase cost should not be underestimated. We have won some benefits for everyone. Follow the WeChat public account, Pei Qian's full text reading, to receive a cash red envelope of up to 888. The most important thing is that Qingshan Fitness will also play a certain role in publicity and promotion. Who knows, someone will come to Qingshan Fitness in the future, play VR games for a while when they are tired of exercising, and then buy VR glasses for their own home when they are happy. But now that things have come to this point, Pei Qian has no better solution. Fortunately, Qingshan Fitness is not large in scale now, and the number of equipment purchased is not large. When the first wave of doubt VR has subsided, the popularity here should also slowly decline. Tenda only indirectly invested in Starboard Fitness, so it shouldn't make a lot of money. Really, it's an ambush from all sides. How can anyone you meet in life stab you in the back? Pei Qian shook his head helplessly and took the bus back to continue thinking about the rush to spend money before the settlement of this cycle. July 22, Sunday. Starboard Fitness flagship store. Che Rong is busier today than yesterday because there are more customers. Although the gym is not full yet, the attendance rate during peak hours has reached 80% to 90%, and the attendance rate during normal times is also 40% to 50%. Starboard Fitness is different from other gyms. Other gyms require membership, but Starboard Fitness allows per-time experience and has a more diverse charging method. It is indeed not like a gym, but more like an internet cafe. Although the single charge will be more expensive, for those customers who want to try it out, per-time charging or monthly membership is obviously a safer choice. Che Rong thought that if there is a chance in the future, he can outsource the software for customers to check the current situation of the gym in real time to see if it is full and whether there are any vacancies. Although it is impossible to arrange everyone's fitness schedule as tightly as managed fitness, at least it can try to avoid queuing. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1155 Establish VR Game Standards. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. This is the difference between Starboard Fitness and other gym models. Other gym equipment is mixed, and it is difficult to evaluate the specific number of people the gym can carry. For example, if there are 100 people in the gym, how many people will use dumbbells and how many people will use back pullers? It is completely impossible to predict, so it is naturally difficult to accurately judge the degree of fullness of the gym and difficult to guide customers. But in Starboard Fitness, except for the aerobic area, there are smart fitness drying racks. The time each person exercises on the drying rack and how much space is available on the drying rack can be counted. Send benefits. Go to the WeChat public account, Pei Qian full text reading. You can get a 888 red envelope. In this way, you can infer the current carrying capacity and status of the gym, and even roughly calculate the waiting time. Then through the app, you can slightly divert the crowd during peak hours, which can not only improve the customer experience, but also optimize the configuration and improve efficiency. Isn't it a success to use big data to guide fitness? Che Rong was imagining the bright future of Starboard Fitness when Li Shi arrived. Mr. Li. Che Rong immediately went to greet him. For Che Rong, Mr. Pei is the root of Xingniao Fitness's turnaround. If it weren't for the smart fitness clothes drying rack and VR glasses developed by Mr. Pei, there would be no current model of Xingniao Fitness. But the one to be thanked the most is definitely Mr. Li. If it weren't for Mr. Li proposing this model and making connections between Xingniao Fitness and Tenda Group, it would definitely not have developed so smoothly. Therefore, Che Rong is also very grateful to Li Shi. Li Shi looked around the Starboard Fitness flagship store and said with a smile, "Business is good. I said that Mr. Pei's arrangement is absolutely foolproof, and there is no need to worry at all." Che Rong nodded, "Yes. By the way, Mr. Li, Mr. Pei came here yesterday, but he just walked around and left. I wanted to go up and say hello, but Mr. Pei left too fast and didn't have time." Li Shi was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Pei is here?" It seems that Mr. Pei is still very concerned about Starboard Fitness. There are not many industries that Mr. Pei can come to see in person. You are right not to say hello. Mr. Pei is very busy and has no time to chat. And Mr. Pei doesn't like small talk. He likes people who get things done. You should focus on developing Starboard Fitness. Che Rong nodded and said, "Yeah, I think so too." The two came to the rest area and chatted while drinking tea. Li Shi said, "Yesterday I went to the old industrial area again. The houses I bought are being renovated. I am considering renting them out as homestays. It can be rented for a long time or a short time. It can be regarded as providing accommodation benefits for those who come here from other places to play. After the news of the subway came out, the house prices here will inevitably increase. Fortunately, we acted early and did not give speculators too many opportunities. In order to prevent some people from hoarding these houses and renting them out at high prices, we must hurry up to provide high-quality accommodation services, which can be regarded as a small favor to President Pei. Also, you must pay more attention to Xingniao Fitness. The popularity will only increase in the next few months." Che Rong was stunned for a moment. How many months can the popularity last? he was a little surprised. After all, although VR is a new thing, the popularity is mostly fast. It's not that I look down on the development trend of future games. The key is that VR glasses have only 2 Tenda games so far. As for other apps and games, they are just to make up the numbers. Is it expected that Animal Island and Fitness Battle will maintain a high popularity for a few months? It sounds a bit unrealistic. Che Rong thinks that this kind of popularity can only last for 1 or 2 months at most, and then the popularity will decline. But for Xingya Fitness, 1 or 2 months is enough. During this period, we can use the popularity to attract a lot of traffic. After the popularity passes, those who really need fitness have formed a habit, and Xingya Fitness can naturally make stable profits. How can it last for a few months, as Mr. Li said? Li Shi shook his head slightly. This is the limitation of our imagination and vision. I had the same idea as you at first, until I watched this video. Li Shi handed the phone to Che Rong, which showed a video from the Eli Island website, titled Animal Island, the era of virtual reality games has arrived. The name of the up host is Chao Laoshi. Che Rong said, Mr. Chao? I seem to have some impression of him. He seems to be a bit famous in the game area. Li Shi laughed, more than a bit famous? You are totally an outsider. But you don't pay attention to this field, so it's normal that you don't know. He became famous by successfully interpreting President Pei. The content of his interpretation is not only the games launched by Tenda Group, but also various game-related products and even the corresponding marketing methods. I met him at Jingji Hotel before. Although he doesn't look special, he is definitely one of the people who know President Pei best in the world. I watch his videos every episode. Although I don't understand many game contents, I can still learn a lot of President Pei's business thinking from them, which is very helpful for understanding President Pei. Che Rong was a little shocked. Really? That's because I didn't recognize the real thing. What is this video about? Li Shi, it's about how these glasses and these 2 games will open the VR era. Che Rong nodded slightly, but subconsciously felt that this was a bit exaggerated. Although these glasses and 2 games are well made, it is a bit too early to say open the VR era, right? Just like the arrival of the mobile game era, it took several years to complete. First, the hardware equipment met the standards, and then within several years, mobile games continued to expand, develop, and evolve. One after another, popular games continued to expand the player group, and finally mobile games had the current volume. And now in terms of the market share of VR equipment, it is basically a niche among niches, and it is far from comparable to consoles, computers, mobile phones, and other platforms. This statement is really a bit like a clickbait. But since Mr. Li attaches so much importance to it, it means that this video is probably still worth reading. Che Rong didn't say much and clicked on the video to watch. Hello, dear audience dads, I am still your game father, Mr. Zhou. Welcome to the second half of the video, and witness with me how VR and Animal Island will usher in the VR era. It's still the same iconic voice, but it may be a bit overworked recently, so it sounds a little hoarse. This video was also made by Chao Liang after staying up late. Fortunately, he was full of inspiration and the copywriting came naturally, so it was released quickly. The last video was posted on Thursday night, and the new video was posted on Sunday morning. It may not be a big deal for some up hosts who update daily, but for Chao Laoshi, a pigeon spirit, it is already as productive as a sow. Some people may say after seeing this title, Mr. Chao, you are a clickbait. With just 2 games, you are shouting that you are going to usher in the era of VR games. Isn't this too much? No, please listen to me carefully. I said VR will usher in the era of VR games. This is not a prediction or judgment of the future, but just an objective evaluation of this product. We all know that whether the VR era will come and when it will come is not something that can be determined by a certain person, a certain company, or a certain game. If the hardware level is not up to standard, it may not come in the next 5, 10, or even longer years. Whether the hardware level can be reached is a completely unknown thing. In that case, why do I still say that Doubt VR will usher in the era of VR games? The reason is simple. Doubt VR and Animal Island not only launched a fun, practical, and comprehensive VR product, but more importantly, they also completely established the norms for future VR games. Just like the first FPS game established the rules of left key to shoot, right key to aim, and WASD to move for all future FPS games, just like the earliest RTS game established the rules of left key to select, right key to move, Fog of War for all future RTS games, just like the earliest MMORPG game established the basic rules of massive tasks, multiplayer team dungeons, and a huge and rich worldview for all future MMORPG games. Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island also established the basic operation rules and popularized the basic concepts for future VR games. If VR technology advances by leaps and bounds in the future, then the norms established by Doubt VR and Animal Island for VR games will surely continue to flourish. And if VR technology stagnates in the future, Doubt VR will most likely be the best VR product you can buy for a long time, and Animal Island will be the most interesting VR game you can play for a long time. So, no matter which of the above situations is true, Doubt VR will be a groundbreaking product that cannot be missed in the VR game era. As for how it has made niche VR games enter everyone's field of vision by its own strength, and how it has established basic standards for future VR games? Please listen to me carefully. After listening to the opening statement, Che Rong was shocked. He didn't expect that Mr. Chow would open the show like this. And it sounds very reasonable. Whether the VR era will come or not, no one can say for sure. If we infer according to common sense, as long as VR technology can continue to improve in the future, the resolution will gradually reach 4K, 8K, or even higher. The frame rate will also be increased to 144 Hz or even higher, and the price can be reduced to less than 3,000, then the VR market will surely expand further, and the so-called VR era will inevitably come. If there is a huge technological breakthrough, and a mature and usable omnidirectional treadmill or even more mysterious neural connection technology appears, VR games may completely revolutionize all existing game types. But the question is, what if VR technology stagnates? If the resolution of VR cannot be made higher, the price remains high, and the gaming experience does not improve much, then it will always be just a niche thing and will only shrink. What's the point of talking about the VR era? The tricky thing about Mr. Zhou is that he assumed two situations and then concluded, no matter which situation it is, Doubt VR and Animal Island will be a highlight in the history of VR games. Chapter 1156, Two Directions of VR Games. Since Doubt VR is of great significance in both cases, and is a product that cannot be avoided when talking about VR, then the title of Qiao Laoshir's video does not seem to be a clickbait at all, but makes people feel that it makes sense. If there will be a VR game era in the future, then Doubt VR is equivalent to opening the prelude of this era. If there will not be a VR game era in the future, then Doubt VR is similar to I thought it was the beginning, but it turned out to be the peak. Even as a tombstone, it will be of great commemorative value. If you think about it this way, it is really of historical significance. The only question is whether Qiao Laoshir's statement that Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island have jointly completed the basic specifications of VR games is an exaggeration? Che Rong continued to read patiently. As we all know, the current VR games are only a very niche game type. There are no large-scale works, let alone games, close to the size of 3A masterpieces. The size of most VR games is not even as good as mobile games. At first glance, Animal Island is similar to other VR games, all of which are casual games, so many people subconsciously think that it is not special. This is obviously a misunderstanding. Animal Island is not only a very good and playable casual game, but it also has a more important significance, which is to determine the operating standards of VR games, allowing us to see the infinite possibilities of VR games in the future. It is equivalent to a training ground. As long as everyone is used to this operating method, it will be easy to get started when launching large-scale, 3A-level VR games in the future. Next, I will combine the game content to introduce in detail what the operating standards of VR games are. The following content mainly uses the game screen of Qiao Liang during the live broadcast, and introduces some basic operations in Animal Island in detail. For example, 3 different ways of moving, the operation of changing bullets and loading the gun when hunting with a shotgun, the operation of archery, fishing, chopping trees, and mining, and the operation of grabbing objects with a steam grappling claw, etc. In the process of explaining, the structure of the Doubt VR handle is also combined to introduce in detail the different division of labor of the 5 fingers, as well as the difference between this special handle structure and the traditional VR glasses handle. Che Rong has never played Animal Island. He bought the Doubt VR glasses simply to use with the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack. He didn't even open the handle and put it away to prevent it from being lost. But after listening to Qiao Lauscher's explanation, he also became interested in this game. It turns out that this handle has so many complicated ways to play. Especially under the current technical level, through the perfect combination of games and hardware equipment, it brings the best gaming experience to players, which is really amazing. After fully understanding this set of operating specifications, everyone should understand its importance. Obviously, this is a set of standard answers, and all VR games can be copied in the future. Reader exclusive benefits. Follow VX, you can get cash red envelopes and points. The number is limited, first come first served. Take the first-person shooter game that is most suitable for VR. Although there were some similar games originally, they were not mature enough. For example, the operation of changing magazines and loading chambers is missing. The number of bullets is displayed on the interface instead of on the gun. The character cannot move autonomously, but only has the option of standing still and shooting. There is no operation of picking up props, etc. But now if you want to develop a new FPS game on the VR platform, you can do it according to the practice of the shotgun in Animal Island. Similarly, if you want to do things like fishing, mining, collecting materials, picking up props, racing, etc., you can also find corresponding methods in Animal Island. For players, Animal Island is a fun casual game, and it also shows us the infinite possibilities of VR in the future, allowing most people to have a comprehensive innovation in the concept of VR. It makes us realize that VR is no longer an illusory concept, but a relatively mature commercial game prototype that can already be experienced. For game developers, Animal Island is equivalent to an encyclopedia and textbook for VR games. No matter what VR themes they make in the future, games can find corresponding modules in Animal Island. You don't need to think about how to do the basic gameplay anymore. You just need to follow the Animal Island approach. So I said that Animal Island has set the standard for future VR games. With its own strength, it has directly brought the original niche and gimmick-based VR games to a practical stage where they can be played normally and have rich content. And Fitness Battle VR Edition took another direction, that is, the direction of pure simulator. In Fitness Battle, the rich functions of the 2 handles are completely abandoned, and the game is played using a Smart Fitness close rack. This obviously points to another development direction of VR headsets, used with professional simulators. Don't underestimate simulators. Although this category is a little niche, the market potential is definitely worth exploring. Currently, the more common ones are racing simulators, which come with a steering wheel, pedals, gears, and handbrakes, and are also expensive with 3-screen displays and even G-force seats. In addition, there are more niche flight simulators. Currently, these simulators are basically used with 3-screen displays or customized ring screens. Ring screens are priced too high for ordinary people to afford, and 3-screen displays are more commonly used. But the screen splicing borders and field of view are still not highly realistic. After using VR equipment, this sense of immersion is definitely far better than the screen. The only problem may be that the resolution of the current racing game is not high enough. If it is only 2K, it is not enough to put it on VR glasses, and it cannot fully play the resolution advantage of VR glasses. But I believe these problems will be solved in the future. It has been confirmed in Animal Island that the way of moving on a balance car is very popular. It is not as out of place as teleportation, nor as dizzy as ordinary translation. This shows that the combination of VR devices and simulators has great potential. Although it cannot guarantee that everyone will not feel dizzy, at least the audience has been expanded a lot. In addition, the two VR games Animal Island and Fitness Battle have another outstanding advantage, which is to make full use of existing functions, play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and bring players the best gaming experience at this stage. Due to the characteristics of VR devices, when the resolution is insufficient, it is easy to appear blurry and have obvious graininess, which affects the gaming experience. And Animal Island and Fitness Battle deliberately avoid realistic painting styles and adopt a more casual Q-version painting style. At the same time, the colors are carefully polished, so that players feel comfortable and relaxed when they are in the VR world, and the graininess is significantly reduced. Speaking of this, everyone should understand the meaning of this video title. These two games are not made casually, they are obviously well prepared. They represent two development directions of future VR games. One is to use the existing VR handle structure to develop some universal VR games. The other is to use a special simulator to use VR glasses only as display devices. So, when I say that it establishes standards for future VR games, there is absolutely no exaggeration. If you have the chance, I strongly recommend you to try out VR glasses. Its configurations are definitely the best among all VR glasses currently available. The two games, Animal Island and Fitness Battle, will definitely overturn your understanding of VR games. If you are afraid of buying VR glasses and leaving them lying around, you can also go to offline stores to experience them. As far as I know, Moyu Internet Cafe in Jingzhou has already fully popularized VR experience areas. Stores like Starboard Fitness also purchase a large number of VR glasses for customers to experience. Other cities are expected to be close soon. You may as well go to similar offline stores to experience them. I believe they will definitely give you a completely different experience. This video ends here. I am still your Mr. Chow. Please join me and look forward to the advent of the VR era. See you in the next episode. After watching the video, Che Rong's face was full of surprise. Unexpectedly, at the end of the video, Mr. Chow also mentioned Starboard Fitness. This is really a pleasant surprise. Che Rong originally thought that the title of this video was a bit exaggerated, but after watching the video, he felt that he was completely convinced by Mr. Chow. Indeed, I have no foresight. According to what Mr. Chow said, Animal Island is equivalent to establishing the standard of VR games. As long as players accept this standard, it will be a natural thing to develop other types of games in the future. In this case, the popularity of VR glasses will definitely not disappear quickly, because other game manufacturers may also release some VR games, plus the new games developed by Qingshan Studio. The popularity of VR will continue for a long time. As long as VR is popular, Xingniao Fitness will be popular. Moreover, in the future, there may not be only one device, the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Maybe Tenda will also develop some other simulators? For example, running and shooting simulators with universal treadmills, or skiing simulators. Then Xingniao Fitness can also have a variety of fitness methods. As long as you hold on to Mr. Pei's thighs, aren't these all small problems that can be easily solved? July 23, Monday. Qingshan Studio. All the employees gathered together happily to celebrate the success of Doubt VR and the 2 VR games. Look, a gaming media is introducing our product. This media also used words like unveiling the VR era, full transformation to VR games, and the future has come. It seems that this time it really has a very sensational effect. It is estimated that the official platform will promote the corresponding resources sooner or later. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1157. What is the next step for Qingshan Studio? If the market response to Doubt VR glasses was mediocre when they were first released, which made everyone nervous, then now the VR glasses and the game have reversed and everyone's worries have disappeared. Not only is it successful, but it is also more successful than expected. In fact, at the beginning, most people only expected to make a successful VR glasses that can compete with those mainstream VR devices abroad. Many people even think that given the current niche in the VR field, this pair of glasses will probably not make money, and it would be good to take this opportunity to make Qingshan Studio famous. But now I find that there is no worry about making money. According to the current market feedback, the popularity of Doubt VR can be maintained for at least 1 year. During this period, the continuous sale of VR glasses, coupled with in-game purchases, can not only recover the cost, but also make a lot of money. What's more, at this point, everyone's first consideration is not the issue of money, but something more important. Historical status. If Doubt VR and Animal Island can really open the curtain of the VR game era, as Mr. Chiao said, then in the future game history, when mentioning the first work that is a big success, popular with the mainstream player group, mass-produced for commercial use and establishes VR game production standards, the name of Qingshan Studio will inevitably be mentioned. This kind of honor is much more important than money. There is a saying, everyone goes to watch pirated copies, and writers work hard to write but have no income. Now there is a place where you can get cash and points for free, everyone go to get some to support writers. Method: pay attention to the satellite number. In the past few days, it can be clearly felt that Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island have rapidly heated up the VR industry, which has always been a niche. Various media are reporting on it everywhere, and major forums are discussing it crazily. It is foreseeable that in the future, there will be more companies making VR equipment and developing VR games. A brand new outlet has appeared, and countless people are eager to take advantage of this outlet to fly. And this situation is expected to continue for a long time. This means that Qingshan Studio has completed a perfect start, and the future development prospects are bright. In fact, even if it is not backed by the 2 big trees of Tenda Group and Shenhua Group, with the current achievements of Qingshan Studio, it is easy to sell itself to a large company at a very high premium. For an ordinary entrepreneur, achieving this step is already the pinnacle of life. Kai Jiadong is particularly emotional. He was also the chief designer before, but he always felt that it was difficult to complete a project. Because there were always too many constraints, this was not possible, that was not possible, many ideas could not be put into practice, and the products made in the end could not make him completely satisfied. But after coming to Qingshan Studio, he found that everything was so simple. Things that were completely impossible to do in other companies seemed to have become a matter of course here. He only needed to do his own work step by step, and such a huge achievement was easily completed. It even made people feel very unreal. Of course, the primary credit for such a successful success without suspense must belong to President Pei. After coming to Qingshan Studio, Kai Jiadong deeply realized how important it is to have a good leader and an excellent helmsman. If you look back now, you will feel that the success of Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island is a matter of course. But Kai Jiadong, who personally participated in the project establishment, knew very well that many choices seemed very dangerous at the beginning, and it was President Pei who overcame all objections and finally determined the ideal form of the product. If the previous conservative plan had been followed, even if this VR glasses were successful, it would not have reached the current level. Therefore, the most precious thing about Mr. Pei should be his profound insight into the industry and his courage to move forward. This made Kai Jiadong sigh. Sure enough, all success is not accidental. Other employees of Qingshan Studio also have similar ideas as Kai Jiadong. It feels so good to win without doing anything. However, seeing the expressions of Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin, Kai Jiadong knew that he was making a fuss. This was just Mr. Pei's basic operation. When there was a small problem with the promotion plan before, he was worried, but Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin and others did not have any worried expressions at all, which was enough to show the gap in realm between the two sides. This unconditional trust in Mr. Pei may be the biggest gap between the two sides. It's just, why does it seem that Mr. Lin doesn't seem so happy? Kai Jiadong was a little puzzled. If it was in the original company, if such a success could be achieved, the boss would probably be so happy that he would run away, and the whole company would definitely be completely in a semi-holiday state. The project is successful and you make a lot of money. Why do you still work hard with great hatred? Give everyone a break first, then come back and slack off for 2 or 3 months, just do some work, fix bugs in the game, make some new versions, etc. Wouldn't that be great? But Lin Wan didn't look too happy, instead he seemed to be a little worried. Old Kai, come to the conference room. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Wan came over and whispered. Kai Jiadong nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Lin. The two came to the conference room one after another and sat down. Lin Wan frowned, thinking about something, and did not speak at the first time. Kai Jiadong waited for a while and asked, Boss Lin, aren't our VR glasses and games a great success? Why do you seem so worried? Lin Wan was silent for a while, then he sighed softly and said, I never understood why Boss Pei was so sad after each successful project. Now I finally understand Boss Pei's feelings. Although I was also the person in charge of Shangyang Games before, I felt at ease after all, with Boss Pei above me. But now Qingshan Studio is nominally operating independently, and I can no longer ask Boss Pei for help too much. I instantly felt a lot of pressure. The success of Qingshan Studio has far exceeded our original expectations, which means that we must hold ourselves to a higher standard. If the next game is disappointing to the players, it will be completely unacceptable. Kai Jiadong suddenly realized. So this is the reason. After working in Tenda for a long time, it is natural to worry about the future, just like Boss Pei, worrying about the world first, but on second thought, it is normal for Mr. Lin to have such an idea. Although the success of Doubt VR glasses is the result of the joint efforts of all departments and employees, it ultimately depends on the guidance of Mr. Pei and the help of Shangyang Games. If it weren't for Mr. Pei's strong opposition, increasing the budget and finalizing the direction of the game, repeatedly polishing and modifying various details of the game, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve the current level. But Shangyang Games can't always help, they also have game development tasks. Mr. Pei is so busy at work that he may not be able to give guidance on new games every time. So, can Qingshan Studio take on the new project alone without the help of Shangyang Games? This is a very severe test. Animal Island is a casual game with online play and a long life. Therefore, there is no need to release too many DLC or update content in the later stage. Soon, Qingshan Studio will face a choice, whether to maintain Animal Island to make money, or to start a new project as soon as possible. With Mr. Lin's character, he will definitely choose the latter, without hesitation. But starting a new project based on the success of Animal Island is a very risky thing in itself. Kai Jiadong asked, Mr. Lin, are you worried about the new project? Lin Wan nodded, yes, I have no idea at the moment. Kai Jiadong thought about it and comforted him, don't be too anxious about this. Let's settle down for 2 or 3 months and think about it slowly. There is still enough time. Lin Wan immediately shook his head. That won't work. Mr. Pei has already thought about what to do with the next project when a project is just successful. Only with such long-term thinking can we coordinate various projects, make plans, and keep everything under control. Although I can't do Mr. Pei's level now, I have to work hard to make the two projects seamlessly connected. Time is precious and can't be delayed. I am mainly struggling with one thing now. Should I continue to make VR games? Kai Jiadong was stunned for a moment. Of course I have to continue to make VR games. Why not? Lin Wan's idea surprised him very much. Qingshan Studio has just made a name for itself with Doubt VR and Animal Island. Now VR glasses are selling well. As long as they continue to release VR games and maintain the existing quality, they can continue this success. Why are they planning to stop making VR games at this time? Lin Wan explained. In fact, when Qingshan Studio was first established, we had no intention of going in the direction of VR games. It was President Pei who suggested it, and we thought it was feasible, so we gave it a try. Although it was successful, I think VR is not a long-term solution after all. The key is that I just called Lao Song and had a brief chat. He said that the technology of VR glasses may not have much development in the next 2 to 3 years. Lao Song is a professional, and what he said is still very credible. VR glasses are different from mobile phones. The new technologies of mobile phones are quickly applied to mass production, and the product form in 1 year can basically be roughly estimated. For example, now, technologies such as folding screens and under-screen cameras have begun to emerge, and it is expected that they will be officially mass-produced within the next 1 or 2 years. But the situation of VR glasses is not at the same time. Lao Song said that unless there is an unexpected technological breakthrough, the resolution of VR glasses will remain at the current level in the next 2 to 3 years, and it will be difficult to make significant progress. In other words, VR is likely to be stagnant for some time in the future. The success of Doubt VR glasses can be said to be the right time. When the market did not realize the potential of VR games, it made a product that is the culmination of the current technical level. But if VR does not make great progress for a long time in the future, the popularity of the entire VR industry will only decrease. It is not a wise move for us to continue to fight against VR. It's better to make a few regular games and wait and see. There's no need to bet everything on an uncertain future. Kai Jiadong nodded. It makes sense. If the VR industry will develop rapidly in the future and the technology will continue to break through, then betting everything on VR is of course a logical choice. But what if the VR industry will become increasingly cold and worse in the future? Then, it would be very uneconomical to be obsessed with VR. This question really stumped Kai Jiadong. How easy is it to see the future of an industry? Kai Jiadong was silent for a long time and said, Boss Lin, this question is difficult for me. How can I know? Why don't we ask Boss Pei? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Reading URL of the mobile version of the top novel. Chapter 1158 I Can't Afford to Lose Money in the Era of Big Losses. Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong looked at each other and fell into silence for a while. I had tried to trouble President Pei as little as possible and complete the homework independently before. Kai Jiadong saw Lin Wan's doubts and advised, President Lin, you have to eat one bite at a time and eat one step at a time. Haste makes waste. You want Qingshan Studio to be independent as soon as possible, which is of course a good idea. But we still have to consider our actual capabilities now. If we act on our own and let the company go astray and lose money, it would be better to ask President Pei more at the beginning before making a decision. After all, half of our company's investment comes from Tenda, and we have to be responsible for Tenda. Lin Wan nodded. It was indeed the case. It's okay to trouble President Pei less when designing games, But to have insight into the future of an industry, you can't do without trouble President Pei. At the crossroads that determine the fate of the company, except for President Pei, no one else has the confidence to make this decision. It was really difficult for Kai Jiadong to answer this question. Although Lin Wan also got some information from Old Song, it was not easy to make a decision based on this information. After thinking it over, this is a matter of great importance, so I can only ask Mr. Pei for advice. Even if Mr. Pei can't give a specific direction, asking will always yield results. Lin Wan sighed softly. Okay, I'll call Mr. Pei. A few minutes later, Lin Wan hung up and said, Mr. Pei, he's coming here in person. Kai Jiadong was overjoyed, of course. This kind of thing is best done in person. I'll sort out the current situation so that it will be convenient for me to report to Mr. Pei. A few minutes ago, Pei Qian had just finished breakfast at a nearby steamed bun shop. Why not go to Moyu Internet Cafe? Because there are too many people in Moyu Internet Cafe. In the past, the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe was relatively fixed, and they were all regular customers, so it was okay for Pei Qian to go there for a meal. But now with the popularity of the VR experience area, there are many people queuing up at Moyu Internet Cafe every morning, and those who can't get a seat are waiting in the coffee area. It's hard for Pei Qian to find a place to stay if he goes late. I can't go to the internet cafe I opened myself, this is so despairing. Pei Qian missed the time when Moyu Internet Cafe was first opened. It was so good back then. He was the only one in such a big internet cafe. He could order whatever he wanted to drink and play games whenever he wanted. All the waiters in the internet cafe would be around him. It was so good. Unfortunately, the good days are gone forever. These game media are the same, why are they meddling in this? Mr. Qiao is just talking nonsense, and he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't praise Tenda. They can get some heat by praising Tenda, but why do you praise Tenda? Seeing that various game media and even news media praised Doubt VR glasses, praising it as symbolizing the arrival of the VR era and establishing the norms of VR games, Pei Qian felt a pain in his balls. It's a mess, it's all a mess. A few months ago, the reason why Pei Qian slapped his forehead and asked Qingshan Studio to do VR was mainly because he felt that the VR industry was not mature and was still in its infancy. It was a market that could not be more crowded. Such a large investment would probably only earn reputation, not money, right? However, the development of things was completely different from what Pei Qian expected. How did it suddenly establish norms for VR games and open the VR game era? It's just an ordinary casual game. It would be fine if Mr. Qiao just kept bragging about it, and Pei Qian was not surprised by it. Anyway, no matter what game Tenda made, Mr. Qiao would always find something unique to brag about. The key point was that other game media and players were really fooled by Mr. Qiao. Now, Doubt VR and Animal Island have opened the era of VR games, which has almost become a consensus in the domestic game circle and even other circles. Not only are many companies eager to develop VR games for Doubt VR and enter this blue ocean to find opportunities, but even many other internet companies are also thinking about getting a piece of the pie. Taking advantage of the popularity brought by Doubt VR to develop a cheaper VR glasses? Make a VR panoramic video app? Or introduce some foreign VR content? Since the VR era has arrived, this is a huge outlet, and everyone must hope to get a piece of the pie in this outlet. This is the internet era. Everyone wants to find the right outlet to be the pig that is blown up, without considering that 90% of the pigs will be killed after the outlet is over. The remaining 10% will most likely be stranded and half dead. Only 1 in 10,000 can grow into a unicorn giant by taking advantage of the outlet. These people are really too narrow-minded. VR is definitely a dead end. Pei Qian couldn't help but mourn for their fate. Because he remembered clearly that the VR industry had a period of boom, but soon fell silent. Of course, silence is not quite appropriate, it is still developing slowly, and there are still some new VR companies emerging, but compared with the initial boom, it quickly cooled down. The main reason is that the development speed of the equipment cannot keep up with the market demand. Many people like to compare VR and mobile phones, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that the difference between the two devices is too big. Mobile phones are necessities of life, but VR is not. Mobile phones develop very quickly and are updated quickly, while VR technology progresses slowly, and it may not even reach the ideal resolution and refresh rate within several years. Pei Qian is very sure that VR has indeed opened an era, but it is a false VR era. The trend has indeed emerged, but it will soon disappear. Those companies that were deceived and rushed in will most likely burn out their investment and lose all their money in 1 or 2 years. This is really enviable. Unlike other companies, Qingshan Studio has already eaten a piece of meat in the VR era, and this bite is just right. Even if the entire VR industry is cold in the future, VR and Qingshan Studio will be remembered as pioneers of the VR era. The so-called pioneer here does not mean that Qingshan Studio is the first company to make VR glasses. It's just like games. Those that truly establish the operating standards for a certain game type are most likely not the first game, but a comprehensive game. VR is the epitome of the current VR industry. Although there were VR glasses and VR games in the past, none of these specifications were unified to create a device and game with high popularity, mature product form and wide influence. The logo of Qingshan Studio is likely to be linked to the concept of virtual reality for a long time. In other words, it is very difficult to lose a lot of money. For Pei Qian, this is such a sad story. He clearly opened the era of big losses in the VR industry, but he could not benefit from this era of big losses. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. At this time, Pei Qian's phone rang. It was Lin Yuan calling. Seeing the caller ID, Pei Qian didn't want to answer it. No, this must be a good news. Although he was very reluctant, Pei Qian still picked up the phone after a psychological struggle. Mr. Pei, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a little confused about the future development of Qingshan Studio. After listening to Lin Yuan's confusion, Pei Qian was silent for a while. VR has just been confirmed to be successful, and you are already considering new projects. This is too hasty. Give yourself and the company a vacation. It's not too late to play for 2 months, and then work again. Balance between work and rest. Pei Qian doesn't want to take care of Qingshan Studio's affairs at all now. Stop it, I haven't settled the accounts yet. You're asking me to think about things that need to be considered in the next cycle now. Do you think my brain cells are not dying fast enough? Lin Yuan said, Boss Pei, aren't you used to thinking about the next plan immediately after a project is successful? I think this kind of far-sighted work habit is worth learning from. I'm also following your example, Boss Pei, and strictly demanding myself with higher standards. Pei Qian said he. Far-sighted? You must have some misunderstanding. I was obviously forced to do that. An industry failed and made money. I could only come up with other ways to save the fire as soon as possible, otherwise the task of losing money in the settlement cycle would not be completed. You don't have a deadline for losing money in the settlement cycle, why are you so anxious? But these words can't be made clear. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and said, Okay, I'll go over there. It's not impossible to just ignore it, but the key problem is that if you ignore it, who knows what Lin Yuan will do. Today is different from the past. Qingshan Studio is famous now. Whatever it does, there are a lot of players paying attention to it, whether Lin Yuan is making a new VR game or a regular game, as long as she doesn't get distracted, works hard, and plays to her strengths, the chances of success are very high. At most, it won't be very popular, but it will probably still make money. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that this matter could not be taken lightly, and he had to go and see it in person. Half an hour later, Pei Qian came to Qingshan studio and sat down in the conference room with Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong. Regarding the future development of Qingshan studio, please briefly share your opinions. Pei Qian felt that he still had to find out the bottom line first. Lin Wan looked at Kai Jiadong. You go first. Kai Jiadong nodded. Mr. Pei, my original idea was to continue developing VR games. As Mr. Chiao said, Dao VR glasses have been successful, and Animal Island has also set standards for VR games. If we want to develop VR games next, there are actually many ways to go. For example, make a 3A-level shooting game, or cooperate with other manufacturers to develop VR versions of some successful racing games. The success rate is high, the risk is low, and it can maximize the current popularity of VR, and further link the image of Qingshan Studio with the VR industry. Chapter 1159 New Game Real Estate Agent Simulator. Pei Qian fell silent. It sounds so reliable. Since Qingshan Studio has become a hit in the VR field, it is indeed a very safe decision to continue to cultivate the VR field, change the game content and develop a new VR game according to the operating standards established in Animal Island. After the game is made, with the reputation of Qingshan Studio and Tenda, there is a great possibility of making money. Seeing President Pei fall silent, Kai Jiadong felt a little disappointed. Sure enough, his idea was too simple and far from the standard answer in President Pei's mind. Lin Wan took over the conversation. Lao Kai's choice is indeed the most reasonable choice under normal thinking. But I think this choice also has certain risks. I talked to Lao Song, the product manager of VR glasses. He said that Doubt VR glasses have used all the currently available VR glasses technology. It is a comprehensive product. It is not optimistic that the form of VR glasses products may not change much in the next 2 or 3 years. What I'm worried about is that once the development of VR glasses stagnates, the VR industry will definitely cool down quickly. At that time, the games we invested heavily in developing may be difficult to recover the cost because the market is not large enough. So, my idea is not to put all the eggs in one basket. You can develop conventional games and VR games alternately, or make dual versions when the project is established. In this way, even if the VR industry shrinks sharply in the future, Qingshan Studio can continue to make traditional games and still survive well. Pei Qian remained silent. It sounds reasonable. Lin Wan's plan is more solid and more secure. According to her method, Qingshan Studio can not only reap the dividends of VR games, but also use the experience and advantages of developing traditional games before, avoid risks, and make money steadily. This is so weird, it seems that no matter which choice you make, you will make money. However, Lin Wan still provided a very useful information, that is, the VR industry has no technical reserves, and it is very likely to stagnate or even shrink in the future. This is exactly in line with the state of the VR industry in Pei Qian's memory. Due to technical reasons, the VR craze will only last for a short period of time, and then it will cool down sharply. The VR gaming era that many people are looking forward to has ended before it even began. Therefore, these two solutions are definitely not feasible. We have to think of a solution that will lose a lot of money, continue to spend huge amounts of money to develop VR games, and don't develop VR games that seem to have a high chance of success. Like Kai Jiadong, developing a 3A-sized FPS game is absolutely impossible, because the chance of success is too high. Pei Qian summarized that the success of Animal Island was mainly because the idea was not outrageous enough. Before, he decided to do the Animal Island project, mainly because of the conversation during the meeting. After rejecting several directions such as realistic FPS and movie games, he inexplicably decided on the direction of cartoon style and casual games. Then, after a lot of brainstorming, Animal Island was born. Now looking back at the game Animal Island, Pei Qian found that it was obviously too reliable. Why did he allow Qingshan Studio to develop such a reliable game? No wonder it failed so miserably. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that the reason why the VR game did not fail was mainly because he was lazy at the beginning and the idea was not outrageous enough. This time, a particularly outrageous VR game idea was proposed, and a huge amount of money was invested. In addition, the general trend of the VR industry gradually cooling down in the future will definitely lead to a loss. Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "Both of you have the right ideas. But it obviously does not meet my previous definition of the word qixia. Think about it, what was it like before we decided to make VR games?" Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong looked at each other. Kai Jiadong said, "I remember. At that time everyone wanted to make mobile games. Mr. Pei, the meaning of Qingshan is to make bold assumptions and seek verification with your heart. When setting goals, you must have a long-term vision. Although the road must be taken step by step, if you only focus on your feet and have no foresight, you will still take a detour. Also, only by daring to break through can there be progress. None of the previous projects have succeeded because of playing safe. Could it be? Mr. Pei, do you think my current idea is still too safe?" Pei Qian nodded. The class representative summarized it well and is a good seedling. Kai Jiadong was thoughtful. Indeed. When Qingshan Studio just started, VR games had not yet appeared, and making a game like Animal Island was already a relatively risky act. But now that Doubt VR glasses have been successful, it is not a risk to make a regular VR game step by step. Lin Wan thought for a while and said, "Then, Mr. Pei, do you mean that we should continue to increase investment in VR games and make a very novel game that no one has ever made before?" Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, that's what I mean. Don't be afraid of failure. If you are afraid of failure, you will never achieve real success. The implication is that if you live off your old capital and keep making money, how can I stand it? You must take more risks and fail more often before this huge fortune can be squandered." Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong each nodded, with a look of realization on their faces. Sure enough, Mr. Pei's way of looking at problems is still so unique and so sharp. But, what new ideas does Mr. Pei have this time? Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "This time my idea is to make a game with a realistic theme. The game will be set in Jingzhou, with a realistic style, fine modeling, and real-life motion capture. The investment must be huge. And the identity of the character in the game is a more annoying and boring profession in reality. Putting the most annoying profession in reality into the game and letting players bring this profession into the game should make the players sick and run away, right? It's a realistic theme again, it's boring to think about it. As for what this profession is, there are many kinds, and Pei Qian hasn't thought about it well." He looked at Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong. It was obvious that he had to rely on their imagination at this time. Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong looked at each other, and they didn't guess what job Mr. Pei wanted at the first time. Kai Jiadong was silent for a while, and asked tentatively, "Real estate agent?" Pei Qian slammed the table immediately. "Yes, that's it. In reality, real estate agents are definitely a very annoying industry. Of course, it's still the same thing. It's not about how most real estate agents are, but the nature of this job and the nature of most real estate agencies determine that this job is not easy to do. If there are other ways, many people will not choose to do this school. Making this into a game, it's very boring and very discouraging to players. The basic gameplay of the game is nothing more than constantly taking customers to see houses, selling houses, and clicking on dialogue options on the screen. The gameplay has no depth at all. It's a waste to use fine modeling and real-life motion capture for such a boring game. There will also be a lot of useless dialogues and texts in the game, all of which are dubbed by real people, which is another waste of money. It should be impossible to make money with such an outrageous game, right? In fact, Pei Qian didn't think about what specific profession simulator he wanted to make at the beginning, but after listening to Kai Jiadong's words, he suddenly felt that real estate agents were quite suitable. That's it. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he added, "Of course, this is just an immature idea of mine. If you think it is inappropriate, you can do something else. Also, we need to prepare well before we start the project. The earliest we can start is next month." Nominally, Tenda Group and Qingshan Studio only have an investment relationship, and Pei Qian cannot order Qingshan Studio to develop a certain game. But Pei Qian believes that Lin Wan and the others will definitely do it. After sending President Pei away, Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong went from one confusion to another. President Pei did point out the direction for them, but why does it sound a bit unreliable? Kai Jiadong said, "President Lin, according to President Pei, a game with real estate agents as the protagonists can only be a real estate agent simulator. But what is there to simulate? The work of a real estate agent is very boring. Every day, it is nothing more than taking customers to see houses, posting online, looking for houses, etc. In reality, many people are not willing to do this job, let alone make it into a game." Lin Wan's expression was solemn and he fell into deep thought. Since President Pei can do it, there must be enough gameplay to support it. Games must be based on reality, and higher than reality. We can actually design it like this: the protagonist is a new real estate agent who rents houses at the beginning. His job is to take customers to see houses, introduce houses to customers, and make money by commission. But as the game progresses, he can also start his own company and build his own brand. In the early stage, the protagonist mainly looks at houses. Different customers have different preferences. Whether to truthfully report the shortcomings of the house or deceive customers, they will bear the corresponding consequences. After the protagonist is promoted to store manager, he can have a certain degree of autonomy, change the layout structure of the house, and renovate some old houses to attract more customers and earn the difference in rental prices. After that, after the protagonist builds his own brand, he can also customize with furniture manufacturers. And deeply renovate the house according to your favorite style. You can also save money to buy your own house, rest in your own house, and have some simple entertainment. In this way, the gameplay of the game is still very rich. It can be a real estate agency simulator, judging the shortcomings of the house, communicating with customers to promote orders, or a decoration simulator, planning the layout and decoration style of the room, and the system gives a score. We can even cooperate with sloth apartment and furniture manufacturers that meet the standards to link in the game. From the perspective of VR, players can clearly see the structure and layout of a house, which will also be very helpful for many people who need to buy or rent a house in reality. Chapter 1160, the third round of money-burning plan, 1/2 for passing scale. Kai Jiadong nodded suddenly. "I see. If you think about it this way, there are actually quite a lot of ways to play. It seems that this game is too big and impossible to start, but in fact, it only needs to make models of various house types, exterior scenes, and customers of different identities. The resources required for development are completely controllable. And the depth of the game can also be guaranteed. In the early stage of looking at houses, it is mainly to judge the quality of the current house type, choose different customers according to the decoration style, and make correct introductions to customers, and accumulate some knowledge about the house type. In the middle stage, you can make minor repairs, replace furniture that does not match the style, and make simple renovations to the house. In the later stage, you can fully customize, and even make some weird house types, customize a full set of furniture, and make the room look the way you like. And this game can also be linked with real brands to promote sloth apartment and cooperating furniture brands. For players, they can also plan their own home decoration in the game provided that their game progress has entered the later stage. The most important thing is that this is indeed a relatively suitable theme for VR games. Players don't need to move frequently, it's relatively casual, just use the controller to interact with the elements in the room and make changes. It should be considered a simulation business game, but compared with simulation business games on computers, its advantage is that players can be in the room and see the results of their own room layout. Sure enough, it's very consistent with Mr. Pei's style. After analyzing it, Kai Jiadong found that this real estate agent simulator seems to be quite interesting. Real estate agents in reality are really boring. Every day they just look for houses and take customers to see houses, which is very boring. Changing the deconstruction and layout of the house, or even designing the property from scratch, these are definitely not the work content that real estate agents can touch. But the game is different. In the game, all elements related to the house can be added for players to choose. Thinking about it this way, you won't feel that the game content is monotonous, and it becomes rich all of a sudden. Lin Wan nodded, okay, then we will study it further and officially launch the project next month. Qingshan Studio's second game will be named Real Estate Agency Simulator. After leaving Qingshan Studio, Pei Qian returned to the company. Qingshan Studio should have nothing to do in the short term. Real Estate Agency Simulator? It will definitely lose money. It's time to start making plans for the last week of spending. At this point, Pei Qian was very glad that he had foresightly set a very high budget ceiling for the roller coaster project, 100 million. In fact, when the roller coaster project was finalized, the system had just been settled, and Tenda Group didn't have much money in its account. But Pei Qian still set a budget of 100 million for the roller coaster, just to make a good preparation in advance to prevent making too much money and not being able to spend it in the future. Now it seems that this is simply too wise. If the budget is set lower at the beginning, the scale of the entire amusement facility will definitely be smaller. In that case, it will be difficult to add money later. Either the money cannot be added, or the money will cause the project to be delayed, which will be embarrassing. Now, it doesn't feel wrong to spend an extra 20 or 30 million on the basis of the 100 million budget. In this cycle, many projects have become popular but have not made a lot of money. For example, the box office of the movie Mission and Choice has not yet been credited, and Doubt VR Glasses and Animal Island are hot, but they are still a long way from recovering the huge investment of tens of millions. Coupled with the two continuous money-burning events of the 515 Game Festival and the summer promotion, the current situation is still in a relatively optimistic state. Of course, if so many projects had not made money unexpectedly, Pei Qian's situation would be more optimistic, and he might even achieve the ultimate goal of losing money while lying down. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. With many projects booming, Pei Qian could only use his intelligence again and find ways to reduce the system funds as much as possible before the system settlement. The first thing is to throw all the extra funds that cannot be spent in the plan into this roller coaster project. As the saying goes, wonders ruin the country, and such a large investment project is not enough to burn. It is not a big problem to eat up some funds, as long as it can be completed on time before the settlement of the next cycle and does not affect the settlement. As for how this project is being built. Sorry, although this project has been prepared since February and it has been half a year, Pei Qian doesn't even know where this roller coaster is built, and he has never been there. This is quite normal. Pei Qian didn't even take a look at the big project Mission and Choice for several months. I am too busy with the projects in this cycle, so how can I have time to care about the projects in the next cycle? Anyway, the general direction has been pointed out, so the problem should not be too big. Pei Qian still remembered that he had put forward several requirements for this roller coaster at that time, that it should be far away from the three current projects of the Jingji Hotel, that it should be short, and that multiple routes should be planned. He thought about it and realized that as long as Chen Kongtua strictly followed his requirements, he would definitely make a roller coaster that was remote, not exciting at all, and had many useless routes. For such a roller coaster, let alone recovering the cost, it might not even be able to make back the cost of daily equipment maintenance. The second is the new money-burning plan. After returning to the headquarters of Tenda Group, there has been no news from his good brother Eric, which makes Pei Qian miss him very much. Although no one is with him, the money that should be burned still needs to be burned. After 2 rounds of money burning during the 515-game festival and the summer promotion, the amount of money burning allowed by the system has been greatly narrowed. In May, June, and July, there were 3 consecutive months of money burning activities, which was already jumping back and forth on the bottom line of the system. Fortunately, Tenda's profitability is good, so it can still burn some more at the end. This time, Pei Qian plans to use his special quota of 100,000 yuan, together with the regular money-burning activities, to make a perfect ending for this cycle. The previous 515-game festival and summer promotion have already played all the tricks that can be played. Now there are really not many options for spending money. The activities of the 515-game festival are to log in and randomly give in-game props, buy standalone games with a certain chance to get free orders, accumulate game time and get red envelopes and cash back, and watch the game live on Rabbit Tail to give gifts. In short, it is mainly free. The summer promotion includes discounts on all skins, points accumulated when spending on GOG to exchange for avatars and avatar frames, and half of the activity funds to operators when promoting GOG in overseas markets. This time, the main promotion is discounts. Pei Qian has already tried so many tricks that he is a little exhausted. But in order to settle the loss, Pei Qian still has to continue to work hard to stimulate his ingenuity. Since the 100,000 yuan pure free quota is to be used this time, it is natural to carry out related promotions around this quota. First, according to the system regulations, pay 100,000 yuan out of your own pocket and exchange it for 10 million unconditional burning quota, and select GOG as the burning target. There is no way, I have to trouble GOG again. This can't be blamed on President Pei, who makes the most money and has the most players. Burning money in other industries can't achieve this effect. Although there is no need to find a reason to spend this 10 million, but with the other money spent with this 10 million, there needs to be a reason to convince the system. Pei Qian quickly found a good reason. A few days ago, GOG's global daily active users just exceeded 10 million. The monthly active users also exceeded 28 million. This data is slightly lower than Pei Qian's impression of LOL's data in early 2013, but it is already very impressive. The global daily active users exceeded 10 million. Should we hold an event to celebrate? It just so happens that the special event funds given by Chunbai are also 10 million. Pei Qian decided to select 1,000 koi and lucky people from so many active users of GOG. All players who have played games online in the past month and whose levels and online time have reached a certain limit can participate in the lottery. When drawing the lottery, different servers will get corresponding shares according to the number of players. For example, the number of players in the national server is obviously more than that of other servers, so naturally more winning places should be arranged. After the lottery, the 10 million will be divided among the 1,000 koi around the world. When dividing, it is not that everyone gets 10,000, but it fluctuates up and down according to certain random rules, with a minimum of 1,000 and a maximum of 100,000. This money is directly given in cash, which is quite rough. After all, it is an unconditional burning quota, given by the system, so it should be a bit rough. Ordinary burning activities are also carried out around this. These 1,000 koi can spread good luck to the surrounding players. The number of people spread at the first level equals the amount of money the koi gets /100. That is to say, if a koi gets 1,000 yuan, it can share its good luck with 10 players. If it gets 100,000 yuan, it can share its good luck with 1,000 players. There is a prerequisite for sharing good luck. that is, the two players must have established a friend relationship in the game before this event. If they are added temporarily after the event, it will not count. I have set up a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. This is to prevent some people from deliberately selling quotas online and spoiling the event. The first-level lucky player to whom the koi is shared will receive 30 10 yuan unlimited coupons. With this coupon, you can buy any GOG game product and offset 10 yuan, which can be combined with any other discount. Then, the first-level lucky player can share it with the second-level lucky player. The rules are the same. Each player can share it with 10 second-level lucky players. The second-level lucky player will receive 10 10 yuan unlimited coupons. The same rules will be spread to 10 third-level lucky players, who will receive 5 yuan unlimited coupons. Pei Qian hoped to give more, but the system would not give in, so he could only do this. In fact, this unlimited coupon is almost equivalent to giving it away for free, because GOG skins are all very cheap. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1161, Pick up a few golden leaves, additional update 2 house for passing scale. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After spreading like this, the player group covered is also extremely wide. 1,000 koi carps share 10 million. There are 100,000 lucky players at level 1, each of whom gets a 300 yuan coupon, totaling 30 million coupons. There are 1 million lucky players at level 2, each of whom gets a 100 yuan coupon, totaling 100 million coupons. There are 10 million lucky players at level 3, each of whom gets a 25 yuan coupon, totaling 250 million coupons. The total number of coupons distributed is close to 400 million, in addition to 10 million in cash. 10 million may not cover all player groups, because the daily active users exceeding 10 million means that the monthly active users are close to 30 million, and the number of players who have registered but have not played within a month is even greater. Those who have not played will definitely come to participate when they hear about this event. Therefore, the number of players who can benefit from it in the end may be 1/5 or even less. This ratio is also acceptable. These coupons will not directly spend the money earned by GOG. After all, the skins in the game are all virtual goods. After they are developed, there are no subsequent other costs. If physical goods were distributed in this way, the system would definitely not approve it, because it would go bankrupt in a matter of minutes. Even if these skins were not given away, players would not necessarily buy them, so this number cannot be used directly to measure the actual money spent by Tenda. But no matter what, this event will definitely greatly discourage players from buying skins. Since they are given away for free, who would spend money to buy the skins they want? GOG's revenue at this stage will definitely plummet, and may even continue until next month. For Pei Qian, this is obviously something he wants. Before the end of this cycle, the less money the better. The less money you make, the easier it is to lose money when you settle accounts. Pei Qian checked it out and thought this plan was good. Anyway, the system has passed, the money has been spent, and if you can lose money in this cycle, then there is no problem. After the plan was made, Pei Qian handed the plan to Min Jingqiao, asking him to notify the operators of other servers around the world as soon as possible, and to issue a preheating notice as soon as possible, so that players can hurry up and add friends to prepare, and the event must be completed before the end of this month. July 25, Wednesday. Magic City. Zhao Shuming was waiting at the airport with an expectant look on his face. After seeing Eric's familiar figure, Zhao Shuming immediately went to greet him. Welcome back. After hearing that Eric was about to return to Shanghai, Zhao Shuming was overjoyed. Fortunately, the person in charge of IOI China has not changed. Although there were a little friction when cooperating with Eric at the beginning, after such a long period of running in, Zhao Shuming is very satisfied with Eric as his immediate boss. After all, Eric is willing to take the blame and never blames his subordinates. This also means that Zhao Shuming's position is stable. All the pots are Eric's, and if there are credits, he can share some of them. How comfortable. This time Eric left, Zhao Shuming was quite worried. What if Dayak Group changed the person in charge? Now it seems that a hanging heart can finally be put down. Nothing has changed. However, Eric just said to himself, "Mr. Zhao, get in the car." Eric obviously came in first class, slept comfortably along the way, his suit was well-fitting, and he was in good spirits. But there was no happy expression on his face. Before Zhao Shuming asked, Eric sighed slightly, "Boss Zhao, although I am back to continue to be the head of Greater China, it is probably completely different from before." Zhao Shuming was shocked. "What do you mean?" Eric took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "This is the activity that IOI will carry out globally in the next month. The update package and activities are ready. Just update them and they will be online." Zhao Shuming took the phone with some confusion. The national server does not have much say in the specific design and operation activities of IOI. When Eric was there, he could still say a few words to the finger company. During the time when Eric was away, Zhao Shuming was directly cut off from the top management of the finger company. In addition to some normal handovers of daily work, there was no communication, and he knew nothing about the next update. The file on the phone was an overview of the next stage of IOI's global operation activities. New heroes, you can get them by earning tokens, some of which will be given away when you spend money. A new series of skins includes several popular heroes with high appearance value. The price of skins is 30% higher than the original high-level skins, and you can get a 10% discount if you buy them in a package. Some additional content such as borders, avatars, tail effects, and return effects have been added. They cannot be purchased directly, but you need to participate in activities. However, if you want to get them quickly during activities, you have to spend money. A lucky draw event was launched to randomly draw skins. The single price is much lower than the price of the skin, but other rewards such as fragments, tokens, and emoticons may also be drawn in the lucky draw. There are additional rewards after a certain number of draws. Basically, these are changes like this. Zhao Shuming was stunned. Although the content of the event is relatively complicated and not all Krypton Gold events, it can be seen at a glance that this event is obviously aimed at making money. New heroes are no longer unlocked directly, but need to be obtained by grinding tokens. If you want to get them as soon as possible, you have to pay Krypton Gold. The price of new skins has also increased compared to the original skins. Although the special effects of the new skins do look cooler, the price increase is obviously worth a deeper interpretation. On the surface, the 30% increase in the price of new skins is not a big increase, because IOI has been competing with GOG, and the skins have long been forced to be pulled to the same level as GOG. In addition, the new hero mechanism is rich, so it needs to be unlocked through activities. The new skins are cooler than the original high-level skins and are sold at a higher price. These seem to be excusable. But this is a signal, a test. Players may complain at first, but as long as most players gradually accept such settings, new skins can continue to add special effects, make them more refined, and then sell them at higher prices. Let the skins that were previously too low gradually return to the reasonable level considered by the Dayak Group. The purpose of Dayak Group is obviously to gradually increase profits and change the pricing strategy that players are accustomed to. If we dig deeper, Dayak Group does not want to fight a price war with Tenda anymore. In the future, GOG will burn money if it wants to, and lower prices if it wants to. You do your activities, and we make our money. We will not follow. Of course, this behavior is still relatively restrained. The price of skins is not raised very high all at once, and there are no heavy Krypton gold activities. Step by step, the reaction of players will be smaller. This shows that Dayak Group still values IOI, the cash cow, and does not think of uprooting it all at once, but first tries to pull out a few golden leaves. Zhao Shuming also understood what Eric meant. Although Eric is back and continues to serve as the head of IOI's Greater China region, he obviously no longer has as much autonomy as before. In the future, he will only be a tool man who unconditionally cooperates with Dayak Group to make money. He can only cooperate with the implementation of these Krypton gold activities. It is absolutely impossible to actively fight with Tenda. Without those resources, Eric's performance as the head of the Greater China region was not satisfactory to Dayak Group and Finger Company. Logically, he should be replaced, but Eric is from Dayak Group after all. Dayak Group needs to hold IOI in its own hands more firmly, so it needs to bypass the senior management of Finger Company to make some micromanagement commands. It is in the interests of Dayak Group for Eric to continue to be the person in charge. Zhao Shuming sighed and said, after this new version is updated, we will probably be scolded to death by the players. Hey, it's all Tenda's fault. Originally, IOI's prospects should be bright. A skin is sold for 30, 50, or even hundreds of yuan. Isn't this normal and reasonable? Isn't it normal and reasonable that heroes need to be purchased? According to the original charging standards, IOI could have grown into a behemoth with an annual revenue of more than $1 billion and become the ruler of MOBA games. However, no one expected that GOG would come out in the middle. It used a posture of heaven and earth living together and both sides suffering losses to reduce the price of skins to cabbage prices. Finger Company was forced to do nothing. It was really too fiercely robbed of the market, so it could only be forced to reduce prices. It will be difficult to raise the price again after it has been lowered. Eric and Zhao Shuming should have taken advantage of IOI to make money without doing anything, so why are they in such a predicament now? Eric did not have any extra expression, we will just do it. What the senior management of Dayak Group has decided cannot be changed. Therefore, no matter how much they complain, it will not have any impact on where IOI will go in the future. Zhao Shuming nodded slightly, and he also knew this truth very well. But think about it on the bright side. With the huge size of IOI, this criticism will not be a big deal. Moreover, it is indeed conducive to a significant increase in revenue. With the increase in revenue, the bonus will definitely be more. Besides, Tenda has held 2 rounds of activities in the past 2 months, first the 5/15 Game Festival, and then the summer promotion. Such intensive activities will definitely not continue. At least within 2 months, there should be no major moves. It should be safer to release new heroes and new skins at this node. Zhao Shuming has an advantage, that is, he is more optimistic and has a strong ability to adapt. In addition, his characteristic of not sticking to the pan can make him thrive in a large company like Longyu Group. The person in charge of the Greater China region of Zhito Company has changed several times, and the strategy has changed several times, but the person in charge of Longyu Group has always been him, which shows that Zhao Shuming is still very capable. I have set up a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. Eric was silent for a moment, then said, based on my understanding of Mr. Pei. I'm afraid this matter won't be that simple. Chapter 1162, I Can't Stop Now. July 26, Thursday. In the Tenda Games department, Min Jingqiao has almost arranged the relevant matters of this koi event. Today, a formal notice will be issued to inform GOG players around the world of the specific content of the event. President Pei's request is to notify the operators of other servers around the world as soon as possible, and to issue an announcement to warm up and launch the event as soon as possible, and to ensure that the event is completed before the end of the month. Looking at the new round of money-burning plans, Hu Xianbin couldn't help but sigh. I feel that the competition between GOG and IOI is getting more and more intense, and President Pei is quite aggressive. Hu Xianben has nothing to do recently. The development of mission and choice has been completed, and the next stage of the goal is to develop eternal reincarnation, but according to President Pei's requirements, the project will not be officially launched until next month, and it is now in the so-called inspiration accumulation stage. Therefore, when he is free, he will often pay attention to the situation on the GOG side. Although GOG used to frequently hold money-burning activities and competed with IOI, the frequency has obviously increased a lot recently. The 515 Game Festival in May, the Summer Sale in June, and the Koi event in July, these activities can be one after another. Players just had a good time last month, and then they had another good time. Strictly speaking, this kind of frequent promotional activities is a little unreasonable, because it is an overdraft for the normal rhythm of the game. Although preferential promotional activities can greatly increase popularity in the short term, they will also overdraft players' future consumption desire. It's like a mall doing promotions. Business is really good when discounts are on, but after the discounted goods return to the original price, no one wants to buy them. For a game, it is better to do activities in an orderly manner and extend the intervals between activities so that players will have a sense of anticipation and will not feel tired. GOG has burned 3 waves of money in the past 3 months, which is obviously not in line with this rule. But everyone also knows that there must be a reason for Mr. Pei to do things. This is obviously because the arms race with IOI has reached a white-hot stage. It's like there are 2 malls. If neither of them has promotions, they will both make money at the original price. If one promotes and the other does not, then the business of the one that does not promote will plummet, and all customers will be snatched away by the other. Therefore, both sides can only promote sales together, competing to see who can offer more discounts and spend more money. Once this arms race starts, it cannot be stopped, because stopping means that all previous efforts will be wasted. Just like 2 peerless masters fighting with swords, the speed must be faster and faster, and the faster the swords are, the closer it is to the moment of victory. Now Hu Xianben feels that President Pei is the peerless master who is getting faster and faster, dazzling and overwhelming. Min Jingqiao said, "It is indeed aggressive, but IOI seems to be in a state of not fearing boiling water." Last summer promotion, the Finger Company did not respond to Tingda's promotion, and still went through the entire summer promotion according to the original 60% discount. Although it was scolded, it seems that it did not have much impact on the Finger Company. For Tingda, it is true that burning money can attract players, but there is also an efficiency issue to consider. Frequent activities will obviously greatly reduce efficiency, which is not good for revenue. After all, after such a long period of burning money, those players who wavered back and forth have been almost dug out by GOG, and the rest are some loyal players of IOI. Even if such players find that IOI's activities are slightly worse than GOG's, they will at most curse a few words and will not really change games. Therefore, the more money GOG spends, the worse the effect will be. This is a problem that makes Min Jingqiao more worried. Hu Xianben was silent for a while and then said, "Don't worry, President Pei must have thought about these problems. Boss Pei must also know that the more money is spent, the lower the efficiency. There must be some special considerations for this arrangement now." Min Jingqiao nodded in agreement. Looking at the time, Min Jingqiao told his subordinates to publish an announcement on the official website to announce the details of this Koi event. It can't be delayed any longer, it has to be as soon as possible. Today is already Thursday. From now until Friday night, this time will be left for players to temporarily add one more friend. The event will be officially launched on the weekend for lottery, public announcement, and money for Koi, and then spread out to give coupons to level 1, 2, and 3 players. Time is tight, but it is a good thing for players to come here, so as to avoid some activities, which extend an activity to a month for the sake of popularity, and wait until smoke. Just then, Hu Xianbin suddenly said, "Huh? Look at this. It seems that IOI has just updated a version today." Min Jingqiao was stunned for a moment. Huh? Generally speaking, for MOBA games, version updates are very frequent. Sometimes fixing bugs and adjusting values are also considered version updates. Min Jingqiao has been paying attention to the situation at IOI and knows that they don't seem to have any major version update plans in the near future. There is only a new hero and a new set of skins that seem to be launched in the near future. This is not a big update, but looking at Hu Xianbin's slightly surprised expression, things are obviously not that simple. Min Jingqiao quickly browsed the update announcement of the new version of IOI, and his eyes widened slightly. Isn't this hitting the muzzle of President Pei's gun? Hu Xianbin nodded. That's why I'm so surprised. President Pei's prediction is simply God level. If we follow ordinary thinking, there have been consecutive activities in May and June, and there will probably be no more activities in July. Without the comparison with GOG, the update of IOI's version will not cause too much opposition. But now, it happens to be in sharp contrast with our activities. If GOG does not do any activities this month, then IOI's activities will at most be criticized, and it will not be a big deal. After all, although some of IOI's activities are Krypton Gold activities, some new content is obtained by daily hard work. Although the appearance of eating is a bit ugly, it will not cause general anti-blessing among players. But now compared with GOG's activities, it is completely different. Yes, if the two events of GOG and IOI did not collide, then there would not be much impact. But if they happen to collide, the impact will be huge. Hu Xianbin was very impressed. It seems that President Pei knows everything about Jito Company and Dayak Group. Just through some clues, he knows their next plan. So he specially arranged this koi event to intercept them midway and give IOI a heavy blow? What are you waiting for? Issue an announcement immediately. This time, the more lively the event, the better. The two instantly understood why President Pei wanted to organize so many events in a short period of time. It is obvious that President Pei has already spotted the opponent's flaws and believes that the key time to decide the outcome has arrived, so he speeds up the gate to prepare for a decisive victory. Could this be President Pei's terrifying insight? At this time, Pei Qian was in the office, checking the commission effect of this month's publicity plan. As expected, the promotion effect in the first half of the month was very poor, and the established goal was achieved, while in the second half of the month, the effect remained unchanged, and no additional commission was given. This is the only way. I tried my best. Pei Qian sighed silently. He wanted to give Meng Chong more commission, but it was too difficult. It was not easy to suppress the popularity of Doubt VR glasses for 2 weeks. The subsequent explosion of VR glasses was unexpected. It was reasonable for Pei Qian to expect that this pair of glasses would become popular, but he never expected it to be so popular. Fortunately, Doubt VR glasses did not affect the settlement of this cycle. According to the current situation, the settlement of this cycle should be relatively stable, and it should not be a problem to convert hundreds of thousands. The specific amount depends on the revenue of each game next Monday and the specific amount of fixed assets at the time of settlement. For Pei Qian, this is no longer a problem that can be changed by human power, it depends on his opinion. I just don't know what Meng Chong thinks of this promotion plan. Pei Qian's only worry is this. He operated like a tiger, but in the end, he only got the guaranteed commission. Will Meng Chong feel that he got the commission by operating in secret? Will he feel that even President Pei can only get the guaranteed commission, so he has no chance? What if Meng Chong does not intend to abide by the agreement? How to deal with him? Just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside the office. It was Meng Chong. Sit down, take a look at the details of this month's promotion effect. Pei Qian handed the laptop to Meng Chong and observed his expression at the same time. The 31st is not until next Tuesday, so strictly speaking, the final result of the publicity plan will be settled by then. But as far as the current situation is concerned, doubt BR is unlikely to suddenly have any negative news in the next few days. The publicity results have been determined, and the commission is unlikely to change. Moreover, the 31st is also the settlement day. Pei Qian does not want the two things to rush together, so he called Meng Chong in advance to check the commission for this month's publicity effect. Meng Chong took the laptop and quickly browsed it. Obviously, this result is exactly what he expected. "Mr. Pei, I have no problem," Meng Chong said, handing the laptop back. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "Then do you still want to leave Tenda?" Meng Chong shook his head. "I was irrational before. I have decided now that I will continue to serve as the head of the advertising and marketing department in the future, learn from Mr. Pei's publicity skills, and never let you down." Pei Qian was skeptical. "Really?" Meng Chong nodded, "Very sure, really." Pei Qian looked at Meng Chong thoughtfully, trying to judge the authenticity of his words. Logically, Meng Chang's statement is very consistent with Pei Qian's previous expectations, and should make him very satisfied. Meng Chong will continue to stay in the advertising and marketing department as the person in charge, learn promotional skills, work hard to do reverse publicity, reduce product popularity, get more commissions, and help Pei Qian lose more money. This is a win-win situation, no matter how you look at it. But Pei Qian instinctively felt that something was a little wrong. It seemed that this change was a little too abrupt. A month ago, Meng Chong was still crying and wanted to run away, but a month later, he was very determined to continue working hard at Tenda to get commissions. Although he had gone through President Pei's demonstration during this period, President Pei only helped him get a guaranteed commission. Just a guaranteed commission made him change from wanting to leave to being completely devoted? This reason did not seem to be sufficient. But Pei Qian thought about it and felt that there could be no other possibilities. Meng Chong decided to stay, definitely for the commission. Since it was for the commission, he must have found a way to do negative publicity to reduce the popularity of the product. No matter how you think about it, it will be beneficial to yourself. So Pei Qian thought about it and felt that although there were a few flaws, it was still good overall and should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Pei Qian nodded. "Well, it's good to figure it out. Go back and have a good rest these few days. Starting next month, we will have to make a new promotion plan." Meng Chong nodded. "Okay, Mr. Pei." Watching Meng Chong leave, Pei Qian stretched out in the boss chair. This cycle, everything that should be done has been done. How much money can be lost next depends on your intention. "Hey, has the announcement of the koi event been sent out? I'll sign up too." Pei Qian happily signed up himself. After all, if you can be drawn to win the koi, the highest prize is 100,000. Of course, the probability itself is very low. The total number of global players participating in the lottery is estimated to be 40 to 50 million, and there is only one koi with the highest prize of 100,000. With a probability of 1 in tens of millions, if Pei Qian happens to be drawn, it would be quite fantastic. It is estimated that no one will believe that it is not a secret operation. Pei Qian did not expect to win the prize, even if he was the denominator. The most important thing is to participate. If he really won, he would be very happy. He paid 100,000 out of his own pocket, and gave the system an unlimited spending quota of 10 million, and then won another 100,000. Wouldn't this form a perpetual motion, and get 10 million system funds for free? Of course, this kind of thing is just a thought. Although Pei Qian is very confident in his luck, he found that his luck always seems to work in some useless places. Once it comes to personal property issues, his luck is completely useless. After signing up, Pei Qian took a look at the players' comments on the event. Everyone, add each other as friends. It would be embarrassing if you get a koi spot but can't give it away. Add me, add me. This event is too exciting. There are events every month for 3 consecutive months, so cool. Let me lower the winning rate. In fact, it's good to get a second-level reward, and you can get several skins for free. It's so happy to be a GOG player. Look at the event next door, it's so funny. IOI players are already envious. Several die-hard IOI players I know couldn't help it this time and picked up the GOG accounts they created before. There's no way, IOI's event this time is a bit ugly, and it's even uglier when compared with GOG. It was quite normal at the beginning, basically asking for friends. The number of people who signed up will not change much, and the winning rate of becoming a koi will not change. But if koi wants to distribute coupons to first-level lucky players, it must have established a friend relationship before the prize draw. If you win a prize of 100,000, you can distribute coupons to 100 first-level lucky players. If the total number of friends is less than 100, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Therefore, adding more friends in this sudden attack is convenient for others and yourself, and the probability of obtaining coupons will increase. But the style of the painting later is not right. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did it come to IOI again? What is this? IOI's activity this time is a bit ugly? Isn't Eric not in China at all? Where is the new activity? Confused, Pei Qian clicked on IOI's official website to check the new version update content. A few minutes later, Pei Qian opened his eyes in disbelief and was speechless. What the hell is this? It's okay if you don't follow me to burn money, but why are you doing a money-making activity? Even if you are going to do a money-making activity, don't do it now. Pei Qian was completely speechless. This was such a coincidence. Did Finger Company lose its mind? They had to do this before I settled the account? Isn't this a coincidence? Pei Qian thought that IOI would play dead forever, so he thought about using up all the ammunition in stock as soon as possible to avoid affecting the settlement. But he never expected that IOI would take the initiative to get on the target. Eric. You are so miserable. Pei Qian felt a little uncomfortable for accidentally hurting his good brother. But he had no choice. It was impossible to stop now, because it was at a critical moment, before the settlement. Even if he wanted to let it go a little, he was powerless. He could only continue to hit hard with tears. Chapter 1163 Settlement. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. July 31st, Tuesday. It's finally time to settle again. This weekend, there was a bloody storm outside. GOG's koi event was successfully completed. Lucky koi players were drawn from all over the world, and coupons of varying amounts were issued to nearly 10 million players. As for Pei Qian, of course, he didn't draw the koi. Although he also got a 100 yuan coupon from a second-level player, but this coupon is completely useless to Pei Qian. His account originally had all skins, because all expenses in the game can be reimbursed under the banner of Experience the Game. Pei Qian is more concerned about the situation on the IOI side. In theory, if it hadn't happened to be the koi event of GOG, the new version of IOI would not have been criticized so badly. After all, this new version event is not all Krypton Gold events, and some benefits have been issued, which is better than no event at all. What's more, the new heroes are pretty good, and the new skins are pretty cool, so the discussion about these game contents can cover up the players' complaints to a certain extent. But the problem is that it just happened to coincide with GOG's koi event, which is very embarrassing. The event, which was originally okay, suddenly became a scam. The more critical problem is that in the eyes of players, this is not the first time that IOI has been a bad person. It has happened 3 times in a row. During the 515 Game Festival, GOG gave away free gifts for the event, while IOI gave away cars for promotion. During the summer promotion, GOG first offered 30% to 50% discounts, but IOI was indifferent and gave a 60% discount, which was not a big deal. After the previous two incidents, many players were already angry. As a result, this time it was even more excessive. GOG directly gave away 10 million and 100 million coupons for free to celebrate the daily active users exceeding 10 million. How generous. As a result, IOI's new skins were not discounted, but the price was increased. How can this be tolerated? As the saying goes, there is a first time, a second time, but not a third time. 3 consecutive events were held within 3 months, but all of them were beaten to the ground by GOG. This really makes people wonder whether the company is incompetent or has a wrong attitude. Judging from the Krypton Gold content of this new version, it is most likely the latter. Therefore, the online criticism is overwhelming, almost drowning out the Finger Company. The Finger Company is also quite wronged. This is not our fault at all. It was all decided by the Diak Group, but he couldn't blame anyone else for this, so he could only silently endure the scolding. The miserable situation of being scolded by players, and being able to hide his head like a turtle was really heartbreaking and tearful. Pei Qian couldn't bear to watch it. But he had no choice. In order to spend money to complete the settlement, he could only let his good brother suffer. I hope the situation will be more optimistic next month, and the pressure of loss will not be so great. I hope I can give my good brother some water and let IOI take a breath. In front of Pei Qian, the system screen automatically appeared. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Settlement to be completed soon. Fixed asset value to be reestimated soon. System funds, 6.72 million plus 32.03 million. Fixed assets, 320.28 million. Details. 1 commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. 1-2 households in Building 1 of City Dawn. 7 households in Shandong Garden Commercial and Residential Building. 3 households in Building 8 and Building 9 of Binhe Community. 30 households in Building 5 of Jindi Huading Community. 24 households in Building 3 of Huaxin Shanyu Community. Farmers Market in Old Industrial Zone. 2 shops along the street in Old Industrial Zone. Seeing this long list of numbers, Pei Qian fell into a long silence. I'm going to go to hell. The news about the subway was leaked before the settlement. Is this something a human would do? Pei Qian was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. According to the previous fixed asset update, the total should be around 270 million. In this way, the loss value is around 16.28 million. Which means Pei Qian can convert 1.6 million of personal property. However, as soon as the news of the second phase of the subway project came out, something big happened. The shops along the street in the old industrial area all skyrocketed, from the original 60 million to more than 90 million in a short period of time. After the farmers' market was transformed and turned into a snack market, its value also skyrocketed from more than 7 million to nearly 12 million. Other properties around the subway have also increased in price, such as the villa in Mingyun Villa, which has also increased by more than 2 million. It's just taking off from the spot. Originally, it could convert 1.6 million, but now it's only around 1.15 million. In other words, the increase in these fixed assets directly ate up Pei Qian's personal property of about 450,000. The key is that the increase in the value of these fixed assets is of no benefit to Pei Qian. Because he bought these fixed assets for business activities and could not hoard them for speculation, so whether they appreciated or not would not affect his usual production and business activities, nor would it help Pei Qian to make losses. I can only say that this might be fate. The rules given by the system are like this. Fixed assets will be included in the system's capital quota after being discounted, providing Pei Qian with a good way to spend money quickly, but this good method also has a side effect, which is that it will occupy a part of the quota, resulting in less money being converted. As expected, there is no free lunch in the world. Pei Qian felt a pain in his flesh when he thought of the 450,000 yuan that evaporated out of thin air. I will never buy fixed assets again in the future. Buying fixed assets is completely a rip-off. Although it seems that the money is spent in the short term, it will only become more and more troublesome when it appreciates in the future, which will seriously affect my settlement. Fixed assets, I must touch less in the future. If I buy buildings indiscriminately again, I will be a dog. But think about it on the bright side, there are still 1 million or so it's not in vain. Look at Meng Chang, and you will feel that life is very happy. Thinking that Meng Chang can only get a few thousand yuan a month, while he can get 1 million yuan after working hard for half a year, Pei Qian feels that the system has treated him well, so what's the point? Sure enough, happiness is still compared. The system light screen continues to roll. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 6.72 million plus 32.03 million. Fixed assets, 320.28 million. Personal property, 2.725 million. Every cycle where the wealth conversion value reaches 800,000 or more, you will receive a significant mysterious reward. Currently unfinished project. The roller coaster project of the Jingji Hotel must be officially opened to the public in the next cycle. Seeing that the system funds have been converted into personal property, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. This cycle, he spent a lot of money out of his own pocket. He spent nearly 1.5 million to buy a house, paid 100,000 out of his own pocket to exchange for a 10 million spending quota, and spent money to buy some water army to set a correct example for Meng Chang. Adding miscellaneous expenses, it is really a bit painful. But fortunately, now it proves that all this is valuable. Click on the mysterious reward of this cycle. Mysterious reward, to meet the company's development needs, open the rules related to infrastructure projects. Infrastructure projects specifically refers to non-profit infrastructure required for the company's daily operations and office, such as office buildings. Unfinished infrastructure projects do not affect the periodic settlement, but the subsequent additional investment funds shall not exceed 30% of the originally planned funds. If exceeded, the current settlement cycle will be deferred according to the excess ratio. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, book friends base camp, you can receive a 888 red envelope. Infrastructure projects will be included in the system funds at a ratio of 100 to 1. Oh? Pei Qian's eyes lit up. This new reward is awesome. Infrastructure projects do not affect periodic settlement, do not need to engage in commercial activities, will not make profits, and are still included in the system funds at a ratio of 100 to 1. They are simply the best choice for spending money suddenly. What did I say just now? Never buy fixed assets randomly again? Ahem, this is not considered a fixed asset. You see, the system has classified it as an infrastructure project. It is not the same thing. Pei Qian studied the detailed rules a little bit and found that although the restrictions on the surface are very broad, there are still some restrictions. For example, Pei Qian spent 300 million to build a building. This is definitely not something that can be completed in 1 or 2 cycles. If there was no such rule before, it would be very troublesome to build a building, and it is likely to be stuck in settlement. But now, after throwing in the 300 million, you can wait for the building to be built slowly, which will not affect the settlement. And because it is included in the system funds at a ratio of 100 to 1, the 300 million building is only converted into 3 million, which will not cause too much pressure on the settlement. Of course, Pei Qian thought so when the fixed asset rules were just updated. At that time, he thought that if the system funds were converted at a ratio of 10 to 1, a building worth 10 million would only be counted as 1 million. Isn't this open to purchase? Now I realize that it is not open to purchase. But there should be no problem in the short term. After the infrastructure project is determined, although there is no time limit, you cannot invest in it without limit. The maximum investment is 130% of the original budget. If it exceeds, it will be postponed. The subsequent 30% may be to deal with some emergencies. A building worth 1 billion yuan can be invested with an additional 300 million yuan, but it is not unlimited. Moreover, if you want to spend a lot of money on infrastructure, you must have so much money first. If the system funds are not enough, you can't do any big projects. This is also one of the limitations. This is not a problem for Pei Qian, because he is worried about how to spend the money in the next cycle. The box office of Mission and Choice, the subsequent sales of Doubt VR, and various miscellaneous incomes have increased the pressure of losses in the next cycle unprecedentedly. But with this new rule, the difficulty of losing money is greatly reduced. Not bad, not bad. This rule came out quite timely. System, you finally did something useful. Although Pei Qian was very suspicious of whether there was any new trick behind every time the system updated the rules, this time it was an update that was hugely beneficial to spending money. Even if there was any trick, he could only accept it. The system screen continued to scroll, loading the next cycle information, and also listed all the rewards currently obtained for easy viewing. Chapter 1164 Brainstorming. Next, settlement time, 7 months later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 60 million. System funds of 53.28 million are being replenished. System funds replenished. System funds, 60 million plus 32.03 million. Fixed assets, 320.28 million. Infrastructure projects, none. Personal property, 2.725 million. Permanent reward details. On the basis of the original conversion amount, an additional 10% increase. 50% of the initial system funds of the current cycle can be used for charity activities. Every cycle when the wealth conversion value reaches 800,000 or more, you will receive a significant mysterious reward. You can consume a certain amount of personal property to increase the profit margin of a certain industry, with a ratio of 1 to 100. It can be used once in the current cycle, and the personal property consumed must not exceed 100,000. Currently unfinished project, the roller coaster project of the Terror Hotel, which must be officially open to the public in the next cycle. The system lists all the permanent rewards that are still in effect. In addition, there have been some one-time rewards, such as reducing a certain amount of system funds by completing learning tasks, random technological breakthroughs, and other rewards that have been used, which are not included in this list. After completing the settlement again, Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mainly mentally relaxed. Physically, Pei Qian sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day, and always eats takeout from Moyo. The nutrition is relatively balanced, the body is strong, and everything tastes delicious. I have set up a WeChat public account to send everyone year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. But Pei Qian can't start resting immediately now. In order to ensure that each project can be completed smoothly before the next cycle settlement, it is still necessary to assign tasks to each department first. After that, Pei Qian will have a 1 to 2 months of rest time without worry. Pei Qian sighed a little, time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, this is already the 10th settlement of the system. Pei Qian feels that his growth and progress are still quite obvious. From being helpless in making money at the beginning of settlement, now he can stably complete losses and get special rewards. Obviously, as Tenda Group continues to grow, the system will also make certain adjustments to the rules. I just don't know when the next system update will be. Pei Qian felt that he had to seize the time to get more wool while the system has not been updated. Otherwise, according to the nature of the system, if there is another system upgrade based on the Matthew effect in the future, Pei Qian will not be able to bear it. Pei Qian's specific management model for Tenda Group is completely different from the beginning. At the beginning, Pei Qian just wanted to lose money, without any specific plan. When an industry made money, he would start a new industry. As a result, various departments were inexplicably linked. Now there are too many departments in Tenda Group, and Pei Qian himself can no longer manage them. Many times, he lets some departments that he can't take care of be in a state of laissez-faire. Now Pei Qian's policy is to focus on the big and let go of the small. Before, he always wanted to make the profitable industry lose money, but found that the effect was not good. Not only did it not lose money, but it made more money. Therefore, for those profitable industries, Pei Qian felt that if he didn't have a good idea, he should not touch them. Let them make money slowly, it is better than suddenly becoming popular after giving them instructions. Focus on those new industries with a greater chance of loss, and strive to achieve success in one battle, and lose all the money earned by other industries at once. This is more practical. In addition, Pei Qian was too lazy to care about some industries related to people's livelihood, such as sloth apartment, moyu takeout, etc. If they lost money, it would be good. If they made money, they would not make a lot of money. Just regard it as a contribution to society after losing money. There are still many things to do during this period. Pei Qian even found a small notebook to write them down, fearing that he would forget. Where should I start? Well, let's start with the game department. Pei Qian took out the small notebook and flipped through it. At present, Tenda Group actually has 3 game departments, namely the original Tenda Game Department, Qingshan Games, and Qingshan Studio. Tenda Game Department has decided to develop Eternal Reincarnation, and Qingshan Studio has also decided to make real estate agency simulator. Only what Qingshan Games will do has not been determined. This time we must do a project with a very low chance of success. Pei Qian flipped through the types of games that Tenda has made so far, while thinking about what kind of new project should be arranged for Qingshan Games. August 1st, Wednesday. In the meeting room of Qingshan Games, Pei Qian prepared to lead everyone to conduct a brainstorming session. Because he had been thinking hard for a long time yesterday, but he didn't think of a very good idea. It can only be said that a person's wisdom is limited after all. Who knows, maybe we can come up with some good ideas by brainstorming with everyone today? Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaoban and other key members have all arrived, and everyone is obviously looking forward to the new game to be made this time. Tenda Games has already confirmed that it will make Eternal Reincarnation. Although it is only a DLC for Turning Back, anyone who knows a little about the game mechanism will know that it is more than just a DLC. It is just a little smaller in size. In fact, the game mechanism has been completely changed. It is no problem to say that it is the sequel to Turning Back. Qingshan Games and Tenda Games have always been in a competitive relationship. Since Tenda Games has already made a very good game, Qingshan Games must not fall behind. With President Pei's supervision, this will definitely be another classic, there is no doubt about it. However, this new project is a little different in the project establishment stage. In the past, President Pei would point out several directions for everyone. Although these directions seem a little vague, these are all puzzles given by President Pei. In fact, President Pei has already thought of the ultimate form of this game. As long as everyone works hard to restore the complete form of this game in President Pei's mind based on the clues given by President Pei, it will be considered a completed task. But the situation this time was slightly different. President Pei didn't seem to have a very clear idea, but asked everyone to brainstorm and jointly determine the general direction of the game. Obviously, this would further increase the proportion of everyone's ideas in the game design plan. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban were both wondering if it was because Qingshan Games had already produced many successful games, and the design and production level of the entire studio had been improved, so President Pei was consciously letting everyone move towards a higher level of difficulty? Is President Pei trying to reduce Qingshan Games' dependence on his ideas, and strive to make Qingshan Games continue to produce many popular and excellent works without his ideas? It should be like this. Therefore, everyone was also very alert, hoping that they could keep up with President Pei's ideas. Looking around at the people at the conference table, Pei Qian inexplicably felt that the atmosphere was a bit subtle. What's wrong with these people's expressions, as if they were injected with chicken blood? It's just a new project, is it necessary to be so excited? Forget it, you can be excited. Remember your expectant expression now, because in a few minutes, it will turn into confusion. Almost everyone has arrived, and Pei Qian decides to officially start. Today's meeting is a brainstorming session to decide what we will do with our next new game. Everyone is welcome to speak freely, and everyone has a chance to speak. It doesn't matter if you think your ideas are immature. Don't feel embarrassed. Many excellent designs are born from these seemingly unreliable ideas. First, let's think about what type of game we should make. Obviously, the first step is to determine the type of game. Although it was a blind move and was going to lose money, the type of game still had to be made clear. If the type of game was not clear, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin would have a lot of room for imagination, and the final product of the game might be too different from what Pei Qian expected. For other game companies, this often means project failure and loss of money, but for Tenda, it mostly means huge profits. Therefore, Pei Qian had to eliminate these uncertainties as much as possible. Everyone looked at each other and soon raised their hands to speak. I think action games are good. Dao VR glasses are selling well, and Fitness Battle VR Edition is also very popular. How about taking this opportunity to develop a VR game masterpiece? I think we can make an FPS game, preferably dual-end. Can you consider MMORPG? Everyone talked about all kinds of things. Although all the people present were designers, different designers had different game preferences. In this unrestricted situation, everyone's speech would obviously be affected by their own game preferences. Say whatever you think of. Pei Qian listened silently, and his already confused thoughts became even more confused. This way of discussion won't work. Because those present were all core members of Qingshan Games, who had been engaged in game development for such a long time and had very strong business capabilities. Although the solutions they proposed were influenced by personal preferences, they were basically more reliable solutions, even if some of the proposals seemed to have a high chance of failure, such as making a retro time-based MMORPG game. The chance of failure is still not high enough if you think about it carefully. Even if this kind of game is made step by step, most people will buy it. So, we have to find a way to guide everyone back to the correct way of discussion. Pei Qian knocked on the table lightly. Everyone, wait a moment. Everyone has their own ideas, which is a good thing, but it is difficult to reach a unified opinion in this discussion. How about this? I will simply point you in a direction. What do you think is the type of game that our company is currently doing less and has a relatively weak foundation? It is best to be a standalone game. The reason for adding the last sentence is mainly for safety reasons. Indeed, Tenda has not yet made a large-scale multiplayer online role-playing game, that is, MMORPG, but the risk of success in developing this thing is still too high. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1165 Racing Games. Update. Although MMORPG games are impacted by MOBA games, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and there are still many loyal players at this stage. Compared to standalone games, online games are more in line with the tastes of mainstream players. Once the number of players increases, it is easy to become a long-term cash cow. The sales of standalone games will decline after a few months at most. People will get tired of playing for a while, and those who pay for slave games have no subsequent expenses except for buying some DLC. But online games are different. Even if the time fee is relatively conscientious, there will be a steady stream of point card money. If it becomes popular, it will be difficult to deal with it later. Games like GOG and Sea Fortress are bloody lessons. So, unless there is an idea that is particularly sure to lose money, Pei Qian is unwilling to make online games. Standalone games are still a little easier to lose money. The people who were talking at the same time and could not reach a consensus before, all lowered their heads and thought carefully. Indeed, Mr. Pei must have a point. Everyone's direction seems to be feasible, but if we continue to discuss like this, it will be difficult to reach a consensus. It is better to follow Mr. Pei's idea. In the field of standalone games, what types of games does Tenda make less? This question is really not easy to answer. So far, Tenda has made many standalone games, some relatively popular themes, and many popular themes. Turning Back is an action game, Struggle is an interactive movie game, Mission and Choice is an outdated real-time strategy game, and there are also games such as Game Producer and Animal Island that are not easy to define specific types. What other types of games are less made by Tenda? Everyone lowered their heads and calculated. Action games, shooting games, simulation games, role-playing games, interactive adventure games, strategy games, casual games. Most game types seem to have been touched. This is mainly because Mr. Pei never relies on his old capital. After a certain game type is successful, he will not touch it for a long time, but immediately develop another type of game. Therefore, it is a little difficult to find a field that Tenda has not yet entered. But after all, there is strength in numbers, and some people have found game types that have not been made yet. Fighting game? Music game? We haven't made a sandbox game either. There are also racing games. Although they are similar to the Lonely Desert Highway, they are obviously very different from serious racing games. Pei Qian couldn't help but give them praise. Okay, this brainstorming meeting was not in vain. Everyone really thought of something I couldn't think of. Pei Qian silently wrote down these types of games. I won't consider music games for the time being, mainly because they cost too little and are not interesting to make. And it's also difficult to mess up. You can't make a music game that's out of tune, right? Taking all factors into consideration, the possibility of losing money is not great, and even if you lose money, you won't lose much, because it's difficult to invest more money. Fighting games are a good choice, but there is still the same problem, not enough money to burn. If there are no better ideas, it can be used as a backup. Forget about sandbox games, the risk is too high. The lifespan of a successful sandbox game is outrageous, and Pei Qian doesn't want to take this risk. Racing games? Well, this sounds like a pretty good choice. Among these types of games that have never been made, racing games are the most expensive and difficult to make. If you want to make a racing game, you must have more scenery, right? You must have more maps, right? Just making these beautiful scenes would cost a lot of money in art. Moreover, you must make more vehicles, right? If you use real cars, you must negotiate cooperation with the vehicle manufacturers and buy the copyright, right? You need to have a radio and listen to music when driving, right? You have to spend money to buy the copyright of the music. Moreover, the difficulty of making racing games is also relatively high. Because players have high requirements for the feel of racing games, if the driving feel is not adjusted properly, you will definitely be scolded by players. Although many players themselves do not know what is wrong with the driving feel of a vehicle in a certain game, they can clearly feel whether the car is easy to drive or not. If it is not easy to drive, it must be the fault of the manufacturer. It is not easy to achieve the word easy to drive. It takes a long and meticulous adjustment process. Because most players play racing games with keyboards or handles, And these two input devices are very different from the steering wheel of a real car. Take the keyboard for example, using the 4 WASD keys to control the throttle, brake and direction. In fact, only 4 states can be simulated. The throttle is pressed to the bottom, the brake is pressed to the bottom, and the steering wheel is turned left or right. The keyboard cannot simulate the linear operation of the steering wheel, such as turn left 30 degrees and slightly reduce the throttle. In this case, in order to give players a better gaming experience, manufacturers have to achieve a certain assisted driving effect through complex adjustments, so that players can use a few buttons when driving with a keyboard, and deal with various complex curves without linear operations. Whether this is done well determines the player's driving feeling and whether the car in the game is easy to drive or difficult to drive. The situation of the handle is slightly better than the keyboard. The trigger key can be used to simulate the linearity of the brake and throttle, and the joystick of the handle can also fine-tune the turning angle, but the handle can only change to a maximum of 90 degrees when it is turned left or right. If you want to use a 90-degree direction change to simulate a 900-degree or 540-degree direction change of the steering wheel, it is obviously impossible to be so precise. What's more, in order to simulate the reality, racing games must also calculate the grip of the tires and a series of parameters to ensure that players can complete difficult actions such as drifting and cornering in the game using operations similar to those in reality. Otherwise this racing game will become a casual kart game. In short, it is difficult and easy to mess up. Although some racing game templates are sold on the official game platform, these templates are often not very well tuned, and most of the work still needs to be done by yourself. Moreover, the employee who brought up the racing category is right. Lonely Desert Highway is actually not a racing game at all. It is at most an independent game. Tenda may have no experience in developing such professional racing games. Pei Qian even thought of a more crazy idea at this moment. After developing a racing game, it is reasonable to make a steering wheel or even a simulated driving set, including a bracket, display, and seat. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective? Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "I think racing games are not bad." Everyone nodded. Indeed, among these options, racing games are a relatively reliable choice. Fighting games are out of fashion, and like music games, they are also popular. Sandbox games are good. The key is to have a good idea first if you want to make sandbox games. Thinking about it this way, racing games are indeed a better choice. Although President Pei and the others have completely different motives on this point, they magically reached a consensus on the final result. After determining the general direction of racing games, everyone began to think divergently again. Racing games must be highly realistic. How about we link it with some real-life competitions and create a rally or regular track mode? Can you buy the copyright for F1? I don't think it's necessary to be highly realistic. Let's focus on fun. Lower the operating threshold, add a few more luxury cars, and let players experience the joy of land vehicles. You can add a plot. Aren't there many movies about racing? We can also add more plots in the game to play to our usual strengths. Or make a racing game with a future theme? Pei Qian listened silently and shook his head slightly. It doesn't sound like a good idea. First of all, the issue of buying the copyright of the event should be passed. You can consider buying part of the copyright of the car and spend more money, but if you buy the copyright of the event, this game will definitely have popularity and traffic, and it will definitely not be bad. Lowering the operating standards, focusing on fun, adding plots. These ideas sound a bit familiar. Isn't this what Fortress at Sea did at the time? It turns out that it doesn't work well, and it is easy to become a popular game and get out of control. As for the future theme, I inexplicably think of mission and choice. I'm afraid this group of people have been waiting to link with mission and choice for a long time. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, "What is the most demanding racing game you can think of?" Yi Zhizhou thought for a moment and said, that should be the rally, right? All the operations in this game are very realistic, and many drivers even practice in the game. But it is also because it is so realistic that many settings are not friendly to novices. For example, different tires in the game have different grips, so you need to choose different tires according to different venues, adjust the vehicle, and there is car damage. If you crash, you have to repair it. The worst case is that the headlights are broken in the previous picture, and the next picture happens to be a night road, and the whole race is in the dark, which is quite suffocating. In addition, other racing games can turn off car damage, but this game cannot turn it off. It just allows novices to repair the car for free, which is also very hardcore. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, you can't turn off car damage? It sounds like a good idea. Many players play racing games simply to release the wildness in their hearts. It is common to crash the flowers and plants on the roadside. So the first thing many people do when they enter the game is to turn off car damage and crash at will. If you can't turn off car damage, players have to always think about repairing the car, which is obviously a good way to discourage players. But, the rally game is quite successful, right? Pei Qian asked. Yi Zhizhou nodded, yes, it is quite successful. Because it is very realistic and restores the original appearance of the rally very well, even many professional rally drivers use it for training, so it is very popular among hardcore players. Rally racing is very expensive. It's common for ordinary rally drivers to spend millions of dollars a year. It's basically impossible for ordinary people to get this kind of experience, so playing games to satisfy the addiction has become a good choice. Chapter 1166 Safe and Civilized Driving, 1/2 extra chapter, for Xiaoyun Duo. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Pei Qian nodded slightly. After this brainstorming, he was still very inspired. In order to avoid making the same mistake as Sea Fortress, the operating threshold must not be lowered, but should be raised again and again to ensure that this game is difficult and niche. But there is another problem to pay attention to: try not to get involved with high-difficulty competitions in reality. It is best not to touch such themes as F1 and rally. Because racing is a very expensive sport, but it is very popular all over the world. Players don't have money to race on the track, so they will naturally choose to experience it in the game. It is best to choose content that ordinary people often experience. What content? Of course it is driving in the city. At present, there are two most popular racing games. One is Rally, which is hardcore, but fully restores the experience of high-end competitions. The other is to lower the game threshold and turn off car damage, so that players can drive freely in the city. After all, most people have to obey traffic rules when driving to and from work, and they have to worry about speeding, running red lights, and getting tickets. A small scratch may cost hundreds of dollars to repair the paint, and they are trembling with fear. After get off work, when you go home and drive in the game, of course you can drive and crash at will. What is driving against the flow, rear-end collision, running red lights? That is commonplace. Pei Qian thought, if he can combine these two types of games, take the shortcomings and make up for the strengths, and combine the content that players are least welcome, wouldn't that be it? Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed and said, I have two directions here, you can refer to them. Everyone stopped brainstorming and looked over, and at the same time, a very admiring expression appeared on their faces. Sure enough, the gap between our level and President Pei is still too big. How long has this brainstorming just been going on? Everyone is just talking about it and has no ideas at all. President Pei has already chosen the direction for the new game? Good ideas come easily. Is this a genius game producer? Everyone listened carefully. Pei Qian coughed twice, sorted out his thoughts a little, and then said, first, we want to make a completely realistic racing game, or a driving simulation game. We will invest a huge amount of money to create an extremely realistic physics engine for the game. Each car must be modeled separately. The chassis, AB pillars, body materials, etc. of different vehicles will have different data according to the actual situation, ensuring that the results of each car after the collision are different, and completely consistent with the collision results of the same car in reality. Other things such as the horsepower of the car, driving feel, tire grip, etc. must also be consistent with the real data. When players use the steering wheel to experience the game, it must be infinitely close to real driving. This is on the one hand to spend more research funds, and on the other hand to discourage players. Splitting the car into many different parts, each car has different data, which will be a huge workload, much more troublesome than sharing a physical collision system for all cars. The damage to the vehicle is different during different collisions, which can increase the player's loss. For example, in many games, the front of the car is dented when the vehicle hits at a speed of more than 100 km per hour, but it can still continue to drive. But in the game that Pei Qian envisioned, the car will be directly scrapped when it hits at this speed. Secondly, the game has a car damage system, and it cannot be turned off. If players crash in the game, or have a minor scratch, they must handle it according to the real situation. If you crash, you have to repair it, if you have a scratch, you have to repaint it, and if you hit someone else's car, you have to determine the responsibility and pay full compensation. And after the crash, the driver in the car will also be injured and need to be hospitalized and pay medical expenses. Finally, we can consider developing a steering wheel for this game, and let OTA technology do it. After saying this, Pei Qian felt that he was a bit too much. This is not a racing game at all? It's just a driving simulator. And it's a driving simulator that even simulates all the unpleasant content. There are many inconvenient places in the game, just like in reality, and you have to drive carefully and cautiously. But what about the fun of this game? It can't be compared with driving in reality. After all, when driving in reality, you can feel the vibration of the car body, you can feel the G-force, and the field of vision is particularly wide. This experience is multidimensional. But when driving in this game, you can only stare at the screen, and most players can only use the keyboard and handle to control it, which is far from the sense of immersion. It's as troublesome as driving in reality, and the experience is not as comprehensive. Who would play this? In addition, driving in reality is actually not a particularly high-threshold thing. Most families with slightly better economic conditions have cars. Many office workers are already tired enough driving to and from get off work. After returning home, they continue to drive in the game and have to obey traffic rules? What kind of mentality is this? How addicted does a person have to be to do such a thing? To get a better gaming experience, you have to buy a steering wheel. But steering wheels are not cheap. A slightly playable entry-level steering wheel costs 1 or 2,000 yuan, and a better entry-level steering wheel costs more than 3,000 yuan. Some high-end direct-drive steering wheels are even more expensive. Add to that various other accessories such as foot pedals, handbrakes, H-gears, brackets, etc., and the cost is even greater. What's more, steering wheels and brackets take up space and are easy to collect dust. The cost is not just a matter of money. Most people have to weigh it carefully before buying. In short, Pei Qian thinks this idea is very good. It very accurately discourages most players. For those ordinary players, this game has to pay for repairs if the car is slightly hit, and they have to obey traffic rules, which is not fun at all. For most keyboard and handle players, it is probably quite difficult to fine-tune the vehicle to pass the second subject, and there is no fun. For those big guys who have high-end equipment such as steering wheels, the game content is very boring, and there is no difference from the driving experience in reality. There are many professional racing games that are much more fun than this. The only people who would be interested in this game are those who don't like racing but love normal driving, right? If there are such players, why don't they become online taxi drivers? While satisfying their hobbies, they can also make money to support their families. Isn't that wonderful? Pei Qian looked around at everyone. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, book friends base camp, you can receive a 888 red envelope. Obviously, most people's first reaction is, not very good. It sounds like these are quite counterintuitive designs. But when it comes from Mr. Pei's mouth, it will make people feel particularly convincing, as if behind this counterintuitive design, there is a wonderful and subversive idea of traditional game design. Wang Xiaobin asked, tentatively, then. Mr. Pei, what should this game be called? What name? Pei Qian thought about it. Let's call it Safe and Civilized Driving. Wang Xiaobin. God, Safe and Civilized Driving. Isn't this the name of the fourth subject of the driver's license test? Is it really okay to use it as the name of a racing game? Pei Qian is obviously very satisfied with this name. It fits the content of the game very well. This game encourages everyone to drive safely and civilized. It is best to obey traffic rules, drive carefully, not scratch or speed, and be a law-abiding citizen in the game. As for the gaming experience. Haha, the gaming experience of the players is always the last thing that Pei Qian considers, and he tends to make it worse and worse, seeing everyone agreeing on the surface, but actually extremely confused and bewildered. Pei Qian knew that this brainstorming session was a great success. In fact, the so-called brainstorming session is nothing more than getting everyone together to give themselves a little inspiration to make a money-losing game. Pei Qian looked at his watch and stood up. Okay, let's stop here for today's brainstorming session. The results are quite significant. Everyone digest the results of today's brainstorming session a little bit, and you can decide how to design it specifically. Pei Qian felt that the ultimate form of this game had been determined by him, and there should be no deviation. Although on the surface, he gave everyone full design autonomy, but Pei Qian was very sure that everyone would still do it seriously according to his requirements. Anyway, as long as the game is successfully made according to his requirements, the final result should be similar. After President Pei left, the people in the conference room had not completely recovered from their confused state. There was still a little admiration for President Pei in the confusion. Obviously, for President Pei, the brainstorming session was completed, because President Pei had already thought of the final form of this game and gave everyone sufficient hints. But for others, the brainstorming session has just begun. I can only say that Mr. Pei is Mr. Pei, and the speed of designing the game is simply amazing. It only takes a few tens of minutes to design a game from 0 to 100. Who else is this genius game producer? But for the other people in Qingshan Games, they have not figured out several core issues of the game, safe and civilized driving. According to the conditions currently given by President Pei, only a very incomplete game can be restored. Obviously, there are still many details that President Pei did not say clearly, which requires everyone to work together to complete these details. However, for the people in Qingshan Games, this is not the first time to do this, so everyone was only surprised for a short time and then calmed down, ready to analyze the overall picture of the game, safe and civilized driving in President Pei's mind. Yi Zhizhou said very familiarly, let's follow the previous process, first find out the doubts in President Pei's design, and then analyze it slowly. It just so happens that this opportunity is rare, so let's complete this link of finding doubts together. Xiaoyang, start from your side. Chapter 1167 Excellent Driving Simulation Game, Additional Update, February 2nd, for Xiaoyun Duo. Fall in love with you reading website, losing money to become the richest man, starting from games. Previously, most of the design plans of Qingshan Games were completed by Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Wang Xiaobin. The other members did not participate in the process of guessing Mr. Pei's intentions. Instead, they waited for the three to complete the restoration of Mr. Pei's design before taking charge of the specific implementation work. But now, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin both feel that Shangyang Games has to look forward. Having developed so many games, it is impossible not to make progress all the time, right? Mr. Lin previously left behind a set of standard procedures for guessing Mr. Pei's design intentions, which can be said to be the most valuable asset of Shangyang Games and even Tenda Group. Now, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin have become proficient in this, and it is time to pass it on to improve the design level of other designers. Everyone had been prepared before, and they all took small notebooks to write down Mr. Pei's requirements. Now they all talked about the doubts in Mr. Pei's design. The chassis, AB pillars, and other structures of the car must be designed separately, and the structural strength of each part of different vehicles is different. For a racing game, it seems too wasteful and unnecessary. The input is not proportional to the output. The car damage cannot be turned off, and you have to pay compensation for a crash, and even the driver has to be hospitalized. These penalties seem too severe. Although this will be more realistic, it seems to have no help at all in improving the gaming experience, and only has a counter effect. Developing a steering wheel. There is no need for this. There are many steering wheel brands on the market now. Many peripheral manufacturers are making force feedback steering wheels, and there are also many professional direct drive steering wheels. As long as the game is compatible with these devices, isn't it enough? Is it necessary to develop one yourself? I think this game is probably difficult to make a profit. According to the current plan, the investment will definitely not be small, but it is aimed at a very niche group, and it seems that it cannot support sales at all. The conference room was full of key members of Shangyang Games, and they quickly found many problems in this design plan. Yi Zhizhou nodded. Well, everyone did a good job. Remember, if you want to accurately understand Mr. Pei's intentions, you must first remember it accurately. You must write down every word Mr. Pei says, so as not to miss key information. Next, everyone should focus on these doubts, fully diverge their thinking, and think about the benefits of doing so. After a period of thinking, the speech continued. A designer wearing glasses said, "The strength structure of each part of the vehicle is different. The effect to be achieved is nothing more than different consequences of collision between different vehicles, which is closer to the state of real car accidents in reality. This will appear more realistic and enhance the authenticity of the game. At the same time, it can also warn players to tell them that wrong driving methods may lead to very serious consequences, which is also in line with the theme of safe and civilized driving. But this should only be one of the considerations. If it is just like this, there should not be so many resources invested in it." Another explanation is the collision of vehicles itself also a selling point? His reasoning was stuck here, because he couldn't think of why the collision of vehicles itself would become a selling point for the time being. Wang Xiaobin pondered for a moment and said, "What if the vehicle data has some connection with the real data? For example, we can link the vehicle data in the game with the collision data released on certain websites, so that the collision results in the game are infinitely close to the collision results in reality. In this way, players can clearly understand the safety of a certain car in the game, which may be of certain guiding significance for them to buy a car in reality." Everyone nodded. That makes sense. There are indeed many racing games, but no one has ever taken the collision and vehicle data in the game seriously, because everyone knows that games are fake. Although many games are trying to make the vehicle data in the game close to reality, it is impossible to be so close due to the limitations of gameplay. For example, a sports car crashes at a speed of 100 or 200 miles per hour in reality, and is directly destroyed on the spot, but in the game, players crash frequently. If the car is scrapped after a crash, it will definitely seriously affect the player's gaming experience. So even if there is damage to the car, many games will still make the car very strong, and a few crashes will not affect the performance. And Mr. Pei's idea is obviously to completely abandon the gameplay and achieve the ultimate authenticity, so as to fill the gap in this area. The first problem was solved, and everyone's attention quickly focused on the following problems. The problem of excessive simulation, causing heavy penalties, is directly related to the first problem. Scratches on the vehicle require repainting, crashes require major repairs, and the driver may even be hospitalized. This is to better popularize the concept of safe and civilized driving and to deepen the impression so that players can better understand the serious consequences of dangerous driving. Moreover, these penalties will actually highlight the characteristics of different vehicles, such as the economic efficiency of repairs, the safety of high-speed driving, etc. Most other racing games can only reflect the performance of the vehicle, especially the performance of supercars, but they do not reflect the economy and safety of the vehicle at all. Safe and civilized driving obviously allows players to evaluate a car in more dimensions. Why do you want to develop your own steering wheel? I think there are only two reasons. First, Mr. Pei doesn't like the steering wheels currently on the market and feels that they cannot meet his requirements. Second, there may be follow-up plans around this steering wheel. It is not just a steering wheel, but part of a large plan. Given that there are no problems with the performance of high-end steering wheels on the market, it can only mean that Mr. Pei is not satisfied with their matching. This steering wheel should be like Doubt VR's handle, not only rich in functions, but also closely related to the game content. Moreover, the steering wheel should be connected with future games or other industry content. Just like the Smart Fitness clothes rack was originally just for Fitness Battle, but later Fitness Battle VR Edition can also be used. This is equivalent to providing guidance to Oda Technology, which designs the steering wheel. Everyone found that after Mr. Pei gave a clear direction, the efficiency of brainstorming suddenly rose sharply. As everyone analyzed and came to conclusions based on President Pei's requirements, the details of the game became clearer and clearer. But there is one last question, which is that this game has a huge investment, but it is aimed at a relatively small gaming group. How to recover the cost? Everyone thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a good explanation. Yi Zhizhou didn't interrupt much, and only said at this time, "Let me tell you my opinion. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. First of all, no one can guarantee whether a game can make money or not. Just like from the previous perspective, games like Struggle and Mission and Choice are also games with large investments and aimed at niche players. Logically, they cannot recover their costs, but what is the result? Obviously, mass and niche are not absolute concepts. Although mass games have a wide audience, no one will play them even if they are rubbish. As long as niche games are particularly good, they will also attract many people who were not interested in buying them. Take this game for example. President Pei obviously hopes to break the circle of the game and expand the game's player base with excellent quality and unique game content, so that niche games can become popular topics. Secondly, this game can be seen as a racing game or a simulation game. As far as I know, there are many loyal players of simulation games, and they are all very loyal. If this game is successful, it won't be a problem to have a lifespan of 10 or 8 years, and we can continue to update content and release DLC, making money while continuing to improve quality. Simulation games are fun, and this kind of fun is different from the simple sensory stimulation of racing games. Its fun is relatively complex. I believe that as long as the game is excellent, most players can feel this kind of fun. Finally, this game will most likely have some kind of linkage effect with reality. After all, in President Pei's design concept, breaking the dimensional wall is very important and a secret that is often used. Although it is not clear how it will be linked, we must always remember that Tenda is not a simple game company. Even if the game does not make money, as long as the money is made from other places, there will be no problem. Everyone nodded when they heard it. It makes sense. As expected, the two responsible persons have been with President Pei for a long time, so they can better understand President Pei's true intentions. This explanation is much more reasonable. Everyone quickly started writing and wrote down all the analyzed contents in a small notebook. Finally, Yi Zhizhou completed the remaining details and summarized the game. According to Mr. Pei, the main part of this game should take place in a city. In addition to the traffic within the city, there should also be several highways extending around the city for players to complete long-distance cargo transportation tasks. When driving in the city, you must obey traffic rules. If you are photographed violating traffic rules, you will be punished. If you get into a car accident, you will need to repair the car or be hospitalized. Compensation will be determined based on traffic liability. Since there is a part that loses money, there must be a part that makes money. Players can drive taxis or online car-hailing services to pick up passengers, or drive trucks for long distances. Of course, some particularly powerful players can also participate in competitions to win prizes. Of these three ways to make money, taxis or online car-hailing services are definitely the lowest cost and the lowest income. If you want to drive a bus or a large truck, or participate in competitions, you must undergo training in advance and obtain the corresponding driving qualifications. Then, since we need a city, let's use Jingzhou as the prototype. After all, we can go to Jingzhou to collect materials, and there are many local, scenic spots in Jingzhou. It's hard to say whether the game can satisfy the tastes of general racing game players, but for players who are keen on simulated driving, they will definitely like this game very much. After the game is developed, a VR version can be made later to further enhance the immersion and sense of substitution of the game. Everyone nodded while recording. After perfecting the details, the game looks much more fun. Of course, no one can guarantee that it will make money. After all, such unique games are very rare, but one thing is certain, many of its designs have never appeared before, and when this game is released, it will definitely surprise players. Chapter 1168. It's time for Mr. Pei's third favorite part. After arranging the work for Shangyang Games, Pei Qian returned to the office and reconsidered the next work. The work of the game department has been determined. Tenda Games is developing eternal reincarnation, Shangyang Games is developing safe and civilized driving, and Qingshan Studio is developing real estate agency simulator VR. Of these three games, it seems that only eternal reincarnation has a higher chance of making money. The other two games should be more stable. The problem with eternal reincarnation is not big. After all, it is just a DLC. The price should be set as low as possible, even if it makes a profit. The main mission of eternal reincarnation is to make the main body of the game, turning back on the shore, free. As long as the main body of turning back on the shore can be successfully free, then eternal reincarnation can make a little profit, which is also cost-effective overall. As for other departments, there are many tasks. At Nifeng Logistics, Lu Mingliang has been preparing seriously for 3 months, and the cross-city air transportation business is about to officially start. In addition to the game Eternal Reincarnation, Feihuang Studio will also go abroad to shoot the web drama successor for the copyright development of the Chinese terminal website. In addition, an animation department will be set up to turn the Agent Academy, based on GOG, into an animation. The publicity department still needs to continue to work hard to make the effect of reverse publicity more and more obvious, but this is all Meng Cheng's work, so Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about it anymore. GOG also needs to pay attention to the movements of IOI. Pei Qian thinks that he can let IOI take a breather and never knock IOI down accidentally, otherwise it will be troublesome. O2 Technology will cooperate with Shangyang Games to make a steering wheel for driving simulation. Tingdao's Experience Store will continue to open. Although the store in Jinxing Plaza has a large flow of people, it only looks lively and does not make money. Considering that this is the first store and it is in Jingzhou, the large flow of people is understandable. If more stores continue to open, it should burn more money. There is also the rabbit tail live broadcast, and Pei Qian also plans to take care of it a little. After Pei Qian's suicide operation, the traffic of Rabbit Tail Live dropped significantly. Although Rabbit Tail Live also held some activities such as the BP-proof competition to help the website recover, the overall development momentum has indeed been curbed. Pei Qian thought that the situation of Rabbit Tail Live was more optimistic now, and he could consider letting it share some of his responsibilities and spend some money. Finally, there is the office building, but there is no need to rush about it, because according to the system regulations, infrastructure projects can be started at any time without settlement. If you want to build a building, it will not be completed in a few months, so there is not much difference between early and late. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to discuss it with Liang Qingfan first, asking him to choose a site for the building and come up with a preliminary design plan. Then, after the movie box office and other funds are in place, it will not be too late to start building the office building. Anyway, as long as the money is spent before the settlement cycle, it will be fine. In addition, there are many other projects, but if there is no special situation, Pei Qian does not intend to pay special attention to them. After all, he has already established the policy of grasping the big and letting go, and it is impossible to manage all projects, so he can only focus on some projects. Pei Qian stretched and glanced at the work memo. Huh? Unknowingly, it's August again. Doesn't this mean it's time to come to my third favorite Baosu travel session again? Tenda has 2 outstanding employee selections every year, in February and August respectively. Half a year passed so quickly, in the blink of an eye. Baosu and Liang Qingfan's trip to Egypt to see the pyramids was still vivid in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. Baosu travel has become a traditional reserved project and Pei Qian's third favorite part. What is the first and second? Of course, it is to settle the loss and Meng Chong to get the basic salary. If it is ranked further, then Mr. Chiao visits the haunted house may be ranked 4th, making up the 4 happy events in Mr. Pei's life. I wonder where Baosu will choose to travel this time. Pei Qian did not even consider the possibility of Baosu not going to travel. Because from all the signs, this is basically a done deal. Pei Qian wanted to protect Baosu before, and wrote a letter of praise, but in the end he just showed it to Baosu, scared him, and stopped at that. But he never expected that eating the market became popular, and the TV station interviewed him. Baosu's great contributions to eating the market became known to everyone. Now Pei Qian can't protect him. In the past 6 months, the most successful project should be Mission and Choice. After all, it is a big project that has been held back for nearly a year. Both the game and the movie are very successful, and the best employee will definitely come from this project. Huang Sibo made the biggest contribution because he was the one who led the entire project, but the problem was that Huang Sibo had already received the Dream Fund once and would not receive it again. The apparent meaning of this setting is that since an employee has already received the Dream Fund, it means that his dream has been realized, and he will not receive it a second time, leaving the opportunity to others. But in fact, Pei Qian's real idea is that if an employee gets the Dream Fund and is assigned to other departments, and then makes great contributions, it means that this person can succeed no matter how many times he changes positions. There is no need to repeatedly waste the precious quota of the first elimination system on such a person. It is more practical to eliminate others. In short, Huang Sibo will not get this award. If Huang Sibo is excluded, Hu Xianben, Min Jingchao, and Zhu Su all have great chances. However, considering that the game department is the core department of Tenda Group and has always been known as the elite of Tenda, it has a natural advantage in voting. Hu Xianben has been responsible for more than one game, and even if it is based on seniority, it is probably his turn. Although Doubt VR glasses are also very successful, after all, Qingshan Studio does not belong to Tenda Group and does not participate in the selection. As for this second place, although other departments have their own conquests, such as Uda Technology has made smart fitness clothes drying racks, and Shenyang Games has developed fitness battle, etc., Baosu has a unique advantage in running for the second place. The cyberpunk-style food market was a great success and triggered a warm response. The TV station reported it. At the same time, it indirectly led to Tengda's acquisition of food street shops, which caused a complex chain reaction after the subway plan was announced. This achievement is very outstanding. In this project, Baosu has made outstanding contributions. He proposed the style and designed various interactive elements in the food market. He was busy and very hardworking. Zhang Yahui, the person in charge of the food market, believes that Baosu's contribution is far greater than his. Moreover, as an employee of the game department, Baosu worked tirelessly for the project of eating the market, which is an excellent role model. Finally, Baosu's travel is popular, and many people should try to vote for him as the second place. Therefore, Pei Qian thought about it and decided that the travel quota must belong to Baosu. Now the question worth thinking about is, what will Hu Xianbin do after getting the Dream Fund? Who will take over Hu Xianbin's job and serve as the new head of Tenda Games? Where will Baosu choose to travel? Pei Qian couldn't help but look forward to the selection of outstanding employees on Friday, August 2nd, Thursday. O2 Technology Conference Room. Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou are discussing the game Safe and Civilized Driving and the development of a supporting steering wheel with Changyu and Jiang Yuan. After yesterday's brainstorming, Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou have quickly written the design concept draft of Safe and Civilized Driving. According to the understanding of President Pei's original design ideas, the steering wheel is obviously very important for this game. Therefore, the day after writing the design concept draft, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin came to Uda Technology and hurried to arrange the steering wheel to ensure that this peripheral could be released together with the game. The design concept draft has been printed out. Changyu and Jiang Yuan each have a copy. While reading the design draft, they listened to Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin explain the core gameplay of this game. This game is too real. After understanding the various settings of this game, Changyu couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't know much about the game, he also knew what these unfair settings meant in a racing game. Only President Pei could come up with this design by using severe punishment measures to make players obey traffic rules in the game. Other game designers probably don't have the courage to do so. Of course, Changyu and Jiang Yuan would definitely not raise any questions about this design plan. Everyone has their own expertise. Game design is the business of the game department, not to mention that this is President Pei's design plan. Who dares to question President Pei's game design level? For Changyu and Jiang Yuan, how to cooperate with Shenyang Games to make this steering wheel peripheral well is the most critical. Wang Xiaobin said, although I don't know much about simulation steering wheels, there happens to be a buddy in our project team who is very keen on playing racing simulations, so I learned from him yesterday and made up for the relevant knowledge. Now I will share the basic situation with you. There are quite a lot of game steering wheels on the market, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of yuan, and the differences are still very obvious. Game steering wheels can be roughly divided into two categories, entertainment steering wheels and simulation steering wheels. Simulation steering wheels can be divided into two categories, namely force feedback steering wheels with gear or belt drive, and direct drive steering wheels with stepper motors or servo motors. Those below 1,000 yuan are basically entertainment steering wheels. This kind of steering wheel has no force feedback. It simply uses primitive mechanical structures such as springs or elastic ropes to return the steering wheel to the center position. The steering wheel cannot turn by itself, and it cannot simulate the state changes of the tires. In other words, it is just a handle with a different shell. Entry-level force feedback steering wheels and direct drive steering wheels are both considered simulation steering wheels, but the specific structures are different. Among them, the price of mainstream force feedback steering wheels basically ranges from 2,000 to more than 3,000 yuan, which is considered an entry-level model among simulation steering wheels. The force feedback of this kind of steering wheel is mainly driven by gears, belts, or a combination of gears and belts. Compared with entertainment steering wheels below 1,000 yuan, the experience will rise to a big level, and it is also the first choice for novices. The last type is the direct drive steering wheel. Chapter 1169 Direct Drive Steering Wheel Solution. Losing money to become the richest man starts from gaming. Wang Xiaobin paused for a moment and continued, the direct drive steering wheel is equipped with a stepper motor or servo motor. Its effect is better than the force feedback steering wheel with gear belt hybrid transmission, because the feedback force is stronger and the reaction is faster. Foreign manufacturers that provide simulators for professional teams basically use direct drive solutions. But its price fluctuates greatly. Foreign direct drive steering wheels are very expensive. The mainstream brands are basically around 1,500 euros. After conversion, a steering wheel costs more than 10,000 yuan, which most people cannot afford. However, many domestic hardcore players will choose to do it themselves, and DIY the whole set. In this way, the cost can be reduced a lot. The pure cost may be less than 2,000 yuan. After all, industrial servo motors and drivers can be bought second-hand online for 400 or 500 yuan. But the DIY process is extremely complicated and tedious. If you do it completely by yourself, you need to know programming knowledge. Even if you use a ready-made solution on the internet, it will take several weeks to adjust it. For a novice, it is a pure waste of money to buy it. Only experts with strong hands-on skills can play it. What's more, if you look for DIY solutions online, you can't count on product quality control and after-sales service. Currently, the simulation game steering wheels that domestic players can buy, whether they are entry-level force feedback steering wheels or direct drive steering wheels, are all foreign brands. There are some manufacturers in China that make steering wheels, but they are all very cheap entertainment steering wheels without force feedback. In fact, these foreign brands, the steering wheel itself is expensive, but the key is that the accessories are also expensive. Whether it is the H manual gear, sequential manual gear, or special hydraulic handbrake, the price of these accessories is not less than 1,000 yuan. If you want to build a full set, even if it is an entry-level force feedback steering wheel solution, you can't get it without 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. After all, factors such as brand value, licensing fees, taxes, etc. will make the price of foreign steering wheels inflated. In fact, the cost of many accessories is very low, such as brackets, such as hydraulic handbrakes, which are generally more than twice the cost price of foreign brands. A domestically made hydraulic handbrake only costs 200 or 300 yuan, but it costs nearly 1,000 yuan to go to a foreign brand, but the actual experience is not much different. Of course, the advantage of buying a ready-made brand is that the products are all matched and optimized for the game. After the steering wheel is connected to the computer and the driver is installed, you can play directly. For those players who do not understand professional knowledge, DIY is definitely not feasible, and they can only buy ready-made products. Wang Xiaobin introduced the current situation of domestic game steering wheels in detail, and everyone nodded frequently. These three different steering wheels bring completely different gaming experiences to players, and there is definitely a reason why they are expensive. There are only two purposes for buying a steering wheel. One is to enhance the immersion and sense of substitution during the game, and the other is to improve the accuracy of the operation. The simulated steering wheel has a variety of vibration modes. When the vehicle passes through different roads, the vibration effect will also be different. Players can clearly distinguish whether their vehicles are passing through gravel roads or muddy roads. Moreover, the steering wheel can fine-tune the wheel angle, and with the pedals and gear levers, it can achieve advanced skills such as spring clutch drifting, downshifting, and filling gas heel-toe movements. More importantly, the force feedback of the steering wheel can inform players of the current wheel status of the vehicle. Players can judge the grip status of the wheels through the force feedback strength of the steering wheel, and can detect tire slippage immediately, which is very important for drifting and driving on special roads. Therefore, many racing drivers of professional teams will also use simulators for training, because excellent steering wheels can indeed restore the driving experience of real cars. In simple terms, for ordinary players, if you have decided to buy a steering wheel, you must have force feedback. Don't touch those plastic toys below 1,000 yuan. It's better to buy a good handle with this money. Some people even say that it's best not to experience a direct drive steering wheel before you can afford it. Because after experiencing a direct drive steering wheel, returning to an ordinary steering wheel or handle or keyboard may make you feel lost, or even make you completely lose interest in racing games. Of course, a steering wheel will not improve your skills. When you first switch to a steering wheel, you may drive worse than a keyboard or handle. But once you get used to the operation of a steering wheel, most people will no longer use a keyboard or handle to play racing games. Changyu nodded. According to Mr. Pei's consistent style of doing things, if you want to make a product, you must do it the best. Then the steering wheel we make must use the direct drive solution of the servo motor. Moreover, the market for direct drive steering wheels is in a state of polarization. Foreign brands are priced at tens of thousands. Although players can DIY themselves, the threshold is too high and it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. There is a big market gap in this area. If we can develop an excellent direct drive steering wheel and control the price of the full set of accessories at a cost-effective level, it will still be very competitive. Maybe Mr. Pei saw the business opportunity and decided to make a steering wheel? Jiang Yuan added, it may also be because Mr. Pei felt that the steering wheels currently on the market could not be perfectly adapted to the game, so he decided to make his own. Yi Zhizhou nodded, yes, this is definitely one of the reasons. Although there are some buttons on the game steering wheels currently on the market, they are basically buttons of analog handles. General racing games require fewer buttons, and this kind of steering wheel can also meet the requirements. Anyone who sees this message can receive cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. But there are a lot of simulation content in the game, safe and civilized driving, such as turning on the turn signal when turning on the double flash when parking due to a breakdown, as well as wipers, high and low beam lights, windshield defogger, etc. Even if the player wants to drive a large truck or a long-distance bus, to make money, more buttons are needed. If there are not enough buttons on the steering wheel, then you can only use the keyboard, which is obviously not very convenient. If a special operating console can be produced to integrate the buttons required in various games, it will definitely be more convenient and conducive to enhancing the sense of immersion. Wang Xiaobin agreed, yes, speaking of this, I think that although there are many steering wheels on the market now, there is still a lot of room for innovation in accessories. The most basic H-gear and handbrake are not to be mentioned. Under the steering wheel, on the base of the motor, you can actually add a dashboard display screen. This is not expensive, but it can show different effects according to different vehicles, so that players no longer need to look at the screen, and can know the speed and rotation speed of the car by just looking down. The steering wheel should be equipped with shift paddles with magnets, and there should also be various buttons such as turn signals and wipers. The steering wheel surface can be wrapped with Alcantara leather, which doesn't cost much, but it can greatly improve the feel. A micro vibrator can be installed on the pedal. If the steering wheel and the pedal vibrate together, it can better simulate the driving feel. The four people talked about it and soon finalized the details of this steering wheel. This steering wheel has a variety of different accessories, which can be bought separately and priced separately, or bought together in a package, and there will be certain discounts on the price. In terms of the steering wheel body, it is divided into a steering wheel and a direct drive base. The direct drive base should integrate a control box and a small display of the instrument. The D1 SPC quick-release system used in real cars is used between the base and the steering wheel, which is reliable and safe, and it is also easy to disassemble. These two together account for the bulk of the price of this set of equipment. The steering wheel is around 1,300 yuan because it integrates various buttons and vibrators, while the direct drive base costs around 3,200 yuan. The pedals are made of pure metal. The throttle, brake, and clutch can all fine-tune the distance between the pedals. The clutch and throttle are rebounded by adjustable springs, while the brakes are rebounded by a small preload spring and a large rubber block. This design is to simulate different foot feelings. A small vibrator is also configured on the throttle, brake, and clutch pedals to simulate the vibration of the vehicle when driving. The price of this pedal is relatively high, about 1,200 yuan. Although it is similar to the price of pedals of many foreign manufacturers, the actual experience is absolutely completely different. The gear lever with integrated H gear and sequential gear, as well as the hydraulic handbrake, are 300 yuan and 200 yuan respectively. There is also a special operating table with various commonly used buttons, which are mainly used to simulate some special situations in driving. It is actually a special keyboard, so the price is not expensive, and it can be done for 100 yuan. In addition, there are 3 different types of stands, namely a foldable stand without a seat, which costs about 500 yuan, an adjustable stand with a seat, which costs about 1,200 yuan, and the highest specification stand that includes a monitor stand and G-force seat, which costs 4,000 yuan. Of course, this kind of G-force seat is not the kind of 6-direction, but the basic 3-direction. That is, it can only simulate the movement of front and back, left and right, and up and down. However, for the general experience, the 3-direction is completely sufficient. The 6-direction G-force seat is too expensive and the demand is relatively small. The big guys who pursue this experience basically build it themselves, and there is no need to make it a mass-produced content. G-force seats can only improve the experience, but not help improve the technology. Many racing drivers do not use G-force seats when driving simulators. The reason for providing such a bracket is just to meet the needs of some high-end players. If the player already has a steering wheel bracket or other brands of manual gears, handbrakes, and other accessories, then you only need to buy the new accessories you need. If the player is starting from scratch, then UTA Technology also provides 3 different package plans. The first is an entry-level package, which only requires a steering wheel, pedals, brackets, and operating table. The original price is 6,300 and the package price is 5,800. This package is suitable for novices. There is no need to shift gears or handbrakes. The seat can also use your own chair. It is a relatively entry-level solution. The second is the advanced package, which includes a steering wheel, pedals, handbrake, operating table, and an adjustable bracket with a seat. The original price is 7,200 yuan, and the package price is 6,800 yuan. This package is suitable for players with certain advanced requirements. The hydraulic handbrake is more convenient for drifting, and the shift paddles on the steering wheel can also complete the shifting operation. If you prefer H gear, you can add 300 yuan to buy a gear lever separately. At the same time, the seat is fixed to the bracket, so there is no need to worry about the seat shaking, which is more comfortable. The third is the luxury package, which is fully equipped with G-force seats. The original price is 10,300, and the package price is 9,999. This set of equipment can basically meet the driving needs of all expert players, even some professional racing drivers. The discount for the entry package is relatively large, which is mainly to expand the player group. After purchasing a low-level package, if you want to upgrade later, you only need to add some money to buy the accessories you need, which is not troublesome. Chapter 1170, Finding a Scapegoat, 1/2 extra chapter for the bald monk. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts with the game. After roughly finalizing the plans for each package, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, it's so expensive. Tenda has made some relatively expensive equipment before, such as fully automatic bar lifting and smart fitness clothes drying rack. But compared with this set of simulation equipment, the price is far worse. This is the result of keeping the price as low as possible in accordance with President Pei's usual style. And even if you buy this set of equipment, it's not over yet. Players also need a high-end computer, a 3-screen monitor or an extra-long ring screen, a fish-shaped screen monitor, or a VR glasses. If you want 3 narrow-frame 2K monitors, you probably can't get them without 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. With this calculation, it's probably going to cost about 30,000 yuan to build a set of fun equipment from scratch. Wang Xiaoban explained, it's expensive, but there's nothing we can do about it. This is the reasonable price of this equipment. At this price, we actually don't have much to gain. This is why Tenda can make money from games. Other manufacturers can't do this. If you want to get a good experience, the steering wheel, direct drive base and pedals are the 3 accessories that must not be ambiguous. It's actually very simple to lower the price. If you make the steering wheel gear-driven and the body of the wheel plastic, it can be reduced to more than 1,000 yuan. If you make the pedals with plastic and springs, 500 yuan should be about the same. But in this way, the gaming experience will definitely be greatly reduced. The simulator takes up a lot of space. Since you have bought it, you must pursue the best gaming experience. Of course, if players think it's too expensive, they can also buy those steering wheels that cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan on the market, and then only spend 100 yuan to buy a special operating table from us, and they can also play safe and civilized driving normally. But if we want to make peripherals, we must make the best. We can't make a cheap version of something, which will affect Tenda's reputation. What's more, people who really know the business will understand that our solution is already very cheap. Compared with foreign solutions, the price has been cut in half at least. And this equipment will be perfectly compatible with our games. We can also provide door-to-door installation services like smart fitness clothes drying racks. All in all, it is very cost-effective. Chang Yu nodded, I understand. The general plan is determined first, and I have already noted down some key points. Next, I will look for professionals in this field, and then look for relevant manufacturers to see if there is anything that needs to be improved in this solution. If there is any progress, I will contact you as soon as possible, and we will keep in touch. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban nodded, of course. Shangyang Games often cooperates with Oda Technology. The previous fitness battle and smart fitness clothes drying rack were produced after close communication. The cooperation in this regard is already very skilled. Wang Xiaoban's plan was hastily produced, and there must be some shortcomings. Chang Yu needs to consult some professionals and repeatedly consider the final state of this set of equipment before it can be finalized. At the same time, the Tenda game department is already developing Eternal Fall. After 2 months of long accumulation, the design details of Eternal Fall are very clear. Everyone knows what they want to do, so they get into the state very quickly. Because it is a DLC, most of the game resources reuse the scenes that already exist in the game, and no additional production is required. In this way, the development time is greatly shortened. According to Hu Xianbin's estimate, the new mechanism required by President Pei should be completed in 1 month, and it can be officially released in 2 months. As for what the Tenda game department will do after the release of the DLC Eternal Fall, this is not clear. Anyway, just ask President Pei when the time comes. As for Min Jingqiao, he is still carrying out the daily development and maintenance work of GOG as usual. Hu Xianbin temporarily put down his work, came to Min Jingqiao's workstation, pulled a chair and sat down, then lowered his voice and said, "The selection of outstanding employees this time will be on Friday, which is tomorrow, you know?" Min Jingqiao nodded somewhat confusedly, "I know." Hu Xianbin said, "Then, don't you have any ideas?" Min Jingqiao was even more confused. He thought about it, and then said, Should I have any ideas?" Hu Xianbin sighed softly, "Is this even necessary? We are both in the high-risk group for the best employee." Min Jingqiao suddenly realized. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. Oh, so that's what it means. His expression instantly became serious. Yes. I haven't thought about this before. Now that you say that, the problem is indeed very serious. Although excellent employees are an honor and a reward, many people in Tenda, especially the person in charge, don't want this reward. For example, Zhang Yuan, who was previously in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation business, and Chang Yu, who was in charge of O2 technology. Because the industry they are currently in is their favorite industry, but after getting the best employee, they must take the dream fund to another industry, and they have to leave. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to give up his favorite ROF installation, give Moyu Internet Cafe to Xiaopeng, and then take charge of DG Esports Club and Tenda's esports division. Chang Yu was much more cunning, took advantage of the loophole, and actually stayed in OTA technology, but the problem is that Mr. Pei has said last time that this will not happen again. People who get the title of outstanding employee in the future cannot do this. Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao are obviously the high-risk group for getting the title of outstanding employee. Hu Xianbin has been the chief designer of the core Tenda game department for a long time. Mission and Choice has also been a great success. Under the premise that Huang Sibo has already won the title of outstanding employee, he is the first to bear the brunt. Min Jingqiao has always been the person in charge of GOG. During this period, GOG has developed smoothly, while IOI has been getting worse and worse. This credit cannot be ignored. But they are obviously very satisfied with their current jobs, and don't want to get the dream fund to go out and open up wasteland at all. Min Jingqiao thought for a moment and said, "But there is nothing we can do. This is the company's rule, and we can't make President Pei change his mind. Chang Yu has already taken advantage of a loophole once before, and President Pei has blocked it. Unless, we can find a new way to take advantage of a loophole." Hu Xianbin lowered his voice, "I can't think of a way to take advantage of a loophole. But I thought of another way, and it is feasible and more reliable than finding loopholes in the rules." Min Jingqiao's eyes lit up. "Oh? Tell me quickly, what is the way?" Hu Xianbin put on an unfathomable expression, "Find a scapegoat." Min Jingqiao, Hu Xianbin looked around, afraid of being discovered. "It's actually very simple, we just need to find a way to let someone else get the first place for excellent employees, isn't it? Think about it, who originally had the best chance of getting the second place for excellent employees?" Min Jingqiao suddenly realized, "Brother Bao." Hu Xianbin smiled and nodded, "That's right." In terms of contribution, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingqiao, and Bao Su all have the opportunity to compete for excellent employees. So, as long as Bao Su is pushed to the first place, won't Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao be safe? Whether it's getting the second place to travel or getting the third place, you don't have to leave the game department. How great. Hu Xianbin continued, "Besides, this is a win-win situation. We both don't want to leave the game department, and Brother Bao doesn't want to travel. In this way, Brother Bao gets the dream fund, and one of us goes on a trip. Isn't this perfect?" Min Jingqiao was silent for a moment and said, "It's not perfect. It's best if we don't get the Outstanding Employee Award, and Brother Bao goes on a trip." "That's perfect. The selection of outstanding employees without Brother Bao traveling is soulless." Hu Xianbin nodded, "Okay, I think so too. Brother Bao doesn't travel, and I always feel that something is missing." If there are other suitable candidates, I won't consider Brother Bao either. But the problem is that there is no suitable candidate now. If Brother Bao doesn't take the first place, then one of us will definitely have to leave the game department. Min Jingqiao agreed. Well, okay, it seems that in order to protect ourselves, we can only push Brother Bao out to take the blame. Then, how should we do it specifically? Hu Xianbin said, this is very simple. Brother Bao has made great contributions in the snack market this time. Zhang Yahui also praised him during the TV interview. I'm sure many people will vote for him and hope that he will go on a trip. But everyone will definitely work hard to get his votes, control it to the second place. We will find someone to communicate in advance and let everyone not vote yet. When Brother Bao is basically in the second place, and the gap with you or me who are in the first place is small, all the votes we have arranged in advance will be thrown to Brother Bao. The gap is not big to begin with, maybe only a few dozen votes can turn the tide and push Brother Bao to the first place. Min Jingqiao nodded. Okay, your method seems feasible. The only problem is, it is a bit difficult to convince so many people to give up watching the traditional drama of Brother Bao traveling. Hu Xianbin said, yes, this is the only difficulty of this plan. However, with our friendship with the heads of other departments, we can play the sympathy card and say how tired Brother Bao is now and how much he doesn't want to travel anymore. We should be able to win some support. It may not work. If the vote gap is too large, these votes can't make up for it, which will be embarrassing. But in general, it's worth a try. Min Jingqiao thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it's worth a try. If it fails, there's nothing we can do, but what if it succeeds? Let's split up and try to convince as many people as possible to vote for Brother Bao. Chapter 1171 Bao Su's Extreme Counterattack. Additional update February 2nd for the Bald Monk. August 3rd, Friday. The preliminary preparations for the best employee selection have been completed. The heads of various departments gathered together, and the employees of the departments were ready to vote on the app of the TPDB website. The heads gathered together again, talking about the recent situation of the department, talking and laughing. Only Bao Su shrank at his workstation, his expression was dull, and his face was full of despair. He had a premonition of his tragic fate. This cannot be blamed on others. If there is any blame, it is his own playful operation, which was too much. Before, Bao Su thought that if he did nothing in the department, others would think that he had nothing to do, so that the second-place winner of the outstanding employee would assign him to accompany him. Then, as long as he was busy, others should be embarrassed to ask him to accompany him, right? So Bao Su volunteered to go to the snack market to help, creating an illusion of I have something to do for everyone. But I never expected that I would overdo it. The snack market was so popular that not only was it interviewed by TV stations, but even the newly announced subway line was related to the snack market and the Jingji Hotel. For Bao Su, it is a bit difficult to get the first place of excellent employee with this contribution, but it is more than enough to get the second place. After all, Bao Su naturally has an aura of amplification in getting the second place of excellent employee. Long before, when President Pei invited him to dinner at Wuming Restaurant and showed him the letter of praise, and when President Li talked about the news report, Bao Su felt that he was out of luck. It was just that it was not officially filled until today. Bao Su was still thinking about whether to say that he was sick today and would not come. But then he thought about it and it seemed more miserable to be arranged to travel directly at home. Or come and witness your own fate in person. In a place he didn't see, Hu Xianben and Min Jingqiao winked at each other, meaning everything goes according to plan. Soon, the voting officially began. A constantly changing bar chart appeared on the big screen, and everyone took out their mobile phones, found the channel for the selection of the best employees, and cast their precious votes. The bar chart changed quickly, and several names stood out, and the number of votes continued to increase. Among these names, some have risen very steadily, such as Hu Xianben and Min Jingqiao, who have always remained in the forefront. But there are also some special ones, such as Bao Su. The bar chart with Bao Su's name often falls behind, then suddenly surges with some votes to catch up with a few places, and finally stabilizes in the second place. Seeing the changes in the bar graph, everyone tried hard not to laugh out loud. Look, Brother Bao is traveling, this is the voice of the masses. Bao Su almost had a cardiac arrest. Obviously, Bao Su was getting darker, and no one in Tenda was innocent. Finally, the increase in the bar graph slowed down, and Hu Xianben, Bao Su, and Min Jingqiao stayed in the top 3, with a small gap between them. Although the number of votes was still changing slowly, the ranking was basically fixed. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. Hey! Bao Su, this really can't be blamed on me. It seems that it doesn't matter whether I send that letter of praise or not. It's everyone who wants you to travel, and I can't save you. Bao Su slumped in his chair, expressionless, as if he had completely accepted his fate. It's over, there is no miracle. But just when the voting was about to end, Bao Su's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. A miracle really happened. The bar chart on the big screen changed unexpectedly. Bao Su, who was ranked second, suddenly gained dozens of votes and surpassed Hu Xianben to become the first place. Because the difference in votes between the 3 people was very small, these dozens of votes, although not a lot, played a role in turning the tide. Voting closed. Looking at the final ranking on the big screen, everyone fell silent. What's going on? Bao Su is not the second place. Is there something wrong? When the results of the best employee selection came out before, everyone applauded enthusiastically, but this time many people forgot. It was not until Hu Xianben and Min Jingqiao took the lead in applauding that everyone came back to their senses and followed suit. Pei Qian was also stunned, and then a slightly disappointed expression appeared. It was not Bao Su who went on the trip. This best employee selection is simply soulless. But then again, the rules are the rules, the votes are all cast by Tenda employees, and the results cannot be changed. Pei Qian came to Bao Su with the trophy. Congratulations! Think about how to use the dream fund. Bao Su woke up from his dream at this time, and took the trophy from President Pei with an ecstatic face. He was not happy at all, because he got the outstanding employee and dream fund. In fact, he was not interested in these things at all. He was happy because he didn't have to go on the trip. Although there is still a risk of accompanying the trip, but I have won the first place in the outstanding employee, and you still want me to accompany the trip. Is this appropriate? As long as there is a bit of humanity, no one would do such a thing, right? So, Bao Su felt that he was safe at least for the next 6 months, and could stay at home and play games comfortably. Boss Pei, I haven't figured out how to use the dream fund yet. Can you let me think about it first and talk about it later? Bao Su said. He had never thought that he would get the dream fund before, and naturally he had never thought about what field he would use the money to start a business in. Pei Qian nodded, of course. After that, Pei Qian looked at Hu Xianben again. You have worked hard during this period. Put down your work and go out to have some fun. Let your subordinates do eternal reincarnation, which is a good opportunity to train new people. According to convention, you can designate a colleague to go with you. Have you decided who to choose? Hu Xianben was still immersed in the joy of not being eliminated in the first place. As for who to choose as a travel companion? It doesn't matter at all. His first reaction was to choose Min Jingqiao, but Min Jingqiao was also responsible for the daily operation of GOG, which was a lot of work. Moreover, Hu Xianben went out to travel, and many things in the game department needed Min Jingqiao to take care of. What if the 2 heads went out to play together and something went wrong in the work of the game department? So Hu Xianben didn't think about who to choose to go with him for a while. Huang Sibo at the side coughed twice. No suitable candidate? Find Brother Bao. Hu Xianbin was stunned for a moment. Ah. But Brother Bao got the first place in the Outstanding Employee Award. Huang Sibo asked back, is there a rule that the first place in the Outstanding Employee Award cannot go on a trip? Besides, Brother Bao has made such a great contribution. After getting the Dream Fund, isn't it normal and reasonable for him to go on a trip to relax? Everyone was stunned. Can it be like this? But on second thought, it makes sense. The person accompanying the tour can be anyone, there are no restrictions in the rules. In this case, why can't it be Brother Bao? Bao Su was holding the trophy on the side, looking at Huang Sibo in disbelief, and only hated that the trophy in his hand was not a knife. Shameless old thief. Good guy, I am in this state and you still want me to travel? Revenge, this is definitely revenge. Bao Su still remembers that when Huang Sibo won the second place in the Excellent Employee Award, he specifically asked him to accompany the tour. In order to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, Bao Su took Huang Sibo to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa and the Sahara Desert. Obviously, Huang Sibo is very vengeful, so now he wants revenge. Bao Su was speechless. Logically speaking, Huang Sibo had made great contributions to the game and movie of Mission and Choice, so he should be the one who should go on the trip. But the final voting result was Bao Su himself. What does this mean? It means that the entire Tenda is targeting him. Bao Su looked at others, hoping to get some help from them. However, everyone has begun to agree with Huang Sibo's proposal. Yes, Brother Huang is right. There is no rule that the first place outstanding employee cannot accompany the trip. Brother Bao is a travel expert, so it is very reasonable for him to travel. If the traveler Bao Su doesn't travel, can he still be called a traveler? Don't hesitate, choose Brother Bao. Many people were fanning the flames, urging Hu Xianbin to quickly choose Bao Su. Although Hu Xianbin was still hesitating, he was obviously a little shaken by the public opinion, and he glanced at Bao Su from time to time. Bao Su was completely speechless. Good guy, such a big company like Tenda, no one can stand up and say a fair word for me? How sad it makes an old employee feel. Since you are so ruthless. Then don't blame me for being ungrateful. Before Hu Xianbin had time to specify who to accompany him on the tour, Bao Su suddenly spoke. Mr. Pei, I have thought about how to use the Dream Fund, please approve it. Pei Qian, oh? Tell me. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on the WeChat official account now. Bao Su gritted his teeth and said, I think traveling is indeed a good thing. It can broaden your horizons and exercise your body. Although Tenda has many travel activities compared to other companies, it is still far from enough. Many people who should travel don't get the opportunity. So, I decided to use this money to set up a tourism department to send Tenda employees to the most special and challenging places in the world. In the future, Tenda's tourism activities should be institutionalized and normalized, so that more and more colleagues can experience the joy of traveling to places such as the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, the Sahara Desert, the Antarctic and the Arctic, and Siberia. The people who were waiting to see the joke just now were petrified in an instant. Ah? It's over, it's over. This is definitely a personal revenge. I thought Bao Su's travel was a sure thing, but I never expected that Bao Su would have an ultimate self-explosion and make it a matter of life and death. In the future, Bao Su will arrange a tour for anyone he is unhappy with. Who can bear this? Huang Sibo's face was particularly ugly. It's bad. Judging from the way Bao Su looked at him, when this department is established, he is afraid that he will be the first to go. As for whether to go to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa or to Siberia, it is hard to say. It may depend on Bao Su's mood, but it will definitely not be a good place. Pei Qian was also surprised. Wow. Bao Su is awesome. In such an extreme situation, he actually thought of a way to turn the tables and successfully killed everyone? The only pity is that he also got himself killed, but for Bao Su, whether he sets up this tourism department or not, he will not be able to escape the fate of tourism in the future. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to be the head of the tourism department, so that everyone can be arranged to be obedient. Great. Pei Qian nodded immediately. Okay. Your proposal is very good and in line with the spirit of Tenda. Tourism should indeed be institutionalized and normalized, so that more employees can see the vastness of the Sahara Desert and the magnificence of the Egyptian pyramids. Approved. Okay, the selection of the best employees is successfully concluded, and everyone can go back to work. Pei Qian, who likes to watch the excitement, feels satisfied. But others are different. When the selection of the best employees ended before, everyone left with laughter and satisfaction, leaving Bao Su alone in the corner, sad. But this time, the situation has completely reversed. Everyone looked confused, and it was difficult to accept such an ending for a while. Bao Su, holding the trophy awarded by President Pei, walked away with his head held high, just like an imperial censor holding a sword of imperial power. When passing by Huang Sibo, Bao Su did not forget to show a smug smile, his eyes full of the pride and ridicule of a winner. You little brat, you still want to trick me? See how I will deal with you later. Get ready to eat sand in the Sahara Desert. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1172, The Witty Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo. August 6, Monday. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally, then played with his phone for 2 hours in bed, until the moyu takeaway for lunch was delivered to his doorstep, and then he got up reluctantly. It's so nice to be a salted fish. During the weekend, Pei Qian played games at home and played until he was exhausted. After all, the settlement of last month has been completed, and he is relaxed. This cycle lasts for more than half a year, and it has just begun, so there is no need to rush. Play it for 2 months first. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Pei Qian still has to keep an eye on the company, for fear that if a project becomes unexpectedly popular, he may be caught off guard, and he has to discover and arrange it early. But anyway, he can relax a little in these 2 months. It's summer vacation, but I still have to work hard. I'm so miserable. Pei Qian felt very sad. He enrolled in 2009, and it is now August 2012. The school will officially start in 1 month, and Pei Qian will officially enter the senior year. He did not fail any courses in his junior year, and the most dangerous time has passed. For Pei Qian, it was obviously a bit unusual that he didn't fail the exam. After all, he didn't take a few classes seriously in order to pay the money. As for why he didn't fail the exam, the reasons may be very complicated. For example, Pei Qian studied liberal arts, and borrowing classmates' notes to memorize before the exam was very useful. Lao Ma didn't fail the exam, which gave Pei Qian a huge motivation. The belief that he couldn't lose to Lao Ma drove him not to give up his studies. Of course, the more likely reason is that the old professors in charge of marking the papers lost a few more hairs, and worked hard with Pei Qian, who tried hard to fill the test paper to complete such a feat. After selecting outstanding employees last week, Bao Su started to prepare for the travel agency. He, who has always been very resistant to travel, was extremely concerned about the preparation of the travel agency and was even full of motivation. As for Huang Sibo and others, they were left trembling. Pei Qian felt that this was also a very satisfactory ending. It did not lose the glorious tradition of Bao Su's travel, nor did it waste Bao Su's rich travel experience, and it also punished those evil people who liked to watch Bao Su travel. The most important thing is, if we arrange more people to travel, won't Tenda's work be delayed again? It's perfect. But this travel agency obviously needs some time to prepare, and it will probably take another month to send the first batch of mice on the road. I really hope that day can come sooner. After lunch, Pei Qian strolled to the office, ready to sit for 2 hours symbolically, read the work reports sent by various departments, and then go back to play games. After all, it was Monday, and President Pei had to come to the company no matter how busy he was. This was a tradition. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Shenhua Haojing, he saw Hu Xianbin pulling a suitcase and waiting for a taxi. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Hu Xianbin said, "Oh, President Pei, I have handed over all my work this morning, and now I am ready to leave immediately and go out for a trip. I have found someone to accompany you on the trip. Let Brother Huang go with me." Pei Qian was a little confused. "Huang Sibo? You guys are too fast. I mean, is Baosu ready? And, are you planning to play in China?" Huang Sibo accompanied Hu Xianbin on a trip, which was of course no problem. As the first person in charge of Fei Huang's studio, Huang Sibo went on a trip for a month to slow down the progress of Fei Huang's studio's work, which Pei Qian certainly wanted. The two of them worked very quickly and completed the handover in one morning. This was no problem. After all, the faster the handover, the more problems would be left behind, and it could slow down the progress of the work a little. Pei Qian's question was, "Is Baosu ready? Are you going to travel? Since we can't go to work on weekends, it's impossible for Baosu to finish the travel agency business in 1 or 2 days. Not to mention recruiting people and setting up itineraries, he might not even have enough time to register a company. What's more, this kind of travel on a whim is obviously very limited in terms of destination. You can only travel domestically or to a few countries that can be exempted from visas. Whether it's domestic or foreign, the reimbursement is the same, so why not go abroad for some fun?" Hu Xianbin coughed twice in embarrassment. "Ahem, Mr. Pei, I work too hard and can't wait to go out and relax. Besides, Brother Huang and I don't like going abroad. There are still many fun places in China that we haven't been to, so we'll travel domestically this time." Pei Qian didn't care too much. The employees chose the places for this trip. They only required a certain duration, and there was no restriction on where to go. As long as the employees really traveled this month and didn't sleep or play games in the hotel every day, it would be fine. Since Hu Xianbin was too tired from work and couldn't wait to go out and play, there was no reason for Pei Qian to stop him. As for whether to go domestically or abroad, it doesn't matter, it depends on personal preference. Pei Qian nodded. "Okay, then you go, be safe on the road and have fun." "Okay, goodbye, President Pei." Hu Xianbin happily pulled the suitcase and left. Looking at Hu Xianbin's back as he left, Pei Qian entered the building with satisfaction and pressed the elevator button. Baosu always has a bitter and resentful expression when he travels, which makes people subconsciously think that traveling is a very miserable thing. It is normal for Hu Xianbin to travel happily like this. In the future, we should promote the culture of happy travel within the company so that everyone can fall in love with traveling and the feeling of traveling around the world. Press the button for the 16th floor and the elevator door closes. Pei Qian watched the numbers representing the floors on the elevator change boredly. For some reason, Hu Xianbin's last smile has been imprinted in his mind and is difficult to erase. Huh? Something is wrong. As the elevator door opened with a ding, Pei Qian suddenly realized that Hu Xianbin's smile seemed a little complicated. That smile was definitely not the joy of traveling, at least not all of it. There are some other complicated emotions in it. But what exactly are they? In a hurry to leave, he also asked Huang Sibo to accompany him on the tour. Pei Qian walked out of the elevator and suddenly realized. Damn. Hu Xianbin has become so capable that he even dares to lie to me. Are you and Huang Sibo working hard and can't wait to go out and travel to relax? It's obvious that you are afraid that Baosu will settle the score later. Pei Qian hadn't figured it out before, but after all, he had fought wits and courage with his employees many times, so he realized something was wrong in an instant. Obviously, after Bao Su decided to perish with everyone, he had already begun to plan a department specifically responsible for travel. Once this department was established, the first to bear the brunt would definitely be Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo. Hu Xianben had just won the second place in the Excellent Employee Award, and according to the regulations, he had to go on a trip, while Huang Sibo had a personal grudge and was definitely the first in Bao Su's notebook. Therefore, these two people had to hurry up and run away before Bao Su's travel agency made arrangements. In this way, when Bao Su arranged the first batch of names for the travel agency, Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo would be able to escape because they were already traveling. After all, if they chose by themselves, they could choose to play in some cities in China, which would be relatively relaxing and comfortable. If Bao Su were to arrange it, it would probably be in places like the Sahara Desert, the North and South Poles, Siberia, and the East African savanna, which would definitely not be comfortable. Is there any need to say more about how to choose between these two options? Pei Qian was very impressed. You two are quite cunning. Then I must make you understand what too clever to be clever means. Tell Bao Su later that the travel agency will slowly plan, preferably for a month. When these two people come back from their happy trip, we will arrange them seamlessly. Let you experience the joy of seamless connection. Pei Qian did not call the two back immediately, but decided to let them have fun for a month and settle the score later. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. When he arrived at the office, Pei Qian took a cup of coffee and then opened the work reports of various departments to check. Overall, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. After all, the projects of various departments of Tenda basically followed Pei Qian's settlement cycle. Now many projects have just started development and have not yet reached the stage of exhaustion. Finally, Pei Qian opened the report of Tenda's game department. Well, as expected, Eternal Reincarnation has officially started development. GOG has no special big moves. What the hell is this? The work report not only contains daily work content, but also some news related to this department. But it was a seemingly insignificant piece of news that made Pei Qian feel like he was struck by lightning. The official platform has once again raised the profile of our company. Due to the outstanding contributions made by Tenda Games, Shenyang Games, and Qingshan Studio to the game industry, the official platform has decided to change the revenue split between us and the platform from 37% to 19%, with us taking 90%. This sentence in the report did not seem particularly exciting. Obviously, Hu Xianben and Min Jingqiao both believed that this change in revenue split was a matter of time, and it was even a little late. The official platform has always been strongly supporting excellent creators. As early as June 2010, it had changed Tenda's share from 50 to 50 to 37 to 30. However, it is more difficult to increase the share from 37 to 30 to 19 to 30. Not only does the game need to have good sales, but it also needs to have a significant influence and excellent reputation. After all, the official platform only takes 10% of the 19 to 30 share, which is a rather exaggerated preferential policy. The official platform is not just a platform. In addition to providing various recommended resources, it also continuously updates and maintains the official editor, and provides channels for communication and contact for designers and artists. The expenses required for daily operations are also very large. Therefore, only a very small number of game companies can get the 19 to 30 share. Tenda Group also won this honor after 2 years of accumulation and the release of many popular classic games. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1173 Own Game Platform. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from games. In the eyes of Hu Xianben and Min Jingqiao, this is a matter of course. A mere 20% of income is probably not going to cause much fluctuation in President Pei's heart. So, it was just briefly mentioned in the work report, and it was not written in detail. Pei Qian's heart did not have much psychological fluctuation, because he almost had a cardiac arrest. 20% income. You bunch of idiots, do you know what the extra 20% income means to President Pei? It means that the difficulty of losing money has risen to more than one level. The key is that the size of the official platform is really too large. It will affect all games of Tenda in the past, present, and future. Whether it is a standalone game or an online game, it will increase the income by 20% equally. The specific increase rate should be 2/7, which means that compared with Tenda's original income, it has increased by nearly 30%. This is not a joke. Pei Qian was completely unwilling to accept this tragic fact, and he even opened the official platform that he hadn't logged into for a long time to take a look. He found that the situation was even worse than this. The official platform not only changed the revenue sharing of all Tenda games to 190%, but also packaged all Tenda games into a collection, created a column to promote it vigorously, and praised Tenda, an excellent game production company, by name. Pei Qian silently turned off the official platform and pulled the small blanket next to him to cover himself. The air conditioning today is so cold. I really can't stand it anymore. The official platform is too much. We have to think of a way, we can't go on like this. The last time it was changed to 370% was outrageous enough, and now it has been changed directly to 190%. Isn't this going to kill people? Pei Qian was already very unhappy when the 370% was changed before, but he had no choice but to accept it. But 190% is really unbearable, and he must resist. Pei Qian immediately began to think about countermeasures. The difficulty of this matter lies in the fact that the other party is the official platform. The official platform gives more money, what reason is there not to refuse? There is no reason. You can't tell the official platform that I don't want a 190% share, change it to a 50-50 share for me? That's too outrageous. Since this profit sharing cannot be changed, then, can we change our thinking? For example, is it okay if the game is not on the official platform? It seems that it is not possible. Because the full name of the official platform is the ESRO official platform, which means that the platform is also responsible for a series of things such as game review and classification. If a game wants to be released normally, it must be on the official platform, and this cannot be changed. But, in addition to the official platform, other channels are also available. Pei Qian seemed to have found a breakthrough. In addition to the official platform, there are many other channels in China, such as Xinhua's application market. As long as a game passes the review and is on the official platform, it can also be freely sold on other channels. The official platform does not restrict this at all. After all, selling through multiple channels can increase the revenue of game developers on the one hand, and promote healthy competition on the other hand. Complete monopoly is not conducive to the development of the industry. For example, many games of Tenda are also available on other platforms. The official platform stipulates that these channel vendors, that is, other game platforms, can sell games at a discount or even give them away for free. Is it possible to do this? Although Tenda's games are still listed on the official platform, I can cooperate with other platforms to encourage players to buy games on this platform? It's unlikely to give them away for free. The system has restrictions on game pricing, and there are very strict prerequisites for giving away games for free. But other platforms don't have as many rules as the official platform, so there is naturally more room for maneuver. But there are also problems with doing this, and other platforms may not be so obedient. Then why not just create a game platform yourself? Pei Qian thought about it and decided that it would be better to do it on his own than to cooperate with others. Because other game platforms also want to make money, which is inconsistent with Pei Qian's purpose. What if these people catch Tenda's games and recommend them to death? If you make your own platform, you can decide how to set prices and organize activities. Of course, pricing is still restricted by the system. The price on the official platform is already the lowest price allowed by the system. But since it is your own platform, you don't need to share money with others, and the lowest price allowed by the system should be slightly lowered. What's more, since it is your own platform, it is reasonable to hold more promotions and discounts to attract more players, right? On the official platform and your own platform, the system's bottom line for discounts and promotions is definitely different. Selling games on official platforms with discounts is just small profits but quick turnover for the system, and there are no other benefits, so there are naturally more restrictions. But if you hold activities on your own platform, in addition to small profits but quick turnover, you can also attract users for the platform. After taking this factor into consideration, discounts or even free activities can naturally be offered more frequently. What's more, maybe the practice of building a platform by yourself and bypassing the official platform will anger the official and remove all the recommended positions of Tenda on the official platform? Although this possibility is not great, it would be great if it really happens. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt that it was necessary to build his own game platform. The main thing is that his life and property are now in the hands of the official platform. They always do special topics, give recommendations, and add commissions. Pei Qian dared not speak out, which was too uncomfortable. He was going to die and provoke the official. Moreover, if this game platform is operated properly, maybe it can also make some money by the way? Of course, it is a consensus that you can make money by lying down as a channel. But things depend on people. Thinking of some tricks, maybe you can change the situation? Pei Qian fell into deep thought. Just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Meng Chong. Sending red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on WeChat official account now. Boss Pei, I'm here to take on this month's assignment. Meng Chong looked much more energetic, with a clean-shaven beard, neat hair, and decent clothes. His calmness and composure seemed to have returned. Pei Qian was pleasantly surprised. It looked like Meng Chong was really getting better. Helping him get the guaranteed commission before seems to be of great significance. After such a long period of adjustment, Meng Chang's mental state seems to have fully recovered. This is a good thing, which means that Meng Chong can devote himself to the work of reverse publicity with a fuller mental state. But there are no publicity tasks for you recently. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, well, most of the projects are still in the development stage and have not been completed. It seems a bit too early to make a publicity plan now. However, since you took the initiative to ask, I will give you a few options. Pei Qian also knew that Meng Chang's commission was calculated on a monthly basis. Taking a month off was equivalent to giving up the opportunity to earn a month's commission. Meng Chong would definitely not accept it. It's rare that Meng Chong is so proactive, so force him to find something to do. Pei Qian looked through the current projects and said, Nifeng Logistics is going to start the mailing business, air transport, and it should be ready this month. Baosu is going to open a new travel agency. In addition to being responsible for the internal employee travel of Tenda, it will also accept external customers. It is still in preparation and it will probably take a month. GOG will have some regular updates, and you can also promote it. Meng Chong was silent for a moment. Mr. Pei, are there any other projects? The Nifeng Logistics and GOG projects were first passed by him, because he knew very well that the key step of Pei's publicity method was to separate the project to be promoted from Tenda Group as much as possible. However, the two projects, Nifeng Logistics and GOG, were too well known and basically deeply bound to Tenda. The third article of Pei's publicity method, cutting word of mouth and clearing the relationship, was difficult to achieve, so Meng Chang naturally would not choose it. Bao Su's travel agency could be considered, but after all, the name of the traveler Bao Su was also very famous, and it was still difficult to complete the third article of Pei's publicity method. If there were no other options, Meng Chang could only choose Bao Su's travel agency. But there might be other projects. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Wait a minute, I'll think about it. He also found that these three projects were indeed a bit difficult for Meng Chang. Let Pei Qian do it himself, I'm afraid he might not succeed. Meng Chang finally adjusted his mentality, and then gave him a hell difficulty task, which could easily make him faint and unable to recover. So, we should find a way to arrange an easier project for him. Pei Qian thought about it and said, I do have an idea to build a gaming platform. However, I only have a rough idea at the moment and I have no idea how to do it. What do you think of this? Meng Chang's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately, then I choose this. But, Meng Chang paused for a moment and said, since you haven't figured out how to do it specifically, can I help you with some advice? Pei Qian was a little surprised and also a little surprised, of course. Okay, Meng Chang, your thinking level has really improved, and you know how to take the initiative to share my worries. Pei Qian knew that Meng Chang was probably the only one in the company who really agreed with him. Before, Pei Qian only let Meng Chang take charge of publicity work, mainly because publicity work was his strong point. But if Meng Chang could take the initiative to give him some advice and increase the probability of failure of the new industry, that would certainly be a good thing. Seeing that President Pei agreed, Meng Chang was also very happy. Because his guess was verified. The second article of Pei's publicity method is to in-depth understand and fully control the project. Personally participating in the planning of the project is of course the best way. Moreover, Meng Chang felt that after President Pei personally demonstrated the Pei's publicity method, he must also hope that he can learn it as soon as possible. So this time Meng Chang proposed to help with the game platform, and President Pei did not refuse, which shows that the brain waves of the two people successfully matched. Come, sit down, let's talk slowly. Pei Qian asked Meng Chang to sit on the sofa, then poured him some tea and talked while drinking. What do you think this game platform should do? Speak freely. Pei Qian had the idea of building his own platform just because he was stabbed too hard by the official platform. But he still had no idea how to do it. He needed some inspiration. Chapter 1174, Shit Shoveler, Attack. Additional chapter for Handsome Tutu. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Game platforms must be treated with caution, because once they go wrong, it will be a bloody profit again. In order to get a high commission, Meng Chang will definitely rack his brains to make the game platform lose money, so his opinion is still very valuable for reference. After thinking for a while, Meng Chang said, first of all, this platform must try its best to distance itself from Tenda. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Well said, Meng Chang. This is really right. Pei Qian also found that the reason why many projects became popular so quickly is mainly because they are related to Tenda, and users and customers naturally have a good impression of them. The same is true for game platforms. If players know that Tenda has set up a game platform, won't they come to register as soon as possible? If other game companies know that Tenda has set up a game platform, won't they come to the first time to hope to put their own games on the shelves? It collapsed halfway at the beginning, what can I do? Therefore, it is very important to conceal the platform's pedigree and not let everyone know that it is actually Tenda's gaming platform. Of course, the truth cannot be hidden forever, but it is also good to be able to conceal it for a few months or a year and spend more money during this period. Very good, continue. Pei Qian nodded in agreement. Meng Chang, who was recognized by President Pei, became more confident. Obviously, this meant that he had begun to enter President Pei's thinking field. To ensure this, you cannot put Tenda's games in the early stage, but you must put other companies' games first. Wait until the game library is relatively full, and then secretly put Tenda's games on the shelves. Pei Qian nodded again. That's right. If you throw all Tenda's games on this platform right away, wouldn't it be self-incriminating? Put other companies' games first to confuse the players, so that you can hide it longer. After the players don't think that this platform has anything to do with Tenda, pretend that Tenda has reached a cooperation with this platform and put some of Tenda's games on it. A new platform has just appeared, and there are many places to spend money. As long as you are bold, you can definitely burn a lot of money. But a new problem has arisen. Putting other companies' games on the shelves means that the platform can earn some commissions, right? It is impossible not to make a penny. The system will not allow it, and the platform must at least take 10%. Then, with more and more games and more users, won't it still make money? Can this problem be solved? Pei Qian asked. Do you have any more special ideas about the specific rules and structure of this platform? Pei Qian felt that as a person who aimed at reverse propaganda, Meng Chong would definitely make some suggestions that were harmful to the platform, right? Meng Chong was stunned for a moment. No good ideas. Create a community with a good atmosphere and let players share creative content? Or, create a more complete rating, scoring, and recommendation mechanism? Meng Chong didn't understand what Mr. Pei's intention was, but since Mr. Pei's ultimate goal was to make this platform profitable, he should definitely give some more positive answers, right? He could only think of these in a hurry. Pei Qian was very disappointed. What the hell are you talking about? What's the intention of all these suggestions, for me to make more money? Forget it, asking Meng Chong this kind of question is obviously too difficult for him. The road should be taken step by step, and don't rush for success. It's already very good that Meng Chong can say the first 2 points. As for the latter question, just treat it as an unintentional mistake. Seeing Mr. Pei's disappointed expression, Meng Chang's heart snapped and realized that he had said the wrong thing. But, why did he say it wrong? What answer did Mr. Pei want? Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, book friends base camp, you can receive a 888 red envelope, Meng Chong asked tentatively. Then, Mr. Pei, what do you think we should do? Pei Qian took a sip of tea slowly and thought about it. At present, it seems that the game platform will definitely host games from other companies. It is impossible to make no money at all. The key question is how to make less money. As long as the profit is small, a large amount of publicity funds will be spent, and more subsidies and activities will be organized, and losses can be created by spending more money. How should the share be determined? Set a low share? It may appear particularly conscientious among a large number of game channels, attracting game manufacturers to follow. Set a high share? What if the platform becomes popular in the future, and game manufacturers still send games here, wouldn't they make more money? Pei Qian thought about it and decided to consider the early and late stages separately. Set a very high commission in the early stage, 50 to 50. Other game manufacturers will definitely not come when they see that this new platform is so shady. Once the platform has the possibility of becoming popular, the commission will be lowered, and you will only take 10% and make less money. All games on the platform will only take 10% of the revenue generated. This is the bottom line allowed by the system, and it cannot be lower. We can also consider holding some activities every now and then, subsidizing these game companies, and giving out coupons to players out of our own pockets. But this is still not enough, because these measures only make less money, not no money. How can we not make money? Obviously, if we just remove the game, we will not make money. The more games we remove, the less money we make. But we can't just remove games randomly, we need to have a reasonable reason. It is definitely not okay to remove some excellent games. It is better to remove the low-quality games while removing the games with decent quality, so that we can make less money. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, I think it can be done this way. All new games on this platform have a 1-week trial period. For games in the trial period, we will set the most stringent assessment standards. After a week, we will collect feedback from players. If the feedback is poor, the game will be removed and will not be put on the platform. During the trial period, the game also generated sales. For players who meet the refund conditions and apply for a refund, we will refund them according to the normal process. For other players, we will refund half of the game price and the other half to the game developer. In other words, the platform will not charge a penny for games removed during the trial period. As a result, many games that could have been listed on the platform to make money were eliminated, and the platform did not take a penny of the revenue generated during the trial period. As for those games that have passed the trial period, there is no way. After all, there must be games developed by other manufacturers on this platform, and Pei Qian can't find a reason to remove these games. But on the bright side, these games must have been released on many other channels, and players may not come to such a new game channel to buy them. As long as the money spent is more than the money earned, there is no problem. Meng Chong nodded, good idea. Obviously, what Mr. Pei said is completely in line with the basic routine of Pei's propaganda method. There will obviously be a great negative impact in the short term, but as long as you persist for a period of time and usher in a turnaround under the right conditions, you will definitely be able to complete the reversal. Of course, Meng Chong can't guess how to reverse it now. But he smelled that familiar smell from Mr. Pei's operation. The smell of Pei's propaganda method. He only needs to formulate a publicity plan according to the basic principles of Pei's propaganda method, and there is a great hope that he can get a commission. Seeing Meng Chang's expression, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Obviously, that was a heartfelt agreement. After this series of operations, the game platform should be able to burn money for a long time, right? There is no software like Tianyanka now. Even if it is revealed that this gaming platform is created by Tenda in half a year or a year, so what? The money has already been lost. Meng Chong asked, Mr. Pei, what should this platform be called? Let me think about it. Pei Qian fell into deep thought again. The name should be carefully considered to get a good start. Let's call it Huaxi Game Platform. Pei Qian's original intention was to hope that this game platform would be a waste of time. You see, other manufacturers' games are put on this platform. After a week of trial period, half of the money is returned to the manufacturer and half to the players. Isn't this a waste of time for the game platform? If it is called by Busy Game Platform, it would be a bit too straightforward and not very good. So, Pei Qian thought of an idiom, painting fat and carving ice. It means that painting on fat and carving on ice will soon disappear, which is a waste of effort and fruitless. This name obviously carries Pei Qian's good wishes for this game platform. Meng Chong carefully savored the name. Huaxi Game Platform. He knew that President Pei must have a deep meaning when naming, just like Doubt VR, the name has a very special meaning, and it can even produce a linkage effect with the promotion plan. But he couldn't guess the deep meaning of the name Huaxi yet. My first impression is that it only reminds me of painting and rouge, which is a bit beautiful and has a bit of ancient charm, but this name is definitely not just this superficial meaning. I will go back and slowly comprehend it. Meng Chong stood up. Mr. Pei, I will go back and slowly think about the promotion plan. Pei Qian nodded, okay, go ahead. I will arrange someone to handle the matter of the Huaxi Game Platform. I will notify you when there is news. Watching Meng Chong leave, Pei Qian began to consider who should be selected as the person in charge of the Huaxi Game Platform. In theory, Tenda is indeed full of talents in the field of games. But those are not the talents Pei Qian needs. If these professionals are sent, Pei Qian is very afraid that they will take the game platform away in a minute. In addition, this person cannot be too famous, otherwise it is easy for people to associate him with Tenda. Not very knowledgeable about games, and not very famous at the same time. There are some such people in Tenda, but basically they are employees of non-game departments that Pei Qian does not know. Not knowing them means risk. What if he is a hidden backstab expert? It would be a pain if he was exposed after being sent to be in charge of the Huaxi game platform. So, it is better to know this person and know him well. Pei Qian pondered for a long time and suddenly thought of a candidate. How about sending the poop scooper? Xiao Tang doesn't know much about games, and no one outside knows her. Besides, she has bad luck, maybe she will bring down the game platform? She's perfect in every way. That's her. Chapter 1175, Concealing the Relationship with Tenda. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt that Tang Yishu was a good fit. He wished he could start the game platform right now and lose money. But starting a game platform is not that simple. You have to apply for the corresponding qualifications from the official, have a startup capital, rent a server, and make the operating system program of the official platform. In short, some preparations are still needed. But for Tenda now, these are all very easy to solve problems. Professional things can be done by professionals. What Tenda lacks the least is professional talents in this area. Just randomly select some people from various departments to serve as tools for Tang Yishu to ensure that the game platform can run normally. The only difficulty is how to conceal this matter as much as possible, so that no one knows the relationship between Chaolu game platform and Tenda. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a message to Tang Yishu and called her to the office. Not long after, Tang Yishu knocked on the door outside. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Pei Qian couldn't help but smile when he saw Tang Yishu. "Come, sit down first. Xiao Tang, this killer weapon, has not been used for a long time. The main reason is that Pei Qian wants to put her on the side of Tenda Games to maximize her effectiveness. Because the game projects of Tenda Games department are often the ones with the largest investment and the greatest risk of making money, letting Tang Yishu take charge can affect the two crucial projects of Mission and Choice and GOG. Therefore, Pei Qian has tried his best to avoid sending her out for more than half a year, hoping to delay Mission and Choice and GOG. Sending red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on the WeChat public account now. It seems that the results are not very significant now. Of course, it is also possible that it has worked, but Pei Qian did not see it. Although Mission and Choice is popular and GOG has been developing smoothly, it seems that Tang Yishu has not played any role on the surface, but maybe, if there is no Tang Yishu, these two projects will be more popular? It has to be said that there is still such a possibility. Now that Mission and Choice is officially released, everything has been settled, and it is time for Tang Yishu to play a role in more critical places. I'm going to transfer you to another position. Tenda is going to open a new gaming platform recently, how about you working there? Tang Yishu's first reaction was to shake her head. "No, senior, I don't know anything about games." Pei Qian smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. You don't need to know much about games for this job. With your experience in Tenda for more than a year, you should be qualified for this job. Even if you encounter some small problems, you can slowly explore and learn." Tang Yishu thought about it and nodded. "Okay, senior, then I will go there for internship with a learning attitude." Who is my direct superior? Pei Qian pointed at himself. "Me." "Ah?" Tang Yishu was a little confused. "I mean, when I go there for internship, shouldn't I work under the person in charge of the game platform?" "Who is the person in charge?" Pei Qian pointed at her. "You ah." Tang Yishu's face was full of disbelief. "Me? Didn't I go there for an internship?" Pei Qian shook his head. "Who said I was going there for an internship? From the beginning, you were asked to be the person in charge there." Tang Yishu's face flushed a little, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, senior, how can I be the person in charge? I don't know anything, and I'm only a sophomore. Pei Qian didn't care. What's wrong with sophomore year? When I was a sophomore, I was already managing hundreds of employees at Tenda and made several games. Tang Yishu hurriedly said, how can I compare with seniors? I really don't know anything about games, and I have study tasks. Pei Qian thought to himself, haha, do you think I know about games? If I knew, would I make a hit game? Besides, I only came to you because you don't know. Pei Qian had expected Tang Yishu to refuse, so he had prepared his words in advance. Believe me, you will definitely be fine. Everyone who left Tenda can handle a task on their own. Besides, this job is not as difficult as you think. It is actually very simple. I will assign some employees to help you. If you don't understand something, just ask them directly. Besides, if you really can't handle it, just come to me. There is nothing to worry about. As for your study tasks, this job won't be very busy. You can just take some time to deal with it. Besides, for a top student like you, even if you study 2 hours less every day, you will still get the scholarship. It won't affect you. Tang Yishu pinched her fingers and hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Okay, senior, I'll try. But I have a request. Can I choose someone I know to go with me? If not, I can let her take over from me. Pei Qian nodded. No problem. He said no problem, but what Pei Qian thought in his heart was that it was impossible for him to take over from you. How can I feel at ease if someone else is the person in charge of this game platform? However, Pei Qian also knew that the success rate of forcing someone to do something was low, so he tried to meet Xiao Tang's requirements as much as possible. Anyway, he tricked her into being the person in charge first. Once she got on the pirate ship, it would be difficult to get off. Then I will briefly talk about the situation of this game platform, and you can take a little note. Tang Yishu hurriedly said, wait a minute, senior, I'll go get a notebook. She quickly got up and left the office, and after a while, she came back with a notebook. Pei Qian nodded. Well, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. It's always right to remember something clearly. Although this game platform is quite casual, some basic rules still need to be made clear to Xiao Tang. These rules can ensure that the game platform can keep it a secret for a longer time and burn more money. First, we need to register a new company. Tenda will invest through yuan main venture capital and hold 70% of the shares. The remaining 30% of the shares will be jointly held by all the key employees of the new company. Don't disclose the relationship between this company and Tenda to the outside world, and don't associate with Tenda's various industries. For example, don't list Tenda's games, don't go to the TPDB website, don't do joint promotion with Tenda's surrounding industries, etc. Not only you, all employees of the platform must keep this in mind. As for why, don't ask now, you will understand later. Pei Qian also thought about how to sever the connection between the new industry and Tenda for a long time. Tenda's funds must enter these industries. If it is a wholly owned subsidiary, it is easier to be exposed, but what if it is a company invested by Dream Ventures? It is relatively easy to hide. For example, Chairong Starbird Fitness and other companies invested by Dream Ventures, most people would not regard them as Tenda affiliated. After all, Dream Ventures is not picky about investment. There are too many companies invested, and there are also companies with mediocre performance. Then, hiding the new industry in the company invested by Dream Ventures can greatly reduce the risk of being discovered. If all employees are deliberately told to keep it confidential, just like Chiu Hong's desperate plan, the possibility of being discovered will be further reduced. The TPDB website is a hidden danger. After all, it has an employee entrance, and all departments of Tenda can be found on it. But if it is not a wholly owned subsidiary, it will not appear on the TPDB website. There is no website like Tianyanka now. If ordinary netizens don't dig deep, it is difficult to find out the relationship between Qiaolu game platform and Tenda Group. Tang Yishu didn't ask more questions and lowered her head to record in a small notebook. Pei Qian continued, there is also the issue of game revenue sharing and trial period. In short, the revenue sharing of games on the shelves is 50-50, and all games must go through a 1-week trial period. If the trial period does not expire, they will be removed from the shelves and refunded. Tang Yishu stopped writing halfway. Senior, I don't quite understand this. 50-50 split is easy to understand, and the trial period is also easy to understand. But if the trial period is not over, does it mean that the player has no game to play, and can only get half of the refund? Pei Qian shook his head, of course not. The game has a refund time limit. If the player plays the game within the refund time limit, such as only playing for 2 hours, then the normal refund process will be followed and a full refund will be given. But if the refund time limit is exceeded, it means that the player has experienced the fun of the game and has even experienced the most interesting part of the game. It would definitely be unfair to the manufacturer to refund the full amount at this time. So, half of the money goes to the players and half to the manufacturer, which means, although the quality of this game is poor and it will be removed from the shelves, players can buy it at half price and keep it in their game library. In this way, neither the players nor the manufacturer will lose much. Anyway, no matter who it is given to, it cannot be left to their own platform. If all is given to players, it will be too attractive to players. If all is given to manufacturers, it will also be attractive to manufacturers, and the effect of dissuading them from buying will not be obvious. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to split it into 2 halves, so that both players and manufacturers can be dissuaded from buying. Tang Yishu nodded, indicating that she understood. But soon, she raised a new question. But in this case, if players click not to recommend all games, and all trial games are removed from the shelves, wouldn't it be equivalent to being able to buy games at half price all the time? Pei Qian almost laughed out loud. There is such a good thing? You are too optimistic. I dare not even think about such a thing. Obviously, Xiao Tang is still too naive and doesn't quite understand the tricks here. Pei Qian explained, such people definitely exist, but they are not the mainstream of the player group. If we consider this more extreme situation, players will give bad reviews during the trial period to buy an excellent game at half price, so that it will be removed from the shelves. Then the problem brought about by this is, this game will no longer have any updates on our platform, and subsequent DLC and other content will be gone, and future players will not be able to buy this game. So, if you think a game is excellent and want to play it for a long time, it is best not to remove it from the shelves. If you think a game is not very good and there will be no loss if it is removed from the shelves, then you can vote to remove it from the shelves. We will not induce players to make choices. Players make their own choices and bear the consequences themselves. Most players can still distinguish the relationship between immediate interests and long-term interests. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 1176. Is this the magical Tenda? Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from games. Pei Qian hopes that all players are so short-sighted that they frantically remove all games just to buy games at half price. In that case, this game platform will probably be cold at the speed of light, and it will really become morning dew. But unfortunately, such a good thing is obviously unlikely to happen, unless the players of this platform are paramecium. They can only see the little profit in front of them, and cannot see the future DLC updates, version adjustments, discount sales of the game, and do not consider other players at all. It can be imagined that this system will not have much impact on those truly excellent games. There is no way excellent games will be popular everywhere, and Pei Qian can't find a suitable reason to kill these games. This mechanism is mainly to kill those games of relatively poor quality, and by the way, some games of mediocre quality will be hurt. No matter how bad the game is, there will always be some players who will buy it, which will also generate revenue sharing. The more games are removed from the shelves, the less money will be made. Considering that this was just a small, garbage platform with no reputation in the early days, and it had a shady 50-50 profit-sharing policy, you should only receive garbage games, so most of the games will be removed from the shelves by players, and the platform will not make a penny after all these. Isn't it wonderful? If players are really like Paramecium, and remove games frantically for the sake of 50% discount, so that the platform will be colder, it will be even more perfect. Tang Yishu put away her notebook. Senior, I have memorized it. Pei Qian nodded. He was still very confident in Xiao Tang. Whether it was obedience or the collapse of the game platform, he was very confident. Then who do you want to be responsible for the game platform with you? Pei Qian asked. Tang Yishu obviously had thought about it. I want Sister Yada to go with me. Pei Qian, ? Good guy, waiting for me here? Li Yada is also one of the main designers of Tenda games. After handing over to Hu Xianbin, he is retired for a long time. Take Li Yada to be the person in charge of the game platform? No wonder, Xiao Tang said, if you can't do it, you can find someone to take over. It turns out that it was planned long ago. This made Pei Qian a little embarrassed. But on second thought, I had already agreed before. If I disagree now, Xiao Tang might not go. Moreover, on the surface, it seems that Li Yada has retreated and started to slack off, but who knows if she is not lurking in the Tenda game department and secretly causing trouble. Transferring her from the game department to the game platform to help Xiao Tang is good news for Tenda's game department, although it is not good for the game platform. Li Yada is the least visible among all the chief planners of Tenda. Few people outside the company know her, and even few people in other departments of the company know her. After all, Tenda has developed too fast. After Li Yada stepped down and let the wise man go, Tenda Group expanded rapidly and recruited a large number of new people. There is no need to worry about leaking the relationship between Chaolu game platform and Tenda. After thinking about it, it seems that it is not unacceptable. Of course, everything must have a premise, that is, Xiao Tang must make the final decision on the game platform. Pei Qian finally nodded. Okay, but there is a request, you can't ask Li Yada everything. She is just going to help you. After a month or two, when the game platform is on the right track and you can officially take over, she will come back. Tang Yishu nodded gently. Okay, senior. She thought, it's better to go there for a month or two to see the situation. If she really can't do this job, she will talk about it later. 10 minutes later, Tang Yishu came upstairs and called Li Yada to the conference room. Then she told her about the establishment of a new company and the establishment of the Chaolu game platform. Li Yada pushed her thick glasses, her face full of shock. To build a game platform, but completely cut off the relationship with Tenda? Let's not talk about the fact that Xiao Tang was the person in charge and asked her to help. Just the game platform itself made Li Yada feel very outrageous. In her opinion, it was a natural thing for Tenda to build a game platform. There are so many popular games and a large number of extremely loyal players. It is easy to make money by building a game platform. It should have been done long ago. But the question is, since it is going to be a game platform, why cut off the relationship with Tenda? In this way, Tenda's reputation, player resources, games, etc., will not be used. This game platform is basically starting from scratch. There is nothing except money. Of course, it takes money to build a game platform, but money alone is far from enough. It is obvious that you can play in simple mode, but you have to make it hell difficulty. What is this for? There is another point that is very suspicious. To build a game platform, a new company must be established, funded by Yuan Main Venture Capital, but it is not a wholly owned subsidiary of Tenda, but only 70% of the shares. The other 30% of the shares will be distributed to all key and veteran employees. Of course, Liyada also has a share of these shares. Although the shares are basically useless and cannot be cashed out before the company develops, they are still shares after all. In short, Liyada felt that this matter was a bit strange, and it was not like the style of President Pei's previous development of new industries. But if you think about it carefully, you will feel that this is something that President Pei would do. After all, President Pei has always been independent. If people can easily guess, then he is not President Pei. Liyada tried to think about it, but still had no clue. Did President Pei say why he did this? Liyada asked. Tang Yishu shook her head. No, the senior just said that I will understand it later. Sure enough, it is President Pei's consistent style. After thinking for a moment, Liyada nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. The reason why I resigned as the person in charge before was mainly because I felt that the game department was full of talents and no longer needed me. But now, since there is a place for me to be used, then of course I have no choice but to do it. Tang Yishu was very happy. That's great, Sister Yada, I feel relieved to have you here. Liyada smiled. Don't be too happy too soon, I will strictly follow Mr. Pei's requirements, just help you, and never give you any more ideas. Since Mr. Pei chose you as the person in charge, there must be a reason for it. It must be because you have some shining points that we don't have. So, when you encounter a problem, you must think independently, and never rely on the inherent experience of us old employees, which may go against Mr. Pei's expectations. Ah. Tang Yishu was a little disappointed, but I don't know anything. Liyada said, when I first became the head of the game department, I didn't know anything either. This is normal. Looking back now, it may be because I don't know anything that I can do well. Now that I am the head, I am worried about gains and losses, and I don't have that kind of drive. Believe me, since President Pei said you can do it, then you can do it. Tang Yishu reluctantly nodded. Okay. I thought that with Liyada around, I could be a hands-off boss and not care about anything. Now it seems that things are not that simple. But Liyada's words did give her some confidence. In the past year or so at Tenda, Tang Yishu has also participated in a lot of work. The colleagues at Tenda are very good, and she is no longer as autistic and introverted as she was at the beginning. Since joining Tenda, Tang Yishu feels that she has been taken care of, but she has always just been cleaning shit and taking meeting minutes. The contribution she has made is really a bit inconsistent with the intern salary she received. If we can really make this game platform well and relieve Tenda of its worries, that would be great. Okay, anyway, you don't have to worry about the game platform. I'll help you with the preliminary preparations. As the person in charge, you don't need to intervene in these matters. Your main job is to figure out Mr. Pei's intentions. When you figure it out, you'll be close to success. Tang Yishu nodded. Okay. Go back and wait for my news. I'll hand over the work here, and we'll call each other later. After seeing Tang Yishu off, Liyada returned to her workstation and fell into deep thought. Then, she called Hu Xianbin, who had gone out to travel, and had a brief chat. She also called the author of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation and asked him to come to Tenda Games. Yu Fei has been in Jingzhou, working hard to modify the content of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation in the inspiration class. He has come to Tenda Games several times and exchanged some details of the game with several persons in charge of Tenda Games, and they are all familiar with it. More than half an hour later, Yu Fei arrived. Liyada followed him to the conference room. What's wrong, sisterly? Is there any problem with the game plot? Do you need to modify it? Yu Fei asked. Liyada shook his head. It's not about the plot. Give everyone red envelopes. You can get red envelopes now on the WeChat public account. I called you here this time mainly to ask you to do a favor. Of course, I will talk to the finance department about the salary, and it will be paid daily. Yu Fei smiled, sisterly, what are you talking about? If you need help, I will do my best to help you. What are you talking about money? Just tell me what you want me to do. Liyada paused, be the chief planner for 2 months. Yu Fei almost thought he had heard wrong, Central planner? What chief planner? Liyada said, of course I am the chief planner of Tenda Games. Are there any other chief planners? Yu Fei pointed at himself, me? I am the chief planner? I know nothing about game design. How can I be the chief planner? Yu Fei was shocked. If he hadn't known Liyada for a long time, he would have thought she was joking with him. Game design is a very professional job. Yu Fei felt that he was just an ordinary author. It was a stroke of luck that Mr. Pei would have noticed this book. How could he be the chief planner? Liyada explained, it's just a temporary cover. Yu Fei shook his head like a rattle, it's not okay to cover. Sisterly, this matter must not be taken as a joke. It's very serious. Liyada nodded, I'm very serious. Look, the situation is like this. Hu Xianbin was originally in charge of eternal reincarnation, but he won the second place for outstanding employees and went on a trip. He left in a hurry, so he entrusted this matter to me. Yu Fei nodded, this is reasonable. After all, Liyada was the chief designer of Turning Back is the Shore at the time, and it was natural for Hu Xianbin to hand over the work to her. Liyada continued, but I just received an appointment and will be transferred to another department, and the work here is also very important. So, I have communicated with Hu Xianbin, and you will keep an eye on the Eternal Reincarnation project until Hu Xianbin comes back, is that okay? Actually, it's not difficult. The design plan has been completed. Everyone knows what to do. You don't need to urge us. You just need to make a decision when you encounter a problem. If you are really unsure, just call me or Hu Xianbin. Yu Fei was speechless. Although each step sounds reasonable, what kind of operation is it to let an online writer be the chief planner? What's more, it is the chief planner of the most powerful Tenda game department in the industry, which is outrageous. Then, can Mr. Pei agree to this? Yu Fei asked. Liyada thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Mr. Pei has always been very open about hiring people, maybe he will be very happy. Let me give Mr. Pei a call. Liyada took out his cell phone and reported to Mr. Pei soon. She hung up the phone. Look, I said that Mr. Pei would definitely agree, and he would be very supportive. Yu Fei. Is this the magical Tenda? The project is still under development. The chief planner went out to travel, and just found an online writer to take over, which is outrageous. But since Mr. Pei has nodded, what else can I say? Yu Fei also wants to try his hand at being the chief planner. Okay, then I will take over for a month and do my best. Chapter 1177 Suffering Journey. August 7th, Tuesday at noon. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally, then got up contentedly and stretched. It was comfortable not to worry about settlement. Of course, not worrying is only temporary, but it has been relatively stable for the past 2 months. After arranging the affairs of the Chaolu game platform yesterday, Pei Qian called Liang Qingshan again and told him about the construction of Tenda headquarters in advance. There is no need to rush this matter, we have to think about it in the long run. Let Liang Qingshan consider the site selection first, come up with a basic plan, and then make a decision to start construction. Although this building will not be profitable, there is still a big difference in how it is built. The headquarters building is where most employees work on a daily basis. How to build this building so that it will not only cost more money, but also reduce the work efficiency of employees, so that they don't want to come to work at home, and even if they come to work, they don't want to work. This is a technical job. Therefore, while Liang Qingfan is selecting the site and making a preliminary plan, Pei Qian also has to think carefully about how to build this building to meet his requirements. After all, almost all departments of Tenda had rented offices. Although the space was large, it was not their own building after all, and many of their operations were restricted. Now that he was building a building by himself, he would definitely make up for all the shortcomings before. Pei Qian did try to find some information online and looked at other companies' buildings, but it was basically of no help. After all, other wealthy companies built buildings to provide employees with a good working environment, and the fundamental purpose was to allow employees to stay in the company and work overtime. This was obviously completely contrary to the fundamental purpose of Tenda's building. Therefore, Pei Qian had no way to refer to the successful experience of other companies, and could only rely on his own imagination. After eating the lunch delivered by Moyu Takeaway, Pei Qian took out his laptop and continued to collect spiritual blessings online. It was not until after 1 p.m. that he felt a little sleepy when the phone rang. It turned out to be Bao Su. "Mr. Pei, I have almost thought about some basic information about the travel agency. When do you have time? I will come to report in person." Pei Qian was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Bao Su's efficiency is good. He only got the outstanding employee last Friday and decided to set up a travel company. On Tuesday, he had already come up with specific arrangements. If it were any other industry, Pei Qian would be a little worried if things were done too quickly, but this was different. The sooner the travel agency could complete preparations and complete relevant formalities, the sooner the key employees of each department could be sent on a trip. Of course, the sooner the better. "I have time in the afternoon, at 3 p.m., you can go directly to the meeting room on the 16th floor of the company." After agreeing on a time with Bao Su, Pei Qian took another nap, and then went to the company in high spirits. In the meeting room, Bao Su handed over a document. "Boss Pei, this is the plan I thought of yesterday, please take a look. In terms of funds, it requires a lot, so I want to ask you for instructions first." Pei Qian reached out to take the plan, and when he heard that it required a lot of funds, he couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry about the funds, just spend it freely." The original Dream Fund was only 1 million, but that was the standard when Tenda was first established. With the current size of Tenda, 1 million can't do much, so the actual funds received have long been far higher than this number. Now that I have the Dream Fund, I can set up a new company. If I want how much money, I can just take the plan to Boss Pei. If it's not enough, I can add more later. After taking the plan, Pei Qian first glanced at the name of the company. Suffering Journey? Pei Qian looked up at Bao Su. Bao Su nodded, "Yes, Mr. Pei, this is the name I thought of. If you think it is inappropriate, you can change it." Pei Qian raised his hand and signaled him to stop. "No, this name is very good, no need to change it." He was more than happy, he was relieved. Finally, there is an employee who takes the initiative to name the project, and it also meets my requirements. Most of the previous industries were named by Pei Qian himself. Although these names all carry good wishes, even a naming expert can't stand it if they keep naming like this. What a waste of brain cells. This time, Bao Su took the initiative to come up with a name that met Pei Qian's standards, which made him overjoyed. Suffering Travel School. This name is not only straightforward, but also vaguely reveals a murderous aura, which is perfect. Pei Qian asked, "Does Suffering Travel only receive internal employees of Tenda, or also accept orders from outside?" Bao Su replied, "I haven't thought about this carefully." In fact, it's not that he didn't think about it carefully, but he didn't care whether to accept orders from outside. For Bao Su, the main task of this department is to arrange all the people who voted for him to travel before, so the focus is of course on internal employees. As for whether to receive outsiders, it doesn't matter. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Let's take orders from outside, so that we can invest more. Bao Su didn't quite understand what this meant, but he didn't think much about it and just nodded, no problem. He felt that although this travel agency only received internal employees of Tenda, it cost a lot and made no money, but it was nothing for the huge Tenda Group. Mr. Pei might think that it was a bit extravagant and wasteful to only receive internal employees and invest a huge amount of money. So he received some external customers to make profits. But it was not the case at all. Because the system has a very strict definition of such things. If this department is only open to internal employees of Tenda, then it is part of the employee benefits, and the funds allowed to be spent are very limited. But if it is a normal company or travel agency, open to the outside world, then it is a serious and profitable industry, and the funds allowed to be invested will be greatly increased. Since you can spend more money, why not? Of course, opening to the outside world means that this industry has the possibility of making profits, which is a hidden danger. We have to see how Bao Su's plan is implemented. Bao Su introduced, Boss Pei, just like the name of this travel agency, Suffering Travel. I hope that during the travel, I can bring everyone a completely different experience from ordinary travel. Suffering Travel will take customers to some places with harsh environments, difficult conditions, and unique scenery. In this extreme environment, they can feel the hard-won real life and feel a kind of happiness at the same time. You can also strengthen your body, improve your physical fitness, and devote yourself to work in a better mental state. In order to further increase the challenge, the content of the trip must be kept completely confidential to customers. Customers will not know where the next destination is, and they will know nothing about the content of the trip. Pei Qian felt a little desperate just listening. What about strengthening your body, improving your physical fitness, and devoting yourself to work in a better mental state? Good guy, I don't believe you. This is obviously revenge, wanting all Tenda employees to feel your pain. But well done. Pei Qian is completely in a state of watching the fun, not minding the trouble. Anyway, it's not him who is suffering, what is there to worry about? But there is a problem with this. Pei Qian asked, if we really travel to a place with harsh environment and difficult conditions, safety issues must still be guaranteed. Bao Su nodded, of course. We are traveling to suffer, not to die, and safety will definitely be guaranteed. For this aspect, my plan has also written it down. First, we need to find a professional with rich experience in wilderness survival to conduct special training for everyone before departure. This includes physical training and professional knowledge learning. We must ensure that everyone's physical fitness meets the standards before departure. Secondly, when making a plan, you should fully consider and evaluate the choice of location. You will not go to some dangerous places, but only to those places that are more difficult but not dangerous. Thirdly, you must have a safety team when traveling. In addition to this professional with rich experience in wilderness survival as the leader, there must also be logistics support personnel to deal with special situations as soon as possible. Finally, considering that the trip is very tiring and the travel time is also very long, you must get enough rest during the trip, improve the standards in terms of diet and rest, plan the itinerary well, and prevent excessive fatigue. Pei Qian flipped through the following, and the plan really wrote these contents at the back, and it was written in great detail. For example, the last point, although there may be some links in the trip that require trekking, camping in the wild, and looking for food, this experience should not be too frequent. When you are tired, you should return to rest immediately, and you will not survive in the wilderness for a month like many wilderness survival experts. That will cause great damage to the body, and ordinary people cannot do it, and there is no need to do it. In short, this plan can be summarized as how to do everything possible to make travelers suffer while ensuring safety. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Yes, it seems that Bao Su has not completely turned evil, and still has some humanity. Of course, he might also want to take it slow and fatten the pigs before killing them. After all, if the customers are really tired and sick, the trip will not go on. On the contrary, only by ensuring that the customers are always energetic can they continue to suffer. Although this plan is quite cruel, Pei Qian likes it very much. Because it can obviously burn money. According to Bao Su's plan, it is necessary to hire a wilderness survival expert, right? A logistics team is also indispensable, right? The hotels and accommodation outside must also be of high standards, right? These are all expensive. It's okay for Tengda's internal employees to travel, and the company reimburses them. But if customers outside the company want to come, the expenses will definitely be inevitable. Where do ordinary people get so much spare money to spend money to suffer? Then, this travel agency will not make any money at all, but will continue to lose money? Losing money and affecting the work of employees, it's really killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 1178 Build a Special Training Base. Pei Qian read Bao Su's plan twice again and again, and was quite satisfied. He didn't find anything that could be improved. This is a very strange thing, because in the past plans, no matter what industry, no matter who made the plan, Pei Qian could always find many problems. But this time, Pei Qian actually thought this plan was perfect. Moreover, for the new industry now, Pei Qian would try his best to distance himself from Tenda. But this time it is not necessary. On the one hand, it would be difficult to distance himself from the reputation of traveler Bao Su. On the other hand, it is not necessary at all. If someone is really willing to spend money to suffer, then come. Pei Qian thinks that such people who are bored should be very few. Sure enough, traveler Bao Su is very reliable in making travel plans. If everyone in Tenda Group makes plans like Bao Su, how many brain cells will Pei save? Praise, must praise. Pei Qian was very satisfied with the plan. Very good, let's do it according to this plan. All other preparations are good, but this professional with rich experience in wilderness survival, where are you going to find him? Bao Su said, I have found him. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Oh? So soon? Bao Su was silent for a moment, and said, actually, I met him by chance when I went to the Sahara Desert before. His name is Chuzui, a retired Special Forces soldier who once served in the southern border. Outdoor survival is part of his daily training. He has lived in the primeval forest for more than half a month without supplies. He is also very proficient in various extreme sports, including rock climbing, rappelling, parachuting, etc. It should be no problem to arrange for these game geeks in our company. Pei Qian called the inner school directly. Good guy, who said Bao Su is useless for traveling? Isn't this arranging connections? From Bao Su's tone, why does it seem that he has excluded himself from the game geeks? But looking at Bao Su carefully, looking at his tough body and slightly dark skin, now he is a game geek, it seems a bit inappropriate. Boss Pei, do you want to meet him? I contacted him on Friday, and he arrived in Qingshan yesterday. Pei Qian sighed silently. After being selected as the best employee on Friday, he called this wilderness survival master as soon as possible? It seems that he came prepared. Okay, in that case, let's meet him. Talking to him can also dispel some of his doubts. Pei Qian was not worried about anything else. If the person that traveler Bao Su recognized was a reliable person, then he must be very reliable. He was mainly worried that the people who were arranged for the suffering trip in the early stage were all internal employees of Tenda, and they might even be managers like Hu Xianbin. Although everyone knew that the boundary between managers and ordinary employees was very vague, to the outside world, the head of a Tenda department was already a very prominent identity. What if this Chuzui had some concerns and did not dare to take ruthless action? So, I have to meet him and tell him that President Pei is backing you up, so don't be soft-hearted. Bao Su made a phone call, and about an hour later, Chuzui came. He had a tall and straight figure, clear edges and corners, and a very full spirit. It was obvious that he had practiced, and his gestures seemed to have a bit of the vigorous and resolute style of the army. Pei Qian was very satisfied. As the saying goes, only a famous teacher can produce a good student. Let this kind of professional make the arrangements, and let Baosu check it, it must be arranged properly. Hello, President Pei. It was also the first time that Chuzui met the legendary President Pei, and he was very honored. After standing up and shaking hands, Pei Qian motioned for Chuzui to sit on the sofa. From now on, just listen to Baosu about the suffering journey. I met you this time mainly to give you a few more instructions. Chuzui immediately understood and nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have listened to Baosu. Most of the people who participated in the suffering trip in Tenda are responsible persons who have made many achievements. They are middle-level backbone employees of Tenda, or even higher-level leaders. I know that employees of this level must be very valuable resources for the company. If something bad happens, you will definitely feel very distressed. So I don't need you. I will definitely know the limits and show mercy when necessary. Anyway, this kind of activity is for experience. It won't be a big problem if you let them off a little. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Why? It's obvious that Chuzui doesn't know Tenda at all, so he said such an amateurish thing. What do you mean by Tenda's leadership? Tenda's leadership has always been only Mr. Pei. The others? They are all a bunch of traitors. What do you mean by Tenda's leadership? Tenda's leadership has always been only Mr. Pei. The others? They are all a bunch of traitors. What do you mean by Tenda's leadership? I'll set off firecrackers to celebrate on the spot. Let's have 5,000 of them first. Of course, safety and health must be guaranteed. Apart from that, what's a little hardship? Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Pei Qian coughed twice. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, don't let them off the hook or pity them just because they are employees of Tenda. You must increase your efforts. Chuzui was a little confused. Huh? Pei Qian said righteously, in the future, suffering travel will also attract customers from outside. If we are lenient with Tenda's internal employees, but strict with general customers, wouldn't that be discriminatory treatment? If we are lenient with both Tenda employees and customers, wouldn't that completely violate the spirit of the suffering trip? Therefore, Tenda employees and customers must be treated equally, and even Tenda employees must be more strictly required. I met you this time to reassure you. If you encounter someone who doesn't cooperate, come to me, and I will help you solve it. Chuzui was shocked, and he couldn't help but build an image of a strict father for President Pei in his mind. Who said that Tenda has loose management? This is complete nonsense. Can a company with loose management grow so quickly and achieve great success? From the trip, it can be seen that President Pei's requirements for his own employees are obviously the strictest. Chuzui nodded. No problem, Mr. Pei, I will complete the task. Pei Qian was very satisfied and looked at Baosu and continued, there is one more thing. Your plan also wrote that in order to ensure safety, everyone must undergo special training before departure, including physical training and basic knowledge learning. Where will this special training be conducted? Baosu said, I haven't thought about it yet. But since it is mainly physical training, let's train in the managed gym. Pei Qian immediately shook his head. How can that be possible? Physical training is only part of the training. More importantly, we must adapt to the various needs of the wild. Although lifting weights and building muscles in the gym can indeed strengthen the body, it is actually not very meaningful when traveling outside. I think we still need to practice more practical skills such as rock climbing, rappelling, fishing, lighting fires, and setting up tents. It is difficult to build muscles quickly, and even if you build muscles, you are just a reckless man. In that special environment, although you are definitely stronger than ordinary people, you are not very useful. What do you think, Xiren? Xiren hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, your reasoning is of course very correct. But for ordinary people, as long as they ensure good health and physical fitness, and have a little bit of hard work, that's enough. After all, I and the professional team accompanying us will take good care of everyone. Although professional training such as rock climbing will be of great help, so many training projects still require special venues, which adds unnecessary expenses. It's not very necessary. Pei Qian was unhappy when he heard it. What do you mean by adding unnecessary expenses? As long as it is an expense, it is necessary. That is definitely not possible. Our tenet is to strive for excellence. How can we make do with just that? Suffering travel not only requires physical fitness, but more importantly, it requires the mastery of corresponding professional skills. You must not be careless. As for the expenses, that is not a problem you need to consider at all. Pei Qian looked at Bao Su. I will give you sufficient funds to set up a suffering travel special training center. Before traveling, you must come to this place for special training to master a series of necessary skills such as rock climbing, rappelling, fishing, and fire making. You must master them proficiently. In addition, you must also pay attention to various outdoor survival training including endurance training, such as walking on acupressure mats to allow your feet to adapt to long-term treks. In short, you are a professional and you can definitely think of more ways than me. Make sure everything is foolproof before you set off. Xiren was convinced. I understand, President Pei, you are right. I have to admit that I still thought too simply. He didn't have a deep understanding of this job before, and thought it was just like some variety shows participated by celebrities. It was just a formality, mainly for experience, and you should be more relaxed. But President Pei obviously didn't think so. On the one hand, you must be strict with yourself after traveling, so that the whole process of the journey can be more meaningful, rather than just rushing around and stopping at a superficial level. On the other hand, you must be fully prepared for every detail before traveling. President Pei seems to be both strict like a father and warm like a mother to his employees. What a good boss. In this case, President Pei's efforts must not be wasted. We must cooperate well with Bao Su to let these Tenda employees enjoy their trip, so as not to waste President Pei's painstaking efforts. Seeing Xiren's expression, Pei Qian knew that his trickery was a great success. In addition, Bao Su was the person in charge, so wouldn't he arrange all the people who were going on the trip clearly? Haha, Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo ran very fast and thought they had successfully avoided it. But they would never have thought of such a drastic change in this month. I'm relieved now. You should hurry up and make arrangements. Especially for the training base, you must hurry up and prepare it, and try to get it done within a month. Pei Qian calculated that Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo should be back in a month, just in time to catch up. If it's too late, there will be no way to achieve seamless connection. After all, it's a little bit lacking. It's just like the operation when playing games. Although smooth operation and clumsy operation may achieve the same result in the end, the former is more handsome. Bao Su nodded and said confidently, Boss Pei, don't worry, I will make sure they are arranged clearly. Chapter 1179, the game platform is officially launched. Seeking monthly votes. August 9th, Thursday. A plain office building in the southwest of Qingzhou. In the conference room, Tang Yishu sat in the center of the conference table, with Li Yada and Meng Chong sitting on both sides of her. The other employees sat around casually. Other companies may have slightly more requirements for seating arrangement, but in Tenda, only the most central position is more important, and it must be the head of the department to sit there, and the other positions are random. This is the earliest tradition passed down from President Pei. Because only President Pei's position is the most important, it doesn't matter where others sit. Over time, each department has inherited this tradition. Li Yada looked around and saw that everyone was there, so he coughed twice and said, "The conditions here are more difficult, everyone overcome it a little. We must keep it secret this time and cannot disclose our relationship with Tenda to the outside world. Everyone must remember this and don't let it slip." Everyone nodded, and their faces were full of energy. Everyone got shares. Although the shares are not many, and it is just a blank check at present, it is backed by the big tree of Tenda after all. Who dares to ignore the value of these shares? Of course, we have to make the game platform better. But then again, the working environment here is really incomparable to that of Tenda. The workstations are not as spacious as those of Tenda, and the prices of office desks and chairs are not as expensive as those of Tenda. In short, it is at most above average in general companies. For people who are used to the office environment of Tenda, the office environment here can only be regarded as barely usable. But everyone can overcome it. Because this time we are here to carry out a secret mission. The mentality of everyone at this time is like underground workers, disguised as ordinary people. What's wrong with a little hardship? This is all work needs. These people are key members drawn from various departments of Tenda, including Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, TPBB website and other departments. They are all old employees, deeply inspired by the spirit of Tenda, and only follow the lead of President Pei. Confidentiality should be no problem. This slightly simple office environment was also specially instructed by Pei Qian. After all, the kind of generous office environment of Tenda is rare. Outsiders will basically notice something wrong when they come and see it. Therefore, the details must be handled well, whether it is the office location or the office environment, so that others cannot tell that this is actually a base of Tenda. As for why it is kept secret to this extent? No one knows, but since President Pei asked, there must be some special meaning, so everyone just needs to do it. They are all old Tenda people who have passed the mental test, and they are very obedient. The office location was not chosen in Shenhua Haojing, but an office building was found a little further away, and an office area was rented casually. The desks and chairs in this place were left by the previous company, which can be used as a makeshift, further enhancing the camouflage effect. In addition, the number of game-related companies in Jingzhou has increased significantly in the past 2 years, and the Chaolu game platform should be able to hide well. As for why the number of game-related companies has increased significantly, it is obviously because of some kind of aggregation effect caused by Tenda. As we all know, Tenda is the game company that domestic game talents want to go to the most. Although Tenda has 2 recruitment exams every year, the number of people who can enter Tenda to work is still very limited. There are a large number of game practitioners who can't get into Tenda, so they can only settle for the second best, work in other companies first, and find an opportunity to continue to participate in the next Tenda recruitment exam. At the same time, Jingzhou's entrepreneurial environment is also changing. There are more and more young people and the city is becoming more and more livable, so many game companies, even art outsourcing companies, or some internet startups, have chosen to settle in Jingzhou. One Guangjian studio moved from Shanghai to Jingzhou, which is an example. Therefore, these talents that Tenda could not absorb entered other game companies or related companies in Jingzhou. Other game companies would also choose to move here when they saw the good environment in Jingzhou. In this way, a virtuous circle was formed. If it was before, the game industry in Jingzhou was not developed, and Tenda was the only one, then it would be a bit strange for a channel dealer and a game platform to suddenly emerge. But now, because there are more local game companies in Jingzhou and some small channels, the Chaolu game platform will not appear so abrupt and can be hidden. Li Yada looked at Tang Yishu and reminded, briefly introduce our work for the next period of time. Although Tang Yishu had held many regular meetings with the management students before, the management students were her juniors after all, and at most they were at the same level. And these employees of the Chaolu game platform are generally 4 or 5 years older than her, and they are all experienced old employees. It is still very stressful for Tang Yishu to hold meetings with these people. Therefore, as her assistant, Li Yada had to help guide her a little. Tang Yishu adjusted her emotions and kept hypnotizing herself, just treat it as a regular meeting for management trainees. Gradually, she calmed down and started to get to the point. Everyone listened carefully, without any contempt on their faces. Although everyone knew that Tang Yishu was just an intern before, and now she is only a sophomore, who dares to have any objections to the person in charge appointed by President Pei? As a Tenda employee, you must always remember that the boundary between ordinary employees and department heads is very vague. You should not belittle yourself as an ordinary employee, and you should not be arrogant as a department head. But as long as it is the department head appointed by President Pei, it must be reasonable and represents President Pei's will, so talk less, ask less, and do things steadily. When the department head makes achievements, gets the dream fund and leaves, maybe it will be your turn. Tang Yishu had already reviewed the content of the meeting with Li Yada in advance, so she arranged the preliminary work smoothly. First, she reiterated the precautions that President Pei repeatedly explained, and then arranged some tasks such as developing the Chaolu game platform program, contacting various game companies in advance to discuss cooperation and enrich the game library. In fact, the relevant persons in charge have already started to do these tasks, but since it is the first meeting after all, it is still necessary to emphasize it, mainly to make everyone clear about other people's work tasks and facilitate future communication. Although everyone is a Tenda employee, they are transferred from different departments after all. Many people do not know each other, and communication still needs to be strengthened. After Tang Yishu introduced the work, Li Yada took over the conversation. We have already talked to 2 local game companies in Jingzhou, and they will bring the games to the interview this afternoon. In the future, it is estimated that there will be frequent companies coming to discuss cooperation. Don't make a fuss or feel uncomfortable, just do what you should do. In addition, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Meng Chong, who will be deeply responsible for the publicity of our platform in the future. He will work with us here in the next 1 or 2 months. If you have any questions about publicity, you can ask him. Meng Chong, who was sitting on Tang Yishu's right, nodded to everyone. This time Meng Chong can participate in some specific affairs of the Chaolu game platform, which was nodded by President Pei. Since Meng Chong wants to implement the Pei's propaganda method, he naturally has to go deep into the project, otherwise the chances of success of this propaganda method will be greatly reduced. Others are obviously not so enthusiastic about Meng Chong. Although Meng Chong seemed to have helped Qingshan Studio complete the promotion of Doubt VR glasses before, after all, the impression of him in most people's minds is still relatively negative, and this impression is difficult to reverse in a short period of time. Qingshan Studio is an eyewitness and has accepted Meng Chong, but these employees are not particularly familiar with the relevant inside story, so naturally there are still some prejudices. Meng Chong keenly felt this from the atmosphere in the conference room. He felt that he should say something to change everyone's stereotype of him. Otherwise, everyone is on guard against him, and the requirements of in-depth understanding and comprehensive control cannot be met. How can Pei's propaganda method be effective? Pei's propaganda method pays attention to the transformation of strength and a process of raising. If the game platform does not trust him, then this process is likely to encounter huge resistance from the inside, and the chance of success will be too low. It is necessary to unify thoughts, so the success rate of Pei's propaganda method will be high. What's more, Meng Chang's current goal is consistent with that of President Pei and Tenda Group. Others don't know, but Meng Chong knows it in his heart, so he has a clear conscience. You may have some misunderstandings about me, I want to clarify them briefly. I did do some wrong things before, but I have realized my mistakes. Now I am responsible for publicity work at Tenda, both to pay off debts and to learn. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. In the future, during the publicity process, there may be some things that are difficult for everyone to understand in a short period of time. I can assure you that this is all part of Mr. Pei's publicity plan. In the long run, it will definitely be beneficial to the platform and the company. So, I hope everyone can cooperate with me and do a good job in publicity together. Meng Chang said it quite sincerely, and many people were obviously interested. Someone asked, "Difficult to understand? What do you mean specifically?" Meng Chang explained, "In the early stage of publicity, there may be some unsatisfactory situations. For example, a large amount of publicity resources have been invested, but the corresponding effect has not been achieved." The person who asked the question was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then how to judge? Is it you did it on purpose, or is it really a publicity mistake?" Meng Chang coughed twice. This buddy is quite straightforward. But it doesn't matter. Meng Chang feels that he is upright and has nothing to fear. In this case, I will briefly answer a few questions for you, so that you can have a certain understanding of the Pei's publicity method I am going to use, and you will naturally be used to it in the future. First, let me ask you a most basic question. Do you know why Mr. Pei repeatedly emphasized that the Chaolu game platform must sever its relationship with Tenda? Everyone's expression became serious, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. Because they really didn't know. Even Li Yada felt confused and didn't understand when he first heard about this. Meng Chang smiled slightly, although everyone here is a core employee of Tenda, and can understand President Pei's intentions in terms of game understanding, they are not as good as me in terms of publicity. This involves an important principle of Pei's publicity method: cut word of mouth and sever ties. If a certain project discloses its relationship with Tenda from the beginning, it can gain a lot of attention and make the start smoother, but it will also make everyone have high expectations for the project. But when entering a new industry, how can it be done so perfectly right from the start? Once there are imperfections, it is easy for everyone to feel lost, and this kind of heat and attention has become a burden. Same at the time, the start was too smooth, and it was difficult to verify whether this new business model was really successful or just because of Tenda's support. If we sever our relationship with Tenda, it would increase the difficulty on the surface, but we could also let go and try and make mistakes to verify whether this business model is feasible. It doesn't matter if we fail at this time, it won't have much impact. Just correct the mistakes and start again. If we succeed, then with Tenda's reputation and resources, we can take off instantly. Even the previous negative factors can all be transformed into positive factors, and through reversal, we can achieve excellent results far better than ordinary publicity methods. Everyone looked as if they had suddenly realized something. Oh, that's it. That makes a lot of sense. No wonder President Pei arranged Meng Chang to be in charge of publicity. It seems that Meng Chang has indeed learned from President Pei and is well versed in his publicity methods. In this case, the misunderstanding is resolved. Meng Chang said, "So, I hope everyone can fully cooperate with me and work together to achieve President Pei's publicity goals. I will definitely not let you down." Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1180. I am not talented, but I have also served as the chief planner of Shenyang Games. After the meeting, the whole company's thoughts were basically unified. Everyone had some reservations about Meng Chang before, but after Meng Chang accurately analyzed Mr. Pei's intentions, everyone believed that he was indeed seriously following Mr. Pei's requirements to make a publicity plan. In this case, what is there to worry about? Many people came to the Chaolu game platform before, and they were more or less uncertain. Because they couldn't figure out what Mr. Pei's attitude was towards this game platform. If Mr. Pei was very supportive, why did he hide his relationship with Tenda and play the hell difficulty from scratch? If Mr. Pei didn't support it, Why did he spend money to build such a game platform and draw key members from various departments? It was really a bit contradictory. But after Meng Chang's explanation, everyone understood. It turns out that Mr. Pei didn't not support or value the Chaolu game platform, but had a deeper arrangement. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. As long as we do our job well, this game platform will naturally become popular in the future. President Pei has this kind of magical power. So, everyone returned to their workstations and did their own jobs steadily. Tang Yishu and Li Yada also returned to their workstations and sat down. This office area originally had an independent office, and Li Yada hoped that Tang Yishu would work there. After all, Tang Yishu was the person in charge. But Tang Yishu disagreed with everything and insisted on working with Li Yada in the public area with everyone. Li Yada couldn't get away from her, so he had to use the independent office as a reception room, specifically for receiving people from other game companies. Although there is a large conference room, after all, most of the time, there are only 2 or 3 people interviewing, and the large conference room is a bit too spacious, so this room is more suitable for a reception room. After sitting down at the workstation, Li Yada began to briefly introduce the 2 game companies that were coming today to Tang Yishu. These are 2 local game companies in Jingzhou, which are not very well known and are all small-scale mobile games. The game of one of the companies has been launched on many platforms and channels, and has been operating stably for a period of time, and its performance is acceptable. Channels are something that developers can never have too many of. After all, the more channels and users there are, the more income there will be. The game from another company is still under development and in the final testing phase. Although its quality is average and it is not a popular work that attracts much attention, it is still a new game after all. Li Yada briefly introduced the background of the 2 companies and the basic gameplay of the 2 games to Tang Yishu. Fortunately, they are both relatively simple mobile games, so Tang Yishu can easily understand them. Li Yada intends to play a tool role. When discussing cooperation with other game companies, she will not participate, or even show up. After all, the task given to her by President Pei is to be a good tool person. Moreover, this is also to better prevent leaks. Logically, the local game companies in Jingzhou basically don't know Li Yada. Because Li Yada has not been the chief designer of Tenda for a long time, she herself is very low-key and rarely shows up. Tenda almost never deals with other game companies, let alone any cooperation. Li Yada has neither contacted people from other companies at work nor accepted interviews, and basically no information has flowed to the internet. What's more, at Tenda, everyone always pays the most attention to President Pei. Just like those powerful studios, everyone may be familiar with the producers of the studio, but who cares about the number 1 brother under the production? What's more, the number 1 brother is changed so frequently. But then again, it's better to be safe than sorry. For safety reasons, Li Yada decided to keep hiding and let others think that she was just an ordinary employee. This would be safer. It can be seen that Tang Yishu was very nervous. After all, she had to meet with the bosses of 2 game companies to discuss cooperation, and this experience had never happened before. Li Yada comforted her, "It's okay, don't be nervous. In the current situation of the domestic game industry, those who do channels are all masters, and ordinary developers will be polite to you. Don't be afraid of offending them. At most, you will miss a game. It's no big deal." This is absolutely the truth. In China, there are very few game developers like Tenda who are so tough and do not rely on any channels at all, and stick to the official game platform. Most game developers, whose works are not enough to stand out on the official platform, can only work hard to open more channels, so that they have a greater chance of making money. When the developer's game is not very competitive, the channel's voice will naturally be infinitely magnified. After all, the channel controls the resources and the players. At present, it is not an exaggeration to say that there are many chaos in the domestic channel dealers, and many channels may take more than 70%. So the 50-50 split of the Chalu game platform looks very dark, but it is not that dark. The key is to see who you compare it with. Tang Yishu tried hard to memorize the basic information given by Li Yada, but before she memorized it, an employee came over and said, "Director Tang, the people from the first company have arrived." Maybe because there was no traffic jam today, they came 10 minutes earlier than expected. The address for Tang Yishu is also a problem. Generally speaking, except for a few people in Tenda who are called Mr. X, others are called by their names, or by Brother X or Sister X. After all, the working atmosphere in Tenda is relatively harmonious, and there is basically no hierarchy. It's just that everyone has their own duties and is responsible for different specific tasks. But the problem is that Tang Yishu is younger than these employees in terms of age and work experience. It seems a bit inappropriate to call her sister, but it is obviously even more inappropriate to call her by her name or Tang. So, according to Tenda's habits, this situation is called director, which means that Tang Yishu is nominally the CEO of the company, but in fact she is here to supervise the department on behalf of Mr. Pei. Tang Yishu was a little flustered for a moment. "Ah? I haven't memorized it yet." Li Yada said, "It's okay, if you haven't memorized it, then you haven't memorized it. The channel is the boss, what are you afraid of? Let's meet in the reception room. Don't keep them waiting." Tang Yishu hesitated for a moment before she stood up and went to meet the representative from the game company with some trepidation. In the reception room, an employee brought tea. Tang Yishu sat on the sofa and tried to force herself to stand up straight, showing the dignity of a department head. Opposite him was this person, slightly bald, looking to be in his 30s, with a very good self-esteem temperament, which made Tang Yishu subconsciously feel a little uncomfortable. Why uncomfortable? Maybe it was because this aura was incompatible with Tenda's aura. No matter how many achievements Tenda's employees have made, they always look humble. After all, no matter how outstanding a person is, no matter how outstanding the achievements are, as long as they think of President Pei above them, they will naturally become humble. Although the aura is not in harmony, Tang Yishu still tried to show respect. After all, you can't deny a person with a stereotyped first impression. "Hello, Director Tang. It's our first meeting. Just call me Lao Lu. Our boss has been busy recently. After all, the game's performance is pretty good. He is on a business trip and can't get away. So, as the chief planner, I came here to replace him. You may not know me very well. To be honest, I am not talented, but I have actually served as the chief planner in Shenyang Games. Moreover, our game has been on many game channels now, and the performance is very good. I believe this cooperation will be a win-win choice." Lao Lu talked to Tang Yishu. In fact, when he saw Tang Yishu for the first time, he was a little surprised, and even a little disappointed. This girl is actually the boss of this company? It seems wrong no matter how I look at it. If you want to build a game platform, you either have money or resources. If you don't have either, you must have experience, so that you can get money from investors and get some resources from your connections. But seeing that Tang Yishu is so young, how could she have resources or experience? Obviously, the only explanation is that she has money. Another young rich second generation? Why again? Obviously, the combination of new company, young boss, and rich second generation evokes some bad memories for Lao Lu. Back then, when he went for an interview not long after Tenda was established, he was directly persuaded to quit by such a combination and was rejected. This made Lao Lu instinctively feel that this Chaolu game platform was a bit unreliable. But he thought about it and felt that this might not be a good thing. Since the boss of this game platform is a young girl, does it mean that it is easier to fool? If you brag a little, the other party won't be able to see it, right? So Lao Lu directly revealed his cards and said that he had been the chief planner of Shenyang Games. Shangyang Games is now well known in Jingzhou and even in the domestic gaming circle. Who wouldn't look at him differently if he had been the chief planner of Shangyang Games? And strictly speaking, Lao Lu didn't lie. He was indeed the chief planner of Shangyang Games, but it was before Tenda acquired Shangyang Games. With this, the other party must have felt that he and the game project he developed were particularly awesome, which invisibly increased the bargaining chips. However, Tang Yishu did not react. In fact, she was very confused, but she did not show it. Shangyang Games, there is a person with the surname Lu? And he is so old? I have no impression. Although Tang Yishu had not been to Shangyang Games very often, she often listened to Guan Peiqing's reports and understood the basic situation of Shangyang Games. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Wang Xiaobin have always been in charge of that place, and there is no one with the surname Lu here? Seeing Tang Yishu's expression, Lao Lu felt that something seemed wrong. Logically, if the other party really felt that he was awesome at this time, he should at least be polite, right? However, this girl did not have any intention of being polite at all, and I don't know what she was thinking. Could it be that this girl happened to know some inside information about Shangyang Games? It can't be possible, it's unlikely when you think about it. Could it be that she has never even heard of Shangyang Games? Doesn't she know how awesome this company is? That's a bit outrageous. After all, he is also a game channel, and he has never heard of Shangyang Games. Is that reasonable? Too amateurish. This further exacerbated his prejudice against this game platform, and he felt that it was very unreliable. Lao Lu lost interest in an instant and changed the subject. It's okay. Director Tang, why don't we take the time to look at the game? Tang Yishu continued to ask questions and nodded, okay. Chapter 1181. This platform is unreliable at first glance, sorry to bother you. I fell in love with your reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from the game. Lao Lu took out his mobile phone and handed it over. This is our game. If you are interested, you can try it. It was more than 2 years ago that he left Shangyang Games. At that time, Shangyang Games was in turmoil, and Lao Lu saw that the situation was not right and ran away at the speed of light. Although there are not many decent game companies in Jingzhou, there are also few professionals in the game industry. As the chief planner, Lao Lu's resume is still quite good, so he quickly found a new employer. Later, when he heard that Shangyang Games was acquired by Tenda, Lao Lu did regret it for a while, but soon he was relieved. After all, he still remembered that the young boss of Tenda had a prejudice against him and did not like him. So, even if he stayed in Shangyang Games, he would most likely be fired by that boss, and the result would be the same. Lao Lu did not dwell on this matter anymore, but continued to work steadily on new projects in the new company. Over the past 2 years, Tenda Group has undergone tremendous changes, from a small, unknown company to the largest gaming giant in Jingzhou and even the whole country, with each game it releases becoming a hit. Even Huang Sibo, Lao Lu's former junior, was doing well there. Lao Lu didn't pay attention to these news deliberately, but the official platform and some game media had interviewed Huang Sibo, so Lao Lu couldn't avoid hearing some of them. This made him very sour, and he even had the idea of taking the Tenda recruitment exam several times. However, the difficulty of the Tenda recruitment exam was too high. His professional knowledge should not be a problem, but he couldn't pass the written test. Then he thought that the boss of Tenda didn't like him, and he might be rejected immediately after the interview, or be bullied, or even be stepped on by the younger brother who had bullied him before. Lao Lu gave up this idea and moved to other game companies in Jingzhou. Fortunately, the game environment in Jingzhou has been getting better and better in recent years, and there are more and more reliable game companies, so Lao Lu's resume and salary have been steadily increasing. He is quite satisfied with the current situation, so he no longer thinks about Tenda. After all, it's not meant to be. About 8 months ago, Lao Lu jumped to the current company and made a new game, which was not bad. Lao Lu used to work in web games, but the boundary between web games and mobile games is actually quite blurred, so he adapted very quickly after switching to mobile games. Now this game is a more serious mobile Krypton Gold game, Heroes of War. Yes, it is a copycat version of Hot Blood War Song. Many people think so when they see this game for the first time. But Lao Lu feels very wronged. Because the original version of Hot Blood War Song was really designed by him. Can it be called a copycat if you copy yourself? Of course, Hot Blood War Song was originally a very rubbish game. It was later greatly modified and reset by Shangyang Games, all art resources were changed, and even the game mechanism was greatly changed, which made it revitalized. But for Lao Lu, there are still many contents in Hot Blood War Song after the major changes that make him feel familiar. So, although you can't make too much money by copying a similar mobile game, as long as the quality is acceptable, you will definitely have no problem making a living. This is indeed the case. The monthly turnover of Heroes of War Song can be 8 or 9 million, which is quite good for a mobile game company. As a result, Lao Lu was more appreciated by his current boss, and the task of negotiating cooperation with new channels fell on him. Lao Lu was still confident about this game. After all, it was a game that could make money. It can't be compared with Tenda's games, but for a new game platform, how difficult is it to find a game that can make money? You have to provide it well? Today's cooperation should be very smooth. However, after Tang Yishu took over the phone, she stopped playing for less than 5 minutes, repeatedly tapped the phone screen, and then looked up in confusion. It seems stuck. Lao Lu was a little surprised. Huh? Stuck? It can't be. This is obviously a stable version running on other game platforms, and it has been tested for several rounds. Although the official version of the game is bound to have some bugs, this is a probability problem, and most players will not encounter it. How could it be so coincidental that a bug happened to appear during the demonstration? Lao Lu took back the phone and found that there was really a bug. The characters on the screen were inexplicably unable to move, stuck in place and twitching wildly, and even the novice guide part had not been completed. This. Lao Lu scratched his head, a little at a loss for words. As for other aspects of the content, it can still be fooled a little. For example, if the gameplay of a game is unreasonable, it can be said to be a game characteristic. If a certain art material is not good looking, it can be said that aesthetics is subjective, and some players like this style, or it can be said that this is a temporary resource that will be replaced later, but bugs are bugs. If you encounter them, it only means that the company's hard power is not good, the testing team is unreliable, and it greatly affects the player's gaming experience. It's really not easy to get around it. Director Tang, this should be a very occasional bug. After all, you have seen that our game has been launched on other game platforms, and the current reputation is still good. Some sporadic bugs cannot be completely avoided, as long as they are controlled within a certain range. Lao Lu restarted the game. Fortunately, the progress of the novice guide was saved, so he didn't have to start from the beginning. Otherwise, if it got stuck in the same place twice, it would break on the spot. After confirming the location of the bug that got stuck before, Lao Lu handed the phone back. Tang Yishu reached out to take it. How about this? If I encounter no more than 3 bugs within half an hour, then we will sign an agreement and arrange for the game to enter the first batch of testing list on our platform. Here is the agreement, please take a look first. Tang Yishu said, took out the agreement that had been prepared long ago, and handed it over. The agreement specifies the revenue split between the two parties, as well as some other provisions, such as all games have a trial period. If the game is removed from the shelves during the trial period, the manufacturer can still get half of the revenue, and the Chaolu game platform will return its half to the players. Tang Yishu played with her phone while Lao Lu read the agreement. In fact, Tang Yishu is very self-aware. For her, who has a bug-prone constitution, encountering bugs is commonplace. However, as long as the number is not too large, the impact on players after it is put on the shelves will not be too great. Lao Lu nodded and did not express any objection. 3 bugs in half an hour? Unlikely. This is a stable version. Although there are definitely more than 3 known bugs, not every one is 100% triggered. What's more, how much game content can be experienced in half an hour? It's just a turn at the beginning. So Lao Lu didn't think much about it and began to read the specific provisions of this agreement carefully. The more I read, the more outrageous it seems. How can it be done like this? Can the game be directly removed from the shelves by player voting? Isn't this nonsense? Many Krypton Gold games have a very bad reputation and are scolded by players, but it does not hinder making money. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat official account. Giving players such great power, isn't this cutting down their own cash cow? Moreover, the biggest impact after the removal is not actually on the game developers. After all, they can still get 50% of the revenue, so it is not in vain. On the contrary, for the game platform, their 50% is all returned to the players, and they have invested so many resources in promotion, but in the end, it is useless. This kind of game platform is probably doomed. Before, Lao Lu thought that this girl was just a little young. Since she became the boss of a company and built a game platform, she should have at least some common sense. But now it seems that I thought too much. This girl has no common sense at all. Can this kind of game platform really attract players? Is it good to cooperate with this kind of platform? Lao Lu fell into deep doubt. It crashed. This time, Tang Yishu did not hand the phone back, but clicked on the game app icon again and continued to experience it from the beginning. Lao Lu. After another 3 minutes, Tang Yishu stopped again and handed the phone back. Lao Lu took it and found that the game screen was blurred, and it seemed that there was a small problem with the art resources. Lao Lu was completely speechless. What's going on? How could a good game suddenly fail? It hasn't been 10 minutes yet, and there are already 3 bugs. Although these bugs are indeed bugs in the game, and Lao Lu even knew that some of them would occasionally occur with a very small probability, but generally speaking, the probability of occurrence is very low and it should not affect the game experience, right? It is so rare that 3 bugs appear in 10 minutes. If you don't know, you would think this game is full of bugs. Tang Yishu comforted him. It doesn't matter, bugs are inevitable. Why don't you go back and fix the bugs a little bit before signing the agreement? Don't worry, as long as there are less than 3 bugs within half an hour, we will officially sign the agreement. Lao Lu was also speechless and nodded. Okay, I'll come another day. I thought I could show off by discussing cooperation with this new game platform. As a result, this script is completely wrong. Lao Lu got up and said goodbye. After leaving the office of Chaolu game platform, Lao Lu didn't plan to come again. Fix bugs? Fix a hammer. This game has been tested many times. Although there are still some small bugs left, it is not unplayable. Why bother to find them one by one and modify them? What's more, Lao Lu carefully studied the agreement of this game platform and found that it was not reliable at all. Such a game platform will never develop. Even if you sign an agreement and join this platform, it is estimated that there will not be many users, and you will not make much money. It is even hard to say whether it can last for a week of trial period. There are many game channels. Is it necessary to spend so much effort to fix some minor bugs for a small channel that has just been established? It seems unnecessary. Just tell the boss that this platform is unreliable and just give up. Lao Lu made up his mind and left in a car. Chapter 1182, Persuading Another Company to Quit, Asking for Monthly Votes. After sending Lao Lu away, Tang Yishu returned to her workstation. how is the situation? Li Yada asked. Tang Yishu hesitated. This game has a little too many bugs. So I asked him to go back and fix it, and come back after the bugs are fixed. Li Yada was a little surprised. Ah? Isn't this game already online? How can there be so many bugs? Isn't this unreasonable? Tang Yishu pointed her fingers. I don't know. Li Yada nodded. Maybe the companies outside are not as good as Tenda in all aspects, so the testing team is not very good. It's okay, you did the right thing. It's normal for a game to have 1 or 2 bugs, but if there are so many bugs that it affects the normal game process, it can only mean that the company's work is not done well, the testing department is not fulfilling its duties, and there are problems with internal management. If there are so many bugs that it affects the normal experience of players, then it really shouldn't be put on the shelves, but should be modified until there are no bugs before it is put on. It's right to persuade them to quit. It's okay, it's just one company, let's take a look at another one. Having said that, Li Yada inexplicably had a bad feeling. Because the first company had a game that had already been launched, it should have fewer bugs. The second company's game was still under development. Although this game called Empire Blade was almost done, with only the final finishing work left, and the testing work must have been in progress, the completeness was definitely not as good as those projects that had already been launched. It was likely that there were more bugs than the previous heroic war song that copied Hot Blood War song. So here comes the question. Was it just bad luck that the game I encountered just happened to have bugs? Or is it the same for all game companies outside? Li Yada started working at Tenda not long after she entered the industry, so she didn't have much experience working in other companies. In her impression, Tenda's games didn't seem to be troubled by bugs. During each development period, bugs popped up like mushrooms after rain, the testing department kept mentioning bugs, and the development department kept fixing them. Generally, before the game was launched, the bugs were basically fixed. Even if some subsequent modifications are required after going online, the workload is often not very large. Therefore, she always felt that fixing bugs was nothing more than a physical job. If the bugs were not fixed by the time the game was launched, it could only mean that there was a problem with her attitude. If she couldn't even do this kind of physical work well, what else could it be but an attitude problem? But now it seems that these companies outside really don't do it well. Forget it, don't think about it. It might have been just a coincidence before. How could every company not fix the bugs? Li Yada felt that he was overthinking, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but continued to do his own thing. After Tang Yishu waited at the workstation for more than an hour, the boss of the second company arrived on time. Tang Yishu still followed the previous process and invited him to the conference room. Director Tang, hello. My name is Yuan Qi. I have sent you the information about our company and my personal resume before. Tang Yishu nodded. Yeah, I have read it. Please sit down. After Lao Lu left, Tang Yishu carefully read the information given by Li Yada again. This time there was plenty of time, so she remembered everything. Yuan Qi and his company can basically be seen as a microcosm of many mobile game startups. He used to be the chief planner of a game company in Shanghai. The project he led was considered successful, but the boss was too stingy. The net income was 6 to 7 million per month, but the entire project team did not receive a single cent of bonus. The boss said, "We should use the money we earn to advertise and make more money." He also made a pie in the sky, saying that after a few months of advertising, the money earned by the game might multiply several times, and then everyone would receive a large bonus. Yuan Qi had been in the workplace for 2 or 3 years, so how could he not know how exaggerated this pie was, so he decisively ran away. He knew that he was right the day he resigned, because the boss only verbally retained him, and did not mention salary increase and bonus. It can be seen that this boss does not care whether the employees leave or not. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, the game has been made, and it can earn millions of dollars every month with stable operation. Does it matter whether the employees leave or not? A main planner left, and we can recruit more in the future. Anyway, there is no shortage of people in this industry. Send everyone a red envelope. You can get the red envelope on the WeChat official account now. After resigning, Yanqi did not want to be a senior employee for others anymore, so he had the idea of starting his own company. He was from Jingzhou. He heard that Jingzhou had developed very well in the past 2 years, and the environment for game startups was also good. So he brought a few friends in the industry to Jingzhou and established a new mobile game company. He also received millions of venture capital from some local investors in Jingzhou. After working for half a year, the game was made. The game he made is called Empire Blade, which is an ARPG mobile game, that is, an action game. In theory, this type of game has a relatively high threshold and is not suitable for startups, but thanks to the official editor and Yanqi's previous work experience, the development went smoothly. Of course, due to investment constraints, it is definitely not particularly excellent, but Yanqi thinks that his own game is of decent quality. After it is put on the shelves, it should not be a problem to make a little money to support the company. For most mobile game startups, the idea of getting rich overnight may be too unrealistic. The first thing to consider is how to survive. The game is almost completed, and Yanqi has also contacted many game channels. For small companies, the more channels they go online, the better. As for the share ratio, don't think too much, just take what they give. Small companies basically have no say. So, when Yanqi heard that there was a new game platform in Jingzhou, and it was quite close to his company's office, he was very happy and came immediately. This is the beta version of our game, and only a small number of players are currently playing it. But don't worry, Director Tang, there are very few bugs, and it will basically not affect the normal game process. Tang Yishu nodded and took the phone. Okay. Mr. Yan, this is the agreement, take a look first. If you are satisfied with the terms of the agreement, and the number of bugs in the game within half an hour does not exceed 3, then we can sign the contract today. Yanqi took the agreement and felt a little surprised. Is it that simple? He has also talked to other channel dealers, and even these channel dealers are more bossy than each other. Some give very low commissions, some require major changes to the game. Anyway, all of them have conditions, but some are particularly excessive, and some are relatively okay. He has never seen a channel like the Chaolu game platform that only requires no more than 3 bugs within half an hour. Half an hour? 3 bugs? Yanqi thinks it should be no problem, right? Although the game Empire Blade has not yet been officially launched and has many bugs, these bugs are basically concentrated in some large-scale levels and deep gameplay in the middle and late stages. Half an hour, basically only the early stage. During the development and testing of this game, because the novice guidance needs to be optimized, the early content has been modified many times, and the bugs are the least. Yanqi thinks that as long as he is not particularly unlucky, he should not encounter 3 bugs in a row within half an hour, right? As one of them was trying out the game while the other was reading the terms of the agreement, the reception room fell silent for a while, with only the sound effects of fighting in the game remaining. Yanqi had just read the beginning and saw that the profit split was 50-50, but Tang Yishu had already encountered the first bug. The novice guide was stuck. Originally, there would be a gray mask on the screen during the guide process, highlighting the place where the player should click and indicating it with an arrow. As a result, after clicking the button, the mask did not disappear normally, and the screen remained in a gray and translucent state. This. Yanqi was a little embarrassed. It's not that there is anything strange about encountering bugs, the key is that this is too fast. Moreover, the novice guide has a bug situation, not to mention that he has never encountered it, even their company's testing team has never encountered it. Before Yan Qi explained, Tang Yishu had already very skillfully closed the game process and re-entered it. It's okay, just continue to read the agreement. Yan Qi had a vague foreboding premonition, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only continue to read the agreement carefully. Half an hour later, Yan Qi had read the agreement carefully twice, and the number of bugs found by Tang Yishu was finally settled. Within half an hour, Tang Yishu found 12 bugs of all sizes. There are 4 very serious bugs here. Once they occur, the game process will be unable to proceed. The remaining bugs, although the consequences are not so serious, will also have a very bad impact on the gaming experience. Yan Qi was a little embarrassed. There were too many bugs. What was going on? He even suspected that he had installed the wrong program on his phone. He did not install the stable version, but the development version. Otherwise, how could the stable version have so many bugs in the early stage? This was totally unreasonable. Tang Yishu seemed to have expected this result and handed the phone back. It's okay, Mr. Yan, it's normal for the game to have bugs. Go back and make some more changes. As long as you can control the number of bugs within half an hour, we will sign the agreement. By the way, have you read the contents of the agreement? Are you satisfied? Yan Qi nodded. Satisfied, what can I be dissatisfied with? This condition is already very good for us. Don't worry, I have remembered the bugs you encountered. I will ask them to fix them as soon as possible when I go back. Fixing bugs is our job, and we even have to thank you. If we hadn't encountered these bugs, we might not know that there are bugs in this place. If these bugs appear after the official launch, the loss will be huge. Yan Qi thanked Tang Yishu profusely and left with the phone. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1183, Director Tang's building is a feng shui treasure land. Monthly votes requested. Tang Yishu returned to her workstation and sighed softly. Li Yada's heart sank, thinking, could it be that my worst guess has come true? Why, this company also has a lot of bugs. Tang Yishu nodded. Yes, 12 bugs were found in half an hour. Li Yada. Good fellow, today I invited 2 companies in total, and both companies were persuaded to withdraw because of bugs. It's a bit outrageous. It stands to reason that these companies must have brought stable versions of the game, and some new features with more bugs would rather not be put up. In this case, there are still a lot of bugs. This is really hard to understand. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything else. Li Yada comforted him. It's okay. Our colleagues in the business department are still contacting other game companies, and Meng Chang will soon launch a promotional campaign, and more companies will come to us to discuss cooperation. After all, these 2 companies are small companies, and they may not work so seriously. It's not surprising that there are more bugs. It will definitely get better in the future. Tang Yishu nodded silently. In the afternoon, Li Yada sat at her workstation, feeling a little bored. The company's early work was nothing more than making the game platform program and contacting various game companies. Other people were in charge, so Li Yada was a little free. If the 2 companies had reached an agreement today, they might have talked more about the follow-up cooperation. Unexpectedly, the first step was discouraged by a bug. It really caught people off guard. Send everyone a red envelope. You can get a red envelope on the WeChat public account now. After Meng Chang's publicity is rolled out, there should be more companies that come to discuss cooperation, but it will take at least 2 or 3 days. She was slacking off at her workstation in confusion, when she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in from outside. Huh? Why does this guy look familiar? Li Yada poked Tang Yishu. Look, isn't that Yan Qi who came this morning? Tang Yishu turned around and saw, Yes, why is he back again? Could it be that the bug has been fixed? Liyada immediately shook his head. How is that possible? It's not that fast. Maybe there's something else. Go and take a look. Tang Yishu nodded and stood up from her workstation to greet him. Boss Yan, what's the matter? Yan Qi said a little embarrassedly. Director Tang, well, how should I put it? I'm a little embarrassed. After I returned to the company, I immediately handed these bugs to our developers and asked them to modify them immediately. The result? They checked for the whole afternoon and only reproduced 2 of the bugs, and quickly fixed them. But, the remaining 10 bugs could not be reproduced at all, let alone modified. So I suspected that the version I gave you to try was wrong, so I uninstalled and reinstalled the stable version. I ran it several times myself and didn't encounter any malicious bugs. Otherwise, you can delay for a few minutes and take a look? Yan Qi was very embarrassed. He went to the channel to discuss cooperation, but the cooperation failed because of the bug. Anyone would be angry about this. So Yan Qi went back and got angry with the developers, saying that they were not serious about their work and asked them to fix these bugs immediately. As a result, the testers and developers did not take a nap at noon, and they only took a few bites of the meal and checked the game repeatedly. However, these bugs could not be reproduced. The so-called reproduction means to repeat the operations when the bug occurred and re-trigger the bug. In this way, you can find out where the problem is through the program and make the appropriate modifications, but if the problem cannot be reproduced, how to modify it? Let alone modifying it, after trying several times and failing to reproduce it, everyone even began to doubt whether the bug existed. Even Yan Qi began to doubt himself. Did he bring the wrong version? Did he take the development version as the stable version, so there are so many bugs? Yan Qi felt very guilty when he thought that everyone did not have a good lunch because of him. So, he uninstalled the original game program and reinstalled it, hoping to perform normally in front of Director Tang this time. If there are so many bugs, because he really got the wrong version of the game, then hurry up and let Director Tang play it again. If there are no bugs, then we can sign the agreement. Tang Yishu was silent for a moment, but still took the phone. Okay, let's go to the reception room. Half an hour later. Tang Yishu handed the phone back to Yan Qi. The two looked at each other in silence. After running for another half an hour, 14 bugs were found this time. There are 2 more than last time. And this time Yan Qi witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. Every time a bug was triggered, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When all 14 bugs were triggered, Yan Qi's expression was obviously a bit doubtful about life, and he even wondered if he was dreaming or if he was under an illusion. What's going on? He confirmed 3 or 4 times before coming here, and the version installed on his phone should definitely be a stable version with very few bugs. But why are there more bugs than before? Yan Qi even suspected that it was fortunately only half an hour. If he played for a while longer, the number of bugs would probably double again. Director Tang, I'm so sorry. Yan Qi felt very embarrassed and even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's not just a matter of making a wasted trip, the key is to embarrass himself in front of Director Tang again. How unreliable an impression would this leave on Director Tang? Fortunately, Director Tang seemed magnanimous and easygoing, and was not angry at all. But Yan Qi still felt like a moron. Tang Yishu lowered her head and said, "It's okay, maybe. I have a special physique." Yan Qi couldn't help but laugh. "Director Tang, you are too humorous. What does this have to do with physique? You are still trying to comfort me at this time, which makes me even more embarrassed. Anyway, I'm very sorry. I'll go back and ask them to modify it." Yan Qi apologized again, then took the phone and left. After walking out of the building of Chaolu game platform, Yan Qi still couldn't figure out what was going on. So, the first time I brought the stable version? I didn't wrongly blame those developers and testers? But, it really can't be reproduced. Yan Qi simply found a step at the entrance of the office building and sat down, then took out his mobile phone to create a new account and played it again. Half an hour passed. Strange, there are no bugs. Why can't I encounter any bugs when I play, but Director Tang always encounters bugs when he plays? This doesn't make sense at all. Yan Qi walked around the bottom of the office building for several times, and he was confused. I don't know whether I should go back to my company now, or go upstairs to find Director Tang again? If I go back to my company, what if these bugs still can't be reproduced? But if I go back to find Director Tang, I can't let him find a dozen more bugs, right? By then, Director Tang will probably be angry no matter how good his temper is. As the saying goes, there are times when you can do it again, but there are no times when you can do it again. You ran 3 times in a row, and you were angry with Zhou Gongjin 3 times? But Yan Qi tried again, and he really couldn't find any bugs. After wandering around the office building for 10 minutes, Yan Qi finally plucked up the courage and turned back. After taking the elevator to the floor where the Chaolu game platform was located, Yan Qi learned to be smart. This time he did not go in directly, but secretly ran the game again at a place where no one could see him at the door. Then, Yan Qi's eyes gradually widened, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Finally, the bug reappeared. The bug that could not be found before reappeared at this time, and it appeared so naturally that it seemed to have always been there. It seems that it is not Director Tang's problem, but the problem of this place? Yan Qi was silent. This idea is too metaphysical, which challenges his worldview. But the facts are in front of him, and bugs will not lie. He silently turned off the game process, and then called the development team leader and the test team leader of his company. You two, come to the address I sent you, right away. By the way, bring your laptop. 5 o'clock in the evening. Li Yada yawned and prepared to get up and go to the bathroom. If it was at Tenda, it would be time to get off work at this time. But in order to conceal better, Chaolu game platform cannot do the same as Tenda, and postponed the end of get-off-work time to between 6 and 7 o'clock. Although this end of get-off-work time still seems a little out of place among a number of game companies, it is at least not so obvious. However, just as she walked to the door, she heard someone talking in the corridor outside. It's true. 2 hours of searching here is more than 2 days of searching for bugs in the company. Hey, this bug appeared once a week ago, and it could not be reproduced again. Finally, it appeared again. Don't rush to fix it now. Write down the cause of the bug first and fix it slowly when you go back. I know, I'm writing it down. Li Yada was a little curious. She came to the door and saw 3 people sitting on the sofa in the public area outside. One of them was Yan Qi, and the other 2 were each holding a laptop and concentrating on working. Li Yada was confused. What's going on? She went to the bathroom, and when she came back, she found that Yan Qi and the other 3 were still there, and they had no intention of leaving at all. Li Yada returned to his workstation silently, and then whispered to Tang Yishu, Xiao Tang, what did you say to Mr. Yan? Did you irritate him? Tang Yishu was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? I didn't say anything. Li Yada, then why is he right in front of our company, fixing bugs with 2 employees? Tang Yishu, ah? Oh no, this Mr. Yan, is there something wrong with his thinking? Too many bugs were found, and the mentality collapsed? So the employees were ordered to come and fix the bugs on the spot, and they were not allowed to go home until they finished fixing them? Tang Yishu, like Li Yada, had some quite outrageous ideas in an instant. She stood up quickly and went outside to take a look. Sure enough, Yan Qi seemed to be directing the other 2 to fix the bugs. Tangishu asked, Yan. Mr. Yan, what are you doing? Yan Qi was seriously looking for bugs on his mobile phone. He turned his head and saw that it was Tangishu, and stood up quickly. Director Tang, I found that your office building is a feng shui treasure land. As soon as I came to this place, many hidden bugs came out. Isn't it amazing? The efficiency of testing bugs in this place is too high. The bugs found in 2 hours of testing are more than those found in 2 days of testing in the company. I just asked the property of the building. There are still a few empty workstations on this floor. I plan to arrange all our test teams to come here and test. Keep testing until there are no bugs. Although I believe in materialism, but sometimes metaphysics does exist. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1184, What will be the core explosive point of the publicity plan? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. August 10th, Friday afternoon. In the conference room of Chaolu Game Platform, Liyata, Tangishu, and several core members are looking at the publicity plan given by Meng Chong together. If everyone has no problem with it after reading it once, then Meng Chong will arrange this publicity plan during the last working time this afternoon and make use of the 2 days of this weekend. Everyone is still looking at the plan seriously, and Meng Chong casually asked, I heard that 2 game companies came to discuss cooperation yesterday? How is the situation? He also has to grasp the specific situation of Chaolu Game Platform. Meng Chong feels that although he has a preliminary grasp of Pei's publicity method and has a preliminary estimate of the change trajectory of the game platform based on previous experience, this is a new project after all, and previous experience cannot be completely copied. Still have to keep abreast of the latest developments, so that it is easier to fine-tune the details of the plan to ensure the best publicity effect. Of course, the so-called best publicity effect here means that it can cause more controversy and get more commissions in the preparation stage, and can cause greater reversals and gain more popularity and fame in the final stage. In this regard, Meng Chong knows that his interests and those of President Pei are consistent at a higher level. Liyata replied, the situation is more complicated. The games of these 2 companies have many bugs, so we sent them back to ask them to modify them. One of them has not been contacted so far, and I think the cooperation is probably broken. The other one has promised to fix all the bugs and even send a test team to modify them, but what? Meng Chong asked. He was a little curious. This sounds like a good thing? The second company promised to fix all the bugs and even send a test team to modify them, which is equivalent to directly binding to the Chaolu Game Platform. What can be bad? Liyata paused and continued, but the embarrassing thing is that they may have underestimated the number of bugs in the game. Yesterday afternoon, their boss Yan Qi led the development and testing team to look for bugs here for an afternoon and found more than 30. This morning, Yan Qi directly called the entire testing team over and rented a group of workstations on the same floor. I thought that after fixing these 30 bugs, it would be almost done, but I didn't expect that in the morning, more than 30 bugs were found, and they were all new bugs. So, their original launch time had to be postponed. To fix these bugs, it will be postponed for at least half a month, and this is without considering the continued emergence of new bugs. Conservatively speaking, it is already very optimistic to fix the stable version within a month. Fixing bugs is different from correcting wrong questions, because bugs may be related to each other. Fixing a bug may trigger a new bug. So, it seems that there are more than 60 bugs at present, but it is possible that more and more bugs will be fixed in the short term. Give benefits. Go to the WeChat public account, you can get a 888 red envelope. Meng Chong was also stunned. Ah? What kind of company is this? It's too unreliable. Why didn't they test these bugs before? Liyata spread his hands, saying, don't ask me, I don't know. Tang Yishu silently buried her head lower, beside her, pretending to be reading the promotional plan seriously. Meng Chang was very open-minded. It's okay, they are just two companies. Maybe it's just bad luck that I happen to run into two small companies that do not do things reliably. After the promotion plan is rolled out, the popularity of the game platform will definitely increase to a certain extent. At that time, there will be more players and game companies that come to discuss cooperation. Li Yada was silent for a moment and said, "That's right. But we must also be mentally prepared in advance. If all games are postponed due to bugs, then our platform may have no games to release in the early stage, and we may be forced to postpone." Meng Chang immediately shook his head. "That's absolutely not possible. Are you kidding? How can a game platform be postponed? A postponement will disrupt my promotion plan. What about my commission?" Although the Pei's promotion method now unifies Meng Chang's commission and the success of the Tenda project, for Meng Chang, commission is always the first priority, and this will not change. Li Yada said, "This is the only way in the worst case. Otherwise, how can we release the game if there is no game on the platform?" Meng Chang asked, "Who said that we can't release the game if there is no game on the platform? The essence of Pei's publicity method is that you can do whatever you want in the early stage, without considering the consequences. In fact, the more you do, the better the publicity effect will be in the later stage. It may not work for other companies to promote online when there is no game on the platform, but it is completely feasible in Pei's publicity method." Li Yada. Although it sounds a bit magical, seeing Meng Chang's firm look, she still chose to believe it. After all, Meng Chang was the person in charge of the publicity department appointed by President Pei. As an employee of Tenda, Li Yada would definitely not interfere with the work of other departments or guide the experts. "Well, then I suggest that you take the postponement of all games on the platform into consideration when formulating a publicity plan and make preparations in advance," Li Yada reminded. "In the worst case, this is possible, and you can't have any fluke mentality." Meng Chang wrote it down in a small notebook. "No problem, I will make some minor adjustments to the publicity plan later, it's not difficult." While the two people were talking, the others had basically finished reading the publicity plan. "This plan feels a bit ordinary?" "More than ordinary, it's a bit too mediocre. If it were other platforms, it wouldn't matter if it was mediocre, but our platform has no reputation, no users, and no resources. If the plan is mediocre, it will probably be a waste of money. At most, it will make people have a little impression of our name, which is of no help in attracting players." Most of the people present were insiders, so they immediately saw the problem with this plan. In Meng Chang's proposal, only some very basic promotional methods were written, such as buying web ads, video ads, or buying recommendation positions in some application markets, etc. The advertising plan was also very ordinary. Apart from the name of the Qiaolu game platform, there was not even a memorable slogan. What's more, the Qiaolu game platform has not yet been launched, and there is only an official website. Some ads can jump to the official website after clicking, and some ads cannot even jump to the official website. Players have to search for Qiaolu game platform to find it. This conversion rate, this drainage effect, can be imagined how low it is. Meng Chang smiled. "It's normal for everyone to think this plan is mediocre, because I didn't spend any time on this plan at all." Everyone was stunned. "Ah? Are you busy with other projects?" Meng Chang shook his head. "Of course not, I'm only busy with our platform project this month. All my time is spent on studying Mr. Chiao's videos. I want to better grasp the essence of Mr. Pei's publicity method by studying Mr. Pei's previous publicity methods." Everyone is right. This is indeed a very mediocre publicity plan, and the publicity effect is extremely poor. But as I said at the beginning, this is part of the publicity plan. In this set of publicity methods, the early publicity effect does not need to be considered at all, and the worse the better. The first goal of the early publicity is to make as many people as possible remember the name Qiaolu game platform. As for whether they will download the game platform and become users, that is a question that needs to be considered in the next stage of the plan. Li Yada couldn't help asking, then, how to do the next plan specifically? Meng Chong, keep it confidential for the time being. When that time comes, you will naturally know. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. If it was President Pei who said this, everyone would definitely believe it without saying anything. But what Meng Chong said was still more or less skeptical. Li Yada looked at Tang Yishu, suggesting that she was the person in charge and should express her attitude at this time. Tang Yishu nodded slightly. Well, I believe you. Meng Chong bowed, thank you very much. Since the person in charge has spoken, the others no longer questioned it, but dispersed and went about their own business. After leaving the Qiaolu game platform, Meng Chong immediately rushed back to the advertising and marketing department to implement this set of publicity plans. After that, Meng Chong posted a Weibo. New partner. Thank you Qiaolu game platform for trusting me and allowing me to provide them with marketing and promotion plans. I hope we can achieve mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. I also hope that everyone can pay more attention to Qiaolu game platform. The content is similar to the previous Weibo post. It is still the same style, sincere on the surface, but actually disgusting when you think about it carefully. This is the way to maximize the use of his bad reputation and drag down the early reputation of the Qiaolu game platform. Of course, dragging down the platform now is not only for the sake of getting a high commission this month, but also for the sake of flying higher in the future. After a while, Meng Chong opened the comment section of Weibo to check the reactions of netizens. Damn, which company did you go to harm again, you liar? Don't talk nonsense, Meng Chong seems to have really turned over a new leaf. Wasn't he the one who promoted the VR game of Qingshan Studio before? Damn, should this credit be attributed to him? Isn't it because the products of Qingshan Studio are well made? That's right, I think this shameless villain was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse, and he was lucky enough to be forced to fly by Qingshan Studio. No, didn't you read Mr. Chia's analysis? The success of Qingshan Studio's promotion is not accidental, but inevitable. As the person in charge of the promotion plan, it is definitely not appropriate to say that all the credit belongs to Meng Chong, but he must have played a role. Yes, I always think Meng Chong is definitely a smart person, but his intelligence is not used in the right way. It's hard to say whether he has really turned over a new leaf now, but I think there is no need to look at this platform with tinted glasses this time. It's better to be objective. Chapter 1185 Bugs, Not Working on Weekends? Seeing the comments of netizens, Meng Chong was very surprised. There are not as many people scolding me as I thought. The people who left messages below were obviously divided into two factions. Some people said that they didn't believe Meng Chong would do anything, and they still scolded him as before, but compared with the previous Weibo, there were fewer people scolding him. And some others began to speak for Meng Chong. Obviously, the publicity plan of Doubt VR glasses was a great success, and the final reversal made many people change their stereotypes about Meng Chong and think that he might turn over a new leaf. After all, the crime he committed was not a heinous crime. If he really turned over a new leaf and made contributions to society, he could be considered for forgiveness. Of course, whether to forgive or not depends on the amount of contribution. Although these people are still a minority in number, at least this voice already exists and can be heard. This made Meng Chong very disappointed. He even had the illusion that he had bought a water army. He was not a masochist, and he didn't want his reputation to be completely ruined. But in the face of commission, all of this can be sacrificed. For the sake of commission, he would rather everyone despise him, because the more they despise him, the greater the possibility of getting commission. Forget it, fortunately the mainstream voice is still scolding me, that's enough. The basic goal has been achieved, so let's focus all our energy on the subsequent operations. Meng Chang did not pay attention to Weibo again, but clicked on the videos in the favorites and watched those videos of Qiao Laoshi again. Mainly to learn the concepts of behavioral art style publicity and breaking the dimensional wall in these videos. Although Meng Chang has a general idea of the publicity plan this time, he always feels that there is still a very important explosion point missing in the whole plan. What is the explosion point? According to Meng Chang's own summary, the basic process of Pei's publicity method is to promote, suppress, promote, and each step has a corresponding method to support it. But the most important thing is the core, which is the key step from suppress to promote. How to change everyone's understanding? A very convincing concept is needed as support. The concepts of performance art style promotion and breaking the dimensional wall, summarized by Qiao Laoshi in the video, which were analyzed from the two games Game Producer and Turn Back, are very convincing. Once these two concepts were brought out, the turnaround was completed in an instant, and Meng Chang also needs to find a unique concept on the Qiaolu game platform, the kind that can turn the tables. This is the last step, and also the most difficult one. Although he has been thinking for a long time and has no clue at all, Meng Chang firmly believes that this unique concept must exist. The reason is very simple. Since President Pei has given this task can definitely be completed using Pei's propaganda method. This is like the homework assigned by the teacher after the example questions. It must be related to the content of the explanation, right? It is impossible to teach addition and subtraction within 10 in class and leave a calculus homework directly after class, right? So, the standard answer is there, the question is whether Meng Chang can find it. Meng Chang frowned and fell into deep thought. August 13th, Monday. On the same floor of the Qiaolu game platform, the test team of Empire Blade is busy. Yan Qi is also there, watching the bug testing and modification work throughout the process to prevent anyone from being lazy. This is weird. I worked overtime for 2 days on the weekend and ran the game many times. My hands were sore, but I only found 5 or 6 bugs, and they were easy to fix. How come I only tested for half an hour this morning and found 5 bugs? It's really weird. Could it be that the bugs also take a break on the weekend? Don't work? Fuck, don't say that. It makes us look even more miserable. We are living worse than bugs. Hey, it's okay to work overtime now. We can have a good rest after the bugs in the game are fixed. Boss Yan, it's a good thing you came on the weekend, otherwise we would definitely think we were slacking off. We couldn't get rid of it even if we jumped into the Yellow River. The people in the test team chatted while testing bugs. Because it was close to the launch and there were too many bugs, Yan Qi asked everyone to work overtime on weekends, and the testers continued to find bugs and the developers continued to fix bugs. After all, it was not easy to find a good place. The efficiency of finding bugs was so high that we should race against time and make full use of it. However, what people didn't expect was that the efficiency of finding bugs on weekends suddenly became the same as before. It was a holiday on Sunday afternoon, and only 5 or 6 bugs were found in a day and a half. This was really outrageous. Some people naively thought that all the bugs had been found. As a result, they were slapped in the face when they went to work on Monday. After a little testing, bugs appeared like mushrooms after rain. Fortunately, Yan Qi is a boss who leads by example and worked overtime with everyone on weekends. Otherwise, the blame for the test team would be hard to shake off. How would I report to Yan Qi then? Only 5 or 6 bugs were found in a day and a half over the weekend, but so many were found in less than an hour on Monday. Obviously, they slacked off too much on the weekend. And all the employees in the testing department slacked off together. Fortunately, Yan Qi also worked overtime on the weekend and witnessed the very bizarre whole process, so the testing team was able to clear their grievances. Yan Qi was also very puzzled. Bugs also spent the weekend? And chose a time to visit? This is too unscientific. But then he thought again. From the moment he decided to move the testing team to this building, he had actually given up science and bowed to metaphysics. Since he chose metaphysics, then no work on weekends for bugs does not seem so unacceptable. After all, the only rule of metaphysics is that there is no specific rule. Everyone, work hard. We will only work half a day this weekend. If we still can't find any bugs on Saturday morning, we will take a holiday on the weekend. Yan Qi said. The game has been developed, and all that is left is to fix the bugs. Working overtime is also to catch up with the development progress. If you can't find the bug by working overtime, what's the point of working overtime? It's better to take a vacation. Everyone immediately shouted, Boss Yan is awesome. Although it is a small company, the games it makes are not very good, and like other game companies in the industry, overtime is inevitable, but most employees still think Yan Qi is a good boss. He can't compare with Mr. Pei of Tenda, but compared with other mobile game company bosses, Yan Qi is still quite conscientious. Seeing that the test team has found more bugs, Yan Qi feels more at ease. He was still worried during the weekend. What if it is really metaphysics, and it doesn't work this week and can't find the bug? Wouldn't the money spent on renting these workstations be wasted? Now that the bug has reappeared, he can finally rest assured. Yan Qi continues to work on his own things. When he worked overtime last weekend, he also learned about the recent hot events, and there are still many things worth paying attention to. The first is that the Chaolu game platform has started advertising. The entire promotion plan seems conservative, mainly online web ads and video ads, supplemented by sporadic offline ads. It looks like a big show, and it is estimated that a lot of money has been spent. Logically, Yan Qi should be happy. After all, the more ads the Chaolu game platform puts, the more players it attracts, and the more money it makes after listing on the platform. But the problem is that Yan Qi found that the actual conversion rate of these ads seems to be very low. Because so far, the Chaolu game platform has not even made the software for the game platform, let alone the game. Even if players click on these ads, they can only jump to the official website of Chaolu game platform and cannot play the game at all. What is the conversion rate? Although Chaolu game platform can be logged in with Tenda account, there are too many apps that can be logged in with Tenda account. All companies invested by Yuan Main Venture Capital basically support login with Tenda account, and even many companies that have nothing to do with Tenda can also log in with Tenda account. Although this is barely an advantage, it does not play a decisive role. After all, how many good games are there on the platform is the most important thing. But no matter what, it is better to spend money on publicity than not to spend money. Although the efficiency of this money is very low, at least it has made people familiar with it and conveyed a message to all players and game developers. Although we are a new platform, we are still relatively rich, and everyone is welcome to cooperate. Yan Qi still hopes to hold the thigh of Chaolu game platform. In this case, it is not easy to say much. You can't teach others to make publicity plans, right? We can only wait and see. Secondly, Nifeng Logistics can send express delivery. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can now receive red envelopes on the WeChat public account. Yan Qi lives in Qingshan and inevitably has to deal with Nifeng Logistics. This kind of information can be obtained through a flyer according to the official propaganda of Nifeng Logistics. Cross-regional transportation is all by air. The advantage of this is that it is fast, but the disadvantage is that it is limited to certain specific areas, and the types of goods mailed are limited and the price is high. Yan Qi has not yet had any express delivery that needs expedited air transportation, so he did not take this matter to heart, but just briefly understood it. Finally, there is one more thing. that is, I heard that Eternal Fall of Samsara has officially started the project development. Yan Qi is an ARPG mobile game developer. Because of work needs, he has played many action mobile games. Turning Back is the Shore will naturally not be missed. He has always believed that Turning Back is the Shore is the best action game in China, and naturally he is looking forward to the appearance of new DLC. When he heard about Eternal Fall of Samsara before, he was quite excited, but later the official clarified that Eternal Fall of Samsara was officially started in August. This made Yan Qi a little disappointed. After all, if it was developed in August, according to the normal development speed, it would not be completed until the end of the year or even next year at the earliest. However, it is better to have news than no news. We have been waiting for this large DLC for more than a year. Why would we care about waiting for a few more months? For now, we should focus on our own projects and fix all the bugs. Yan Qi found that in the new week, there were obviously more people coming in and out of the Chaolu game platform, and many of them seemed to be here to discuss cooperation. The advertisement has been released, and the business department is constantly contacting game companies. There must be a constant stream of people coming to discuss cooperation. Will these people encounter a lot of bugs like us? Yan Qi inexplicably had such a very metaphysical idea. But thinking about it again, he felt that this possibility seemed unlikely. We are a startup company with little development experience. There are so many bugs that we haven't found. Most of them are not strong enough. If these companies have more development experience, they shouldn't be in our situation, right? Yan Qi didn't think too much and continued to work. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website.